Chapter 1, Encountering the Female Lead While Stealing Exam Papers. Sherlock School. The evening sun gradually set, the sky darkened, and students in the school began to leave for home. In the secret room on the second floor of the teaching building, Jiang Che, what are you doing here? The girl stood frozen in place, looking incredulously at the doorway. Even her hands trembled slightly as she instinctively hid the items behind her. At the door stood a boy in a pure white hoodie, leaning against the door frame with his hands in his pockets, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he watched her. Jiang Che had recently crossed over, or more precisely, he had entered a book and became a street-level villain. The book was titled The Bodyguard of the School Beauties, which sounded like a typical formulaic novel. The protagonist was named Lin Yu, who trained hard on a mountain for over a decade, tasked by his master to come down and be the bodyguard of the school beauties, leading to various shows of prowess, slaps in the face, leveling up, and ultimately winning the heart of a beauty that, of course. Lin Yu was also a unit protagonist. Although arrogant and conceited, he turned into a lovesick fool whenever he encountered the female leads. As for Jiang Che, his identity was that of the villain in the book, destined to be beaten by the protagonist and hung from a tree. The son of the richest man in Hangshan. He wouldn't even survive past chapter 50 before being hurriedly taken offline. Jiang Che sized up the trembling girl, with a pair of pigtails, slight bangs obscuring her forehead, standing at about 1.5 meters tall. Wearing the smallest size of the school uniform, her fair and smooth skin had a faint pink hue. Her round face was rosy and full of collagen, making one want to bite into it. Her small hands were nervously hidden behind her, and her beautiful big eyes were filled with fear, resembling a frightened fawn. This appearance would slay all Lolita fans. You want her, one of the female leads in the book, and also the best friend of the school beauty, Yao. However, Jiang Che, who was well-versed in the plot, already knew that this little girl was not as innocent as she appeared. She was a top-tier green tea. Jiang Che, brother, this is the data room. Why are you here? Her mustered her courage and asked tentatively. Oh, I was going to ask you, how did you end up here? Jiang Che replied with a teasing tone. I came to organize the data. Yuana lifted her head and spoke firmly. Jiang Che smiled. Ding. The host has caught the female lead Yuana stealing exam materials, triggering the villain's choices. Choice 1. Pretend to see nothing. Yuana's favorability 1. Choice 2. Scold loudly, attracting onlookers. Reward Yuana with a piece of clothing. Choice 3. Miss, you wouldn't want your act of stealing exam materials to be known. Would you? Gain 10 points to allocate to free attributes. Jiang Che's expression remained calm. After crossing over, he had bound himself to such a villain system. Favorability? Did he need Yuana's favorability? Although Yuana was indeed very beautiful, with a score of at least 95 in looks, if it were an ordinary man, he would probably turn into a lovesick fool. But being a sycophant would only lead to nothing in the end. As for the second choice, it was even more ridiculous. Yuana's underwear. Only a pervert would be interested in that, right? Moreover, it was only said to be Yuana's. It was uncertain whether she had worn it or not. What if what he got was unworn? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? I choose 3. Jiang Che slowly walked into the data room, looking around. Finally, his gaze landed behind Yuana. Oh, look what I found. This can't be the exam papers for tomorrow's joint test, can it? Jiang Che seemed to have discovered some earth-shattering secret, and he secretly turned on the camera function on his phone that he had prepared earlier. Yuana panicked, trying to use her body to block the thick stack of sealed exam papers behind her, but she was simply too small, and short the stack of papers was even taller. Then her TSK. So our Yuta Xiuhua has maintained her top scores in the school for years. Is it all due to cheating? Jiang Che's words made Yuana flustered. No way. You're the one who cheats. At that moment, Yuana regretted fiercely why she had come to steal the exam papers. In fact, with her capabilities, that even without stealing papers, she would still be among the top 5 in the school. Mainly, her vanity was at play, wanted to maintain her reputation as the top student in the school. Do you think I would believe that? You, Jiang Che, brother, could you pretend you didn't see anything? I can say nice things about you in front of Sister Yi. Okay? The little girl directly invoked Yao's name. Oh, Yao? Yes. Jiang Che, brother, aren't you always chasing after Sister Yao? I have such a good relationship with her. I can say good things about you in front of her. who in Sherlon's school didn't know that Jiang Che, the son of the richest man in Hangzhou, was pursuing the school beauty Yi Mingyao? What if I refuse? Jiang Che's smile gradually turned cold. Yu Wanner's small face changed with fluctuating emotions, as if she was making a decision. Then the little girl's expression changed. Even if you found out, what could you do? How could you prove I came in to steal the exam papers? And you came in too. Worst case, I could just play the thief crying, "Stop thief." Do you think the school leaders would believe the top student, or would they believe you, the bottom of the class? Yu Wanner showed a mischievous smile, her two small tiger teeth appearing threatening. Jiang Che only scoffed. Little brat. What? Yu Wanner was taken aback, not understanding what Jiang Che had just said. I said you are really adorably foolish. Jiang Che stepped closer to Yu Wanner, looking down at her from above. Indeed, a little brat like her should be taught a lesson to learn to behave. Do you see what this is? Jiang Che magically produced a phone. A voice came from the phone. Even if you found out, what could you do? How could you prove I came in to steal the exam papers? Yu Wanner was stunned. When did you record the video? If this video were to be released, she would be truly finished. The crime of stealing exam papers in Sherlon school could lead to expulsion even with her excellent grades. She could still face serious consequences. Moreover, she would lose her scholarship and her reputation would be ruined. Now that graduation was approaching, cheating could even be written into her records. She couldn't imagine the consequences, and Yu Wanner began to feel terrified. Give me the phone. Give it to me. Hurry up and give it to me. Woo woo woo. The little girl hopped in front of Jiang Che, but her 1.5-meter height contrasted sharply with Jiang Che's 1.8 meters. She couldn't reach him even while hopping, and ultimately could only feel anxious. Even tears began to fall. Little teardrops plopped down on the ground, her eyes red and swollen, looking quite pitiful. But Jiang Che was not swayed by her act. He wasn't buying it. You green tea bitch, your facade has already been seen through by me. After crying for a while, the little girl saw that her tears and fussing were ineffective. She wiped her tears. Her expression gradually became serious. What do you want? What do I want? Jiang Che revealed a perverse smile. Returning readers could enjoy a wave of the past generation planting trees for the later generation to enjoy. Cough, cough. Those who understand, understand. Chapter 2. You wouldn't want others to know about your stealing the exam papers, would you? Yu Wanner was frightened by Jiang Che's smile. She instinctively took 2 steps back, and the clever girl vaguely guessed what this guy was planning. I'm telling you, don't mess around. I'll tell Sister Yi, and then you'll completely stop thinking about chasing her. Jiang Che had a nonchalant expression on his face. He shook his phone and then leaned down, revealing a smile. Yu Wanner, you wouldn't want others to know about your cheating on the exam, would you? This should be considered a Trudeau character performance in his previous life. Jiang Che wasn't exactly a nice guy. He was an experienced driver for the leaders. With his excellent eloquence and personal abilities, he won the hearts of many wealthy ladies, living a carefree life. Unfortunately, he had a car accident. Gone. Are you threatening me? Yu Wanner's expression changed. Wasn't Jiang Che supposed to be Yi Mingyao's loyal admirer? Why did bringing up Yi Mingyao not work? You guessed it right, but unfortunately, there's no reward. Jiang Che smiled wildly, like a creepy uncle. No, a creepy pigeon. What do you want? I know you want to pursue Sister Yi Mingyao. I can provide you with some strategies. I know many of Sister Yi Mingyao's little secrets. Plastic sisters. No. I'm actually more interested in you now. Jiang Che cornered Yu Wanner, looking down at her like she was prey. Yu Wanner's heart skipped a beat. It's over, she thought. He's coming for me. Calm down. What do you want? Jiang Che chuckled lightly. What do you think? The little lowly's face instantly turned red. A wave of indescribable shame surged in her heart. Do you believe I will shout it out now? We can both perish together. Yu Wanner bit her lip, putting on a defiant look. Then I can only hand the video over to the school teachers. Jiang Che shrugged. Go ahead. At worst, we both perish together. I'll tell others you were trying to bully me here. I'll lose my reputation, and you end up in jail. Come on, let's hurt each other. All right, I just recorded what you said earlier. Jiang Che showed a devilish smile. That I'll tell others you were trying to bully me here. I lose my reputation, and you end up in jail. Why Yu Wanner's words were cut and twisted by Jiang Che, and he understood the art of taking things out of context. Once released, the meaning would be completely different. Yu Wanner was quite angry. You can't do this. Even though Yu Wanner was cunning, she was ultimately just a student who hadn't entered society yet. Facing an old fox like Jiang Che, she felt scared. Hey, Jiang Che sighed helplessly, rubbing his forehead. All right, I won't force you anymore. Jiang Che smiled. Kiss me once, and then I'll pretend I have amnesia today. How about that? Jiang Che's words changed Yu Wanner's expression, as she shook her head vigorously. Then don't blame me. No. Yu Wanner's beautiful big eyes sparkled with tears as she stood on tiptoe. But due to her height, she could only touch Jiang Che's chest with her nose. Can you lower your head and bring your face closer? The little loli's voice was as tiny as a mosquito. A noble man cannot lower his head, except when kissing or picking up money. You. The girl widened her eyes, her lively, watery eyes misting over. 2 minutes later. Okay, is it done? You. Give me your phone. Delete everything in it. Yu Wanner's face was flushed, still relentless. Okay, look. I've deleted everything, right? Jiang Che deleted all the video files in front of Yu Wanner, and only then did the little girl let out a long sigh of relief, her face relaxing a lot. You bastard, you'll never be able to chase sister Yi Mengyao in this lifetime. Yu Wanner viciously said a few harsh words before leaving in a fluster. Watching Yu Wanner's retreating figure, Jiang Che chuckled. The little girl is just a little girl no matter how clever she is. She's so easy to deceive. Click settings, file recovery successful. It's just like when you delete files on a computer, but only remove the desktop icons, completely useless. Jiang Che's gaze gradually became perverse as he licked the corner of his lips. This secret, I can feast on for a year. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the choice. Reward, distributable free attributes 10. Free attribute points. Jiang Che couldn't help but feel excited. He opened his attribute panel. Host, Jiang Che. Age, 18. Strength, 8. Speed, 10. Intelligence, 15. Diminished intelligence, aura, invalid. Charm, 20. Put all of it into strength. Without solid strength, wouldn't he just get beaten up by that crazy dragon protagonist? From what he knew, the protagonist Lin Yu had terrifying combat capabilities, beating up over a dozen well-trained bodyguards by himself. Soon, Jiang Che felt a strong force surging into his body. Strength 10, current strength 18 points. 10 points of strength is what a normal adult man possesses, while 18 points of strength is comparable to a lightweight boxer. Although there was still quite a gap compared to the protagonist Lin Yu, slow and steady wins the race, and as the son of the richest man, with a fortune of nearly 100 billion and with the system's assistance, if he couldn't take down a master coming down the mountain. That would be a bit unreasonable. When Jiang Che left the school, the sky was already getting late, and there weren't many students left on the road. Jiang Che. A silver bell-like voice sounded from behind, and Jiang Che turned to look at it was a girl wearing a light yellow long-sleeve shirt, white pants, and clean little white shoes, with long hair tied up in a high ponytail. She had a tall stature, and her long legs were flawless, comparable to a comic book character's legs. Jiang Che glanced back. His expression slightly moved. What a beautiful girl. The destined female lead, Yi Mengyao. Chapter 3. Yi Mengyao's confusion, triggering the villain's choice again. Yi Mengyao. Jiang Che looked at the girl with great interest. The little princess of the Yi family in Hangzhou, who was a childhood friend of his, but the childhood friend had feelings while the girl had none. The main issue was that Yi Mengyao had a dislike for men. Classic. It was just too classic. A typical disdain for men, a proud flower on a high mountain. And when she met the protagonist, she decisively gave up. Ugh, Jiang Che. Yi Mengyao spoke again, and at this moment, many students had gathered at the school gate. After all, Yi Mengyao was the school beauty, the object of many boys' secret crushes, and even many girls had feelings for her. Jiang Che glanced at her and said, "What do you want?" Jiang Che's tone made Yi Mengyao feel a bit uncomfortable. Something happened at home, and the butler can't pick me up anymore. Can you take me home? Yi Mengyao's tone was not a question, but a statement. In her impression, Jiang Che had always been obedient to her, so he definitely wouldn't refuse to take her home. Huh? Jiang Che scoffed, reevaluating this little fairy. Why should I take you back? Yi Mengyao was momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Che's response was something she had never expected. Jiang Che had never refused her since they were kids. Our homes are very close. We live in the same district. It's just a small favor. Ding. The host encounters Yi Mengyao's request, triggering the villain's choice. Choice 1. Agree immediately, become a loyal dog, and take Yi Mingyao home. Reward: 1 point of Yi Mingyao's favorability. Choice 2: knock her out and take her away, triggering a special plot. Reward: a pair of silver bracelets. Choice 3: refuse decisively and leave. Reward: master-level comprehensive fighting skills. Hiss. Wow, you system. Are you trying to stir up trouble? Choice 2 is really tempting. Just hearing it is exciting. But it would only reward me with a pair of silver bracelets. I choose 3. Jiang Che's expression turned cold. No, you can take a taxi home yourself, or take the bus. After saying this, Jiang Che walked away towards a Maybach without looking back. The butler, Li Ming, had been waiting by the car for a long time. Young master, aren't you taking Missy with you? No, let us go. Jiang Che sat in the back seat, smiling as he looked at Yi Mingyao, who was still in a daze. What a refreshing feeling. At this moment, Yi Mingyao finally came to her senses. Her face turned red. Overwhelming embarrassment washed over her. Moreover, so many classmates were watching her. As the eldest daughter of the Yi family, she had always been the center of attention. Being rejected in public made her lose face. TSK, TSK, TSK. Jiang Shao has changed his personality? No longer a loyal dog? Amazing. Yi Mingyao is so beautiful. If she asked me for something, I would give her my life. Hee. You want Hua to ride your bicycle? What are you thinking? Young Master Jiang is truly a role model for us. I think Jiang Shao has moved on and doesn't want to pursue Yi Mingyao anymore. If I had as much money as Jiang Shao, I would have gone out to have fun long ago. Of course, many of Yi Mingyao's loyal followers stepped forward. Yao Yao, let me take you home. My driver is driving a Rolls-Royce today. I'll take you back. Sister Mingyao, Jiang Che doesn't even like you that much. I am more devoted than he is. With Jiang Che no longer being the #1 loyal dog, the remaining loyal followers of Yi Mingyao rushed to take his place. However, Yi Mingyao's expression was not good at this moment. Get lost. The eldest daughter of the Yi family was in a bad mood, angrily scolding all the loyal followers away. She felt very wronged. When had she ever been treated like this? At this moment, Yuaner walked out. Sister Yao Yao, don't be angry. Jiang Che is just a big jerk. Let us ignore him. Yi Mingyao felt much better upon seeing Yuaner. Waner, you're right. Jiang Che is a jerk. Sister Yao Yao, why don't you call Uncle Yi? It's not safe for you to take a taxi home alone. Yi Mingyao held the little girl's hand. With you here, it's fine. Waner, will you come home with me tonight? But Sister Yi, we have an exam tomorrow. What is there to be afraid of? I, a primary school underachiever, still need to ask you, a top student, about the questions. Sister Yao Yao, you're teasing me again. You clearly ranked in the top 10 in the last mock exam. The two of them walked and continued to recount Jiang Che's various misdeeds. Of course, Yuaner did not mention what happened today. Such things could only be kept to themselves. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Receiving the reward master level comprehensive fighting skills. Great. I just enhanced my strength and now I get skills. Fusion skills. With Jiang Che's words, a wealth of knowledge and techniques about various fighting skills suddenly appeared in his mind. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Muay Thai, Wing Chun, Karate, Judo, Sanda, and even traditional Chinese martial arts like Tai Chi and Baji Quan. It was like a sudden enlightenment, forcefully elevating Jiang Che to become a strong person. Awesome. He now felt confident, with an impulse to take on 10 people. Don't mention lacking practical experience or just talking big. Now various fighting techniques had completely merged with Jiang Che, forming a kind of muscle memory. The system produces nothing but quality. With his current strength, even if he couldn't beat the protagonist, he shouldn't be easily beaten up, right? Young master, Wei Ve arrived home. After Jiang Che returned home, he saw a beautiful woman sitting on the sofa, her hair styled to one side, cradling a white plush cat, leaning back on the sofa watching TV, with her slender legs casually resting on a coffee table. Is my son back from school? Jiang Yunli, upon seeing Jiang Che, was very excited. She put down the cat and ran barefoot to Jiang Che, giving him a loving hug, full of maternal love. Jiang Che. Madam, although I am your son, could you please pay attention to your image? Feeling a bit embarrassed. For a moment, he even doubted whether he had entered a different world instead of a modern story. Is this how it is? At this moment, the sizzling sound of cooking came from the kitchen, accompanied by a rough male voice. Xiao Che's back. just in time to try the dishes I recently learned how to make. Soon, Jiang Yuan came out carrying 2 plates of food. Although he had a buzz cut, it couldn't hide his handsome appearance. These 2 were his surrogate parents in this world. According to Jiang Che's understanding of the script, he was an only child. So these 2 doted on him to the extreme, turning him into a brainless villain who opposed the protagonist, and ultimately led to their downfall. Oh, it's been so long since our family has eaten together. Although Jiang Yuan was a billionaire, he showed no airs at this moment. Cool me. Try my spicy chicken pieces. Honey, you try a piece. All right, wow, so delicious, thank you, husband. Jiang Che only felt a wave of deep malice wash over him. This damn dog food. After casually eating a few bites, he prepared to go upstairs. So, your dad has something to ask you. Jiang Che paused, a look of confusion in his eyes. Jiang Yuan scratched his head. Just now, Uncle Yi called. Did you have a conflict with Ming Yao? Chapter 4. The Lost Yi Ming Yao. The Mad Dragon Descends. Lin Yu He. It's not really a conflict. I've just come to terms with it. With the vast waters of the world, why only take a spoonful to drink? Janu ke chakod lightly. Appearing sumevat open-minded. But as a villain, how could he let Yi Ming Yao off the hook? Good. Jiang Yunli slapped his thigh. His eyes filled with approval as he looked at his son. I've long seen through that daughter of the Yi family. She has been dangling my son along? A refined young lady. Huh? I see her as just a slightly more sophisticated green tea bitch. Jiang Yuan also nodded in silence, although he hoped that the little girl from a Yi family would become his daughter-in-law. After all, childhood sweethearts make a beautiful story. But since Jiang Che doesn't like her, then the door of the Jiang family will no longer open for her. Inside the Yi family villa, Yi Ming Yao was not in a good mood and was rather downcast. She couldn't even write her exam paper well, her mind often recalling Jiang Che's distant gaze from earlier in the day. Sister Yao Yao, why are you thinking about that annoying man? Yuvania, dressed in bia pajamas. Her damp long hair hanging down looked very cute and bouncy. Being clever, she immediately saw through Yi Ming Yao's little thoughts. She also understood that this was not love, but a kind of habit. She had gotten used to Jiang Che's presence, used to the special treatment he gave her. Perhaps at first, Yi Ming Yao liked Jiang Che, but this liking would turn into something taken for granted with familiarity. Then, when Jiang Che ignored her, it would create a strong sense of disparity. Jiang Che is such a jerk, Yuaner exclaimed, feeling like crying at the thought of that dog man taking her first kiss during the day. Thankfully, he deleted those videos. Otherwise, if he continued to threaten her to do even more outrageous things, she couldn't even imagine the consequences. Yi Ming Yao frowned. Waner, do you seem to really dislike Jiang Che? She was somewhat puzzled. It seemed that Jiang Che and Yuaner had no grievances, right? Even as her best friend. When Jiang Che brought her milk tea and snacks before, Yuaner would also get a share. Sister Yao Yao, I'm just angry. I'm standing up for you. Even if they're not in a romantic relationship, him sending a classmate home. Isn't that a form of camaraderie? Yuaner quickly thought of an excuse. Actually, I don't dislike him that much. It's just that I have a misandry syndrome, Yi Ming Yao murmured softly. Just then, her phone suddenly rang. Yi Ming Yao opened it with great anticipation. But after seeing the name on the screen, she felt a bit disappointed. She didn't even know why she felt disappointed. Hello, Dad, what's the matter? A deep voice came from the other end. Yao Yao, if you don't like Jiang Che, then just forget it. After all, forcing it won't be sweet. Let me tell you something else. There are many business rivals of ours. To protect your safety, I've decided to spend a lot of money to hire a bodyguard for you, to ensure your safety. Yi Ming Yao's beautiful eyes slightly frowned. Bodyguard? Is it a man or a woman? Yi father was silent for a moment. A man? Yi Ming Yao immediately responded, I don't want one. She already had a misandry syndrome. Having a man protect her, and a bodyguard at that, she feared it would make her sick. Be good. Your safety is very important right now. This bodyguard is a skilled person whom I've spent a lot to hire. Yi father spoke earnestly. Is the emphasis on the bodyguard? It's a bodyguard up close. Yi Ming Yao's voice became a bit sharp. But if that's the case, it wouldn't be able to protect you, right? Yi Changfeng said helplessly. If he can't protect me, then can he still be called a skilled person? My dear daughter, how can you be protected without being close? Why does it have to be close for protection? Yi Ming Yao coldly snorted. If it had been before today, she might have agreed to this so-called close male bodyguard. because she needed a shield to block Jiang Che's crazy pursuit. But now, it seemed unnecessary. Jiang Che seemed to have already given up on her. Thinking of this, she felt a strange sense of grievance. "Hello, daughter." Beep, beep, beep. The call was hung up. Mr. Yi Chong phone. It seems your daughter doesn't he really like me? Beside Yi father stood a somewhat arrogant young man. It was the son of destiny, the mad dragon descends, Lin Yu. He was indeed quite arrogant. Although his features were very ordinary, there was a kind of charming aura between his brows. Yi Chong phone was also helpless. My daughter's personality is just like this. She lacks discipline on a daily basis. It's fine. I'm always tolerant and generous towards girls, Lin Yu said, hands his pockets, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, starting to show off to the void. Since Yao Yao doesn't He want you to be her close bodyguard, then it seems I have to apologize. Yi Chong phone's words instantly broke Lin Yu's defense. Wait, Mr. Yi, I believe I can still fulfill the role of a bodyguard. He had seen Yi Mengyao's photo, and to be honest, he had never seen such a beautiful girl. At the first glance of Yi Mengyao, he had already regarded this girl as the woman he had chosen for himself. Even if he had to pay, he was willing to protect her. My daughter has a misandry syndrome. Close protection should be impossible. Then I can only arrange you to enter Yao Yao's school. You will be classmates. Just protect her safety during school and after school. In the evening, I will arrange another place for you to live. Yi Chong phone's words instantly made Lin Yu's mood drop to the bottom. He had originally thought he could protect her closely, living and eating together, sparking some kind of chemistry. Now it seemed there was a long way to go. That's right, he still wouldn't give up. All right, if it's south not close, then it's south not close. From now on, Yao Yao's safety will be my responsibility. Lin Yu patted his chest, looking confident. Chapter 5. The arrogant Lin Yu triggers a choice again early the next morning. Jiang Che got up early. Jiang Yuan had already gone to the company, and there was a beautifully arranged breakfast on the coffee table. There was also a card on the breakfast. Good morning, dear wife. I made you a love breakfast. Jiang Che. Goodness. Is it true that parents are true love and children are just accidents? After you both are gone, one will be buried in the South Pole and the other in the North Pole. Jiang Che sighed, thinking about his cheap mother who was still snoozing. He shook his head and went downstairs. Although the Jiang family was a wealthy household, they did not hire many servants. There was only Aunt Chen responsible for cooking, and the cleaning was done by fixed personnel. Young master, I prepared breakfast for you. Aunt Chen came out, probably around 40 years old. She was about the same age as his mother, but did not take care of herself as well, looking more like an aunt. Jiang Guke nodded. He casually ate some breakfast and then left. Jiang Che was in the same class as Yi Mengyao, and Yi Mengyao sat next to Yuaner. When Jiang Che appeared at the classroom door, many people were surprised. Jiang Che actually came so early? Usually, Jiang Che skipped the first 2 classes. Sometimes he didn't even show up for the entire morning or even a whole day. The school also turned a blind eye to him. After all, Jiang Che's family was one of the school as shareholders. Yi Mengyao and Yuana looked at Jiang Che as well. Yuana had a fierce look in her eyes, while Yi Mengyao seemed a bit confused. She felt that Jiang Che seemed to have changed somehow, but she couldn't put her finger on it. She could only bury her head in her book. Soon the first class began, and the homeroom teacher walked in. Hello, classmates. Today we have a new student in our class, Lin Yu. As he spoke, a figure appeared at the classroom door. A young man with a buzz cut walked in, wearing a pair of torn jeans and a shirt that had faded. However, he had a somewhat unruly expression. I am Lin Yu. Lin Yu stood on the podium and scanned the classroom, his gaze quickly falling on Yi Mengyao. His eyes lit up, and he swallowed. This girl was even more beautiful than in the photos, full of youthful vigor. This was the target he needed to protect. But Yi Chong Kong had instructed him to conceal his identity and protect Yi Mengyao in secret. At this moment, his attention was also drawn to the little lowly beside Yi Mengyao, and he stared wide-eyed. What a cute little lowly. If only he could hug both sides. Then his life would be perfect. He then glanced around at the other girls in the classroom. Students who could attend a prestigious school like Heroine typically came from wealthy families, and the girls were dressed flamboyantly. Lin Yu, who had just come down from the mountains and had been living with his 5-finger girl, was quite excited. After Lin Yu introduced himself, he stepped down from the podium. The awkward part was that there were no empty seats in the classroom. After looking around for a long time, Lin Yu finally set his sights on Jiang Che. Jiang Che had a desk to himself, and his seat was very close to Yi Mingyao, just separated by an aisle. At this moment, Jiang Che also noticed Lin Yu's gaze and couldn't help but feel disdainful. He probably had his sights set on me, the protagonist, right? Sure enough. The next second, Lin Yu walked towards him. Hey, get up and give me your seat. Lin Yu looked down at Jiang Che from a height, his tone filled with arrogance. As soon as he said this, the entire classroom fell silent. One could hear a pin drop. Some students began to whisper to each other. Wow, this new guy is so bold. How dare he tell Jiang Che to get lost? Doesn't he know Jiang Che is the son of the richest man? This guy must be an idiot, right? Coming in and telling someone to leave? Such arrogance. He must be either stupid or crazy. This is going to be good. I bet this guy is going to get wrecked by Jiang Shao. Lin Yu didn't care about others' opinions. To him, the biggest deal was showing off. Besides women, showing off was the top priority. Jiang Che was speechless. Are you the villain, or am I? Shouldn't such arrogant words come from me? Ding. The host encounters Lin Yu's provocation, triggering the villain choice. Choice 1. Shout, I'll be back. And then leave the seat dejectedly. Reward. Green slave hat. Choice 2. Bang the table, explode in anger, attack Lin Yu. Then get beaten up, Yi Mingyao's favorability 5. Choice 3. Coldly ridicule, use sarcasm to infuriate Lin Yu. Reward skill. All subjects knowledge points. Choose 3 without thinking. There's no way I'm going to be a green slave. It's always others who turn green from me. However, from the second choice, I can guess that I probably am not Lin Yu's match right now. In the original plot, Lin Yu's strength after coming down from the mountain was at the initial stage of dark energy, easily taking on 10 opponents. That's right. This world belongs to a low martial arts level, with some formidable martial artists, but there are no cultivators. Bright energy, dark energy, transforming energy. I am barely at the level of a bright energy martial artist now. But Jiang Che was not worried. After all, with the system and being familiar with the script. If I can't take down a Lin Yu, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? I choose 3 to infuriate Lin Yu. Sometimes, the power of words can hurt more than fists. Are you stupid? Jiang Che opened his mouth, unleashing a barrage of insults. You. Lin Yu's eyes were filled with rage, rolling up his sleeves, ready to fight. What? You want to hit me? I'm the one you're going to hit. Just as Lin Yu was about to make a move, the homeroom teacher couldn't sit still anymore. This was no joke. If Jiang Che got hurt in class, it would be the end of his career as a teacher. Lin Yu, what are you doing? You're just a transfer student from a poor background, and you're not trying to improve yourself. And now you want to hit someone? The teacher's words made the entire class murmur in surprise. Oh, so he's just a poor student? He dares to lay hands on Jiang Shao? I thought he was some big shot. Turns out he's just a poor student. That kind of poor loser vibe. It's just so obvious. Lin Yu was about to strike, but his fist froze. The teacher still had some deterrent power. He still wanted to pursue the beautiful campus flower, and if he got expelled for fighting, that would be bad. Haha, he really is a poor loser. Look at how you're dressed. Did you just come out of a garbage pile? Get away from me. You stink. Jiang Che's words caused the classroom to erupt in laughter as he provocatively teased Lin Yu. Lin Yu, with a fiery temper, couldn't hold back. His eyes reddened, ready to take action against Jiang Che. Sherlon School's rules state that fighting results in expulsion. Someone like you probably had to pay a hefty price to get in, right? Come on, if you hit me, I'll just lie here and call the police. I won't even need your pants to wear today, even if you're not wearing any. Jiang Che's sarcastic remarks not only made Lin Yu's forehead bulge with veins, but also shocked the other students and teachers. Even Yi Mingyao widened her eyes slightly at this moment. It was the first time she had seen such a Jiang Che. Lin Yu was so angry that his hands were shaking. He wished he could punch Jiang Che in the face, but Lychee told him he couldn't make a move. If he did, he might really get expelled. How would he chase girls then? There were so many youthful and beautiful girls in the school. He had to endure. He must endure. However, he didn't expect. Jiang Che became even more confrontational. Chapter 6, Simple Trash Talk, Ultimate Enjoyment. Jiang Che had almost figured out Lin Yu's current thoughts. As long as he didn't take the initiative to attack Lin Yu, he would definitely have some scruples. He wouldn't dare to hit him. After all, he still wanted to flirt with girls on campus. If he hit him, no one could save him. So Jiang Che directly launched a crazy verbal assault. Bro, I understand you. Being ugly isn't your fault, it's God's way of venting. Lies aren't sharp blades. The truth is the real knife. Jiang Che's words stabbed into Lin Yu's heart like a sharp dagger. As for looks, Jiang Che had been voted the campus heartthrob, and his good looks went without saying. With a face like jade and eyes like bright stars, he was the object of many girls' secret crushes at Heroine school. Compared to Jiang Che, Lin Yu was the kind of person you wouldn't recognize even if you threw him into a crowd. Lin Yu was so angry that his shoulders trembled, and he slammed his palm on the table, nearly breaking it apart. Go on, hit me. Jiang Che was sure that this guy wouldn't dare to hit him first, and he danced wildly on the edge of Lin Yu's breakdown. Lin Yu raised his hand, wanting to hit someone. Hit me? You can't do it. Why don't you curse at me a bit? You can't even open your mouth. Jiang Che had Lin Yu's scalp tingling, his tightly clenched fists suspended in midair. The muscles on his face twitched frantically. Looking at Jiang Che's smug expression, he wanted to punch him so badly. But Jiang Che's earlier words made him vaguely realize that this guy was deliberately trying to provoke him. If he hit him, he'd be expelled. Heh, you think I'm going to give you what you want? I won't hit you. Lin Yu, thinking he had figured everything out, slowly lowered his fists, trying to suppress the rage inside him. He pointed at the beautiful Yi Mengyao beside him and said, I don't want the pretty girl to see violence, so I'll let you go today. Yi Mengyao, who was pointed at, furrowed her beautiful brows, feeling quite annoyed by Lin Yu. Jiang Che was completely speechless. Who understands his family? Today he encountered a shrimp head. Lin Yu was clearly the one who started the trouble, yet he could still act all high and mighty? No. Bro, do you have brain shrinkage? I'm sitting here just fine, and you came to pick a fight first, right? Don't you just want to get closer to Yi Mengyao and the others? We're all men. Can't I see what you're thinking? You should take a look in the mirror. You look like a joke. What kind of toad are you? Simple trash talk, ultimate enjoyment. From Lin Yu's murderous expression, it seemed he had successfully angered him. Lin Yu clenched his fists. Suddenly, a laugh escaped from Yi Mengyao's mouth. Not just her, many students in the classroom were stifling their laughter, looking at him like he was a clown. Yi Mengyao's beautiful eyes turned to Jiang Che. How had she not noticed this interesting side of Jiang Che before? And Jiang Che's tone just now could be jealousy? It must be. Seeing this Lin Yu wanted to sit next to her, he was jealous. Oomph. Yi Mengyao gently bit her thin lips. She didn't know what she was thinking, but it was clear. Her mood had improved significantly. Little lowly Yuaner was gritting her teeth, secretly cursing why she didn't just beat this bastard to death. This Lin Yu was indeed just a trash talker. When Lin Yu saw Yi Mengyao covering her mouth and laughing, he was momentarily dazed. So beautiful. This pig-like appearance directly earned him the dislike of many in the class. Lin Yu, there's a small desk next to the trash can. Go sit there. The homeroom teacher, Zhu Yong, was already a snob, favoring the son of the richest man over a newly enrolled, arrogant, poor student. Even a fool could tell who he was biased towards. Lin Yu glanced at the desk next to the trash can, which had a broken leg. How could he sit in that place? No way. Heh. And you call yourself a homeroom teacher? You have no eyes. Zhu Yong glared. What did you say? Insulting a teacher. Do you believe I can expel you? Lin Yu clenched his fists tightly, but then had a flash of inspiration. You're just a teacher, not the dean or principal. What right do you have to expel me? As soon as he said this, it caused an uproar of laughter. Even Jiang Che couldn't hold back. Zhu Yong felt his authority was being challenged. I am the dean. Lin Yu, go back and write a 10,000-word reflection. Hand it in to me tomorrow. Otherwise, just wait to be expelled. Lin Yu's teeth itched with anger, but he could only give up and walk to the desk by the trash can. Sitting down, his gaze was always on Yi Mengyao, constantly daydreaming about having some flirtatious moments with a beautiful girl. As for the content of the teacher's lesson, being a master descending from the mountain, his academic performance was naturally excellent, and he could score well without even attending class. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the choice and receiving the reward knowledge points for all subjects. Ding! Triggered critical reward. The host receives an additional reward of 5 attribute points. He actually triggered a critical reward. 5 attributes? Awesome. System, allocate the points. Ding! Enhancement successful. In an instant, a powerful force surged into Jiang Che's body. Not just strength, but also intelligence, speed, and even charm had been significantly enhanced. After yesterday's incident, Yi Mingyao seemed to have some changes in her perception of Jiang Che. She occasionally stole glances at Jiang Che, then widened her eyes. It seemed a bit unbelievable. Her beautiful big eyes blinked a few times. Did Jiang Che seem to have become much more handsome? The girl elbowed the side Yuaner. Look quickly. Has Jiang Che become a bit more handsome? Yuaner now felt furious at the sound of Jiang Che's name, but she still looked over. Although she disliked Jiang Che, she had to admit, he was indeed very handsome, but so what? He was just a small person with a golden exterior, but rotten inside. Sister Yao Yao, weren't you the one who hated Jiang Che the most? Yu Waner's words directly stumped Yi Mingyao. She had indeed disliked Jiang Che before, hated his personality, hated his contact, and his spoiled rich kid demeanor made her feel disgusted. Being pursued by such a man even gave her a sense of terror. But for some reason, Jiang Che now seemed like a different person. The Lin Yu who just provoked him. If it were Jiang Che's usual character, he would have probably rolled up his sleeves to fight. Yi Mingyao rested her chin on her hand and said softly, "Don't you feel Jiang Che has become a bit more interesting?" No. Yu Waner felt a surge of irritation. She was now even thinking of killing Jiang Che. Who would think he was interesting? Chapter 7. Lin Yu hits someone, calls the police directly. The system integrated all subject knowledge points, and suddenly, a vast amount of knowledge poured into Jiang Che's mind as if he had received a great revelation, including subjects like language, mathematics, and foreign languages. He even had a basic understanding of computer programming. This was terrifying. He had mastered all the knowledge points that could possibly be involved in his current studies. To put mildly, scoring 740 out of 750 on an exam was not a big deal for Jiang Che. The system was impressive. Usually, Jiang Che's academic performance was at the bottom of the class, ranking last overall, and his total score was even lower than his grandfather's blood pressure. Now he was taking off. In fact, as the son of a wealthy family, it didn't matter much whether he studied well or poorly. Some people are born far from Rome, some on the outskirts, and some right in the center. There are even those who named the place Rome to commemorate their birth. Jiang Che didn't need to study hard, but getting something for nothing was always delightful. He knew that Lin Yu, despite being a country bumpkin who had just come down from the mountains, had excellent academic performance, which was one of his ways to show off. Don't ask why a country bumpkin who had just come down from the mountains and had never even touched formal education or books could perform so well. Because the son of fate is unreasonable like that. After that, Jiang Che simply selected a few difficult questions, glanced at them, and immediately found the answers. Boring. He lay down and went to sleep. At that moment, Lin Yu looked at Jiang Che with a disdainful expression. He had already realized that Jiang Che was just an uneducated, rich second generation, with no advantages other than being a bit richer and a bit better looking than himself. Ah, you dare make me look bad? You've already paved your own path to death. In Lin Yu's mind, Jiang Che had become a dead man. As a martial artist with hidden strength, he had plenty of ways to deal with a trashy, rich second generation. When class ended, Lin Yu initially wanted to find trouble with Jiang Che, but just as he stood up, his face darkened. Wow, Jiang Che, how come you look even more handsome again? Really? A large group of little fans surrounded Jiang Che, all of whom were not bad-looking. Lin Yu's eyes almost burst into flames, with jealousy spreading wildly in his heart. Why? He's just a playboy. What else does he have besides good looks? Lin Yu was a person with strong capabilities. When Yi Mingyao saw this scene, for some reason, she felt a bit uncomfortable, as if a toy that should belong to her had been taken away. Sister Yao Yao, I told you this man is a big-hearted playboy, right? Yu Waner fanned the flames from the side, and being smart, she could tell Yi Mengyao's little thoughts at this moment. Waner, you're right. He's just a big-hearted playboy. Yi Mengyao turned her head away. Just then, a figure walked up to her desk. Miss Yi Mengyao, let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Yu. Lin Yu tousled his hair, revealing a self-assured expression he thought looked handsome. Yi Mengyao glanced at him and didn't want to get to know him. Lin Yu. A bit awkward. How is this different from what he imagined? Could it be the posture? Thinking of this, he changed to another pose that he thought looked even cooler. Yi Mengyao, can you go somewhere else? You're making me uncomfortable. Yi Mengyao's beautiful eyes narrowed. Her mood was already quite irritable. She had misandry. Raising her voice a few pitches, Many people in the classroom looked over. Even Jiang Che was slightly curious. Oh, is this the first meeting between the son of fate and his little heroine? Why are they arguing? Did you hear that? I told you to get lost. The young lady never gives anyone face. Lin Yu's face also showed a hint of anger. Besides his master, no one had dared to insult him like this. But soon, his anger dissipated. After all, this was a beauty. When a beauty gets angry, it can't be called rage. It can only be called a spoiled temper. Then he revealed a confident expression, believing that even if you don't want to know me now, soon my name will spread throughout the entire Sherlan school. A typical average guy. Yi Mingyao's impression of Lin Yu dropped to the lowest point. Arrogant, self-centered, and ordinary confidence. Get lost. Idiot. To everyone's surprise, Yi Mingyao, this aloof flower, actually cursed. Jiang Che was a bit dumbfounded. System, what's going on? Yi Mingyao shouldn't directly submit after encountering the son of fate, right? Shouldn't she instantly bow down to Lin Yu's kingly aura? Dear host, because of your existence as a villain, the originally exclusive dumbing aura of the son of fate has become ineffective. So the heroines will not be dumbed down. Jiang Che. Good guy. I thought so. It turns out Lin Yu's dumbing aura is gone. After Lin Yu embarrassed himself in front of Yi Mingyao, he felt a bit dispirited. All the hatred in his heart was directed at Jiang Che. He, Jiang Che, right? A cold glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. The morning passed in the blink of an eye. When school ended at noon, Yi Mingyao took the initiative to walk up to Jiang Che. She rarely took the initiative to talk to Jiang Che, or rather, she rarely talked to boys. For a moment, she didn't know what topic to bring up. Do you have confidence for the mock exam this afternoon? Yi Mingyao immediately regretted as soon as she spoke. What the hell is this line? She's among the top 10 in school. While Jiang Che's scores are recognized as the lowest, with his total score not even higher than her English score. Isn't this a blatant mockery? Yes, of course. Jiang Che replied calmly. You must be confident in scoring last in the entire school, right? Yuaner started to mock from his side. Jiang Che glanced at the bouncing Yuaner, licked his back teeth, and a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Yu also stood up. How could he miss such a great opportunity to show off? I heard Jiang Xiao. Your scores are particularly outstanding. Lin Yu clapped his hands. His eyes filled with sarcasm. At this moment, there were still many people in the classroom, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Jiang Che shrugged. Scores didn't matter to him. If he didn't do well, then he could only go home and inherit 100 billion in family assets. Versailles. A definite Versailles. Although most students at Sherlan School came from relatively wealthy families, most of them were middle-class families. Jiang Che, as the richest man in Hangzhou, the second-generation wealthy with assets in the hundreds of billions, was the only one. Besides being rich, what else do you have? Lin Yu sneered. I'm also quite handsome. If I run out of money, I can always go out and be a gigolo. Plenty of rich women are waiting to support me. Jiang Che had a thick skin after crossing over. Unlike you, ugly loser, no money, no looks, even if you go out to sell yourself, no one would want you. For protagonists like Lin Yu, personal attacks were just fine. Lin Yu took 3 steps and closed the distance to Jiang Che, grabbing Jiang Che by the collar. Jiang Che's little brothers rushed up at this moment. Let go of Jiang Xiao. Do you dare to touch Jiang Xiao? Do you believe that I can make you a poor student who can't survive in school? It is obvious that these few little brothers are clearly here to provide experience for Lin Yu. Lin Yu kicked them away with a few kicks. Jiang Che had a smile at the corner of his mouth as he took out his phone from his pocket. Hello, officer. You should have heard roughly what happened on the phone just now, right? There has been a campus violence incident at Sherlan School. A guy is trying to hit us, and now my 3 classmates are missing. Chapter 8. Lin Yu was taken to the police station, and Yi Mingyao got jealous. Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the scene before him. Damn it, why is this guy not following the usual playbook? When did he call the police? He felt a bit scared, still thinking about snatching the phone back. Officer, come quickly, he's going to hit me. Calm him down first, we will be there immediately. Beep, beep, beep. After the call ended, Jiang Che looked calmly at Lin Yu, who was still gripping his collar. Let go. Lin Yu felt a bit frightened, but still let go. He never expected Jiang Che would actually call the police. Not only him, but even the others in the classroom couldn't imagine that someone would directly call the police. Damn, Jiang Che is impressive. The little brother who was kicked away by Lin Yu had a fawning expression on his face. But Jiang Che just shot him a glance, and he immediately lay down obediently. Jiang Che adjusted his collar that Lin Yu had messed up, looked around the classroom, and noticed the surveillance had already recorded everything. Plus, there were so many witnesses present. Lin Yu started to panic. Jiang Yu. Jiang Che raised a finger to his lips, making a shushing gesture. Shoo, whatever you have to say, go tell the police in the station. Suspected of intentional injury and fighting. You won't be out in less than half a month, and you will also have a criminal record. Although Lin Yu was not afraid of the police, he was terrified of being expelled from school. Being expelled would mean it would be difficult to continue being Yi Mingyao's bodyguard. And how could he pursue her then? Before long, the police arrived at the campus. The appearance of the police startled many high-ranking officials at Heroine School. What is going on? Why are the police here? What happened? Soon, the entrance of Jiang Che's classroom was surrounded. The homeroom teacher, Zhu Yong, was furious after learning the whole story. He was already dissatisfied with Lin Yu, the poor transfer student, and now his feelings had escalated beyond mere dislike. The fact that a fight had brought the police to their doorstep, this could very well cost him his position as the head of the department this year. He pointed at Lin Yu and scolded him. You pest. I shouldn't have let you into our class. Officer, Lin Yu just arrived in our class this morning, and he immediately had conflicts with the classmates. Faced with the police, Lin Yu still felt a bit flustered. Officer, it was Jiang Che who insulted me first. His mouth is too foul. But you can't hit people, can you? Look at what you did to him. Zhu Yong rushed over to the two injured students. Wang Zheng and Lu Tai, Jiang Che's most loyal little brothers, were still lying on the ground, unable to get up. Cough, cough. Teacher Zhu, I think my rib is broken. Can you walk? Walking would have to be according to the schedule. Wang Zheng coughed twice and then started kicking his legs, drawing circles on the ground. Lin Yu was furious. I only kicked you twice. I didn't even use force. If I had used force, you would have been dead by now. Wang Zheng and Lu Tai fearfully clung to the police's pant legs. Sir, he still wants to kill us. You have to help us. The police had started to gather some information. They weren't stupid. It seemed like a fight was being blown out of proportion. You all need to come with us. Two police officers stepped forward and took Lin Yu and the others away. The leading officer, Captain Li, approached Jiang Che. You must be Jiang Che, right? Jiang Che glanced at him. Director Wang often mentions you. Meeting you today, you truly are a young talent. Director Wang? Jiang Che quickly recalled the name in his mind. Wang Liyun, his cheap father's sworn brother. The head of the Hangcheng Public Security Bureau, very powerful. In the original plot, he also had quite a bit of screen time, mainly because he had a daughter who worked at a police station in Hangchenu District. Those in the know understood. She was a pretty police flower. Lin Yu had relied on Director Wang's daughter to connect with this line and caused a rift between the two families. But now, Lin Yu's luck had run out. How could he hope to connect with Wang Liyun again, unless the sun rose from the west? Captain Li, right? Please send my regards to Uncle Wang. Li Ming's eyes lit up. No problem. Well, young Master Jiang, you don't need to go to the police station. As for Lin Yu's situation, since it involves fighting and the circumstances are serious, it could be classified as school bullying. He might spend half a month in detention. Jiang Che nodded lightly. You handle it as you see fit. In just a few words, Lin Yu, this lucky child, was about to be taken to a detention center. After Lin Yu was taken away, the other students in the classroom gradually left. Yi Mingyao, carrying a small backpack, approached Jiang Che. Are you okay? The proud young lady seemed a bit restrained in front of Jiang Che. Jiang Che just glanced at her and then shifted his gaze away. The girl's thoughts were too easy to guess. All her little emotions were written on her face. After Lin Yu's luck halo faded, Yi Mingyao noticeably returned to normal, coupled with Jiang Che's previous indifference towards her. This made Yi Mingyao, the school flower, feel a hint of crisis. Women are like that. The more you flatter them, the more they distance themselves from you. The less you pay attention to them, the more they will come and talk to you. Many green tea bitches evolved from this. A game of tug-of-war that could leave many inexperienced guys with nothing left to their name. Jiang Che, you. Seeing Jiang Che ignore her, Yi Mingyao felt a pang of panic. Jiang Che did not look at her. Instead, he focused on Yuan her. Yi Mingyao's feelings for him were not love or even like. It was just an inexplicable possessiveness. Being out of her control made her jealous and gave her a sense of boundary that was both close and distant. Jiang Che walked up to Yu Wanner and leaned down. Sister Wanner, we have an exam this afternoon. How is your preparation going? At the mention of the exam, Yu Wanner's expression tightened. After all, she really did steal the answers, and although only Jiang Che had discovered it, she was still very nervous. I'm prepared okay. It should not be worse. Yu Wanner didn't want to talk to this terrible guy at all, but she was also afraid that he would say something inappropriate. So she shot Jiang Che a glare with her beautiful eyes. I think I'm going to fail this exam. You know my grades. How about you tutor me? Be my tutor or something. Jiang Che's tone was flirtatious. Ignored on the side, Yi Mingyao felt inexplicably jealous. Jiang Che was ignoring her, but instead was flirting with her best friend. This made her very irritated. Wanna, let's go. Yi Mingyao directly pulled Yu Wanner to leave, while Jiang Che said nothing. He just took out his phone and waved it in front of Yu Wanner. Others might not understand Jiang Che's meaning, but how could Yu Wanner not understand? Her biggest fear had come true. This man, he was still planning to continue threatening her. Chapter 9. The collapse of Lin Yu and Yu Wanner's scheming. After Lin Yu was brought into the police station, he faced interrogation. A male and a female police officer were questioning him. What's your name? Wang Yinran crossed her arms and scrutinized Lin Yu. Dressed in a police uniform with shoulder-length hair, her figure was striking, exuding a competent vibe. The protagonist treatment, a charming police flower. Lin Yu's eyes were almost popping out. It was great to be in the city, where beautiful girls were everywhere. I'm asking you a question. Lin Yu's goofy expression immediately diminished Wang Yinran's first impression of him. Hee, quite a fiery personality, I like it. Lin Yu smirked, flashing a mischievous smile. Lin Yu age? 19, gender? Can't you see for yourself? Or do you want to touch? See if I'm a man or a woman? Lin Yu began to tease the police flower. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the male officer beside him had a slight tremor in his gaze. Daring to flirt with the female tyrant of the police station? Isn't that asking for death? Surprisingly, Wang Yinran didn't get angry. She merely glanced at Lin Yu indifferently. Without the dimming aura surrounding Lin Yu, she seemed quite different. Obstructing police enforcement, an additional detention of more than 5 days and less than 10 days, she said as she got up to leave, leaving Lin Yu in a daze. This isn't what I expected. Shouldn't this police flower be furious and argue with me? Then I'd leave a deep impression on her. But why is it different now? The remaining male officer had a serious expression. According to our investigation of the surveillance, it was you who actively attacked and injured others. Wang Zheng and Lu Tai insist on holding you accountable. You will face at least half a month of detention and tens of thousands in mental compensation. Lin Yu felt his scalp tingle. The anger within him had no place to release because he indeed had beaten someone. With witnesses and evidence all gathered, he didn't want to be detained. He was a dignified, dark-energy martial artist, easily capable of taking on 10 opponents. Yet here he was, detained, right after coming down the mountain. Wouldn't that be a laughingstock? If his old man heard about this, he would probably die laughing. But now he was unfamiliar with the place and had no connections. Wait, Yi Changkong. Lin Yu suddenly thought of his employer, Yi Changkong, who would definitely be able to get him out. I need to call someone to bail me out. How did Lin Yu get into a fight on the first day of school? Yi Changkong was puzzled when he received the call from the police station. Although he had asked Lin Yu to protect his daughter in secret, he hadn't instructed him to just go around hitting people. This Lin Yu was a skilled person he had found through connections. He had heard he was a direct disciple of a master, smart and capable. Yet here, he was in this situation, but there was no choice. After all, he was the one who had paid to hire him. He could only find a way to use his connections to bail him out. Lin Yu, don't be so reckless in the future. I asked you to protect Yao Yao in a low-key manner. If something happens, what will we do? Yi Changkong's tone was somewhat displeased. Lin Yu on the phone felt a bit upset. This old man is actually lecturing me? What do you think you are? If it weren't for the sake of those beautiful girls like Yi Mingyao, would a dignified, dark energy master come to campus to be a bodyguard? But now he needed a favor, so he could only swallow his pride. Uncle Yi, actually I saw a male student trying to take advantage of Miss today, so I acted. Yi Changkong frowned. When he bailed Lin Yu out earlier, he had already investigated the cause and effect. It was Lin Yu who acted first. His clumsy lie was useless in front of Yi Chong Kong. Are you talking about Jiang Che? I watch him grow up. I know what kind of person he is. Besides, our two families are preparing for a marriage alliance. I advise you not to have any inappropriate thoughts. You are just a bodyguard. How could Yi Chong Kong not see through Lin Yu's little thoughts? His Yi family and the Jiang family were both top-tier wealthy families, with assets starting from billions. They valued matching families. Although Lin Yu had a master backing him, it didn't prevent Yi Chong Kong from looking down on him. Yi Chong Kong's words completely broke Lin Yu's restraint. A marriage alliance? Yi Mengyao, such a beautiful girl, is actually going to have a marriage alliance with a rich playboy? What a joke. A good cabbage cannot be eaten by a pig. And besides, am I being looked down upon? Uncle Yi, although I am just a small bodyguard now, the golden dragon is not a mere fish in a pond. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not bully the young and poor. Lin Yu angrily hung up the phone. Blind to your own ignorance. In the afternoon mock exam, Jiang Che performed steadily. Although he had just acquired the skill of all subject knowledge encyclopedia, this kind of exam was like taking it with his eyes closed. However, Jiang Che didn't directly score an impressive result. He casually scored over 400 points, leaving many big questions unanswered. Having become a villain in a super-rich second generation, what use were scores? What Jiang Che didn't expect was that Yuaner would take the initiative to approach him. The little lowly found a secluded spot. What did you mean this morning? The girl's tone was resolute, but revealed a hint of barely noticeable timidity. What? Jiang Che pretended to be confused. Yuaner pouted. Don't play dumb with me. Let me check your phone. I suspect you didn't delete all the videos from last time. Jiang Che smiled. Hey, you're not my girlfriend. Why should I let you check my phone? You don't think just because you kissed me, you can do whatever you want, right? But you don't need to check. I really didn't delete the videos. Januke a wicked smile. If you think you can threaten me into doing something more outrageous with this, you're overthinking it. Facing Jiang Che's threat, Yuana seemed well prepared and appeared calm. Now that the joint exam is over, if you want to expose me, go ahead. Trying to use this to force me into doing something more outrageous. That's impossible. Although Yuana was small, her mind was very agile. She must have deliberately controlled her score low in this exam. Even if she was exposed for cheating, probably not many would pursue the matter. At most, it would just be a verbal condemnation. She was very clever, with 79 pounds of her 80-pound weight being wits. This was in stark contrast to her silly and sweet friend Yi Mengyao. Meanwhile, Jiang Che just stared at Yuaner, gently licking his lip. Interesting. Very interesting. Jiang Che let out a sinister laugh. Chapter 10 Green to Yuaner. Smart. Jiang Che nodded. Yuaner had a strong ability to adapt and did not simply yield just because she was caught. Yuaner was a bit flustered. There was no one around. If this guy used force against her, she would truly be at a loss. Do you believe I will call the police? No. I'm a model student. I wouldn't engage in illegal activities. Yuaner was speechless. You wouldn't engage in illegal activities? You might as well write the word hooligan on your face. How about this? Let us compromise. I want to reveal your secret, but I have a condition. Yuaner became incoherent. How about I help you pursue Sister Yao Yao? I know you like her. I can help you. Actually, she knows many shameful little secrets about Yi Mengyao. But she dared not say this, fearing Jiang Che would secretly record her again. Last time, she was threatened by Jiang Che and was scared. Now she spoke to him with caution. She didn't want her relationship with Yi Mengyao to suffer a crack because of this private matter. You really are a good little sister who digs a pit for your older sister. Jiang Che looked down at her from above. The distance between them was less than a punch. He could even smell the faint body fragrance on Yuaner, a mix of gardenia and a hint of milk scent. This seemingly harmless little girl was actually extremely scheming and deep-minded. He knew the plot in advance. Yuaner's family conditions were not particularly good. The reason she became best friends with Yi Mengyao was because she was attracted to her wealth. She spent every day eating, drinking, and sleeping with Yi Mengyao, who was the daughter of a wealthy family worth hundreds of billions. Spending money like water, she didn't know what restraint was. Even if a little bloodsucker was clinging to her, it wouldn't bother her at all. Jiang Che, I didn't dig a pit for Sister Yao Yao. Don't talk nonsense. Do you believe your own words, Yuana? Jiang Che laughed loudly. Do you really think I can't see through it? You, a poor girl, hang out with a rich young lady all day, eating her food, using her things, and even living in her house. You are more of a vampire than a vampire. A flicker of shock and panic flashed in Yuaner's apricot eyes. How did Jiang Che know? You are the vampire. Sister Yao Yao and I are the best of friends. You can't sow discord between us. Yuaner became anxious like a fox whose tail had been stepped on. If I'm not mistaken, that outfit you're wearing is probably worth 4 figures at least, right? And your shoes, daily necessities. Yi Mingyao spends tens of thousands on you every year, right? What else could you be but a vampire? If Yi Mingyao were a man. TSK, TSK, TSK. Jiang Che's blunt words pierced the girl's fragile heart like a sharp sword. Yuaner's little pearls fell one after another, her eyes turning red, looking pitiful. Jiang Che was right. Her relationship with Yi Mingyao was indeed not ordinary. Yi Mingyao often called her to the Yi family at night, treating her like a human-shaped pillow. She wasn't a lesbian. The excessive intimacy between girls made her feel suffocated. Jiang Che pinched Yuaner's little face. People always had a strange desire to destroy cute things, especially when it was a tearful little girl. Actually, if I wanted to, I could easily sow discord between you and Yi Mingyao. Let her see that behind this innocent little friend of hers is a materialistic heart, a tick sucking her blood. Yuaner was so angered by Jiang Che's words that she cried, her eyes red like a bullied little rabbit. Jiang Che's words belittled her to nothing, but she couldn't refute, because she indeed relied on others. Of course I would do that. As long as you listen to me, I won't make things too difficult for you. After going around in circles, Jiang Che returned to the main topic. Yuaner was sobbing, looking so pitiful. If other lowly fans saw this, they would probably surrender immediately and turn into loyal followers. But Jiang Che was not an ordinary person. He just chuckled lightly. You should have an impression of Lin Yu, who just joined the class today, right? Yuaner nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. You want me to target him? The clever girl immediately guessed Jiang Che's intention. Smart. Jiang Che snapped his fingers, then patted Yuaner's head. Her hair was fluffy, feeling much like petting a cat. When Lin Yu comes back, you'll be responsible for making things difficult for him, understand? Just make him uncomfortable. Yuaner pouted. She didn't have a good impression of Lin Yu either. Ugly and arrogant. A pure idiot. Jiang Che, Lin Yu is just a poor student. He's in trouble now. Can't you just find an excuse to have him expelled? Jiang Che shook his head, saying that he could still handle him at school. But once he left school, who knew if Lin Yu would secretly develop in a perverted way? At first, he would walk the plot a bit, stop him from showing off, take away his opportunities, and slowly bring him down. Chapter 11. The Diminishing Intelligence Halo on the way home from school. Brother Jiang, young Master Jiang, Wang Zheng, and Lu Tai ran up to Jiang Che with fawning expressions. Jiang Che paused and glanced at the two. The tall and skinny one was Lu Tai, while the short and chubby one was Wang Zheng. Naturally, the sycophants of the richest man's son were also second-generation rich kids. Wang Zheng's family was in the catering industry. But that was just the surface. Behind the scenes, they were involved in some gray industries like underground casinos and illegal fight clubs. Lu Tai's father was in the clothing industry, with a fortune of several billion. These two were initially sent to give the protagonist Lin Yu some experience points. Fortunately, after being beaten so badly by Lin Yu, they didn't show any signs of rebellion. In fact, to be precise, they should be called stupid. Young Master Jiang, it was so satisfying to take care of that Lin Yu today. If it weren't for that guy sneak attacking me, he would have been on the ground already. Jiang Che was speechless. It seemed that the diminishing intelligence halo of the protagonist Lin Yu hadn't affected them, because their IQ had no room to drop any further. In the future, when you see Lin Yu, just don't engage him physically, just annoy him. He definitely won't dare to take the initiative to fight back at school anymore. Jiang Che's words enlightened the two. I understand, young Master Jiang. I won't lay a hand on him. Next time I see him, I'll just kick him right in the face. You idiot. Are you out of your mind? Brother Jiang didn't say we should hit him. Just annoy him, you know? Like urinate in his water cup. Wang Zheng and Lu Tai started to smile lewdly. Jiang Che. If it weren't for the fact that they were still useful, I would have kicked them away long ago. Get lost. Don't bother me if there's nothing going on. They were like a warm face against a cold rear end, but the two just chuckled. The class difference was apparent. Although they were both second-generation rich kids, those born in the heart of Rome and those born on its outskirts were naturally worlds apart. In the evening, at the Yi family in Hangzhou, Yao Yao, do you have something on your mind lately? At the dining table, Yi Mingyao's mother, Lin Shui, noticed her daughter's unusual behavior. What? I have no worries. Yi Mingyao stuck her chopsticks into a piece of meat in her bowl, her emotions clearly visible on her face. Lin Shui sighed lightly. I heard. You had a conflict with Jiang Che, right? Mentioning Jiang Che made Yi Mingyao feel a strange surge of anger. This guy, who was previously pursuing her. Why has he stopped now? He seems to have some ambiguous attitude towards Warner, and even invited Warner to be his tutor. Just thinking about it made her a bit uncomfortable. Mom, there's no conflict. But Lin Shui knew her daughter too well. Heh, you have your feelings written all over your face. Lin Shui lifted her hair to one side and took Yi Mingyao's little hand. Yao Yao, although I don't know what conflict you and Jiang Che have, I've watched Jiang Che grow up. His character and looks are quite good. I've heard some things about you and Jiang Che. You can't keep him hanging. Yi Mingyao bit her lip, feeling shy. Mom, have you forgotten? I don't like to have contact with boys. Lin Shui felt a headache coming on and said earnestly, Isn't it just about getting to know each other? It's just a matter of habit. You just need to adjust a bit. Yi Mingyao lowered her head and fell silent. Mom doesn't oppose early relationships. Look at me. I got pregnant with you when I was 18. Cough, cough. Ye's father turned dark-faced to the side. What? You can't even talk about your past exploits? It's nothing. I mean, don't lead Yao Yao astray. Early relationships are fine, but early pregnancies are not. I can kidnap other people's daughters, but others can't kidnap mine. That's double standards. In the end, Lin Yu was detained. Although Yi Chongkong was prepared to intervene to get him out, upon learning that Lin Yu had offended Jiang Che, he backed off. After all, one was a super giant worth hundreds of billions, while the other was merely a bodyguard he hired, and it was that bodyguard who had provoked trouble. Even a fool would know who to choose. At this moment, Lin Yu was sitting on the hard bed in the detention center, lost in thought. It shouldn't be like this. Why is it so different from what I imagined? How could I end up in jail? I'm a dark energy master. I also possess divine medical skills capable of bringing the dead back to life, and I haven't even started to show my skills yet. I get detained first? There must be something wrong. Just then, a few other young people in the detention room slowly got off their beds. The leader, with dyed yellow hair and a tilted head, had a flower tattooed on his arm. Bro, what did you do to end up here? Lin Yu remained silent. My big brother is asking you a question. The other little brothers rushed over. Lin Yu's lips curled slightly. He was finally about to start showing off. 10 minutes later. Lin Yu, why did you hit someone again? And you seriously injured them? Young Master Jiang was right. You should be locked up in a solitary cell. If you hit someone again, it won't just be a civil dispute. You'll end up in prison. Lin Yu. The detention time was extended by another week. This made him start a doubt life. When he descended the mountain, his assassin master once said, Be bold and forge your own path with your fists and feet. But the reality was that using fists and feet only led him to the police station. In the following days, Jiang Che could clearly feel that Yi Mingyao seemed to have changed. She often found excuses to chat with him. For example, right now, Jiang Che, you did pretty well on this exam. Congratulations. Jiang Che replied casually. How can I compare to you, the academic overlord? Facing Jiang Che's sarcastic tone, Yi Mingyao felt slightly uncomfortable. Jiang Che, didn't you say a few days ago that you wanted to find a tutor? As the class monitor, I have an obligation to help you. Yi Mingyao had almost mustered the courage to approach Jiang Che. Heh, are you here to show off how well you did? Jiang Che's words left Yi Mingyao speechless, biting her thin lips. The proud young lady only cared about herself. Expecting her to consider others' feelings? Almost impossible. With such a proud girl, you couldn't pamper her. In his past life, Jiang Che, as the driver for his boss, was often looked down upon by the boss's wife and the boss's proud daughter. But in the end, both the boss's wife and daughter began to see him in a new light. All right, I know you're in the top 10 of the whole school, okay? I'm just a bottom feeder. I can't even get into a decent school. How can I compare to you? Jiang Che's words made Yi Mingyao feel even more stifled. It gave her a sense of emptiness. Chapter 12. Yi Mingyao's regret. an epic pervert. The main reason Yi Mengyao disliked Jiang Che before was that Jiang Che was a super poor student. As a top student, she always had a sense of superiority. Statistics show that nearly half of top students have a sense of pride and look down upon poor students, even with disdain. Smart top students may hide it a bit, but their inherent pride cannot be concealed. The young lady's emotional intelligence was clearly lacking. Her words often made others uncomfortable, and one could clearly sense her disdain in her tone. I'm not saying that. I just want to help you with your studies. Yi Mengyao bit her lip, and upon reflection, she wasn't that annoyed with Jiang Che after all. Jiang is mirkt. Yi Mengyao, your attitude has always been arrogant. A poor student like me is unworthy of you. I'm tired of it, studying and all. You don't need to worry about me, a university dropout. Jiang Che's words left Yi Mengyao stunned. Seeing Jiang Che in such a self-abandoned state made her feel quite uncomfortable. At that moment, Jiang Che surprisingly turned and walked towards Yuan. Yuan, danger. Having been bullied by Jiang Che twice, he had already left an indelible impression on her. Of course, it was fear. She didn't want to talk to this man at all. Jiang Che approached Yuan with a playful smile. Teacher Yu, I hope to receive your guidance in the future. His smile revealed a hint of danger. Yuan was very smart and immediately saw through Jiang Che's intentions. This bastard. He actually wanted to sow discord between her and Yi Mengyao. With Yi Mengyao looking like this, anyone could see she actually had some feelings for Jiang Che. But now he was bringing trouble to her head. If her relationship with Yi Mengyao were to break because of Jiang Che, how would she benefit from Yi Mengyao in the future? After weighing her options, Yuan showed a hesitant expression. I'm good at English and Chinese. I can teach you the humanities. Jiang Che's eyes were indifferent as he suddenly gave Yuan a look. Little thing, daring to play tricks? Yuan couldn't continue her sentence. She was genuinely afraid that this guy would embarrass her in front of so many people. That would be the end of her. Cough, cough. I'm actually quite good at science too. I can teach you. Jiang Che's expression gradually softened. Then I shall rely on Teacher Yu's guidance in the future. Yi Mengyao stood frozen in place, watching Jiang Che flirt with her best friend, her fists tightly clenched. For some reason, this scene was very striking. A tinge of sourness rose in her heart, but Yuan was her best friend after all. Jiang Che. Yi Mengyao seemed to have made a decision, mustering her courage to speak. If you can get into the same school as me, I will agree to date you. Jiang Che glanced at Yi Mengyao. Ding. The female lead has sent you a future invitation, triggering the villain choice. Option 1. Accept gladly and publicly vow to study hard. Yi Mengyao's favorability 10. Option 2. Remain silent, act deaf and mute. Reward, strength 5. Option 3. Refuse decisively, causing her to regret. Reward, mastery of ancient martial Tai Chi. What is there to hesitate about? Taking a second longer would be disrespecting Tai Chi. This is ancient martial Tai Chi. One can tell it's impressive. What do I lack now? Strength. Without strength, I can only rely on words. And what if Linyu gets angry and decides to hit me regardless of the risk? I choose 3. Jiang Che glanced at Yi Mengyao. Is this young lady not very bright? There are girls available here, and I don't want them? Why should I go through the trouble of trying to get into the same school as you? Have you read too many romance novels? A year-long promise? Get lost. Jiang Che smiled self-deprecatingly. Look, Yi Mengyao, you essentially still look down on me as a poor student. You know my grades are bad, and yet you want me to get into the same school as you? Huh. Jiang Che's words made Yi Mengyao a bit flustered. She didn't know how to respond at that moment. Regret surged within her, feeling like she was getting further away from Jiang Che. Teacher Yu, I have a math problem I don't quite understand. Can you help me? Jiang Che no longer paid attention to Yi Mengyao. For a moment, it seemed a crow flew across the sky, leaving 6 dots. The atmosphere was exceptionally awkward. Yi Mengyao clenched her fists and bit her lip, then fled in a panic. Once everyone had left, Yuan directly extended a small hand. Pay up. The little lowly seemed to muster her courage. Pay for what? My tutoring fee. After teaching you for so long, are you giving me no reward at all? Yuan was clearly a little money grubber. For her, nothing was more important than money. Moreover, Jiang Che wasn't really asking her for help. That was clearly an excuse to take advantage of her. This was a complete pervert. As an excellent student, isn't it part of her duty to help a poor student? Jiang Che sniffed again, curling his lips. His expression was nothing short of epic perversion. You can't moralize me. Hurry up and pay. I don't want much, just 300. Oh no, give me 500. Thinking about how she had been taken advantage of, the little lowly felt quite indignant. I don't have money. Jiang Che spread his hands, indicating that he was very poor. You Wanner almost laughed from anger. As the son of the richest man in Hangzhou, he actually said he had no money? Don't say anything. Just give me a kiss for today. You Wanner. She was very frustrated. What kind of sin did she commit in her past life? You Wanner knew she couldn't outsmart this man. She tiptoed and gently kissed Jiang Che on the side of his face. Here, that's your payment. Now is that okay? Of course. Saying this, he directly took out his phone and transferred 700 yuan to Yuaner. To him, money had lost its significance. He received a fixed deposit of 1 million every month as pocket money. A few hundred yuan was just a drop in the bucket. Yuaner was already numb. You big jerk. The little lowly's face was puffed up in anger, glaring at Jiang Che fiercely. Chapter 13. Lin Yu's Cave Adventure, directly cut in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the choice. Earning the reward Ancient Martial Tai Chi. Ancient Martial Tai Chi, a powerful ancient martial art that belongs to the internal family martial arts. Using it will allow you to reach a very proficient level in Tai Chi. Hint, after use, you will gain the strength of an early stage dark energy. Jiang Che snapped his fingers. Nice. Early stage dark energy strength. Lin Yu is currently at the early stage of dark energy. With the ancient martial Tai Chi, even if he can't defeat Lin Yu, he definitely won't end up being hung on a tree and beaten. Use skill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending ancient martial Tai Chi. In an instant, a large amount of Tai Chi-related memories surged into his mind, including Chun-style Tai Chi, Yang-style Tai Chi, Wudong Tai Chi, Linkong Tai Chi, and several other schools. All mixed together. These are all genuine martial arts, not some inferior mixed styles like Hanyuan Xingyi Tai Chi, of course. It doesn't stop there. Changes were also gradually occurring within him. A mysterious chi was slowly filling his limbs and bones, invisible and intangible, but it truly existed. This feeling was mysterious. Jiang Che understood that this was what is called qigong. Slightly gathering his strength, he lightly punched the wall. Bang! The cement wall was directly hit, leaving a clear fist mark with spider web-like cracks surrounding the mark from the shock of the dark energy. Ridiculous. If this hit a person, wouldn't they end up with bruises all over? As a villain, I need to get stronger. Jiang Che sighed. Even though he was a powerful villain, his personal combat power was still lacking. According to the content of the novel, Lin Yu has two masters behind him. One is a reclusive divine doctor, and the other is a former top assassin. Both of them are very strong, especially Lin Yu's assassin master, whose strength has reached the peak of transformation energy. However, these two old masters won't appear until after 200 chapters, and it seems they're trapped in some forbidden area. So I can slowly deal with Lin Yu, and by the time these two old masters make their appearance, I should be able to slap them to death. When he had nothing to do, Jiang Che began to flip through the novel script. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Oh, around chapter 30. Lin Yu actually has a cave adventure? Jiang Che's eyes lit up. He quickly read through that chapter word by word, not daring to miss a single word. In a certain ravine in the outskirts of Hang City, there's a cave. Inside is a hidden legacy from a master. The cave opens only once every 6 years. Clearly, this cave is an opportunity left for Lin Yu by his masters. There are quite a few good things inside. A spécial jade pendant, and also a lightness skill manual. Jiang Che licked the corner of his mouth. I have to cut in on this opportunity. Lin Yu must be very anxious right now, because that cave only opens once every 6 years, lasting for 7 days. Given Lin Yu's current sentence, he definitely won't make it in time. Jiang Che's mouth curved into a wild grin. Your opportunity. I will gladly accept. After returning home, Jiang Che was again met with a big hug from his doting mother. In his previous life, he was quite favored by these rich ladies. My little Che is even more handsome now. Jiang Yunli smiled brightly, not hiding her love for Jiang Che at all. Jiang Che was speechless, wiping the drool off his face with a tissue. His mother was originally a wealthy young lady from a prominent family in the capital, pure and kind since childhood, and lived happily after marrying Jiang Yuan. She has never faced much adversity in her life. Perhaps the only hardship was during childbirth. If placed in a romance novel, she would definitely be a typical Mary Sue heroine. Jiang Che felt indifferent towards his mother. Although he was a bit twisted, he wasn't born that way. At this moment, Jiang Yuan also came out wearing a happy smile. Let me tell you, our Jiang family will not just be worth hundreds of billions anymore. Jiang Yuan said this with a tone full of pride. Honey, are we going bankrupt? Jiang Yunli's face turned slightly pale. Jiang Yuan smiled helplessly. How could we go bankrupt? What I mean is that our Jiang family may reach even greater heights. Remember I told you about a new drug developed by our Yuanqing pharmaceutical? Has it been successfully developed? Jiang Yunli seemed to recall something, her eyes widening slightly. That's right. The anti-cancer miracle drug we invested over 100 billion and has achieved preliminary progress. The results of the phase 1 clinical trials are very perfect. Wow, that's amazing. Jiang Che listened to Jiang Yuan and fell silent. His father's company was in the pharmaceutical industry, and even among all pharmaceutical companies in Longhua, Yuanqing Group could rank in the top 10. In the original plot, Yuanqing Group invested hundreds of billions to develop an anti-cancer miracle drug, and if it succeeded, the profits would be enormous. In fact, Yuanqing Group did successfully develop an anti-cancer miracle drug that could inhibit over 90 of cancers and even extend the lives of late-stage cancer patients. The effect is so strong that once it hits the market, Yuanqing Group's market value will likely double. But I'm a villain. How could I benefit? The second largest shareholder and researchers within the company colluded and secretly took the drug formula away, ultimately causing Yuanqing Group's 100 billion investment to go to waste. It was after this incident that the Jiang family fell into decline. To maintain his identity as a wealthy second generation, Jiang Che decided to do something. Dad, are you sure there are no insiders in the company? Jiang Che's question caught Jiang Yuan off guard. Insiders? You mean? Jiang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The anti-cancer drug is a secret formula. If it leaks, Jiang Yuan shook his head. The identities of the researchers for the anti-cancer drug are top secret, with a very high level of confidentiality. Nothing is absolutely confidential. I suggest you investigate quietly. Check everyone in the company, especially the major shareholders. Jiang Che's hint was already very obvious, and after pondering for a moment, Jiang Yuan nodded seriously. Okay, I will do that. Jiang Yuan's attitude was very serious. In fact, he was also somewhat alert. After all, he built a company from scratch to a market value of hundreds of billions in just over a decade. He couldn't be a fool. He must have his own eyes and ears in the company. The protagonist Lin use intelligence-reducing halo not only lowers the intelligence of this villain, but also affects everyone in the script. It's just that this big villain has been significantly weakened, turning into a brainless fool. Xiao Che, I think you should study finance in the future, and after graduation, you can come to our company. I'm getting older, and I can't leave it without successors. Jiang Yuan looked troubled and began to complain. I'm waiting for you to take over, so I can enjoy a two-person world with your mother. Jiang Guqi shrugged. He just wanted to be a wealthy second generation and didn't want to struggle. Being a villain. Isn't it more comfortable to manage the son of fortune and chase girls? Who would want to take over the company? No worries. You can still have more kids. Just have another brother or sister for me. After Jiang Che spoke, Jiang Yuan was directly stunned. The big one is useless. Could it be that I really need to train a little one? Chapter 14. Breaking into the electronic secret realm. Experiencing cyber life. Jiang Yuan was a cautious person. After being reminded by Jiang Che, he instructed his trusted subordinates in the company to conduct a discreet investigation that very night. As the chairman of the company, his network of informants spanned the entire group. Soon, they uncovered some clues. Li Changyu? What does this woman want? Li Changyu was the second largest shareholder of the company and had been there since its founding. It turned out that many shareholders harbored rebellious thoughts. Jiang Yuan, revealed a bloodthirsty expression, starkly different from his usual gentlemanly demeanor in front of Jiang Che. It seems a major overhaul is needed within the company. Late at night, Lin Yu sat on the toilet in the detention center, gazing out at the night sky, when he inadvertently caught sight of a flash of red light. The red moon is rising? Damn, how did I forget about this? Tomorrow is the time for the cave to open. Lin Yu instantly panicked. The red moon is rising. The cave opening time. This was told to him by his master, and the cave contained rare treasures that could help him grow stronger. Most importantly, his master said there was a crucial jade pendant inside. It was said that this pendant represented a marriage contract. The partner in the marriage contract belonged to a reclusive family. Speaking of the marriage contract, Lin Yu became anxious. If he couldn't enter the cave this time, the next opportunity would be 6 years later. By then, he would be 25 years old, and his marriage partner would probably have already married off, right? What a joke. Officer, I have urgent business. Let me out. Sir, I'm begging you, please let me go. I really have urgent matters. My mom has passed away. I need to go back for the funeral. However, no one paid him any attention. 7 days left. I must get out. But escaping is definitely not an option. I can only think of a way slowly. The next morning, Jiang Che was ready to set off. He planned to seize Lin Yu's opportunity in advance. Of course, Jiang Che was cautious. He couldn't go alone. Who knows if there would be any traps? So he brought a large group of people, most of whom were hired from a security company, and even included a few professionals in demolition. Dozens of people charged into the small forest. Since Jiang Che didn't know the exact location, he only knew it was under a mountain spring. But that didn't matter. Search the mountain. With many hands, they searched the mountain. Jiang Che lay back in a reclining chair, leisurely eating chips. Oh, Yi Mingyao sent me a text? Jiang Che curiously opened a message. She wants to invite me to play? Sorry, I decline. Jiang Che knew Yi Mingyao's little thoughts too well. Sometimes girls are like that. If you reject them, they become even more proactive. Simply put, this is being cheap. On the other side, Yi Mingyao, rejected, stared blankly at her phone, her beautiful big eyes misting over. She bit her thin lips tightly to keep herself from looking too distressed. Repeatedly rejected, her mindset was a bit crumbling. She was already willing to overcome her inner aversion to men. Want to try dating Jiang Che? But why won't he give me this opportunity? Beside her, Yuan felt complicated seeing Yi Mingyao like this. Yi Mingyao actually still had feelings for Jiang Che. If Jiang Che really meddled and made Yi Mingyao like him and expose her materialistic side, she just wanted to survive. Why does Jiang Che always want to target her? That bad guy. Sister Yao Yao, don't think about that stinky man anymore. Let's go watch a movie. Yuan proactively took Yi Mingyao's hand. Yi Mingyao's change made Yuan a bit panicked. What if she ended up hating her and their relationship fell apart? Then she'd have to go work. She didn't want to work. She just wanted to be a little rice worm. Yi Mingyao nodded and smiled at Yuan. Then she tightly hugged the little lowly, loving the milky scent on her. Young master, we found it. We discovered a huge stone door. A few subordinates ran up to Jiang Che to report. But it can't be opened, and there's no key here. What's the problem? Just blow the door open with explosives. Jiang Che replied casually. Sure enough, although the cave opened every 6 years, he was not the protagonist. Opening the stone door was still very difficult. Damn it, why? Why does the stone door open automatically when the protagonist arrives, but when I, the antagonist, show up, it remains tightly shut? Just like those female protagonists in novels, they give way to the protagonist, but when it comes to me, they immediately develop an aversion to men. So I have to be a bit forceful. Boom! Under the bombardment of the professional demolition team, the stone door was blown to smithereens. A cave was revealed within. You all, go in and scout the way. If you see the jade pendant and scroll, bring them to me. Jiang Che pointed at a few bodyguards. As professional bodyguards, they unconditionally obeyed their employer's commands. A few bodyguards didn't take long to enter before they came running out. Wailing. Snakes. There are poisonous snakes inside. Poisonous insects, half-meter-long centipedes. Boss, I got the stuff. A dirt-covered bodyguard rushed to Jiang Che, handing over a tattered scroll and a pale yellow dragon, symbol jade pendant. Not bad. Jiang Duque immediately transferred 100,000 yuan to each bodyguard who went in. After all, he didn't lack money. It didn't matter if he rewarded them a little for their efforts. Good thing I didn't go in. Jiang Che smirked. He had anticipated this scene long ago. As an antagonist trying to seize the protagonist's opportunity, it would definitely be fraught with difficulties. There is nothing left in there, right? The bitten bodyguards shook their heads repeatedly. No, I just knocked on the floor one by one. There's nothing left. Apart from poisonous insects and snakes, there were only these two things. Jiang Che nodded, then took out a plastic jade pendant he had prepared earlier and a book titled 5 Years of Research and 3 Years of Simulation. You guys put these two items back, and when you leave, don't forget to fix this stone door. Let's replace it with an electronic door. Jiang Che stroked his chin, feeling quite expectant. That guy Lin Yu would definitely come here in the end. I wonder what he would think then? Breaking into the electronic secret realm, experiencing cyber life. He should be very pleased, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Che chuckled gleefully. Chapter 15, Yu Mingyao's Birthday Gift. The extremely insecure girl. On the way back from the cave, Jiang Che sat in the back seat of the Maybach, playing with the jade pendant. This light yellow dragon symbol jade pendant was exquisitely crafted, obviously a priceless antique. It felt warm to the touch, giving a strong sense of affinity. Blood must be drawn to recognize the owner. Jiang Che learned from the plot that the jade pendant needed blood to recognize its owner in order to activate the storage space within. Jiang Che gently bit his finger, then dripped blood onto the pendant. A moment of dizziness followed, and he suddenly felt a clear connection with the pendant, as if it had become like a backpack to him, allowing him to move items into the space with just his thoughts. It felt not that useful. Maybe it could do some magic tricks. The storage space was just a typical tool for novel protagonists to earn money and level up, but for Jiang Che, it seemed a bit lacking. However, since it was Lin Yu's opportunity, I want to take it all. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Che's mouth. Originally, he planned, if he couldn't open the stone door, he would blow up the cave. Footprints in the Snow was a lightness skill secret manual that required the practitioner to have dark energy cultivation to train. Once mastered, one could walk on snow without leaving footprints and even walk on water. In the novel, Lin Yu also had another title, the Lightness Skill Boy. After cultivating this lightness skill, he began his show-off journey, and after achieving minor success in lightness skill, he showcased it in front of others, encountering a child who fell into a lake, directly demonstrating water walking, shocking everyone. But now, he was missing a major tool for showing off. Jiang Che roughly skimmed through the manual twice, and all the contents were memorized in his mind. Having a photographic memory was a small benefit of being a transmigrator. After returning home, Jiang Che unexpectedly encountered a few unfamiliar faces. Xiaoke, you Rebek, come quickly and see who is here. Son, about what you told me last night. I had someone investigate it carefully after returning to the company, and it turns out I really found something. Several major shareholders in the company are secretly stirring up trouble behind my back. If it hadn't been discovered early, the company would have suffered heavy losses. Damn it. These ungrateful pups dare to go against me? Although Jiang Yuan was complaining and cursing, his eyes revealed affection when looking at Jiang Che. At the same time, there was a subtle sense of pride. This is Uncle Wang Laiyun, and this is my precious Yanran. You two haven't seen each other for 5 or 6 years, right? Jiang Yunli displayed her grace as a lady in front of outsiders. Wang Laiyun also saw Jiang Che and nodded repeatedly. Indeed, it had been many years since they last met. The little kid had grown up so much. Wang Yanran, sitting on the sofa, also glanced at Jiang Che, her gaze carrying a hint of complexity. Jiang Che smiled lightly and slowly took a seat. Wang Laiyun, the director of the Hangqing Public Security Bureau, was a sworn brother of his cheap father. Of course, the main point was his daughter, Wang Yanran, one of the female leads in the book, a cool and aloof police flower. Sister Yanran, long time no see. Jiang Che, long time no see. The usually decisive Wang Yanran seemed somewhat awkward at this moment. Xiao, Ke. It was thanks to your Uncle Wang's help today that I was able to catch those corporate spies in the company, Wang Laiyun said with a smile. Oh, it's nothing, it's my duty. However, as they chatted, the topic turned to Jiang Che and Wang Yanran. Jiang Yunli held Wang Yanran's delicate hand, speaking gently. Yanran dear, you're much prettier than when you were young. I've always wanted a daughter. It's almost become an obsession. Jiang Yuan, Wang Laiyun, Wang Yanran. Can you be any more blatant? What do you mean you want a daughter? You clearly want a daughter-in-law. Of course, as Wang Yinran's father, Wang Lian was quite concerned about his daughter's marriage. If she could really marry into the Jiang family in the future, it would be great, as the two families would grow closer. Wang Lian sighed. Indeed, my Yinran is already 23, a big girl, and she hasn't even dated yet, which is really worrying. With just a few words, he sold out Wang Yinran, who was now slightly blushing. Dad, what are you talking about? Unexpectedly, the conversation became even more absurd. I'm 5 years older than Jiang Che. So what if you're 5 years older? Women 3 years older are like bricks of gold. You're almost holding 2 bricks of gold now. Wang Yinran. When has Wang Yinran ever seen such a scene? One word, awkward. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. I still have work to do this afternoon. I'll head back first. Saying this, Wang Yinran stood up. Xiao Che, drive Yinran back. Jiang Che's gaze slightly narrowed, all right. The two left Zhang's house one after the other. Jiang Che and Wang Yinran walked side by side, looking quite compatible, but Wang Yinran seemed a bit reserved. Jiang Che, long time no see. You just said that, Jiang Che chuckled. His eyes inadvertently scanned Wang Yinran. Her figure was quite exaggerated. He couldn't help but wonder how this girl maintained such a figure. What are you looking at? Wang Yinran's face turned slightly red. As a police officer, how could she not sense Jiang Che's gaze? She had seen this kind of look in many men's eyes, but Jiang Che's gaze surprisingly wasn't unpleasant. Actually, Wang Yinran felt a bit emotional. Her impression of Jiang Che was still stuck on that little tail who followed her around. Yi Mingyao held an invitation card, her expression complex as she arrived at the Jiang family villa area. I wonder if Jiang Che will come to my birthday party? He seems to really dislike me. Yi Mingyao bit her thin lips, but given the relationship between the Yi family and the Jiang family, Jiang Che should give her this face, right? After all, she had attended Jiang Che's previous birthday parties, so he definitely wouldn't embarrass her now. In fact, Yi Mingyao's feelings towards Jiang Che had become very complex. She only wanted to see Jiang Che as an older brother, but after seeing him ignore her, she felt very empty and lost inside. Jiang Che should still be angry with her. She planned to muster up the courage to respond to Jiang Che's feelings during her birthday party. Thinking of this, a hint of shyness gradually appeared on Yi Mengyao's delicate face. This is really embarrassing. But soon, a familiar voice reached her ears. Looking up, her expression froze instantly. Jiang Che was coming out of the Jiang family villa with a woman, laughing and chatting. Although they were quite far away, she could still see. That woman was truly beautiful. It was a mature beauty that didn't belong to her age group. And her impressive figure immediately filled Yi Mingyao with a sense of inferiority. For some reason, when Yi Mingyao saw that scene, it was very eye-catching, and it felt like her heart was filled with jealousy. So she secretly followed behind the two of them, until they got into Jiang Che's Maybach. Ding! Detected that Yi Mingyao is spying, triggering the big villain choice. Choice 1, very straightforward, immediately kick Wang Yinran out of the car. Wang Yinran's favorability -10. Yi Mingyao's favorability 10. Choice 2, remain silent and obediently send Wang Yinran back to the police station. Wang Yinran's favorability -5. Choice 3, go up. Wang Yinran's favorability 10. Reward, 10 years of inner strength. Chapter 16, fast forward to the husband chasing crematorium as a master of the dark energy. Jiang Che's senses were enhanced to a certain level. Naturally, he had long noticed a little wild cat peeking at him, but he didn't show off. Being spied on was fine. Anyway, it should make you anxious. He had grasped Yi Mingyao's little thoughts very well. As for the choice of the antagonist, was there even a need to choose? It was a brainless choice of 3. Directly driving Wang Yinran out of the car? Wang Yinran wasn't some sundry young lady. As for being an honest person, that was even more impossible. Look at the third option. After going up, the favorability even increased. Got it. That's women for you. And there's the reward of 10 years of internal energy. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Sister Yinran, I just heard Uncle Wang say, you haven't been in a relationship yet? Jiang Che's words made Wang Yinran instantly embarrassed. What do you want to do? You wouldn't want to be my boyfriend, would you? Stinky little brother. Wang Yinran also showed a playful smile. In her eyes, Jiang Che was just a little boy who hadn't fully grown up yet. Ran's sister. Do you still remember playing house when we were kids? Jiang Che's sudden question made Wang Yinran's expression stiffen, and her whole face turned red. You? How do you still remember? Jiang Che looked innocent. How could I forget? After all, I was only 7 years old back then. You. You're not allowed to remember. Forget it. Forget it. Wang Yinran's composure disappeared completely, replaced by endless shame. When they were kids, children often liked to play house, pretending to be dad and mom. It was perfectly normal, especially since Wang Yinran was just entering her adolescence and was curious about the opposite sex. So, those who understand, understand. Wang Yinran had no dark points in her life. Except for this matter, every time she recalled it, she just wanted to slap herself hard and bury her head in the sand. Sister Ran, how could I forget? I was only 7 years old, just a little boy. Don't talk. I didn't do anything to you. Wang Yinran had never been so embarrassed. But you left me with psychological trauma. Looking at Jiang Che's aggrieved expression, Wang Yinran wanted to slap him. You're such a jerk. She even slipped into dialect. A typical case of cursing when anxious. How about this, Sister Ran? You give me a kiss. Kiss you, you big-headed ghost. I see you daydreaming. The window of the Maybach was not closed. This scene was clearly seen by Yi Mengyao from a distance. The girl's head buzzed, and everything was in chaos. Even the invitation in her hand fell to the ground, and an indescribable feeling gradually spread from her heart. It was sour. Her almond-shaped eyes were unknowingly filled with tears. She understood, in an instant, that she had feelings for Jiang Che. It turned out that this was not the sibling relationship she imagined, but love. But Jiang Che was now with another woman. The girl's delicate body trembled continuously, biting her thin lips hard, her nails digging deep into her flesh. Did she have completely no chance? It was a fast-forward to the husband-chasing crematorium. This scene was too eye-catching. Yi Mengyao ran away crying. Before leaving, she picked up the invitation from the ground, as if picking up her broken heart. Huff, you hurry up and drive. I'm going to be late for work. Wang Yinran glared at Jiang Che. This guy was too outrageous. Jiang Che was in a good mood and didn't directly answer her question. Where's your police station? Hangqing New District Police Station, Wang Yinran said irritably. She even secretly pinched Jiang Che's thigh. Has your police station recently detained someone named Lin Yu? Wang Yinran frowned. How do you know? This guy was detained for fighting. Could he be your classmate? Ran, don't call me that. Fine. Call me whatever you want. Wang Yinran said helplessly. Jiang Che chuckled. One trick to eat all over the world. This Lin Yu was going to make a move on me. He targeted me on the first day he entered the class. It's really inexplicable. I don't know where he got his confidence. Wang Yinran couldn't help but nod. Indeed, when this Lin Yu first came to the police station, he even teased her. Lin Yu's behavior these days was indeed that of a narcissist, an annoying guy. Phew, he's really something. Thus, the two of them scolded Lin Yu all the way from Zhang's house to the police station, listing all his flaws. Achu, what's going on? Lin Yu, who was in the detention center, sneezed repeatedly for over 10 minutes, almost causing his nose to break. With his physique as a master of dark energy, it was impossible for him to catch a cold. Someone must be cursing me. It's definitely that dog Jiang Che. To be honest, the intuition of the child of luck was quite accurate, and he guessed it right away. But now he had no mind to care about that, because the cave was open. The cave that opened once every 6 years. If he missed it, he wouldn't know when the next opportunity would come. Plus, he felt increasingly restless these days, always feeling like he had lost something that belonged to him. Damn it, I must get out. Suddenly, he seemed to remember someone. His master was a divine doctor, and when he was young, he left benevolent connections everywhere, using extraordinary medical skills to save countless rich and powerful people. If you remember correctly, there was a powerful old man in Hangqing. I need to make a call. I need to find someone. Lin Yu became excited again. Chapter 17. Lin Yu who was fooled. After all, Lin Yu is a child of fate, and he has many means. He was actually bailed out by someone. After taking a few breaths of fresh air outside, Lin Yu's gaze gradually became firm. School can wait. The cave is more important. With that thought, Lin Yu hurriedly ran towards the mountainous area left by his master. Yes, he really ran. Right now, Lin Yu was broke, and he didn't even know when his wallet had gone missing. Nowadays, transportation is all about mobile payments, and he, a master who had practiced hard on the mountain for over a decade, still had his impressions of the city stuck 10 years ago. He was no different from a wild man. In fact, he had originally planned to contact Yi Changkong to have someone drive him. However, the trip to the cave must be discreet. This was his opportunity, and he couldn't afford the slightest mistake. He ran from the afternoon until deep into the night, covering what must have been the distance of 2 marathons. Even world champion marathon runner Kipchoge would shed tears. Damn it, finally made it. It would have been better to just call Yi Changkong. Lin Yu cursed under his breath and looked down at his shoes, which were worn out, with his big toe poking out. Even though he was a dark energy master, he was exhausted. Lin Yu arrived at the mountain stream and jumped down from above. A height of over 10 meters was high for him, but it didn't have much of an impact. He landed smoothly, even trying to show off, even though no one was watching. What the hell? Which idiot dropped a nail? Lin Yu immediately clutched his foot in pain. A long nail had nearly pierced through his soul, but relying on his incredible willpower, he staggered to his feet. He slowly walked towards the stone door. Where's the stone door? Lin Yu's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the electronic door in front of him, his mind filled with countless question marks. Lin Yu leaned against the electronic door, studying it closely, even sneakily tapping it with his finger. Please enter the password. The mechanical voice from the electronic device startled Lin Yu. Damn it. Old man Lin, are you messing with my mind? You even put up an electronic door? You built your own secret realm, and then told me it only opens once every 6 years. Lin Yu clearly didn't take this electronic door seriously and clenched his fist. He directly punched it. A scream like a pig being slaughtered echoed. Why is this door so hard? I'm a dark energy master. It can't be broken at all, and my fingers went numb from the impact. Since brute force didn't work, I had to be clever. What password? Lin Yu had no choice but to obediently crack this so-called password. Beep. Please answer 3 questions, and the door will automatically open after you finish answering. Lin Yu smiled, exuding confidence and arrogance. Don't be fooled by his years of hard practice on the mountain. When it comes to knowledge, he is undoubtedly a top student. Go ahead and ask. Question 1. Shout, I'm a dog 3 times loudly, and imitate a dog's bark 3 times. What the hell, old man Lin? Lin Yu cursed directly. This torturous and pointless question was indeed something the old man Lin could come up with. Old man Lin, I know this is your doing. You can hear me, right? Stop messing with me. I will never bow my head. Lin Yu crossed his arms, looking proud. And so, he battled wits with the air for over 10 minutes. Lin Yu was starting to lose his patience. Hey, old man Lin, are you really planning to make me bark like a dog? Can't you just respond to me? All right, I'll remember this grudge. I'm a dog. I'm a dog. I'm a dog. Woof, woof, woof. Lin Yu gritted his teeth as he said it. In Lin Yu's mind, it was still his master playing tricks on him. Beep. Now, please listen to the second question. Please say your deepest hidden secret. Lin Yu shrugged. This one was no problem. You old man Lin, don't you already know? You watched the widow of village Wang take a bath with me, and you were right there. Beep. Now, please listen to the third question. Lin Yu's mouth curved into a crazy smile. Is that all? Old man Lin, you're not that impressive. You think this can stump me? Question 3. Please recite the digits of pi to 10,000 decimal places. Lin Yu. What? Can you be any more unreasonable? Reciting 10,000 decimal places? Have you no humanity? But Lin Yu ultimately succumbed to reality. He opened his phone and began reciting the long digits of pi. Just 10,000 digits. It's reciting, not memorizing, right? This is a piece of cake. Although Lin Yu thought the question was ridiculous, 10,000 digits was just too simple. He could read 2 digits per second. It would take just over an hour, not too difficult. 3. 141 5926. He had read over 400 digits when he suddenly made a mistake. Beep. Incorrect. Please read again. Lin Yu frowned, instinctively sensing something was off, but he still started reading again, this time slowing down his pace and being more serious. However, when he reached over 1,000 digits, he made another mistake. Damn, had to start over. He read up to over 2,000 digits. Damn it. 3,000. Damn. 5,000. After trying how many times, 2 nights had passed, and it was even the afternoon of the 3rd day. Lin Yu was still reading. He conserved his phone's battery, and in the end, he could recite over 5,000 digits fluently. His brain was overloaded, hungry, and tired. His eyes were blurry. Beep. Congratulations on successfully completing all trials, beep. The door is now open. The electronic door opened, and Lin Yu just burst into tears. Imagine him, the mighty dragon descending the mountain, a dark energy master, a tough man who doesn't shed tears, actually crying. He had been tortured beyond measure, and now his mind was filled with numbers. Everything he saw looked like numbers, giving him a mechanical ascension feeling. Finally made it inside. Lin shouted on, "Don't let me run into you again. If I do, I'll pluck all your hair out." Lin Yu practically crawled into the cave. The inside was very clean, with only a stone table on which lay a golden jade pendant and a blue-purple book. Wait, blue-purple? Lin Yu was a bit confused. Upon closer inspection, he gasped. 5 years of research and 3 years of simulation? Is this some kind of new skin for ancient martial arts secrets? Lin Yu's mouth twitched as he picked up the thick document. Is this really a document? Damn, is it math? Or this year's new edition? Even Lin Yu, no matter how foolish, realized he had been played. Damn it, old man Lin. You just had to target me, right? What's 6 years secret cave? It's all a lie. Well, such a deceptive trick is something Lin Xiaotian would do. But he still stubbornly flipped to the last page of the document. Sure enough, there were words written on it. Child, knowledge changes destiny. Master knows your impatient and aggressive nature. You must have suffered losses, right? Take my advice. Put down your martial arts skills and read more books. It'll be beneficial for you. This trip down the mountain, the masters want you to refine your heart in the mundane world. Improving your strength too quickly is not good for you. Also, don't get too caught up in women. Only studying will help you progress. Women will only affect your speed in drawing your sword. Chapter 18 next, I will swear. I'm a dog. I'm a dog. Woof, woof, woof. Lin Yu was stunned. For some reason, looking at the earnest teachings in the lines made him feel an urge to cry. He did indeed land a detention for hitting someone and suffered greatly. It was painful and made him want to cry. Should he let go of his martial skills and learn with his heart? But if he didn't cultivate, how could he become stronger? Although Master Lin Xiaotian was usually unreliable, he was very serious about his own cultivation. Since it was what the master said, then naturally he had to obey. Lin Yu thought carefully, and it seemed that he indeed had a lot of resentment, often resorting to violence. This habit had to be changed. Although he felt something was a bit off, the teachings from his master really benefited him a lot. During this period, he would not cultivate his internal martial arts for now. Cultivating the heart first is essential. At this moment, Jiang Che was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Feeling the lightness he had just gained from his recent training, Jiang Che's talent was quite good. In just one night, he had already made a breakthrough in this skill. He reached a level where he was as light as a swallow, meaning he could run without exertion, even going up to the 18th floor without getting winded. After a moment, Jiang Che slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. The words he left for Lin Yu in the cave were, of course, written by him. Cultivation? Hurry up and stop the internal competition. Let me roll for a bit longer. He resembled college students cramming frantically in their dorm rooms as finals approached. At that moment, Jiang Che also received a message on his phone. Oh, Lin Yu was actually bailed out? Really barking like a dog? Haha, spying on Widow Wong while she bathes? That's hilarious. The culprit behind the electronic door was naturally Jiang Che. After laughing, the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a deep expression. He had already thought about how to deal with Lin Yu. Jiang Che returned to school. He noticed Yi Meng Yao. In the morning, this girl seemed to be deeply engrossed in her homework. This girl? Could it be that she was stimulated? Just then, the homeroom teacher, Zhu Yong, walked in. The next class is canceled. The whole school is going to the playground for a meeting. Lin Yu's review meeting. Zhu Yong's face was obviously not good. After the incident with Lin Yu escalated, he, as the grade director, was at the end of his rope. The class was buzzing with discussions. After Zhu Yong left, Jiang Che stroked his chin and revealed a mischievous smile. He then called Lu Tai and Wang Zheng over. Young Master Jiang, is there something you need? Young Master Jiang, I and the monkey will definitely follow your lead. Jiang Che's eyes were calm as he took out a USB drive. Take this when the meeting starts. When Lin Yu is apologizing in front of all the teachers and students, you go to the broadcast room and play what's inside. It contains Lin Yu's voice barking like a dog. Got it. Wang Zheng and Lu Tai's eyes gradually turned lewd. Doing bad things is what we do best. Young Master Jiang, don't worry. We'll get it done cleanly and smoothly. Watching the two leave, Jiang Che chuckled softly. He hadn't expected this thing would come in handy so quickly. Soon, the playground of Sherlon's school held a meeting. This meeting was originally meant to criticize Lin Yu. In fact, if Lin Yu had only simply hit someone, it wouldn't have caused such a big fuss. However, he had attracted the police, which naturally had a considerable impact on Sherlon School's reputation. Coincidentally, the leaders from above happened to come for an inspection that day. So Lin Yu became the scapegoat. If it weren't for Yi Chongkong covering for him a bit, Lin Yu would have been expelled long ago. On stage, Lin Yu's face looked as if he had eaten something unpleasant. Apologizing in front of all the teachers and students was simply too embarrassing. But he had no choice. If he didn't do it, he could be expelled from school. There were so many beautiful female students in Sherlon School waiting for him to pursue. How could he be willing? At this moment, Yi Mingyao, as the class monitor, stood in the front row, her eyes occasionally glancing at Jiang Che. Every time she saw him, she thought of the scene a few days ago when Jiang Che was with that unfamiliar woman. She and T slept well these days, and her jealousy was overwhelming. Since that day, after seeing Wang Yinran, the extraordinarily curvy beauty, she felt a strong sense of crisis compared to Wang Yinran. She was just a plate of bean sprouts, very self-conscious, so she even patted her outfit today. But now Jiang Che didn't even bother to give her a glance. Could it be that the Jiang Che who pursued her for 6 years really didn't like her anymore? She felt a bit unwilling. Lin Yu slowly walked up to the podium, limping, in front of all the teachers and students. He was being publicly executed. A proud protagonist like Lin Yu simply could not accept such a fact. But he quickly thought of the teachings from his master. He had come down the mountain just to refine his heart in the mundane world. Right? I must not get angry, after all. How can a golden dragon be just a creature in a pond? He then picked up a script and began to read. My name is Lin Yu. I just transferred to Sherlon School a few days ago, but because I hit someone, I was sent to detention. I now clearly realize my mistakes. It was a standard apology. Meanwhile, in the school's broadcasting room, the original broadcasting student was tied up tightly. Lu Tai and Wang Zhong wore lewd smiles on their faces. Little student, can we use your broadcasting room for a bit? After we finish, we'll untie you, and you just pretend you didn't know anything. If the school leaders ask, just say you urgently needed to go to the bathroom. You definitely know our backgrounds, unless you don't want to mix in Hangxing anymore. The broadcasting student nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. As the USB was plugged in, the loudspeakers on the playground started to play the sound. Lin Yu was still speaking. I truly apologize to classmates Lu Tai and Wang Zhong. I swear I will never hit someone casually again. Next I will swear. I am a dog. I am a dog. I am a dog. Woof, woof, woof. Lin Yu was interrupted by the sound from the loudspeaker. And the voice from the loudspeaker was actually Lin Yu's own voice. In an instant, the entire campus fell silent, because both sounds were Lin Yu's voice. It was a seamless connection. In a moment, Lin Yu's expression on stage gradually stiffened. Why does this voice sound so much like mine? Wait, this is my voice. He remembered what he had said in front of the electronic door in the cave yesterday. But how could it appear here? Chapter 19. The collapse of Lin Yu and Yi Mingyao's coming-of-age ceremony. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. Standing on the stage, he didn't know what to do for a moment. The voice from the loudspeaker continued to echo. I'm a dog. I'm a dog. Woof, woof, woof. I even peeked at Widow Wang from the neighboring village taking a bath when I was a child. He couldn't hold it anymore. Thousands of classmates below were also unable to contain themselves. What the hell is going on? Isn't this a review meeting? Why are we barking like dogs now? Peeking at Widow Wang taking a bath? This guy obviously has been set up, and we don't even know who he offended. Do we need to guess? It must be Jiang Shao. I heard that Lin Yu offended Jiang Che as soon as he transferred to the school with Jiang Shao's temperament. He must be trying to ruin him. Lin Yu is probably facing social death. If I were him, I'd be so embarrassed I could spiral into the sky right now. Lin Yu on the stage felt incredibly awkward, with thousands of mocking gazes directed at him, making him wish he could just disappear into the ground. His proud nature couldn't tolerate such a situation at all. At this moment, the school leaders finally reacted, and a man in a suit walked up to the podium. He snatched the microphone from Lin Yu's hand. Lin Yu, what are you talking about? This is your review meeting. It's not a time for you to act crazy. The sudden criticism left Lin Yu dumbfounded. Can't you see? Someone is trying to frame me. This is clearly someone trying to set me up in advance. Lin Yu desperately tried to explain, but the school leader looked at him with indifference. He knew that Lin Yu had been pranked, but given the current situation, Lin Yu had to take the blame because he was already at fault. You still think you have a reason? Go back and write a 10,000-word review. Lin Yu completely lost it. His nature was rebellious, and he was already embarrassed enough. If he endured any longer, he would become a ninja turtle, just as Lin Yu was about to explode. A single sentence from a school leader made him hold it back. You don't want to continue, do you? Lin Yu was so angry he was shaking all over. He was now powerless and had no influence, with great strength, but nowhere to use it. It was suffocating. The sound of Lin Yu's clenched fists creaked. He had been set up. At this moment, how could Lin Yu not understand that the cave he went to was a fake? He had wondered, how could his master have an electronic door? And there was a book titled 5 Years of Research, 3 years of simulations inside. With such a bizarre password problem, it must have been someone setting him up. The treasures in the cave must have fallen into someone else's hands. Damn it, who is trying to ruin me? Suddenly, Jiang Che's figure appeared in his mind. Could be that guy, but that's impossible. How could he know I was going to the secret cave? It shouldn't be him, but it must be someone at school. Lin Yu racked his brain, but still couldn't think of who he might have offended. But there was only Jiang Che. Jiang Che, you have already paved your way to death. No matter if it was Jiang Che who set him up or not, he would make Jiang Che pay the price. Throughout the morning, Yi Mengyao was mentally preparing herself. In the end, she mustered up her courage. She walked up to Jiang Che and placed an invitation she held in her hand on his desk. Jiang Che, at the end of the month, I will hold a birthday party, and this is your invitation. I went to your birthday last year. You will not come, right? Yi Mingyao's words almost blocked Jiang Che's retreat. A birthday banquet? Jiang Che examined the invitation Yi Mingyao handed over, revealing a faint smile. There was indeed such a plot in the novel, Yi Mingyao's birthday banquet. This was also a small plot that brought Yi Mingyao and Lin Yu closer together for the first time. During the banquet, a young lady from another second-rate family became envious of the overly perfect Yi Mingyao and secretly put aphrodisiacs in her drink, trying to embarrass Yi Mingyao in public. After Yi Mingyao was affected by the drug, she felt uncomfortable all over. At this moment, Lin Yu came out with great righteousness, using his superb medical skills. With a few acupuncture techniques, he cured Yi Mingyao. Then the young lady's attitude towards Lin Yu, her personal bodyguard, improved quite a bit. But from Jiang Che's perspective, isn't this stupid? Why not eat the meat delivered right to your mouth? Just the way Lin Yu first looked at Yi Mingyao with such naked desire. We're all men. How could I not know what you're thinking? Jiang Che, Yi Mingyao softly called out, fearing Jiang Che would reject her again, putting her in an awkward position. On the other side, Lin Yu, witnessing this scene, felt terrible. The flesh on his face was trembling. Yi Mingyao's birthday gift? As Yi Mingyao's bodyguard, why didn't Yi Changkong send him an invitation? Oh, his identity should be kept a secret now. He would surely be secretly arranged to enter the venue. And, thinking of this possibility, Lin Yu regained his confidence. Moreover, at such a birthday banquet, all kinds of people would be present, and unexpected dangers were likely to occur. When the time came, he would descend like a god, shocking everyone. As he thought about this, Lin Yu's mouth gradually twisted into a smile. Faced with Yi Mingyao's invitation, Jiang Che merely nodded, giving an ambiguous answer. He would definitely go to Yi Mingyao's birthday banquet. Jiang Che's heart gradually twisted, and he began to scrutinize Yi Mingyao. Why does this girl seem to have a much better figure? Patted? Jiang Che was speechless. Yi Mingyao was indeed a typical young lady with a strong competitive spirit. Yi Mingyao was indeed beautiful, radiating youthful charm, and there was a faint body fragrance about her, distinctly different from Yu Wanner's scent. If you were to score her, Yi Mingyao's looks would start at least at 95 points. To use a popular phrase online, I can't even imagine how fragrant she must be. Although he was extremely twisted inside, his expression remained calm. He maintained the persona of being cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. You can go now. I will be there, he said, his tone as indifferent as water, giving a feeling of keeping others at a distance. Yi Mingyao wanted to say something else, but found she couldn't. With her almond-shaped eyes fixed on Jiang Che, even though he had promised to come. Why did she still feel a little sad? Chapter 20. When you're weaker, I comply. When you're stronger, I strike hard. After leaving the school gate, Lin Yu followed Jiang Che out. Hey, Jiang Che. Jiang Che turned back, revealing a playful smile. Lin Yu, last time you couldn't hit me. Are you planning to come at me again this time? If you want to hit me, I'll just call the police. I want to see who can protect you. Jiang Che's arrogant words made Lin Yu grit his teeth in anger. In the weeks since descending the mountain, he had faced more humiliation than the past 20 years. He had forced a rebellious and wild dragon-like evil doctor into the role of a ninja turtle. Jiang Che, I'm not here to hit you. I just want to ask you something. Have you been to the Shishan scenic area recently? Jiang Che nodded. Yeah, I've been there. What's up? Lin Yu was momentarily stunned by such sincerity. Did you go down to a mountain stream? There's a cave there, right? Jiang Che continued to nod. Yeah? What's the matter? Lin Yu felt a wave of dizziness. How could this be? It was clearly supposed to be his secret cave. How did Jiang Che know about it? Lin Xiaotian had made it very clear that only they knew about this cave. Where did Jiang Che get his information from? Could it be that the news leaked out? Have you been inside that cave? Lin Yu asked nervously. Jiang Che shrugged. Of course I went in. The stone door of that cave was really solid. I hired a professional demolition team to blow it open. Lin Yu almost had a brain hemorrhage upon hearing this. So that was it. It was all Jiang Che's doing. What about the stuff inside? Are the treasures all with you? Treasures? What treasures? The treasures. Did you find any scrolls or something inside? And a jade pendant? Lin Yu asked anxiously. Scrolls? I did see an ancient scroll, Jiang Che said, giving Lin Yu a glimmer of hope. Where is it? That's mine. Give it to me. That cave is my family's ancestral property. Oh, it was a bit cooled down in the cave, so I used that scroll to start a fire. Lin Yu's expression gradually froze, and he could hardly believe what he was hearing. What? You burned it? Yeah, it was useless. Why wouldn't I burn it? Lin Yu was about to explode with rage. He rushed up to Jiang Che, his eyes bloodshot. You give me back my stuff. I'll let you burn it. Do you know how valuable that was? Lin Yu was frantically trying to grab Jiang Che's collar, but Jiang Che was no longer the same as a few days ago. Lin Yu was a dark energy expert, and Jiang Che was not any less powerful now. In an instant, Lin Yu was horrified to discover he couldn't do anything to the person in front of him. His strength was even greater than his own. Dark energy? Lin Yu took a few steps back, staring intently at Jiang Che. Just a few days ago, this guy was an ordinary person, someone he could have easily slapped to death. How could he have become so powerful in less than a week? How did you do it? Lin Yu's hands trembled slightly. Feeling numb. Suddenly, it seemed he remembered something. The cave's secret. Jiang Che had been inside the cave. Could it be that the treasures inside had allowed Jiang Che to become a dark energy expert in just a few days? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Yu's heart surged with waves of shock. Dark energy isn't something that's easy to cultivate. It belongs to inner martial arts. Even he had started practicing martial arts at 6 years old, studying internal martial arts, and it took him over a decade to reach the initial stage of dark energy. What kind of fortuitous encounter could allow someone to become a dark energy master in just a few days? This was impossible. What dark energy or 8 energies? What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Che pretended to be confused. The scroll. You must have practiced the mysterious techniques on the scroll. You must still remember them, right? Lin Yu became excited. Are you stupid? Jiang Che slapped Lin Yu's hand away. At this point, many students nearby were stopping to watch, occasionally murmuring among themselves. After the reflection meeting this morning, Lin Yu had lost all face at Sherlon School. Even students from the adjacent middle school had heard of Lin Yu's name. But at this moment, Lin Yu couldn't care less. Jiang Che, the scroll is useless to you. You might as well give it to me. Oh, I did burn the scroll, but the things inside are all in my head. Jiang Che smirked, raising his hand to point at his own head. What does it matter if I reveal everything? When I was weaker than you, I complied. Now that I'm slightly stronger, I strike hard. What luck? You're just a songstress. As far as Jiang Che knew, Lin Yu's greatest support was his 2 masters, both ancient martial arts experts above dark energy. But they wouldn't show up in the early stages. It wasn't that they didn't want to appear, but they were trapped in some secret realm and couldn't get out. Jiang Che, write down the contents of the scroll for me, and I promise I won't target you anymore. This thing is very important to me. It's a relic left to me by my great-grandfather. Lin Yu tried hard to appear humble, but the bulging veins on his forehead showed just how angry he was at that moment. Ha! If you call me Dad, I'll tell you. Oh no, I almost forgot you're a dog. Ha ha! Linyu was furious. He was really angry. His teeth were grinding you. Or something? Suddenly, it seemed he remembered something. What about the jade pendant? Is the jade pendant from the cave with you too? Pendant? Jiang Che chuckled, then magically produced an ancient jade pendant from his hand. Look, Lin Yu's eyes were instantly drawn to the jade pendant, and he instinctively reached out to grab it, but Jiang Che snatched it back. At the moment he saw the jade pendant, it felt as if a voice in the void was telling him. This was the jade pendant he had been searching for, an important item related to his identity. That's mine, give it to me. What? You want to rob me in broad daylight? Everyone, come look, this kid is robbing me. Jiang Che shouted, and Lin Yu immediately calmed down, staring intently at Jiang Che. To be precise, he was staring at the jade pendant in Jiang Che's hand. Without absolute certainty, he didn't dare to act. Jiang Che was also a dark energy warrior, and it seemed he was not weaker than Lin Yu. If he acted, what if he couldn't gain the upper hand? Moreover, with so many people around, he could only take his time with this. All right, I remember you. Lin Yu said something threatening before turning to leave. Huh. Jiang Che played with the jade pendant in his hand, enjoying its warm and smooth feel. Quite nice. As for whether he would worry about Lin Yu's revenge, naturally he wouldn't. Lin Yu's early reliance was only on himself. At most a bit of the connections left behind by his master during his wandering days. The main factor was still Lin Yu's own secret development. So there was no need to worry about any powerful old man descending from the sky in the early stages. As long as he didn't kill Lin Yu outright, there shouldn't be any major issues. Just follow the plot step by step, and when his strength became great enough, he would crush Lin Yu. Chapter 21. Dinner invitation? Let you Wanner suffer a heavy loss. This afternoon, no classes. You Laosher, would you like to come to my house to help me with my homework? Jiang Che's persistent voice rang out behind Yuaner. Yuaner was carrying her small backpack, preparing to get into Yi Mingyao's car. On weekends, she usually spent time with Yi Mingyao. She saved where she could and took advantage of the situation. After all, Yi Mingyao came from a wealthy family and wouldn't mind supporting her little parasite. You, Jiang Che, I have things to do this afternoon. Yuaner instinctively wanted to refuse. Going to Jiang Che's house to help him with his homework? Wasn't that walking into a tiger's den? She had completely seen through this terrible guy. Oh, is that so? What a pity then. Jiang Che licked his lips and chuckled. Since the top student doesn't want to help me, the bottom feeder, then forget it. The top student doesn't understand the pain of the bottom feeder. Yuaner, what a master of moral coercion. Yuaner was a contrast girl, although she was very scheming and materialistic inside. She presented herself as a soft and cute, kind-hearted model student to others. Therefore, she had a good reputation at least. Everyone except Jiang Che failed to see her other side. At this moment, Yuaner found herself in a dilemma. Okay, but I only have 2 hours to tutor you. First, maintain the persona. Then I must thank you, Laosher. You haven't had lunch yet, right? Let's go have lunch together. Yuaner's nails were almost digging into her flesh, but she still put on an innocent look and even gently bit her finger. This isn't good, right? A natural actress. There's a new Chinese restaurant across the bridge. How about we eat there? Yuvania was conflicted. She was indeed hungry. Hunger was uncomfortable, and she had had enough of that feeling. After pondering for a long time, the little girl nodded heavily. Anyway, once they finished eating, she could find an excuse to slip away. Even if Jiang Che was a jerk, he wouldn't dare to grab her in public. Plus, she could get a free meal. What a delight. Yi Mingyao, who had been left out, stepped forward. The relationship between Yu Wanner and Jiang Che was clearly not ordinary. Yi Mingyao inexplicably grew jealous, and it was her best friend. So, Yi Mingyao directly followed up, I want to go too. Jiang Che glanced at her. This Miss Yu was really infuriating. As the destined female leads, both Yi Mingyao and Yu Wanner were undoubtedly beautiful. The main point was, the lethal charm of such youthful, energetic girls to men was simply too great. No man could refuse an 18-year-old beautiful girl. They were lovely and full of vitality. Like it or not, the aloof persona could not collapse. Is Missy planning to mooch off us? Yi Mingyao seemed determined to come along, directly linking arms with Yuaner. I'm going to eat with Waner, is that okay? Jiang Che smiled slightly hooked. Well then, if you're coming, let Yuaner pay the bill. Jiang Che's words made Yuaner's expression change slightly. Pay the bill. Where'd she get the money to pay? Although she didn't know how expensive that Chinese restaurant was, it was clear that a place Jiang Che had his eyes on wouldn't be cheap. She understood. Jiang Che was doing this on purpose. He wanted to make her look bad. Sure enough, Yi Mingyao had no feelings about paying the bill. To her, spending money was just a matter of swiping a card. When the young lady went out to spend, she never looked at prices. It's just a Chinese restaurant. It's not like we can't afford it. Right, my dear Waner? Yi Mingyao took Yuaner's delicate hand. Yuaner nodded, her voice trembling. The newly opened Chinese restaurant was very luxurious, and it was clear that the prices inside were not simple. You guys, Yao, you order. Yuaner originally wanted to hand the menu to both of them, but she cleverly only gave it to Yi Mingyao. She knew that if she handed the menu to Jiang Che, this annoying guy would definitely order the most expensive dishes. My dear Vanya, I love you so much. The young lady's thoughts were as simple as a child. Aside from occasionally getting jealous, she was just a standard, silly, sweet girl. Let us have a portion of the Fujin ginger duck, scallions, and oil mushrooms, stir-fried scallops with sausage, and turkey-flavored crispy rice. Yi Mingyao, though silly, didn't order too much. She casually ordered a few dishes at moderate prices. Are you kidding me? How can these few dishes be enough for anyone? If the table next door sees us, they'll think we can't afford it. Jiang Che picked up the menu and added a few substantial dishes. Vanya. The young girl secretly lowered her head and glanced at the few thousand left in her account, her heart aching. This meal would cost at least 1,000 or 2,000. That bad guy. At this moment, Yuaner felt like crying, until the dishes were served. Looking at the full table of delicious food, tears of sadness finally flowed from the corners of her mouth. After all, it was all her money being spent. She might as well eat more to make up for it. Paying the bill was painful. Yuaner looked at the deducted 700 yuan and felt heartbroken. She cursed Jiang Che countless times in her heart. You to Xiaohua? You seem a bit unhappy. Is it that treating us to dinner makes you sad? Jiang Che teased. No. Of course, I'm happy. I actually wanted to treat Yao once for a long time. After all, it's always Yao treating me. I feel quite guilty. Yuaner's acting was simply amazing. Yi Mingyao was also in a good mood. What are you talking about, my dear Waner? We're not splitting, right? Then she turned her gaze to Jiang Che. Jiang Che, about the birthday party I mentioned to you this morning. You'll come, right? Jiang Che pondered for a moment, his expression calm, and silently nodded. Yi Mingyao's face brightened. She still wanted to ask who the woman with Jiang Che that night was. But in the end, she didn't ask. After all, she considered herself nothing right now. I'm also good at math, and I can help you with math. Yi Mingyao tried to speak up. Jiang Che slowly stood up, wiped his mouth, and said, You don't need to bother too much, class monitor. After all, I'm just a bottom feeder, someone you look down on. Saying this, Jiang Che pulled Yuaner away. Watching Jiang Che's departing figure, endless regret surged in Yi Mingyao's heart. In the past, she had indeed rejected Jiang Che's confessions several times under the pretext of academic performance, and her attitude had been quite arrogant. But what she had said before had hit the girl's heart like a bullet. Chapter 22. Jiang Yunli's excitement. I want her to be my daughter-in-law. All right, Jiang Che, that's enough. What do you really want? Yuaner followed Jiang Che to the car, and with no familiar faces around, she turned hostile in an instant. There's no way I'm going home with you. What do you think I don't know? You're just a jerk. The look in Yuaner's eyes was filled with hatred. It was because of this despicable guy that she spent over 1,000 yuan on a meal. Simply outrageous. Can't tell, you're quite wealthy, huh? You can afford a meal that costs over 1,000, and you still apply for poverty relief from a school every year. Jiang Che sat in the driver's seat, smiling brightly. How clever was Yuaner? She immediately guessed what Jiang Che wanted. If the school found out a poor student like her was treating someone to a meal that cost over 1,000, what would be the result? What do you want? Jiang Che, stop bullying me, okay? Why do you always pick on me? Yuaner was somewhat breaking down. She hadn't harmed anyone. Why treat her like this? As she thought about it, the little girl started to cry in grievance. With teary eyes, She looked quite pitiful, crying harder and harder, little pearls of tears falling. Luckily, the Maybach had excellent sound insulation, or else it would definitely attract the attention of the police. Jiang Che just calmly watched Yuana cry. Is she starting to play the sympathy card again? But unfortunately, little girl, this trick has long since lost its effect on me. Sure enough, after a few minutes of crying, Yuana stopped. Her eyes were red from crying, and she demanded, "You owe me money. This meal cost 700 yuan. You have to reimburse me 1,000. She spread her little hand, confidently starting to ask for money. Jiang Che, want money? Earn it yourself. Yuana gritted her teeth. What a jerk. Such a waste of that handsome face. Teach me. 2 hours for 700, and if there's extra tutoring. I can charge more, you know. Oomph. You're such a big jerk. Yuana was so angry, she wanted to open the car door and get out. But the door had long been locked by Jiang Che. Jiang Che stepped on the gas. Jiang Che drove with one hand while lighting a cigarette with the other. The whole process was smooth. Cough, cough. Jiang Che, you actually smoke? Yuana coughed twice, and her impression of Jiang Che had dropped to freezing point. How about this? You follow me. I'll cover your expenses from now on. How does that sound? You jerk. You wish. I'm poor, but I wouldn't sell my looks. Yuana bared her teeth, looking like a little kitten whose tail had been stepped on. Hasn't your looks already been sold? When you were with Yimeng Yao, you must have been taken advantage of a lot, right? What do you know? Isn't it normal for best friends to interact? Do you think everyone is like you, with a head full of yellow waste? Following Yimeng Yao is not as good as following me. Besides, I'm richer than Yimeng Yao. Jiang Che wasn't in a hurry. This little wildcat was rather cute. After a while, the car slowly drove into the Jiang family's villa area. Although very reluctant, Yuana still followed Jiang Che into the Jiang house. Rich people. The little lowly secretly cursed. The Jiang family's villa was huge, covering several thousand square meters, complete with a private garden and swimming pool. However, Yuana wasn't too shocked since she often visited Yimeng Yao's house. Carrying a small backpack, she was petite and looked like a little potato from behind. A typical southern little potato. But who would have thought this was an 18-year-old legal lowly? Xiaoke Yurebek, Jiang Che's mother, Jiang Yunli, leaned against the sofa, dressed in a white nightgown, with a face mask on, looking very lazy. She glanced at Jiang Che. The woman immediately sat up from the sofa. She quickly removed the face mask, and the originally lazy noblewoman instantly transformed. She put on slippers and trotted to the door, circling around Yuana several times. What a cute girl. Then Jiang Yunli looked at Jiang Che. Darling son, this girlfriend you found is so cute. I really like her. Jiang Yunli's words made Yuana shake her head repeatedly. Auntie, it's not what you think. I'm not Jiang Che's girlfriend. However, how could Jiang Yunli possibly believe that? The look in her eyes seemed to say, I understand. You understand nothing. Auntie, I'm here to tutor Jiang Che. You've got it wrong. But Yuana's words only deepened the expression on Jiang Yunli's face. Tutoring is great, Just in time, my little Che's grades aren't very good. You two go upstairs, and I'll prepare some fruit for you. By the way, my last name is Jiang. You can call me Sister Jiang. What's your name? Little girl? Jiang Yunli was so enthusiastic that Yuana felt overwhelmed. Yuana. Darling Yuana, you go upstairs first. I'll prepare some fruits for you. After Jiang Yunli sent Yuana away, she directly grabbed Jiang Che's arm. Son, can you win this girl over? What a cute girl. I want her to be my daughter-in-law. I dream of having such a lovely daughter. If she were a daughter-in-law, that would be fine too. Jiang Yunli looked very happy. Talking to herself, it was obvious. Her obsession with having a daughter had almost become a mental issue. After all, a daughter-in-law is half a daughter. Jiang Che helplessly rubbed his head. Although he was perverted, he couldn't reveal that side in front of his mom. Yuana is really here to tutor me. Jiang Yunli pouted. Your dad had poor grades too, and I was asked to tutor him. And what happened? Didn't that lead to you? Go for it. Get her. I really like this girl. You can tell at a glance that Yuana is a simple and kind-hearted girl. It's easy to deceive someone like her. Jiang Che. You've misjudged her. Yuana is a little lowly with deep thoughts. You still want to deceive others? Your cheap mom's thoughts are truly too simplistic. Probably just a Pro Max version of Yimeng Yao. Otherwise, It wouldn't have been so easy for your cheap dad to deceive her. In the study, "Teacher, you, please." Jiang Che rubbed his hands, his expression gradually becoming perverted. "Stay away from me. Keep a distance of half a meter." The two were nominally studying, but in reality, they were also studying. Yu Wanner was indeed a good teacher. She seriously began to teach Jiang Che. For this proof question, take the logarithm of the denominator. Then cancel out the terms to calculate. For the next question, use Lagrange's mean value theorem twice. Stay away from me. Chapter 23. Yu Wanner's background. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had gone by. Because Jiang Che learned very quickly the questions he initially couldn't solve. She only needed to explain them once, and Jiang Che could directly apply what he learned. This made the little lowly feel a sense of accomplishment, even though she had to be on guard against Jiang Che's wandering hands. "Jiang Che, your learning speed is clearly very fast. You're not stupid. Why don't you study properly?" "Alto you wanted ate Jiang Che." As Jiang Che's teacher, she felt it was her duty to supervise his studies. "Of course, it's all thanks to your excellent teaching." Jiang Che smiled lightly. Heaven knows how difficult it was for him to play the role of a slacker. But to be fair, Yu Wanner was indeed quite soft, like a cute doll. With her twin tails, standing at 1.50 meters, wearing blue and white striped knee-high socks and a thin veil, she was every lowly's dream. Of course. "So, it's time to settle the bill." Yu Wanner spread her small hands, looking like a girl who had fallen into a money pit. The original tutoring fee was $700 plus a kiss and some miscellaneous fees. An additional charge of $1,000, so just give me $1,700. Heh. Jiang Che chuckled softly. He had just lost $1,700 and now was making it back, right? It's all about no loss. For Jiang Che, this mere few thousand yuan was insignificant. But how could Jiang Che easily let Yu Wanner have her way? Gradually cornering Yu Wanner, he raised his hand and pinched her chin. "You're asking me for money? You really have some guts." Yu Wanner bit her lip and looked up into Jiang Che's eyes. "Why not? This is what I deserve." "Ha!" Jiang Che nodded with a smile. "Where there is one, there is two. Once the bottom line is broken." "Ha!" He then directly transferred $1,700. Quite straightforward. It was evening. "I'll take you home." Yu Wanner didn't refuse, just silently nodded. Before leaving, Jiang Yunli chatted with Yu Wanner for a long time, leaving her blushing. This seemingly mature and knowledgeable woman was actually so unrestrained, she even wanted to make herself her daughter-in-law. At the same time, images flashed through the little lowly's mind. If she really married into the Jiang family, she would surely never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of her life, right? She wouldn't even have to let her mother suffer anymore. Soon she shook her head. No. She was very clear. Jiang Che was merely having a fleeting desire for her. If she gave in so easily, the outcome would definitely be very tragic. And she also hated Jiang Che. In the car, "It's really strange. Your mother is so young? She looks like she's only in her 20s. I thought she was your sister at first," Yu Wanner complained. How about you come over every night to tutor me for 2 hours? I'll pay you a fixed salary, more than $20,000 a month." "TCH, no way." Yu Wanner pouted. She could earn more than that just being a little bug next to Yi Mengyao. In fact, even Yu Wanner herself hadn't realized that her bottom line for Jiang Che was getting lower and lower. Before, she would be furious if Jiang Che just touched her. But now, Yu Wanner lived in a slum. She didn't know why she, with a home that was bare, ended up at a prestigious school like Heroine. Even with financial aid for poor students, the tuition at Heroine was still around $60,000 to $70,000 a year. Logically, Yu Wanner couldn't afford it all. It was all shabby houses with flickering streetlights, and occasionally a few rats would scurry out from the nearby garbage piles. "Jiang Che, just stop here. I'll walk home myself." Yu Wanner tightened her grip on her clothes. "What? Aren't you inviting me to your house to sit for a while?" "You come to my house," Jiang Che teased. Knowing the plot well, he was clear about Yu Wanner's family background. It could be described as quite tragic, but what did that have to do with him? No need. My home is quite dirty. I wouldn't want to dirty your shoes." "Dirty is dirty." Jiang Che was quite firm, and the two of them walked all the way to Yu Wanner's doorstep. The living room inside was still lit, casting a dim yellow light. Yu Wanner gritted her teeth and opened the door. "You little brat, why are you back so late?" A woman's scolding voice came from inside the bedroom. After a while, a woman walked out, leaning on a cane and limping. The woman had messy hair, a pale face, and a thin figure, as if she could be blown over with a gust of wind. Her hair was dry and yellow, and her arms were covered with terrifying lumps. But from her face, one could vaguely discern her past beauty. When Yu Weiwei saw Jiang Che's figure, she was first taken aback, then smiled. "Is this your classmate, Wana? Come in, come in. What is your name? What does your family do? Why are you still sending Wana back so late?" Yu Weiwei was sharp and immediately recognized that Jiang Che was definitely from a wealthy family, so her attitude was very good. "Yu Weiwei, are you checking the household registration?" Yu Wana bit her lip, but the woman didn't take her words seriously. Jiang Che's expression was as calm as a well. "Yu Weiwei, Yu Wana's mother. To be precise, her adoptive mother. When she was young, she was a prostitute working in a club. One day, she found Yu Wana, still in swaddling clothes, in a garbage pile by the roadside. Since Yu Weiwei had lost her ability to bear children by then, she took the little girl in by a twist of fate. Then, she made money and raised a child, gradually bringing Yu Wana up. After that, she washed her hands of her previous life. After all, to her, Yu Wana was a form of redemption. But fate played a trick, and not long after, Yu Weiwei was diagnosed with uremia. Now she probably only had 2 or 3 years left to live. In the script, the protagonist Lin Yu used incredible medical skills to successfully cure Yu Weiwei's uremia, winning Yu Wana's heart. Chapter 24. My baby, I really love you. Yu Weiwei was very thin, seemingly as if a gust of wind could blow her down. She didn't pay attention to Yu Wana and kept laughing and chatting with Jiang Che. Her words were all aimed at getting Jiang Che to talk. And when she learned that Jiang Che was the son of the richest man in Hangzhou, she was stunned, and then smiled even more obsequiously. "Yu Weiwei, can you not?" Yu Wana stomped her foot, feeling a bit frustrated. Her mother was clearly picking a son-in-law, and she hated Yu Weiwei's snobbishness. "Vanya, I'm talking to young Master Jiang. You go back to your room first." Yu Wana was exasperated and turned to leave. "Young Master Jiang, my Wana actually has a pretty good personality. She's not usually like this." Jiang Che just smiled lightly, being familiar with the plot. He knew quite well about this woman's character. Wana is indeed quite cute. Yu Weiwei's eyes brightened a bit. "There's hope. Young Master Jiang. Although my Wana comes from a poor background, she is pure and kind, and very clean." After chatting for a while, Jiang Che left. As soon as he left, Yu Wana came out of her bedroom. "Yu Weiwei, what exactly do you want? Do you think I'm a commodity?" The little lowly confronted her directly. The woman showed a hint of disdainful smile. "Yu Wana, you have quite a talent. I previously asked you to fish for a wealthy son-in-law. I didn't expect you could even hook the son of the richest man. Let me tell you, if you can cling to Jiang Che's leg, you'll be rich and noble in the future." Yu Wana was furious. "Do you think everyone is like you? You don't know the meaning of shame at all." As the little lowly spoke, tears started to flow. "Oh dear, how much is shame worth? Anyway, I won't live long with this uremia, if you can cling to Jiang Che. I can enjoy 2 more years of fortune with you." The woman smiled gently, limping over to Yu Wana, wiping the tears from the girl's face with her hand. "Look, my precious Wana is so beautiful, so cute. No man can refuse you. Don't touch me." Yu Wana took 2 steps back, but the tears flowed even more. "I spent so much money sending you to Heroine school. Wasn't it just to help you catch a wealthy son-in-law? You don't appreciate it. It's hard to catch the heart of a mature man. But young boys in school are easy to deceive. I've imparted all my lifelong learning to you. A mere young boy is not a problem at all." Yu Weiwei tucked her hair behind her neck, revealing a gentle smile. Although the woman was tormented by uremia, one could still faintly see the grace of her younger years. Jiang Che is really quite good. Although he might be a bit flirtatious in the future, at least he won't betray you. I have a good eye for people. Yu Wana trembled. This is her mother. She hated her deeply, but couldn't help but feel sorry for her, craving that twisted yet gentle maternal love. Since she was little, she had been indoctrinated with all kinds of sycophantic thoughts. Jiang Che was right. She really is a green tea bitch. No doubt about it. Yu Weiwei sighed softly, rubbed Yu Wana's delicate face, and bent down to gently rest her forehead against the girl's head. "My baby, I really love you. Every morning is the best time for practicing ancient martial arts, expelling the turbid energy from the body. The efficiency of circulating internal energy is much higher than usual. Moreover, as far as he knew, Lin Yu practiced for an hour every morning. However, Jiang Che didn't need to compete with him. During a previous villainous choice, he had received a reward. 10 years of internal energy. I'm a cheat. Is there any need to compete with you? Using 10 years of internal energy, a powerful force suddenly emerged from within him. It gradually spread from his torso. Wow, amazing! Joy flashed in Jiang Che's eyes. He was originally at the early stage of dark energy, and with 10 years of internal energy, it pushed him directly to the late stage of dark energy. Now, Jiang Che was fully confident he could take Lin Yu down. His hands were a bit itchy, but to be safe, it was best not to have any major conflicts with Lin Yu for now. After all, as the child of destiny, who knows what hidden cards he might have? Protagonists. Isn't it simple to surpass a few small realms? After returning to school, Lin Yu was noticeably much more low-key. He spent all day in a corner of the classroom, seemingly plotting something. Meanwhile, Jiang Che took out a pale yellow jade pendant. After Lin Yu's setback, he surely wouldn't let it go easily. You aren't afraid of thieves. You're just afraid of thieves being fixated on it. Jiang Che simply had a fake made. You want to steal it? I'll just take it out for you to steal, if you dare to steal it. I'll call the police. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Che took out the jade pendant, Lin Yu's gaze was instantly drawn to it. Greed and jealousy mixed together. This should have been his. Before descending the mountain, his master had warned him that the jade pendant was crucial, containing his background and a marriage contract. He wasn't interested in his background, but he was interested in the marriage contract. It was said to belong to a deeply hidden ancient martial arts family, and generally, girls who practiced ancient martial arts would have their impurities expelled, ensuring they were not bad-looking. Not only could he attract a beautiful girl, but he could also gain support from a powerful faction. It was simply too appealing. Therefore, this jade pendant, he had to get it, but grabbing it outright wouldn't work. He could only use cunning. However, after holding back all morning, Lin Yu still didn't make a move. Until after school, Lin Yu was still observing. Watching, huh? Then I'll give you a thrilling show. With that, Jiang Che stood up from his seat and slowly walked in front of Yuaner. At this time, there were no other students in the classroom. Yuaner was still doing her homework. Venez, kissing me. Yuaner was speechless, glancing around to see that there were no other students in the classroom. A kiss costs 200. Yuaner's voice was low, but it was still heard by Lin Yu in the corner. What's going on? What did this girl say? A kiss costs 200 yuan? Jiang Che revealed a mischievous smile. Little money grubber. Yuaner was now gradually stepping into the trap set by Jiang Che. This scene left Lin Yu, who was spying, completely stunned, and then a strong sense of unwillingness surged in his eyes. This little lowly was the one he had his eyes on from the first day of school. When he saw Yuaner for the first time, he had regarded this petite and cute little lowly as his woman. But now, right in front of him, this made him feel like he was being cuckolded, and what made him most unwilling was that to kiss Yuaner only required 200 yuan. Damn, are you that cheap? However, the greedy Lin Yu still secretly felt his pocket. Looking at the 50 yuan left in his pocket, Lin Yu felt a bit broken. Right now, he didn't even have the qualifications to kiss Yuaner. Chapter 25. Is Yi Mingyao kidnapped? Setting off again to choose the villain. Alright, that's enough. Yuaner pushed Jiang Che away, her face flushed, with a hint of pink at the corners of her eyes. In the corner of the classroom, Lin Yu couldn't hold back any longer. The girl he admired was being bullied by another man right in front of him. He slammed his hand on the desk. Jiang Che, if you bully her again, do you believe I will tell the teacher? Lin Yu also started to learn Jiang Che's tricks, without resorting to violence. The school's rules and regulations were the best weapon. Yuaner panicked and directly threw herself into Jiang Che's arms. How could there be someone? Aren't all the students gone? How could there still be someone in the classroom? If news of her and Jiang Che got out, the persona she had worked so hard to build would shatter in an instant. Seeing Yuaner in such a panic only made him more certain. Yuaner must have some dirt on her that Jiang Che was holding over her, which made the justice-driven Lin Yu feel he had to do something. Yuaner, don't be afraid. I know Jiang Che is threatening you. The little girl immediately began to cry, just crying, but not saying a word. Sure enough, when Lin Yu saw the girl crying, he was even more convinced of his thoughts. As for the earlier conversation about 200 yuan for a kiss, he had long thrown it to the back of his mind. Lin Yu clenched his fists, He originally intended to fight, but he forced himself to hold back. If he got into a fight, he would definitely be expelled. Warner, I'll go call the teacher. Hearing Lin Yu call her Warner, the little girl felt goosebumps all over. No, if you dare tell the teacher, and Sister Yao Yao won't even glance at you again. Yu Warner knew how to use her advantages. She could see Lin Yu's feelings for her. Lin Yu, a newly emerged expert. How could he compete with someone like Yu Warner, a high-level green tea? With just one sentence, she played Lin Yu like a dog. Lin Yu felt extremely aggrieved. Just then, Jiang Che glanced at his watch. Lin Yu, your employer, the young lady, has gone far. Can you handle the danger she's in? Jiang Che's words made Lin Yu's pupil shrink. How did he know that he was working as a bodyguard for Yi Mengyao? No. Something seemed off from the start. This Jiang Che seemed to know him very well. How did he know about his secret cave? And he had even taken action in advance, including the embarrassing incident that happened at the review meeting. And now he had pointed out his identity. It felt as if a huge net was closing in on him, and he only now sensed a hint of terror. Who are you? It was chilling to think about, but he didn't have time to think too much when a phone call came in. Lin Yu answered the phone. What are you doing? I told you to protect my daughter. What are you doing? The voice on the other end was thunderous. What's wrong? Yao Yao. I told you to protect my daughter. Now she's been kidnapped. Did I call you over to just eat? Lin Yu panicked, forgetting all about plots and schemes. He turned around and left immediately. Watching Lin Yu's departing figure, Jiang Che smirked slightly. Fortunately, his interference hadn't overly disrupted the plot's development. The storyline had progressed to around chapter 30, where Yi Mengyao was kidnapped by a rival company of the Yi family, demanding the Yi Chongkong hand over the confidential product information developed by the Yi Group. The Yi Group was involved in artificial intelligence development, and a single product could cost billions to develop. Yi Chongkong had many enemies, which was why he hired bodyguards to protect Yi Mengyao. In the original plot, Lin Yu charged through the crowd, rescuing Yi Mengyao and successfully dismantling the high and mighty defenses of the cold young lady. But now, Lin Yu, you just behave and be my worker. Jiang Che, what happened to Sister Yao Yao? Was she kidnapped? Yu Warner widened her eyes, clearly anxious. Even plastic sisters have feelings. Yes, that's right. Your wealthy sister is now kidnapped. In a critical situation, Jiang Che showed a mischievous smile. He wasn't worried about Yi Mingyao's safety at all, since she was the destined female lead and couldn't possibly be in danger. Yu Warner's face turned slightly pale. Hurry and call the police. They must have already called the police. Otherwise, how could Yi Mingyao's father have called? At this moment, Yu Warner remembered something strange. How could Uncle Yi call Lin Yu? What bodyguard? What does that mean? Jiang Che smiled casually. Literally, Lin Yu's identity was the bodyguard that Yi Mingyao's father had hired to secretly protect her safety. Ah, this guy, he could be a bodyguard? Yu Warner's mouth slightly dropped open, clearly finding it hard to believe. Is the threshold for bodyguards now this low? Can such an idiot also be a bodyguard? Who knows? I've never seen a bodyguard with such poor skills before. Jiang Che shrugged. Jiang Che, what about Sister Yao Yao? Those are kidnappers. Yu Warner began to panic. What else can be done? Just wait and see. Yi Mengyao has nothing to do with me. But you pursued her before. And Sister Yao Yao is very beautiful, isn't she? Her beauty has nothing to do with me. She doesn't let me kiss or touch her. If it were you who were kidnapped, I might go save you. Suddenly, Jiang Che spoke a line of sweet talk. Jiang Che could easily come up with such sweet talk to fool little girls. After all, he only pursued physical pleasure, not emotional attachment. And a few sweet words wouldn't cost him much. Sure enough, Yu Warner's face flushed slightly. You jerk. If you don't go, I will. In fact, if Yu Warner went, she would just be waiting with the police for results. The little girl had no real ability, and it was impossible for her to confront the criminals. Jiang Che glanced at the time again. It was almost time, and Yi Mengyao was likely already taken to the location. According to the original plot, Yi Mengyao was drugged and taken to an abandoned construction site as a bargaining chip. The police hadn't yet located the criminals, but Lin Yu, as the son of fortune, would undoubtedly find the place first. After single-handedly taking out all the kidnappers, the police would arrive just in time, completely playing the part. Ding! Yi Mengyao is in danger. The host triggers the villain choice. Choice 1. Rescue Yi Mengyao before Lin Yu. Gain 1 good person card. Choice 2. Remain indifferent, watching Lin Yu rescue Yi Mengyao. Yi Mengyao's favorability increases by 1. Choice 3. Sneak in and reap the benefits. Yi Mengyao's favorability increases by 10. And gain the ultimate skill. Heart communication. Chapter 26 Lin Yu. Is there another choice triggered? Sigh. Still mindlessly choosing option 3. Jiang Che helplessly rubbed his head. Was there really a need to choose? According to the plot, it was clear that the kidnappers holding Yi Mengyao had guns. And Lin Yu's rescue of her was a Pyrrhic victory, having been shot in the shoulder. In such a dangerous situation, Jiang Che certainly wouldn't risk his life to save Yi Mengyao, so Lin Yu's fate as a cannon fodder was predetermined. However, the reward for option 3 caught Jiang Che's attention. Heart communication, a god-level skill that allows one to eavesdrop on a woman's thoughts when in close contact. With a range of 50 meters, a must-have skill for scumbags to flirt with women. Not bad, not bad, Jiang Che nodded in satisfaction. This skill is quite good. Jiang Che glanced at the time, feeling it was about time. Having read the script, he naturally knew where the kidnappers were located, in an unfinished building in the New City District. He could even pinpoint the exact building and floor. Inside a certain floor of the unfinished building. Brother Dao, why haven't Yi Changkong replied to us? It's been over half an hour. The short, chubby man frowned. There were 4 kidnappers, the leader being a scar-faced man who looked fierce and clearly had blood on his hands. The ground was littered with cigarette butts. These men had no idea how many cigarettes they had smoked. On the sofa in the middle, Yi Mengyao was lying, her hands and feet tied. Her hair was slightly disheveled, and she was still unconscious. Brother Dao was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. The employer wants the product information of Yi Changkong. As long as we get the stuff from him, we will release her immediately. Is that dog dragging his feet, trying to wait for the police? Brother Dao scoffed. The police won't find us anytime soon. I've deliberately avoided all surveillance. If things go south, we'll take this woman away as a hostage. This made the other men's eyes focus on the unconscious Yi Mengyao. The chubby man licked his lips. This Yi family young lady is really something. Her skin must be soft and tender. Brother Dao, why don't we enjoy her first? The chubby man was drooling at the thought. They had been in such a rush during the kidnapping that they had just knocked her out and stuffed her into a sack without even getting a feel. Enjoy your mother. I don't want to offend the Yi family. Brother Dao cursed angrily. Kidnapping the Yi family's daughter was a money-making venture. But if anything happened to Yi Mengyao, there would be no room for retreat. Yi Changkong only had this one precious daughter. If he went mad, we'd all be in for it. Brother Dao spoke fiercely. After this job is done, the commission from the employer is 20 million. What kind of beauties won't we have then? For now, everyone keep it down. Once these words were spoken, the others retracted their little thoughts and continued waiting. What they didn't realize was, on the rooftop of the unfinished building across from them sat a figure. Jiang Che was sitting on the rooftop, swinging his legs over the edge, even smoking a cigarette with a brick in his right hand. What a bunch of idiots. The author is forcing the plot to avoid disgusting the readers. He had already arrived here and felt a wave of sarcasm after hearing Brother Dao's words. If he were the kidnapper, he would have taken advantage right away. This group had the heart, but not the guts to learn how to kidnap. He keenly noticed that the kidnappers were smoking Huazi cigarettes. Jiang Che looked down at the cigarette in his hand. Damn it, what quality! I'm smoking the same brand. What bad luck. Another cigarette burned out. The protagonist Lin Yu arrived late. An unfinished building where the police couldn't find them quickly. But Lin Yu had found it. It must be said that the protagonist had really good treatment. Lin Yu was quite clever. Upon discovering Yi Mengyao was tied up, he didn't rush out immediately, but began to wait. Why is Yi Mengyao unconscious? Lin Yu frowned. If she was unconscious, who would he show off his prowess to? The heroic rescue of a beauty trope, while Clich D was still very practical in any era. Damn, Lin Yu is really cunning. Is he planning to wait for Yi Mengyao to wake up before showing off? However, Jiang Che was not in a hurry because he knew this kid Lin Yu would soon lose patience. You all stay here and watch. I need to take a dump. Brother Dao covered his stomach and was about to leave. Take your time, Brother Dao, the chubby man said with a flattering smile. You all behave. Don't touch this woman. We know what you said. We absolutely won't touch her. Brother Dao couldn't hold it anymore and hurried off to find a place to relieve himself. After confirming brother Dao was gone, a lewd smile appeared on the chubby man's face as he signaled to the other two. The three of them slowly approached the unconscious Yi Mengyao. Little beauty, your pig brother is coming. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu could no longer sit still. His beloved girl was about to be defiled by these trash in front of him. How could he possibly tolerate that? He rushed out. Let her go. As a master of dark energy, Lin Yu had formidable combat power and speed. Clearly, he had some skill. In the blink of an eye, he charged in front of the chubby man and threw a punch at his face. A punch infused with dark energy that was terrifying. It directly knocked the chubby man's face askew, and 5 or 6 teeth flew out. He fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Clearly a sign of impending disaster. Fatty, the other two exclaimed, picking up iron rods from the ground and charging at him. Lin Yu displayed his might, his powerful frame trembling as he faced the incoming iron rods. In an instant, his brain processed multiple angles of thought. An iron rod? It can't hurt me, a master of dark energy. I'll dodge. No. Yi Mengyao is still unconscious. If I show off and no one sees, if I get seriously injured, when she wakes up and sees me risking my life to save her, she will definitely fall in love with me. Lin Yu's CPU was almost burning as he ultimately made a decision. He would take the 2 rods head on. Bang, bang, ah. Lin Yu let out a painful cry. Those 2 hits nearly knocked him out. After taking 2 hits, although he looked miserable, he still had combat power. He struck back, and in just a few moves, he took care of the 2 lackeys. Hee, with trash like you, even given a chance, you're useless. Lin Yu spat out a mouthful of blood and wiped his mouth, exuding an aura of superiority. Yao. Lin Yu prepared to check if Yi Mengyao had been harmed by these men. But suddenly, an alarm rang in his heart. Bang! A dull gunshot echoed. Chapter 27. Yi Mengyao's shyness. It was Jiang Che who saved me. You can't do this either. Jiang Che, sitting across the building, had already seen everything clearly and felt a wave of disdain in his heart. This Lin Yu is also useless, just focused on showing off. Can one person act so enthusiastically? A shot directly hit Lin Yu's shoulder, spraying a burst of blood, and Lin Yu's whole body went numb. At this moment, Brother Dao was holding a handgun, glaring fiercely at Lin Yu in front of him. He, an ancient martial arts master? Brother Dao had a hint of mockery on his face. Ancient martial arts were not a particularly big secret in this world. Lin Yu was now covering his chest, staring pale-faced at Brother Dao. He had underestimated the situation. He shouldn't have been so arrogant. If he hadn't taken those 2 hits head-on, he could have dodged the bullets with his abilities. Who are you? Let Yi Mengyao go. I've already called the police. Then came the very boring part. They exchanged verbal jabs. As the villain, Brother Dao looked down on Lin Yu because he had a gun. He didn't take Lin Yu seriously at all. As a result, the villain died from talking too much, and Lin Yu said, I bet your gun is empty. Then, absurdly, Brother Dao's gun was indeed empty. Lin Yu rushed forward. But Brother Dao was also a master of ancient martial arts at the initial stage of dark energy. The 2 fought again, and in the end, Lin Yu triumphed thanks to the protagonist's halo. This twist and turn was indeed exciting. Jiang Che, in the adjacent building, even thought about buying some sunflower seeds to snack on. Ahem. Yao. Lin Yu limped toward Yi Mengyao on the sofa. At this moment, he was already feeling emotionally moved, thinking about how he had been seriously injured to save Yi Mengyao. When the girl wakes up, she must be incredibly touched, right? She definitely will be, as long as Yao has feelings for him. The scars on his body would be acceptable. While thinking this, Lin Yu couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood, looking even more tragic. Just as he fantasized about capturing the beauty's heart, bang, a dull sound, and Lin Yu felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. Then everything went black, and he fell to the ground with a thud. His lips slightly parted before he fainted. So much nonsense. Jiang Che weighed the brick in his hand. It really had to be a brick. Confucius said, when fighting, use a brick. Hit the head, hit hard. If it doesn't work, hit again. Right hand first, then left hand. Use the brick until it breaks. Keep hitting until death. To be safe, he hit Lin Yu's head again with the brick while he was down. Lin Yu trembled, then completely stopped moving. He definitely wasn't dead. The child of luck had a hard life. Jiang Che flexed his wrist and walked over to the other kidnappers. checking one by one for any survivors. Woo-woo. The fat man who had been knocked out woke up, looking at Jiang Che with terror in his eyes. He had just woken up to see this young man kill someone with a brick. Stop whining. Yi Mingyao is about to wake up. There's no way we can leave any survivors. With a knife hand, he directly shattered the man's throat bone. And soon Pig Brother went to the afterlife to worship Buddha. After finishing off the others, Jiang Che tied Lin Yu up with rope. After everything was done, the sound of police sirens echoed from downstairs. Jiang Che smirked. The timing was perfect. The next second, the brick in his hand disappeared into his jade-pendant space. The weapon he used to knock out Lin Yu definitely couldn't be left behind. Jiang Che also smeared a few drops of blood on himself. The scene was crystal clear. Lin Yu came to save Yi Mingyao, but was overpowered and tied up. Then Jiang Che arrived, fought the villains, and successfully saved Yi Mingyao. Yi Mingyao, who was asleep, slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Jiang Che's back. Yi Mingyao, holding back her headache, propped herself up with her arms. Looking around, how could she not know what had happened? She only remembered that shortly after she left the school gate, someone had covered her mouth from behind, and then she lost consciousness. She had been kidnapped. The people lying around, did this person save her? But why did the back seem so familiar? Gradually, that back began to overlap with the familiar figure in her heart. Jiang Che, is it you? Did you save me? At this moment, Jiang Che slowly turned around. His gaze calm and even a bit cold. He didn't say anything. But Yi Mingyao, good at imagining, had already conjured a reason in her mind to save her. He had braved a den of tigers and dragons, fighting against so many villains. In an instant, a tear slipped down her cheek. Jiang Che, you still like me, right? It's just to maintain the friendship between the Jiang family and the Yi family. Besides, even if it's an ordinary classmate in danger, I would just stand by and watch. Jiang Che's words made Yi Mingyao cry even more. I don't believe it. You definitely still like me. Saying this, Yi Mingyao unexpectedly hugged Jiang Che from behind. Her tears soaked Jiang Che's thin shirt. Even Yi Mingyao was surprised. Her aversion to men had healed. She actually didn't feel repulsed by touching Jiang Che. This realization made Yi Mingyao very happy. But she was too early in her joy. Jiang Che knew very well that he should maintain his aloof persona at this moment. To tame this proud young lady, a mere crematorium was not enough. Young Miss Yi, the police are coming soon. I don't want any unnecessary misunderstandings with you. Jiang Che directly tried to break free from Yi Mingyao's embrace, but she refused to let go. Soon, the police rushed in one after another. They were all dumbfounded. When Yi Changkong and his wife saw that Yi Mingyao was safe, their anxiety finally eased, especially Lin Shui. Her face was already a mess of tears. Yu Wanner, who had come with the police, rushed out. Upon seeing Yi Mingyao hugging Jiang Che, she experienced a moment of daze. A wave of inexplicable sourness spread in her heart. But it was just a fleeting moment, and even Yu Wanner herself didn't realize it. At this moment, Jiang Che forcefully broke free from Yi Mingyao's embrace. He had already shown what he needed to show. The rest was up to them to imagine. The scene was too easy to identify. It was clear that Jiang Che had saved Yi Mingyao. As for Lin Yu hanging from the ceiling, hardly anyone cared about him. It was a kind-hearted police officer who called for an ambulance, taking him away. Yao Yao, what happened? Are you hurt? Sister Yao Yao, I'm so worried. Yu Wanna hugged Yi Mingyao and even started crying, unsure if it was sincere. I'm fine. It was Jiang Che who saved me. Yi Mingyao lightly bit her lip, her slender finger pointing at Jiang Che, her face showing a hint of shyness. Chapter 28. The shock of everyone. Wang Yinran appears again. Jiang Che's rescue. All eyes on the scene turned toward Jiang Che. The expressions of Yi Changkong and his wife instantly changed. Xiao Che, thank you so much. Lin Shui ran to Jiang Che's side, tightly holding his hand, her eyes filled with gratitude. Although Lin Shui had given birth to Yi Mingyao, she still looked very young, almost indistinguishable from her own mother, a typical wealthy lady. With his silver tongue, Jiang Che had charmed countless wealthy women in his previous life. However, after his rebirth, he decided to change his ways and no longer pursue such distractions. It's nothing. I would save an ordinary person too, Jiang Che replied coolly, maintaining a distant demeanor. Lin Shui sighed helplessly, glancing at her daughter and then at Jiang Che. Daughter, let mom help you one more time. Xiao, Ki. Our Yao Yao has been spoiled by his parents, but actually, she has a good nature. It's just that I didn't allow her to date before graduation. The greatness of maternal love made her prepared to bear everything alone. Yi Mingyao threw her mother a grateful glance. Yi Changkong's gaze toward Jiang Che was also complex. He hadn't expected that it was Jiang Che who had saved his precious daughter. Xiao Che in a couple of days. Our Yi family will definitely come to thank you in person. Yi Changkong also understood. Jiang Che still had some reservations about his daughter, and he noticed that his daughter had feelings for Jiang Che too. Wife, you take Yaya to the hospital for a checkup first. I'll stay here, Xiao Che. Yi Changkong reassured his wife and daughter, then approached Jiang Che. Several police officers with serious expressions squatted by the bodies of Fatty and Knife Brother. As 4 people had died here, one of whom was even armed. At that moment, a familiar figure stepped out. Jiang Che, what are you doing here? Wang Yanran looked surprised upon seeing Jiang Che, her cheeks slightly flushed. Oh, Sister Yanran? Jiang Che smiled, noticing that Wang Yanran was dressed in police uniform. Her hair neatly tied back, looking heroic. Even her uniform couldn't conceal her ample curves. What's Sister Yanran? Yi Mingyao whispered, feeling quite jealous. She recognized this fierce girl from when she had seen her peeking at Jiang Che outside the Jiang family villa, the woman who was close to Jiang Che. She was actually a police officer and had such a good relationship with Jiang Che. This completely overturned Yi Mengyao's feelings of jealousy. Daughter, let's go. Lin Shui, knowing her daughter too well, directly pulled Yi Mingyao away. Yuaner also didn't stay, following them to the hospital, but on the way out, she glanced at Wang Yanran, then looked down at her own unremarkable appearance. She detested the fierce girl. Did you kill all these people? Wang Yanran furrowed her brow. Questioning Jiang Che. What's wrong? Jiang Che responded. Haha. Do you think I'm stupid? You killed 4 trained kidnappers with your bare hands? One of them even had a gun? Wang Yanran clearly didn't believe him. Jiang Che sighed. They probably wouldn't believe him unless he showed them something. He directly punched a nearby stone pillar. A dull thud echoed. The reinforced concrete pillar was left with a fist-sized dent, several centimeters deep, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface. This punch left everyone else in shock. Ancient warrior? Jiang Che, you're an ancient warrior? Ancient warriors weren't a particularly mysterious group in this world. Many people used the title to deceive others, and each year, many fell victim to such scams. Wang Yanran was curious about how Jiang Che became an ancient warrior, but she quickly suppressed her curiosity, her expression returning to its usual aloofness. Since he was an ancient warrior, it made sense, but given that people had died. Jiang Che, you still need to come back to the police station with us to see what the autopsy report says. Jiang Che wasn't worried. He had already cleaned the scene thoroughly, and with Yi Mengyao's testimony, even if Lin Yu woke up, it wouldn't stir up much trouble. When Jiang Che arrived at the police station, he appeared particularly calm. Director Wang Liyun of the Public Security Bureau personally came to greet him. Ha! I didn't expect you to turn into a hero, Jiang Che. Ever since that night you left the Jiang family, I've found you more and more pleasing to the eye. Now you've even performed a heroic deed. You're basically the perfect son-in-law candidate. After a brief exchange with Wang Liyun, Wang Yanran arrived. The report is out. Jiang Che, you can leave soon. Wang Yanran pursed her lips. I didn't expect this little lecher to actually save the damsel in distress. Are you interested in that girl? Yi Mingyao's figure can't compare to Sister Yanran's at all. What did you say? This is the police station. My dad is still outside. Wang Yanran's gaze turned cold as she glared at Jiang Che. Jiang Che sighed lightly, seeming a bit downcast. When I was fighting those thugs earlier, I was scared. They had guns. If anything went wrong, I might have been done for. Sister, don't you want to give me a hug? Akish, comfort my fragile heart. The first part of his statement made Wang Yanran feel a bit sorry for him, but the latter part completely broke her composure. Indeed, the nature of a lecher never changes. All right, I'll hug you, Wang Yanran relented, seeing Jiang Che as just a bigger boy. But she clearly underestimated the boldness and courage of a pervert. You jerk! Wang Yanran's face turned slightly red, gritting her teeth. But seeing Jiang Che's departing figure, She instinctively called out to him, Jiang Che, don't do such dangerous things in the future. You were lucky this time. Even if you're an ancient warrior, can you withstand bullets? She was a classic case of a sharp tongue, yet a soft heart. Jiang Che smiled casually, just waving his hand without turning back. Don't forget to wipe your drool. Jerk. Godi. The little bit of warmth Wang Yanran had mustered up vanished instantly, leaving only the sound of her scolding. Back in the car, Jiang Che's palms slightly curved, forming a C shape. This is ridiculous. Wang Yanran truly lived up to her reputation as a fiery police flower. Her feelings for him had reached a vague state. Or perhaps she had some feelings for him already, just separated by a thin layer of glass. Lin Yu's chances of getting close to Wang Yanran were likely impossible now. Most of the opportunities he had in the early stages had been snatched away by Jiang Che. Moreover, after such a big incident, wouldn't Yi Chongkong seek trouble with Lin Yu? Whether he could stay at Heroine school was still a question. Chapter 29. The Divine Skill of Heart Communication. Lin Yu is fired. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the villain selection and gaining the god-level skill. Heart communication. Jiang Che smirked. More good things are coming. Fusion skill. The next moment, Jiang Che felt a clear difference in himself. As long as he wanted, he could hear the hearts of all females within 50 meters. But as for the thoughts of men, he couldn't hear them. Otherwise, why would it be called heart communication? Jiang Che rolled down the car window, just in time to wait for the traffic light. A convertible Ferrari stopped next to him. The driver was a sexy girl with dyed red hair, who blew a flirtatious whistle upon seeing Jiang Che. Hello, handsome. Jiang Che silently activated heart communication. TSK, this pretty boy is really handsome. I really want to. Jiang Che. Scary, even more perverted than me. Sure enough, when women get perverted, men have no chance. Hey, handsome. Do you want to? Goodbye. Jiang Che stepped on the gas and sped away. Then he turned on heart communication to the maximum. Seriously, is this all you can do? If it's just like this, I could get out of the car right now. I'm so hungry. When can I go home for dinner? Oh my God, that's a Maybach in front. I need to stay far away. If I crash into it, I can't afford to pay for it. Oomph. This pathetic loser thinks he can pursue me? He doesn't even stand a chance. A variety of thoughts flooded in, making Jiang Che's head spin. He quickly turned off heart communication. At the Yi family, Yi Mengyao had a checkup at the hospital and was found to be fine. This relieved everyone. At the dining table, the atmosphere in the Yi family was a bit strange. Mengyao, how do you feel about Jiang Che? Yi Chongkong spoke first. Previously, he only saw Jiang Che as a spoiled rich kid. Although he was a good match for his daughter, being a heavy daughter control type, he felt no one was worthy of his daughter. However, now his impression of Jiang Che had greatly changed. Just mentioning Jiang Che made Yi Mingyao's cheeks blush slightly. Dad, Mom, I think I have already fallen for him, Yi Mingyao said, her face flushing, and I don't mind his touch. Lin Shui beside her side, realizing things were going to get complicated. Mingyao, you previously rejected Jiang Che multiple times. You might have really hurt his feelings, so my dear. If you want to regain Jiang Che's favor, it might be a bit difficult. Lin Shui's words made Yi Mingyao bite her lip. Did she not know this over the past few days? Jiang Che was now unwilling to have too much contact with her. How could she possibly win him back, let alone regaining his favor? Not to mention that policewoman named Wang Yanran. She felt like a thorn deeply embedded in her heart. Every time she thought of that woman's stunning figure, she couldn't help but feel inferior. My dear daughter, they say when a man pursues a woman, there's a mountain in between, but when a woman pursues a man, there's only a thin veil. As long as you set aside your pride as a young lady, you will definitely win Jiang Che's favor, don't you think? After hearing her mother's words, Yi Mingyao's expression became more determined. Her mom was right. She had indeed always appeared in front of Jiang Che with a young lady's attitude. The girl clenched her fists tightly, seemingly firming up a certain belief. Just then, a phone call came in. The hospital's call? Yi Chongkong answered, and the words from the other end made him narrow his eyes slightly. A flicker of anger in his gaze. This useless guy, still calling himself a master? I see him as trash. Yi Chongkong drew sit angry. What's wrong, dear? What's the matter? It's nothing. I secretly hired a bodyguard for Mengyao before, but this guy is too useless. He didn't even know when Mengyao was in danger. completely useless, and he got beaten up by the robbers. Yi Mingyao blinked her big eyes. Bodyguard? Dad, when did you hire a bodyguard for me? I didn't know. It's that Lin Yu from your class. I used some connections to hire him. They said he was a great master who could protect your safety. But I didn't expect him to be a useless person just causing trouble, and couldn't even protect your safety. What? Lin Yu? Dad, why did you hire that guy? Mentioning Lin Yu, Yi Mingyao's eyes flashed with disgust. That guy looked at her with such a naked gaze. Sigh. Let's not talk about this for now. I'll fire Lin Yu tomorrow. And those behind the kidnapping of Meng Yao, do they really think I'm a soft persimmon? Yi Changkong's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. To be a big boss with a market value of nearly 100 billion and listed, there are not many soft persimmons among them. Having suffered such a great loss, how could he not retaliate? Jiang Che was unaware that Yi Mingyao was preparing to pursue him. Even if he knew, he would probably just chuckle. From start to finish, the initiative was in his hands, and dealing with such a proud young lady. Jiang Che was very experienced. You used to ignore me, and now I've made you regret it. Of course, the main reason for Yi Mingyao's change of heart is Jiang Che is handsome enough. Just as Jiang Che returned home, he was greeted by a big hug from his mother. Jiang Yunli and Jiang Yuan were both extremely worried about Jiang Che's safety, especially Jiang Yunli, who hugged him and started to cry. I'm your only precious son. If something happened to you. Jiang Che felt a bit embarrassed, wiped his forehead, and found an excuse to slip away. Having such a mother was simply incredible. If it weren't for getting the villain script, he would have thought he had become the male lead of a Korean comic. Cough, cough. People can be perverted, but they can't be born. He wondered how Lin Yu was doing. Considering the time, he should be waking up now, right? Jiang Che murmured to himself. Chapter 30 Lin Yu. I'm cracking up. At this moment, Lin Yu in the hospital had just woken up from his coma. Since he was also one of the participants in the case, 2 police officers were sitting by his bedside. As soon as they saw Lin Yu wake up, they immediately started questioning him. The results, however, shocked the 2 officers because they were completely different from what Jiang Che had said. But after consulting their superiors, they dismissed Lin Yu's claims due to a lack of solid evidence. Mr. Lin, what you're saying is quite vague, and there is no evidence to prove that you saved Miss He. When we arrived at the scene, you had already been hung up by the assailants. The 2 officers looked at Lin Yu with disdain. This wasn't their first encounter with Lin Yu. They were also present when he was detained for fighting. Mr. Lin, we know you were eager to save someone, even risking getting shot, but you really didn't save her. The police's words nearly made Lin Yu faint from anger. If I didn't save her, then who did? Look at what they did to me. I was later ambushed by Lao Lu. Where's Lao Lu? Wait, who saved Yi Mingyao? You tell me who saved Yi Mingyao. Lin Yu's CPU finally processed the information. He realized that Lao Lu must have been behind the scenes, sabotaging him, taking credit for his heroic act. The police sighed helplessly. Sorry, we cannot disclose any information. Then the 2 officers left, leaving Lin Yu alone on the hospital bed. Damn it, which idiot ambushed me from behind? Damn it, I took 2 hits and got shot, almost didn't see my great-grandmother. And now making a wedding dress for someone else? He had just dreamt that Yi Mingyao learned he had risked his life to save her, and thus fell head over heels for him, leading to a happy ending. It was simply blissful, but now, everything was gone, and he suffered so much for nothing. Don't let me find out who you are. Just as he was fuming, his phone rang. Yishan Kong. Lin Yu seemed to have grasped a lifeline and immediately answered the call. What followed was a barrage of insults. I told you to protect Yao Yao. What the hell were you doing? You call yourself a master? Lin Yu panicked. Uncle Yi, let me explain. I really want to save Yao Yao. Yao Yao is someone you called out? You went to save Yao Yao. Were you sending her to the slaughter? If it were any other day, someone wouldn't dare to speak to Lin Yu like this. He would have definitely lost his temper. But this time was different. He had to endure. What if Chang Kong didn't let him be Yi Mingyao's bodyguard anymore? Wouldn't that ruin his plans to woo her? Uncle Yi, let me explain. I actually saved Yi Mingyao. Stop talking nonsense. It was clearly Jiang Che who saved her. Do you think I'm blind? Starting tomorrow, you don't have to go to school anymore. I don't want a morally corrupt person protecting my daughter. With that, he hung up the phone. Lin Yu was completely stunned. Damn it, it's Jiang Che. After defeating the kidnappers, Jiang Che was the one who ambushed him. He had the audacity to take his place as the hero who saved Yi Mingyao. The thought of sacrificing so much only to make Jiang Che the hero infuriated him. But there was no time for him to think about it. He had just integrated into the school. And there were so many beautiful girls at Sherlon School, he and T even had a chance to see. Moreover, his secret skills and jade pendant were still in Jiang Che's hands. He couldn't just leave like this. He was unwilling. Dam Jiang Che, I swear I won't rest until I kill you. Lin Yu's fists crackled with determination. He then started to ponder. He needed power and connections. He needed someone to help him return to Sherlon School. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Healing and saving people. His two masters, one a master of medicine and the other unparalleled in assassination, had passed down their skills to him. His medical skills were naturally exceptional, and extraordinary medical skills were always the most convenient way to connect with the powerful. Set up a stall to save people, build a reputation. Soon, a business plan formed in his mind. Jiang Che, just wait, I will kill you sooner or later. The next day, the story of Jiang Che saving Yi Mingyao spread throughout Sherlon School. This was like a bombshell in everyone's mind. It stirred the school, and Jiang Che almost became the perfect boyfriend in the fantasies of all the girls at Sherlon School. Did you hear? Yi Mingyao was kidnapped yesterday, and it was Jiang Xiao who saved her. Of course, I heard that the group who kidnapped Yi Mingyao was a professional mercenary team from abroad, and they had guns. I heard there were dozens of armed thugs, and Jiang Xiao single-handedly stormed the den of tigers and dragons to save Yi Mingyao. Just thinking about it is so cool. He is overflowing with boyfriend energy, and Yi Mingyao is too ungrateful to reject such an excellent guy. Forget about Yi Mingyao. I see her as a green tea bitch, a white lotus. Jiang Che fought off over a dozen people for her. If it were me, I would have been so moved that I would have taken off my clothes that night. How is that possible? One person fighting off over a dozen. Why not? I heard Jiang Che is a master of ancient martial arts. He is a direct disciple of some hidden master, rumored to have reached the level of transforming strength. The rumors grew more outrageous, almost painting Jiang Che as a superhero. Jiang Che, have you had breakfast? This is the breakfast I brought for you. Yi Mingyao's cheeks were flushed. Holding a steaming breakfast, she approached Jiang Che. The proud young lady put down her arrogance. Just then, Lin Yu entered the classroom and happened to witness this scene. He was there to process his withdrawal from school, essentially to pack up and leave. In a prestigious school like Sherlon, it only took a word from the board members to expel an ordinary student. Lin Yu's eyes widened. Jiang Che, thank you for saving me. Yi Mingyao's shy demeanor truly pierced Lin Yu's eyes. The muscles on his face twitched violently. She was clearly saved by him. Damn it, I still have a gunshot wound on my shoulder. If I weren't a master of dark energy, one shot from a gun would have killed me long ago. I risked my life to save you, and you turn around to thank another man? This was a fact he could not accept. I've already eaten breakfast. You don't need to thank me. I've said before, even if it were an ordinary classmate, I would still save them. Jiang Che maintained his cold attitude, as if a simple breakfast could make him change his mind. Although he was indeed very tempted by her body, temptation aside, he still had to torment her. Yi Mingyao beat terribly tightly. Jiang Che must still be angry with her. It was all her fault. Why did she have such a bad temper before? If she had left some room for negotiation, would have led to this outcome? Lin Yu could no longer contain his expression. He felt like he was about to crack. The lofty young lady had actually become Jiang Che's loyal follower? What did that make him? In a moment of despair, he felt as if he had been crowned with a green hat. Chapter 31. He, little girl, hurry up. Lin Yu was on the verge of collapse. Oh, isn't this Lin Yu? Jiang Che ignored Yi Mingyao and turned his gaze to Lin Yu, a faint smile playing on his lips. The other classmates didn't understand the meaning behind Jiang Che's smile. But how could Lin Yu not comprehend it? It was clearly mocking him. Jiang Che, don't get too proud. Sooner or later, I will take back everything that belongs to me. Lin Yu made a harsh remark and turned to leave. He would definitely come back. Jiang Che observed Lin Yu's departing figure, stroking his chin, his gaze gradually deepening. Now that Lin Yu had been forced out of the campus by him, many plot points within the campus would no longer trigger, which might lead the storyline in unpredictable directions. But he began to calculate in his heart that Lin Yu would certainly not be willing to give up. In the original plot, Lin Yu mainly relied on two methods to build connections and enhance his own strength. First, setting up stalls on the roadside to treat patients, where he encountered many big figures and formed relationships with several powerful people. Second, secretly going to underground boxing venues to fight in illegal matches, rapidly improving his skills in life and death struggles. He could target him based on these 2 points. You want to treat patients? Do you have a medical license to save people? You want to fight in illegal matches? I'll just report you and send you to the police. Jiang Che, having read countless web novels, had often criticized the unreasonable plots in many urban novels, and now it was coming in handy. Wang Zheng, Lu Tai, come here. After class, Jiang Che directly called Wang Zheng and Lu Tai over. Brother Jiang, what's going on? You're really impressive, single-handedly rescuing Yi Mengyao from danger. Jiang Che glanced at them indifferently. Lu Tai, doesn't your family run a few underground boxing venues? Lu Tai chuckled awkwardly. Brother Jiang, what underground boxing venues? We run legitimate businesses. Underground boxing venues are illegal operations involving large amounts of gambling and sometimes leading to fatalities. Jiang Che didn't expose him, saying, this kid Lin Yu is a dark energy ancient martial artist. He might go to your family's boxing venue to compete next. You can deal with him directly then. Just don't confront him head on. Just annoy him. If that doesn't work, call the police on him. Also, Lin Yu might be setting up stalls to treat people these days. You guys are responsible for dealing with him. If he treats patients, just call the police and say he's practicing medicine without a license. Jiang Che directly taught these two subordinates how to deal with Lin Yu step by step. Although these two guys were a bit foolish, they were indeed quite loyal, having never betrayed him even after being treated so badly by Lin Yu in the original plot. Okay, Brother Jiang, don't worry. I'm definitely a pro at dealing with people. But Brother Jiang, is Lin Yu a dark energy expert? What if he attacks us? A bodyguard of one of my dad's big clients was a dark energy expert, and one punch could kill. Fatty Wang Zheng looked a bit scared. Are you stupid? If you can't beat him, just lie down. Don't you know how to play dead? Lu Tai quickly made a connection, having gained experience in dealing with people. Good. Promising. Zhang Guke nodded. After Lin Yu's intelligence-diminishing halo faded, Wang Zheng and Lu Tai's eyes cleared up, their foolish gazes gone, and their smart IQ reclaimed the high ground. The two of them scampered off. Jiang Che's eyes then became indifferent. If these two guys could work efficiently, he could save a lot of energy, and they were two moldable talents, definitely suitable as little villain subordinates. Throughout the morning, Yi Mengyao was looking for various excuses to flatter Jiang Che. The once high and mighty goddess had now turned into a loyal admirer, a complete reversal. Yi Mengyao, what do you want? You used to ignore me completely. Now you're pulling this stunt, trying to deceive my feelings? Jiang Che knew exactly how to fish. If he kept acting aloof and didn't respond to Yi Mengyao, this young lady might really lose hope. But what Jiang Che wanted was not this outcome, by giving her a little response. Yi Mengyao would magnify the meaning of his words infinitely, leading to wild assumptions. Isn't this the true depiction of many loyal admirers? Actually, the same goes for goddesses. Jiang Che. I admit my attitude towards you was indeed problematic before, and I apologize. I really didn't mean to deceive your feelings. I was still young back then, not knowing anything. Can you give me another chance? A chance to like you? Yi Mengyao even confessed directly, something the usually evasive young lady would never do. This was a bombshell for the other students in the classroom. They couldn't understand why Yi Mengyao, who had been indifferent to Jiang Che a month ago, was now actively pursuing him. Could it really be the powerful charm of a hero saving a beauty? Yuana leaned on the desk, turning her little face away and looking out the window. For some reason, this scene made her heart feel sour. Bastard. What a big bastard. The little lowly's thoughts were all in disarray. Yi Mengyao was her best friend, and their relationship had actually surpassed that of ordinary friends. Although Yuana didn't say it, she had developed a somewhat vague feeling towards Yi Mengyao. On the other side was Jiang Che. This pair of little lilies had not even had a chance to bloom before being ruthlessly crushed by Jiang Che, the big demon. Give you a chance? Jiang Che chuckled lightly, shaking his head, his smile seemingly carrying a hint of self-mockery. Yao, did you really think I was pursuing you back then? What I was after was that innocent and carefree girl from my childhood, the one who would circle around me, wearing a princess dress calling me Brother Jiang. But that little girl has grown up and completely disappeared. Jiang Che's voice carried a sense of bittersweet release. He didn't mention Yi Mengyao directly, but every word was related to her. Hee. Little girl, hurry up. Chapter 32. Yi Mengyao's shock. Did she stumble upon the secret between Jiang Che and Yuana? Yi Mengyao was stunned. Her spirit felt somewhat shattered. She never expected Jiang Che would say such things. Was he chasing the childhood version of me? Yes, when they were young, she and Jiang Che were the envy of everyone as childhood sweethearts. She often followed Jiang Che around, and those days were so beautiful, innocent, and carefree. I understand now, so that's how it is. A bitter feeling arose in Yi Mengyao's heart, and she felt a heavy pressure in her chest, almost wanting to cry. It turned out Jiang Che had liked her for so long, but now he no longer did. She realized too late. However, she was not prepared to give up. Jiang Che, you chased me for 2 years. Now, it's my turn to chase you, okay? Give me a chance. The girl secretly encouraged herself deep down. The news of Yi Mengyao confessing to Jiang Che quickly spread throughout Heroine school, causing quite a stir. Countless boys who had secretly admired her felt their hearts shatter into pieces. At this moment, Jiang Che, the instigator, remained relatively calm and composed. Want to get in the car? Come to my place for some tutoring? Jiang Che's handsome face revealed a wicked smile as he cornered Yuana. Having just bullied the young lady, he then trapped her little friend, feeling quite pleased. I don't want to tutor you. I have to take my mom to the hospital for dialysis tomorrow. You can give me the money first, and I'll owe you the lesson. Yuana quickly squeezed out from under Jiang Che's arm, her petite figure so small that she didn't even have to bend down. Standing at a height that didn't even reach Jiang Che's shoulder. Heh, you still want to take advantage of me? There is no such good thing as that. Tomorrow is tomorrow. You need to make up today's lesson first. Jiang Che pulled Yuana back and stuffed her into the car. Yuana wasn't in a hurry. After all, she was already used to Jiang Che's touches. You big jerk, trying to deceive sister Yao Yao's feelings. As a seasoned little green tea, Yuana could see at a glance that Jiang Che was playing with Yi Mengyao today. He was simply a super pervert, bullying her and wanting to deceive sister Yao Yao's feelings. Huh, are you worried about your Yao Yao sister? Aren't you a plastic friend? Don't pretend to be a white lotus. You are the one pretending. Why should I tarnish my relationship with sister Yao Yao? Januke laughed. What? Am I not better than you? At least I saved Yi Mengyao's life. She is so grateful to me now that she is even starting to chase after me. What have you done for Yi Mengyao? Besides being a tick sucking on her, what else can you do? Jiang Che had said so many lies that he almost believed them himself. Yuana bared her little tiger teeth. Every word from Jiang Che stepping on her landmines. You definitely have ulterior motives for saving sister Yao Yao. Don't act like a good person. How could a pervert like you refuse Yi Mengyao? Yeah, I can't refuse Yi Mengyao, so what? Is there something wrong with that? So angry she didn't want to talk. Although Yuana was a green tea, she was not fundamentally bad. At least she did her job after getting paid. She tutored Jiang Che very seriously, while occasionally having to guard against his wandering hands. Are you even listening? The little lowly glared angrily at Jiang Che. She had worked hard to explain for a long time, yet it seemed he wasn't paying attention at all. Of course, this question isn't that difficult, right? Jiang Che took the pen, casually wrote down the answer. It's actually correct? Jiang Che, have you written the same question before? No. I don't believe you. Yuana was indeed very fragrant and soft. The destined female lead undoubtedly possessed an exceptionally unique physique. After all, the dog author catered to all readers' preferences, with all kinds of characters like soft and cute Lolas, proud young ladies, cold-eyed female police officers, and domineering female CEOs, all included. Since he had already loaded the villain's script, he naturally had to take everything away from the protagonist, not just his opportunities, but also his women. Yellow. Just as Jiang Che had anticipated, as soon as the bottom line was crossed, the bottom line would keep getting lower. All the evil stemmed from just a kiss. Bah, you dead pervert. Yuana glared fiercely at Jiang Che, wishing she could swallow him whole. At the same time, the little girl felt an immense fear in her heart. How did it turn out like this? Her bottom line was constantly being broken. Initially, she had been utterly resistant to even a kiss. At this moment, Yi Mingyao's family had arrived at the gate of Zhang's villa. Butler Li, Jiang Che saved our Yao Yao before. We came today to express our gratitude. Yi Changkong's attitude was very sincere, even lowering himself before a small butler from the Jiang family. After all, Jiang Che had done a great favor for their family, and the Jiang family was powerful. Being the richest in Hangcheng was no joke. In fact, they had come not just to express gratitude, but also had other small thoughts in mind. Butle Li Ming Nudda. Mr. Jiang and the others are at home. Please follow me. Yi Mingyao followed her parents, surveying the Jiang family's villa area. For a young lady like her, such standalone villas were quite common. Each one cost several hundred million. Moreover, she had often played here when she was younger, playing hide-and-seek with Jiang Che in the garden. Those scenes gradually became clear in the girl's mind. Unknowingly, her eyes became moist. But just then, she raised her gaze slightly. Then she froze. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows on the third floor of the villa, two familiar figures. It was Jiang Che and Yuan. Yi Mingyao's mind buzzed. She had never imagined that Jiang Che would be with Yuan. Chapter 33. Proposal from the Yi family? Triggering the God-level choice again. Yi Mingyao was terrified. Ever since she realized her feelings for Jiang Che a while ago, she had been trying to mend her relationship with him. She kept encouraging herself. As long as she was sincere enough, she would definitely be able to move Jiang Che again. Yi Mingyao, unwilling to give in, wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. When she looked again, she found only Jiang Che standing in front of the window. Could it be that my obsession with Jiang Che is so deep that I'm seeing things? It must be that way. Although Jiang Che seemed to be getting closer to Wana recently, she knew her best friend well. She had already declared her ownership over Jiang Che. So how could you want her to do something like stealing him behind her back? Absolutely not possible. Cough, cough. Why are you still pushing me? In the bedroom, Jiang Che sat on a chair, playing with a small butterfly hairpin in his hand. Yuan's little face was filled with anxiety. It's over. I'm going to die. Sister Yao Yao saw me. I'm going to be ruined by you. What will Sister Yao Yao think of me? It's all your fault, you despicable guy. The little lowly directly threw Jiang Che under the bus. However, Jiang Che was not going to indulge her. He once again brought out his versatile phone. I see you seem to. Pervert. You sick pervert. Yuan had already gotten to know Jiang Che well. Although she was a bit angry and helpless, she seemed to have gotten used to his perversions. Soon, a familiar voice came from downstairs. Yi Mingyao's family was chatting with Jiang Che's parents. Jiang Che, what should we do if Yi Mingyao finds out about me? Yuan became a bit anxious, even preparing to hide in a wardrobe. Jiang Che, you help cover for me later. Yi Mingyao is dazed and easy to deceive. Your words will definitely work. Jiang Che crossed his arms and replied, Why should I help you? You've already taken advantage of me. So what is wrong with helping me a little? Hey, I've spent money on this. You're pulling this on me now? Please. Jiang Che, little lowly directly started acting cute, hugging Jiang Che's arm. To be honest, probably no man could refuse a little lowly's cuteness. Stop with the nonsense. Wait here, I'll go down first. Whether you'll be discovered depends on your luck. Oh, the little lowly found a wardrobe to hide in. She actually didn't want to do this, but Yi Mingyao was actively pursuing Jiang Che now. Being ambiguous with Jiang Che was equivalent to stealing someone else's partner. Once Yi Mingyao found out, she would definitely hold a grudge against her. In the living room on the first floor, Yi Mingyao's parents were chatting with Jiang Che's parents. Thank you so much. If it weren't for Xiao Che, Yao Yao would be in danger this time. Not at all. Our Xiao Che is upright. He would help even an ordinary classmate. Yi Changkong and the others could clearly sense the estrangement between Jiang Yuan and his wife. It seemed they were deliberately drawing a line, especially Jiang Yunli, who looked at Yi Mingyao with a strange disgust. This girl had been hanging onto their son for years, and in her eyes, Yi Mingyao had long been labeled a green tea bitch. Yi Mingyao lowered her head, afraid to speak. It seemed Jiang Che's mother didn't tea like her. Jiang Yuan, isn't Xiao Che at home? Yi Changkong asked. Oh, Xiao Che is studying upstairs. Jiang Yuan was just about to continue speaking when a figure slowly walked down the stairs. No need for thanks. Jiang Che once again donned his aloof demeanor and slowly walked to the center of the living room. His gaze swept over Yi Mingyao and landed on Yi Changkong and his wife. But he said nothing. yet it felt as if he had said everything. Xiao Che, we didn't tea, just come to thank you this time. Our Yao Yao really likes you. You've pursued our Yao Yao before, and their mutual affection. If we could become in-laws. Ye's mother directly laid bare their intentions. They were here to propose a match. Jiang Yunli coldly snorted previously. Your daughter didn't even look at my son. Why are you here to talk about marriage now? Our Jiang family door, isn't something you can just walk through. Jiang Yunli shot a fierce glare at Yi Mengyao, resembling a wicked mother-in-law. Yi Mengyao was on the verge of tears, and the atmosphere became awkward. The Yi family felt trapped, although they were very angry. After all, Jiang Che had saved Yi Mengyao, so they had to keep things cordial. Yi Changkong coughed lightly. Let the kids handle their own matters. Right, Xiao Che? At once, all eyes turned to Jiang Che. If Jiang Che spoke up at this moment, expressing his feelings for Yi Mengyao, it was likely that Miss Yi would soon become his fiancée. If he refused, Yi Mengyao would likely be completely despondent. After all, to reject her in front of both families was equivalent to a slap in the face. Girls care about their dignity too. Ding! The Yi family has proposed an engagement to the host, triggering the villain choice. Choice 1. Accept gladly and become the son-in-law of the Yi family. The host will directly gain 100 points of favorability from Yi Mengyao and obtain the title married man. Choice 2. Refuse decisively and slap the Yi family in the face. Humiliating Yi Mengyao. Yi Mengyao's favorability -80. Reward: 3 years of internal energy. Choice 3. Put on an act. My attitude is for you to guess. All favorability 10. Reward: title: Master of the Harem. Once again, the villain choice was triggered. Jiang Che assessed the 3 options. Choice 1 would directly grant him full favorability from Yi Mengyao, but the subsequent title reward was too disgusting. Married man. After the host wears this title, Yi Mengyao will be completely devoted to you, but the host will never be able to gain favor from other destined heroines. What a piece of trash, not worth a dog. As a qualified pervert, how could I only drink from one well among the vast waters? Although Yi Mengyao was very alluring, marrying her would definitely shorten one's life by 20 years. But Jiang Che was not an ordinary person. He was no longer a child. Chapter 34. Jiang Che's smile becomes increasingly distorted. Option 2. Directly reject Yi Mengyao, resulting in Yi Mengyao's favorability plummeting to almost 0. This is not the outcome Jiang Che wanted. He was just fishing Yi Mengyao and was not genuinely disinterested in her. As for how to wrap up his current high-coal persona, Jiang Che was already prepared. Yi Mengyao's birthday party at the end of the month would be a breakthrough point. By then, Yi Mengyao would be drugged. Wouldn't that solve everything? It can be said that from the very beginning, the initiative has always been in Jiang Che's hands, and he had everything arranged. As for the reward for option 3, a title, Master of the Harem? Master of the Harem. After the host wears this title, they gain harem immunity, no matter how reckless the host is. They will remain steady as an old dog, and will never follow Chang Ji's old path. Jiang Che. Hey, what do you mean? Am I that eloquent? Is my emotional intelligence that high? How could I possibly follow Chang Ji's old path? That's a bit condescending. System warm reminder. Did you forget how you died in your previous life? Jiang Che was actually left speechless. Although he died in a car accident in his previous life, it was evidently, most likely due to human factors. He had gone too far in his previous life and accidentally wasted himself. Cough, cough. System, you are right, this title is not bad. I choose option 3. At this moment, inside the room, several people were waiting for Jiang Che's answer, especially Yi Mengyao. Her gaze towards Jiang Che was filled with a sense of humility. Jiang Che activated her heart communication directly. Lin Shui sighed. Little Che looks like he's going to reject Yao Yao, for sure. It seems hard for her to come out of this. Jiang Yunli, you little white lotus think you can marry my precious son? Ah Che, quickly reject her. Yi Mengyao, Jiang Che mom, dad, uncles, and aunt are all here. I beg you not to reject me anymore. Don't let me hate you. Oh, no wonder my rejection reduces your favorability by 80 points. Your little heart is so fragile. At the same time, Jiang Che also understood that if he publicly rejected Yi Mengyao now, this girl would probably turn dark. Jiang Che accidentally glanced at Yi Mengyao. Their eyes met. His gaze carried a mixture of complexity, sorrow, hatred, and a touch of affection. A classic pie chart. He didn't speak, just let out a soft sigh, looking slightly tired. Tired. After saying that, Jiang Che turned and went back upstairs. Jiang Che only used 3 words, but they were just right, especially as Yi Mingyao's eyes brightened for a moment, her expression revealing a hint of joy. Jiang Che. Though he did not agree, he also did not refuse. Moreover, the way he looked at me just now. So complex. Although she couldn't understand that kind of gaze, she still sensed a hint of affection in it. For a girl preparing to chase after Jiang Che, even a tiny bit of feeling would be magnified infinitely. Believing that Jiang Che still liked her, Yi Mingyao's family left the Jiang family. Sitting in the car, Yao, the fact that little Che didn't reject you just now means there's still a chance. Lin Shui began to encourage her daughter again. In fact, she had a very good impression of Jiang Che. No one was more suitable to be her son-in-law than Jiang Che. Moreover, Jiang Che had even saved Yao's life. Yi Mingyao nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. Mom, you're right. Jiang Che must still be angry with me. My attitude towards him was too terrible before. Although he hates me, he definitely still has me in his heart. I still have a chance. One of the 4 great illusions of humanity. He still likes me. Yi Changkong remained silent. His little cotton-padded jacket was starting to lean towards other men, which made him feel uncomfortable, but Jiang Che had saved Yao, so he had already earned his approval. Moreover, he always felt that Jiang Che's gaze towards Yao seemed a bit off, a bit lewd. It must be his illusion, right? Honey, I don't want Yi Mingyao to marry into our Jiang family. This girl is full of schemes. Jiang Yunli looked worriedly at Jiang Yuan. At this moment, Jiang Yuan helplessly rubbed his forehead. His wife was such a naive, sweet girl with almost 0 emotional intelligence and IQ. He already figured out that Yi Mingyao was just a simple-minded girl. She was not a scheming bitch at all. This girl was too innocent. All her thoughts were written on her face. Honey, you're right, I agree. But little Che didn't refuse either, right? Let the kids handle their own matters. It must be said that Jiang Yuan was indeed a qualified husband. I don't care. I just don't like Yi Mingyao. The woman pouted. There are so many girls lining up to marry into our Jiang family. Does it matter if we lose one Yi Mingyao? Not to mention, their director Wang's daughter, Wang Yanran, who is so beautiful and has such a pleasant personality. And the girl Yuaner who has been coming to our house to tutor little Che recently. She is also very cute. I like her the most. However, when it came to Yuaner, Jiang Yunli looked down at the time. It's almost 10 o'clock at night. Why haven't they finished yet? Jiang Yunli seemed to think of something, and a smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, Yuaner should still be in Jiang Che's room now. Honey, get ready to take action. Jiang Yuan twitched his mouth. What action? I really treasure this Yuaner. We need to create opportunities for our son. Just think about it. It's already 10 o'clock at night. That little girl will definitely want to go home later. Let us just keep her here. Let her stay with our son. And something must spark. Jiang Yunli looked expectantly, even starting to rub her hands together. Jiang Yuan. He couldn't understand his wife's thought process, but he was greatly shocked. However, as a henpecked husband, as long as it was his wife's suggestion, he would support it. Honey, I'll go upstairs later. Hiss. Honey, isn't this a bit too much? Don't really cause a fatal accident. It won't happen, relax. In the 3rd floor bedroom. Jiang Che. Did Sister Yao ask about me? Yuaner popped out from the wardrobe. The little lowly had made a mess of Jiang Che's closet, with a pair of Jiang Che's shorts perched on her head. The girl distastefully pinched Jiang Che's shorts with 2 fingers and tossed them out. No. Jiang Che smiled and looked at the little lowly in front of him, smiling slightly. Chapter 35. Yuaner, I've got you for sure. Not even Jesus can stop me. Jiang Che, it's already 10 o'clock. I should go. Before I leave, you need to settle the bill first. The little girl even took out a calculator and started pressing buttons. Tutoring fees, 700, and some miscellaneous expenses. I put in so much effort to teach you. But as she spoke, the little girl couldn't continue. All right. Just give me 1,000 and we'll call it even. The little girl bit her lip and glared fiercely at Jiang Che. This guy is getting more and more excessive. What's wrong? My little money grubber? Why aren't you greedy anymore? Jiang Shi clinked wickedly, least you is really quite interesting, making one want to get closer to her. He activated her heart communication and eavesdropped on the little secrets in Yuwaner's heart. I don't need that much money. Mom's dialysis costs over $5,000 a month, plus daily living expenses, a little over $10,000 is enough. That stinky Jiang Che, if it weren't for how easy it is to earn his money, I wouldn't tutor him. You big spender, you pervert. Your whole family will go bankrupt sooner or later. I'll hang you, you stinky bastard, on a street lamp. Yuwaner's inner thoughts almost made Jiang Che laugh out loud. Sure enough, the little girl is still just a little girl. This little mindset is simply too ridiculous. Jiang Che pointed out the window. It's already past 10. Why don't you just stay here? Jiang Che. You wish. Yuwaner's little face instantly flushed red, puffing up like an inflated pufferfish. Does she not know what Jiang Che is thinking? This guy's thoughts are all written on his face. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside. Knock, knock, knock. Aki. Are you guys in there? Still studying? Jiang Che made a shushing gesture to Yuwaner and then went to open the door. Jiang Yunli walked in with a smile, carrying a plate of freshly cut fruit. Oh, Wana, you're still here? Jiang Yunli pretended to be surprised. Sister, I was just about to leave. The girl's voice was very sweet. Yuwaner seemed to have found a lifeline. When Yimingyao family was downstairs earlier, she didn't dare to go down. That's why she hid until now. Huh? Waner, are you really about to leave? Jiang Yunli's expression showed difficulty. Just now. Your Uncle John's company had some issues, and all the cars in the garage were taken away. So we can't take you back now. The woman looked quite regretful, but at the same time, she was giving Jiang Che a frantic signal from the corner of her eye. Jiang Che. Ahem. Is it really fair to scheme against a little girl like this? Yuwaner blinked her big eyes and then shook her head. Sister Jiang, I could take a taxi back by myself. Clearly, Yuwaner didn't want to stay with Jiang Che. If she spent the night with him, she would definitely be completely taken advantage of. She was very scared of having too much contact with Jiang Che. Take a taxi? How can that be? A little girl like you taking a taxi alone at night is so dangerous, and you're so pretty and cute. Jiang Yunli stepped forward and took Yuwaner's delicate little hand. To stay at our place, coincidentally, there's an empty bedroom next to Ah Che's, with some girls' pajamas and nightgowns in there. Yuwaner felt numb and wanted to refuse but couldn't get the words out. Jiang Yunli called her Waner so intimately. Sister Jiang, then, I'll stay here for one night. The girl ultimately nodded in agreement. After all, it was just one room away, and she wasn't sleeping with Jiang Che. At worst, she could lock the door at night. Well then, Waner, I'll be leaving now. Jiang Yunli had no resistance to such a small and cute girl, and even kissed her on the cheek. I wish I had such a lovely daughter. Since I don't have such a lovely daughter, having a cute daughter-in-law would be just as good. After Jiang Yunli left, Yuwaner shot a fierce glare at Jiang Che. She slung her little backpack and walked out of Jiang Che's room and into the adjacent room. Upon entering, the girl was shocked, though it was called a bedroom. It was actually bigger than her house. The room was filled with a girlish atmosphere. Even the walls were pink, and there was a huge teddy bear on the big bed. There was even a pure white piano in the corner, clearly worth a lot. This is a girl-ass room? It seems like it hasn't been lived in for a long time. But it's often cleaned? Yuwaner blinked her big eyes. Could it be that Jiang Che's house has other girls living in it? So big. The girl didn't think too much and directly jumped onto the big bed, which was soft and fluffy, allowing her to relax completely. Wow, there's even a private bathroom in the bedroom? This is too luxurious. The Jiang family villa is even more extravagant than Yimingyao home. The little girl took off her shoes, lay on the bed, swinging her little jade-like feet with 10 adorable toes that were round and smooth, white with a hint of pink. I'm going to take a shower first. Hee. Yuwaner bounced off the bed, skipping to the bathroom. She filled the entire bathtub with water and soaked herself in it, with only her little head sticking out, occasionally playing with the water. Her skin was fair and smooth, resembling the finest mutton fat jade. The girl radiated the beauty of youth, full of energy and vitality, with a look of enjoyment on her face. She had only experienced this kind of life when she was with Yimingyao. Soon, she finished her shower, wrapping herself in a white bath towel as she came out. Yuwaner was petite, and the bath towel draped over her almost like a blanket, wrapping her tightly like a zongzi. But just as she finished her shower and was about to get into bed, she found that there was actually someone else in the bed, Jiang Che. Chapter 36. Humorous little thoughts. Any war god strikes. Felt numb. Jiang Che. How did he appear here? She clearly locked the bedroom door before coming in. But now she should be more concerned about her safety. What would happen if a girl just got out of the shower, wrapped in a bath towel, and was seen by a man? There's no need to think about it. Jiang Che, what did you get in? The little girl tightened the towel around her body. Even her small toes curled up, revealing only her little head, staring fixedly at Jiang Che. Oh, didn't you know that your bedroom is connected to mine? Jiang Che said as he pointed to the balcony door. Goodness, the balcony door directly connected the two bedrooms. You pervert, hurry up and get out. At this moment, Jiang Che was only wearing a pair of shorts, his upper body bare. After several rounds of system enhancements, his body was almost perfect. The six-pack abs were like hard stones embedded in the young man's abdomen, not as terrifying as a bodybuilder, but contained an explosive, terrifying power. Plus, with Jiang Che's handsome face, it was hard for any girl to refuse him at this moment. Even couldn't help but swallow. What does this bastard have such a good figure? I haven't seen him exercise at all. A bastard is still a bastard. No matter how good his figure is, it doesn't change the fact that he's a bastard. What does he want to do? Jiang Che must be trying to bully me. I can't let him have his way. If he tries to get rough with me, I'll call the police. Forget it. I'll just shout, but that probably won't help, right? I think I know why Jiang Che's mom wanted me to stay in this bedroom. This is her purpose. Hee. What a loving mother. The little girl's thoughts were completely overheard by Jiang Che. He was very satisfied with this mind-reading skill. For someone as slightly perverted as Jiang Che, this skill was simply divine. Eavesdropping on a girl's thoughts was even more interesting than directly flirting with her. What's wrong? This is my house. Can I come in? Jiang smiled casually. He was very interested in this little girl, Seeing Jiang Che's shameless expression, understood. Jiang Che was simply a super pervert, and she was probably doomed tonight. Jiang Che, and I have to take my mom for dialysis tomorrow. The little girl began to use her secret weapon again, acting cute. To be honest, Yuaner's cuteness skills had been perfected to an impressive level, even making Jiang Che feel a bit soft-hearted. You're not little anymore. You're 19 years old, a month older than me. I should call you sister, right? Zista Vanya. Jiang Che's words made Yuaner unable to hold back. This guy is completely shameless. No, wait. He has no shame at all. By the way, you should be older than Yu Mengyao, right? Why do you call her sister? Zhang Duque asked curiously. Why do you care? Yuvaner replied irritably. Yuaner, I don't want to call Yu Mengyao sister, but she thinks I look much younger than her, so she forced me to call her sister. Zhang Duque, oh, EC. Jiang Che, why do you always bully me? I've never bothered you. Why are you so mean? Why don't you bully someone else? Why not bully Yu Mengyao? Whenever Yuaner thought of her experiences over these days, she felt wronged and wanted to cry. But ever since she encountered Jiang Che, her bottom line had been repeatedly broken. She was starting to feel scared that she would really fall for him, that she would be conquered by Jiang Che's sweet talk. She didn't want that. In a critical moment, Yuaner seemed to sense something. Her cheeks flushed, but then she let out a sigh of relief. Save, Jiang Che, it's here. It really came. Yuaner had never been so grateful to her aunt, because she had a weaker constitution and often suffered from menstrual pain. She despised her period, but at this moment, the dreaded aunt saved her life. Yuaner, thank goodness, Auntie, I love you. She was indeed very scared. How could Jiang Che's size 45 feet possibly fit in her size 38 shoes? Jiang Che. Watching Yuaner dash into the bathroom, Jiang Che leaned against the headboard, lightly touching his forehead, his expression slightly angry. Damn, author, is this the treatment of the protagonist? I barely touched the female lead. And you give me a period? Why can't I touch the female lead? Because I'm the villain. Damn it. I'll chop off your head for crossing dimensions. Jiang Che complained a bit. However, he was not in a hurry, as Yuaner could not escape his grasp anymore. Although girls like Yuaner had heavy schemes, if you peeled away her layers of disguise, she was just a fragile girl. Please let me go. I've been in the little black room 4 times already. Grandpa Shinha, please spare me. I'll bow to you. Yuaner quickly came out of the bathroom, wearing a pure white nightgown that was clearly oversized for her, more than one size too big. After coming out, Yuwaner felt completely relaxed. Yuwaner, Jiang Che, you pervert, you scumbag, my period came. What can you do to me? Yuwaner was in a great mood, even starting to mock Jiang Che in her heart. The period was like a protective charm for her. Although she felt happy, her expression was quite miserable because she was genuinely in pain. The girl held her stomach, her face looking as ugly as a bitter melon. Jiang Che, my aunt came. My stomach hurts so much. Yuwaner, ugh. It really hurts. Is this the price for escaping Jiang Che's clutches? I want to cry. Upon hearing Yuwaner's thoughts, Jiang Che chuckled. See? This is Yuwaner. What does it mean to be a green tea? This is what it means to be green tea. One set on the surface, another set inside, an old sow wearing a fierce mask, one set after another. Chapter 37. Eavesdropping on Yuwaner's inner thoughts, a top-level contrast. I don't want you to give me a massage. I just need to drink some hot water. But the girl suffering from painful menstrual cramps doesn't want to move at all. Although she feels fortunate to have escaped Jiang Che's clutches, she still feels terrible. When she used to have menstrual cramps, it was always her mother who rubbed her belly. Although Yu Weiwei was once a prostitute and quite materialistic, she was still the gentlest mother to Yuwaner. Hearing Yuwaner's inner thoughts, Jiang Che naturally understood that while Yuwaner was genuinely happy, her stomach pain was also real. Ah, that damn author ruining my good deed. Jiang Che picked Yuwaner up and carried her to the bed, covered her with a blanket, and even made her a bowl of brown sugar water. The little girl blinked her big eyes twice, unable to comprehend how the perverted Jiang Che suddenly became so gentle. You bastard, what do you want? Even if you become gentle, I could never like you. You're just a dead pervert. Yet, despite her complaints, she still took the porcelain bowl and sipped the brown sugar water. Inside, she kept cursing Jiang Che as a bastard. The girl curled up at the head of the bed, small enough that she seemed like she could be easily squished. Have you had enough? Does it still hurt? Jiang Che esquente voice hung in Yuwaner's ears. The girl instinctively shook her head. She did feel much better. Ah. Jiang Che sighed helplessly and covered Yuwaner with another layer of blanket. What are you thinking? I may be a bit perverted, but I'm not that extreme. Jiang Che displayed rare tenderness, making Yuwaner momentarily lose her focus. Nighttime. Yuwaner curled up next to Jiang Che, her beautiful, big eyes blinking. Jiang Che seemed to have a point. After he rubbed her, her stomach felt much better. Previously, her mother was the one who rubbed her belly during her menstrual cramps. This was the first time someone else had done it, especially a man. The little girl observed Jiang Che's profile, biting her thin lip. Yuwaner, actually, if Jiang Che weren't so bad and didn't bully me at first, I might really start to like him. Hearing Yuwaner's inner thoughts, Jiang Che almost burst out laughing. He understood girls' thoughts so well. That is how they are. If you're willing to be an honest man, 90 of girls wouldn't even look at you. But this feeling is surprisingly nice. A girl like Yuwaner, cute yet a bit proud, should be hard for any man to refuse. She is somewhat like a little demon, but her personality is much cuter than that of a little demon. To put it bluntly, she comes from a poor background. Unlike the rich young ladies like Yi Mingyao who are born with a golden key. But peel away the layers, and she is just a fragile girl. Jiang Che. Someone is calling me. It must be Sister Yao Yao. Let go of me quickly. I need to explain to her. The next second, Yuwaner answered the phone and covered Jiang Che's mouth. Hello? Wana, where are you? Yi Mingyao's voice made Yuwaner instantly tense up. Sister Yao Yao. I'm back home. Oh, Yuwaner. Did you go to Jiang Che's house to help him with tutoring today? Yi Mingyao asked cautiously. Yuwaner thought for a moment and replied, yes. Her words made Yi Mingyao feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She could barely hold the phone. Could it be that Yuwaner really has something to do with Jiang Che? Was what she saw that night real? Yuwaner continued, but I left in the afternoon. I planned to find you to hang out tonight, but it seems you're not home. The girl's mouth speaks deceitfully. To casually tell such a smooth lie is something most people can't do. After hearing Yuwaner's words, Yi Mingyao let out a sigh of relief. The timing didn't match. By the time she went to Jiang Che's house, it was already evening, and Yuwaner had left in the afternoon. She must have seen it wrong. Yuwaner, come to my place every weekend from now on. My parents will welcome you. No need. Zista Yao Yao. I have to hang up now. Yuana hung up the phone at lightning speed, feeling a sense of relief as if she had survived a disaster. Thankfully, Yi Mingyao hadn't discovered anything. Otherwise, their sisterly bond might have ended there. Now, Yi Mingyao was completely taken in by Jiang Che's tricks. Kake mipiaka, Jiang Che. You dead pervert. Chapter 38. Yuana is disturbed. Yuana woke up very early. She often got up early and usually made breakfast for the family. Yuana twisted her body a couple of times, feeling herself tightly embraced by Jiang Che. Damn it. Do you think I'm a pillow? Perverted creep. Big jerk. But while the little girl was cursing Jiang Che in her heart, her little head unconsciously burrowed deeper into Jiang Che's warm embrace, resembling a little kitten. After all, Jiang Che really exuded boyfriend energy, providing Yuana with a great sense of security. Unknowingly, Yuana fell asleep again. Jiang Che, I'm going home. After getting dressed, Yuana picked up her little backpack, not even putting on her socks, and was ready to sneak away. Hee, Jiang Che chuckled. What's so funny? I told you to be proud. Yuana fiercely kicked Jiang Che sikav. Her originally sweet voice had turned incredibly hoarse. Jiang Che wasn't in a hurry. He actually enjoyed seeing Yuana in such a temper. Regardless of whether Yuana was a green tea bitch, her personality was indeed quite adorable. Do you want me to give you money? Just ask. Jiang Che spoke, and it almost made Yuana furious. You jerk, what do you take me for? Who will want your money? Why don't you go die? You perverted creep. You deserve to be hanged from a streetlight. Saying this, Yuana seemed to think of something, pulled out 500 yuan in cash from her pocket, and directly threw it in front of Jiang Che. Here, this is my payment for you. She turned the tables, but it made Jiang Che want to laugh. Yuana is really pure and cute. Jiang Che certainly wouldn't argue with Yuana about money. It didn't matter to him at all. Money had lost its significance for Jiang Che, as he currently had over 200 million yuan in his bank account. Then my gold master lady, you can come find me again next time. Jiang Che smiled as he accepted the 500 yuan. You perverted creep, you really are quite suited to be a duck in a club. Jiang Che continued to laugh pervertedly. Naturally, with my looks and skills, even if I went to a club, I'd be a top-tier duck. Yuana. She swore she had never seen someone so shameless. After Yuana and Jiang Che went downstairs, Jiang Yunli had been waiting for them. Wanir, xiaoke. You're down. Jiang Yunli secretly sized up Yuana and then smiled. Great. My plan for a daughter-in-law is working. And looking at Yuana like this, it seems she doesn't particularly dislike Xiao Che. Darling Yuana, come here quickly. Sister Jiang had Aunt Wang prepare a lot of breakfast for you. Look, there's lean meat porridge, plain porridge, and brown sugar oatmeal. Jiang Yunli's excessive enthusiasm made Yuana feel a bit overwhelmed. Her impression of Jiang Yunli had changed. This mother figure clearly wanted her to become her daughter-in-law. She even resorted to unscrupulous means, saying something about the car at home being taken away. But she couldn't hate Jiang Yunli. This big sister was genuinely very kind to her, just as gentle as her own mother. Sister Jiang, thank you. Yuana lowered her head, sipping her porridge slowly. Jiang Yunli glanced at the Jiang Che, desperately signaling him. Hurry up. Go comfort her. What are you doing just standing there? But she could only feel anxious. Darling Yuana, this is Sister Jiang's family heirloom. Jiang Yunli took out a jade bracelet, which looked flawless and was clearly quite valuable. This jade bracelet is specially for the daughters-in-law of the Jiang family. I'm giving it to you now. Without allowing any argument, Jiang Yunli stuffed the jade bracelet into Yuana's hand. The little girl shook her head vigorously. No, Sister Jiang, I have nothing to do with Jiang Che. I don't want it. But Jiang Yunli didn't think so. The little girl was shy, and it was normal not to want to admit it. Yuana, just take it. Can't you consider it a gift from your sister? But no matter what, Yuana refused to accept it, and in the end, Jiang Yunli could only helplessly take the bracelet back. However, her attitude toward Yuana didn't change at all. Yuana certainly couldn't accept Jiang Yunli's bracelet. She was really afraid of the relationship with Jiang Che progressing further. She had already slept with Jiang Che last night, and although nothing happened, she was genuinely scared. Oh, you child. Jiang Yunli helplessly rubbed her forehead, and her fondness for Yuana increased dramatically. Many girls wanted to marry into the Jiang family, but a girl like Yuana, who was pure and untainted, was rare these days. Jiang Che brought Yuaner to the garage. The Jiang family had their own independent underground garage, which housed a whole row of cars. Even a Maybach inside could only be considered ordinary. However, there were no sports cars, with the Jiang family's strength and status. There was no need to flaunt their power with flashy sports cars. He, still saying that the cars at home were all taken away, clearly lying. Yuaner pouted, seeming a bit angry. Jiang Che chose the Maybach again. He had a particular fondness for it. The car was steady and low-key, and even if there was a fight inside, no one outside would notice. Don't ask, just know it's from past experiences. Yuaner, you're quite capable. Gaining my mom's favor so quickly? Jiang Che stuffed Yuaner into the passenger seat, teasingly smiling. Yuaner didn't want to talk, just turned her head away. I don't want to talk, feeling blue and mushy. She clearly knew that Jiang Che had left an indelible impression on her heart. Chapter 39, is this the pulse that humans can have? Baby, what do you think our relationship is now? Lovers? Or just ordinary friends? Jiang Che kept driving while continuously breaking down Yuaner's defenses. Every word he said made Yuaner tremble all over, as if she could feel countless ants crawling on her. Jiang Che. Yuaner's voice was firm as she turned to look at Jiang Che. I didn't know where I offended you before, but haven't you bullied me enough now? Can you just let me go? I promise I won't insult you anymore, perverted creep. Shameless. Who do you think is your lover? Dream on? Jiang Che chuckled. The heart communication is indeed a divine skill. What? Is your little mouth not tired yet? You can still chatter away? Jiang Che's words made Yuaner so angry that she gritted her teeth. Jiang Che, is your head stuffed with yellow waste? Thus, Jiang Che and Yuaner bickered all the way to the slums. Jiang Che saw Yu Weiwei again. Young Master Jiang, you're here again? Although this woman had been tortured by uremia to the point of being riddled with scars, she always had a faint smile on her face. Yu Weiwei glanced at Yuaner, her expression somewhat dim. Her sharp eyes naturally saw that Yuaner was still pure. Yu Weiwei was quite conflicted. On one hand, she was afraid Yuaner would be bullied if she married into a wealthy family. On the other hand, she wanted to send her into a wealthy family to enjoy a better life. Oh, Yuaner said you need to go to the hospital for dialysis. I happen to be passing by and can take you to the hospital. Jiang Che's words made Yuaner pause slightly. What does this bastard want? Is he really so kind as to take my mom to the hospital? Yu Weiwei smiled, then thank you, young Master Jiang. Yu Weiwei, once he take his car, I'll take a taxi with you. Yuaner didn't want to have too much contact with Jiang Che. She was afraid she would really fall for him. Yu Weiwei was very shrewd. Yuaner's little thoughts were nothing in front of her, which made her smile slightly. Why not take it? This is young Master Jiang's kindness. Jiang Che didn't look down on Yu Weiwei just because she was a former prostitute. To him, this woman was actually worthy of respect. Every kind mother deserves respect. Yuaner, you also sat in my car when you came here. Why are you being so double-standard? Jiang Che leaned close to Yuaner's ear, grinning mischievously. Sure enough, his words left the little girl speechless. At this moment, at the Central Hospital of Hang City, many people had gathered. A proud-looking young man was sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the hospital. In front of him was a small stall with a wooden sign that read 8 big characters. Ancestral Imperial Physician, cures all diseases. This person is none other than the protagonist Linyu. However, at this moment, this son of destiny seemed to be doing poorly. His clothes were tattered, and his shoes had a big hole, exposing his big toe. He was scruffy, but it couldn't hide the imposing aura he exuded. No medical license. Yet, daring to set up a stall in front of the municipal hospital? This was no longer just competing for business. It was outright slapping the hospital in the face. So many people were watching at the entrance of the hospital, and some even stepped forward to inquire. Little brother, can you really cure all diseases? An old man with a stooped back asked tentatively. Linyu smiled. An old man? He liked old men the most. Such old men were either high-ranking individuals themselves, or their children were powerful figures. At the very least, the old man must have a beautiful granddaughter. Anyway, saving them would definitely not be a loss. With his medical skills, he could even bring someone back from the brink of death, even in the late stages of cancer. This was what his master, the god doctor, had passed down to him. Of course, I am the descendant of the ghost doctor. There is no illness I cannot cure, no one I cannot save. Lin Yu then looked up at the four big characters of a municipal hospital and disdainfully said, I will treat the diseases that the hospital cannot cure. I will save the people that the hospital cannot save. To relieve the world. This is my medical principle. This statement instantly caused an uproar. It was equivalent to directly flaunting in front of the hospital. Perhaps influenced by the protagonist's halo, the people inside the hospital seemed to lose their minds, only staring at Lin Yu acting pretentious, at most having a verbal argument with him. But they did not stop Lin Yu from continuing to act pretentious and save people. What the hell? How can this person be so arrogant? He can cure diseases that the hospital cannot? I don't think he is just talking nonsense. After all, this is right in front of the hospital. I don't believe it. Look at how much traditional Chinese medicine has been criticized. Some herbs can cure diseases. Only a fool would believe it. Ghost Doctor, have you read too many novels? The Atmosphere group and a mocking group of bystanders took turns to create a lively atmosphere, making Lin Yu smile even more pronounced. Everyone step aside. I'm about to start showing off. Old man, I observe that your complexion is pale. It seems that, just as Lin Yu was getting into the groove of showing off. Among the crowd, two people, one tall and one short, began to discuss. Wow, monkey. Jiang Che was right. This idiot actually set up a stall. He's really a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. What should we do? I feel like this Lin Yu actually has some skills. Should we mess with him? Isn't that obvious? Of course, we should mess with him. Then let us hurry up and call the police, Jiang Che said. This guy has no medical license. We can definitely sue him. Lu Tai directly slapped Wang Zheng on the forehead. Are you stupid? Of course, we wait for a bit. I already hired an actor. Do you see that old man? He is the one I hired. What? That old man is your hired actor? Wang Zheng looked confused. Of course. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? Since this guy is practicing medicine illegally, we have to let a diagnose first, then we can deal with him. He. The two laughed, their smiles gradually becoming creepy. At this moment, Lin Yu had already started to show off. After feeling the pulse of the old man, Lin Yu's eyes widened in shock. What kind of pulse is this? Why is it so terrifying? This kind of pulse. I have never heard of it or seen it before. Lin Yu, who believed he had studied traditional Chinese medicine for over a decade under his master, had never seen such a pulse. Is this the pulse that humans can have? Chapter 40. Lin Yu's failed show-off back to the palace. Lin Yu was completely dumbfounded. The pulse he felt was too strange, wasn't it? He looked up at the old man in front of him who was grinning at him, then lowered his head to continue taking the pulse, his brows furrowing even tighter. Dare I ask, old sir, your health seems a bit off? As soon as Lin Yu said this, it sparked heated discussions among the people around. Off? Where's it off? You really can't say. This guy has pulse diagnosis seems almost real. The old man asked, what is wrong with my pulse? Is there a problem? Lin Yu fell silent, unsure how to respond. This was more than just a problem. It was a big issue. Old sir, to put it bluntly, I feel like there are 10,000 alpacas dancing in your body. Could you take off your clothes, please? Lin Yu's words changed the old man's expression. He coldly reprimanded, what do you want? I'm 80 this year. Do you want me to lose my reputation? Lin Yu felt a wave of irritation. What was this old man thinking? Making it seem like he was going to do something terrible to him. But with so many people around, he couldn't get angry. After all, he was a healer with a kind heart now. Old sir, you've misunderstood. I just want to see you're not a chance. You little brat, do you think I can't guess what you're thinking? A divine doctor like you? Go deceive a ghost. The old man took the money and began to act. Everyone, come and see. This young man actually made such a crude request to an 80-year-old man. What kind of divine doctor is this? Saying this, the old man angrily waved his sleeves, and accidentally, a pink oval ball flew out of his sleeve and buzzed as it hit the ground. In an instant, the atmosphere around became tense. Ahem, what is this? Why did it fall from me? Lin Yu was stunned. Goodness. He thought the pulse was so peculiar because it felt like something was dancing, but it turned out this old man had hidden this thing in his arm. No wonder. Old sir, aren't you going to explain? You stuffed this thing in your arm. Even if Hua Tuo came to take your pulse, he wouldn't be able to diagnose it. Lin Yu sneered. At this time, the old man was clearly a bit panicked and very embarrassed. Damn, this old man is really useless. Grab a chicken leg. Monkey, we have to do this ourselves. The task given to us by Jiang Che must be completed. Wang Zheng and Lu Tai started discussing, clearly. The reason these two guys would be beaten by Lin Yu in the original plot wasn't without reason, because they were really stupid. But fortunately, Lin Yu himself wasn't very smart either. Wang Zheng and Lu Tai stepped forward. Hey you came out to be a doctor. Do you have a medical license? Yeah. Which medical school did you graduate from? The two of them sang in harmony, leaving Lin Yu bewildered. But Lin Yu quickly recognized them. You guys. Wang Zheng didn't give Lin Yu a chance to speak. We're asking you, do you have a medical license or not? If you don't have a medical license, it's considered a legal practice, and if something goes wrong, you'll end up in jail. The two spoke with righteous indignation, instantly feeling like they had transformed into ambassadors of justice, ready to uphold some justice. Lu Tai kept making faces at the old man. The old man was also an experienced actor. Before being called over, he had run through the set multiple times as an extra, and at over 80, he still had an actor's dream. Yes, this is a quack. They say old traditional Chinese medicine, but which traditional Chinese doctor is this young? Good thing I didn't let him treat me. Who knows? I might have been treated to death. Lin Yu was almost furious, his chest heaving, wanting to punch this old man to death. After Wang Zheng and Lu Tai's reminder, many workers in the hospital also echoed. Right, we're SU medical license. Nowadays, whether it's traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine, you need a medical license to treat and save people. What is your name? Which school did you graduate from? Faced with a barrage of questioning, Lin Yu felt overwhelmed. Although he was extremely confident in his medical skills, he could even forcibly save a dying patient with his incredible medical skills. He really didn't have a medical license. Before he came down the mountain, his master hadn't mentioned anything about needing a medical license to treat and save people. Where was he supposed to get a medical license? Please calm down. I know you don't trust me. But I ask you to give me a chance to prove myself. But the others wouldn't by Lin Yu's story. The onlookers were just enjoying the show. How can you prove yourself? You, a guy without a medical license. Who would dare let you treat them? Do you know how serious the consequences would be if you killed someone? A middle-aged man in a white coat and mask stepped forward, looking at Lin Yu with anger in his eyes. Having been a doctor for most of his life, Xiaoyan had performed thousands of surgeries and saved countless lives. Although he was a Western doctor, he respected traditional Chinese medicine, but he hated con artists who pretended to be traditional Chinese doctors to swindle people. Clearly, Lin Yu was a typical con artist in his eyes. Director Xiao, you're here? Director Xiao, look at this guy. He is so arrogant. Coming out to be a doctor without a medical license. Isn't that harmful? Lin Yu was also panicking. I really can save people. Even a dead person I can bring back to life. Just then, a timely event occurred. An ambulance arrived outside the emergency room. Quick, come here. There's a patient who is about to die. Lin Yu twisted the corner of his mouth. What a coincidence, just when I needed a drink. A pillow was sent my way. Everyone, step aside. I'm about to show off. Lin Yu ignored these people and dashed toward the ambulance. He knew these people wouldn't listen to his explanation. Only by showcasing his powerful medical skills could he conquer them. What do you want? Get down from there. Where are the security guards? Where do they go? There's a madman here. Lin Yu gritted his teeth. He couldn't care less now. He jumped onto the ambulance, quickly pulled out a small cloth bag filled with silver needles. The signature skill of a divine doctor protagonist. Acupuncture. A divine doctor like Lin Yu, with his acupuncture skills, could cure anything. He could even treat AIDS. But when Lin Yu saw the patient in the ambulance, his expression froze. Ahem. Sorry to interrupt. This guy had half an arm crushed. The left side of his skull was shattered. Cerebrospinal fluid was leaking from his nostrils. His eyeballs had burst. If it weren't for adrenaline keeping him alive, he would have been dead long ago. His medical skills were indeed impressive, claiming to bring the dead back to life. But damn, this wasn't a resurrection spell. Grab him. This is a madman who ran out of a mental hospital. Security guards surrounded him, making Lin Yu feel a wave of panic. What healing and saving people. If this continued, he would probably end up in jail again. Chapter 41. Yuaner's heartbeat. Lin Yu is diagnosed with delusional disorder. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? Lin Yu cursed inwardly. He did not want to end up in jail. After running down from the ambulance, he was ready to make a run for it. Trying to show off, but having to flee. He was about to run. Quickly, catch him. Catch him. Lin Yu snorted coldly. With these guys, how could they possibly be a match for a dark energy expert like him? They think they can catch up to me? They are really overestimating themselves. Just as he was about to escape, a voice reached his ears. "Oh, isn't that Linyu?" Jiang Che walked out of the hospital, with Yuaner following behind him. Enemies meet, and they are particularly red-eyed. Upon seeing Jiang Che, Linyu wished he could devour him. This guy had been targeting him from the very beginning. "Jiang Che, get out of my way." Linyu raised his hand, aiming to punch Jiang Che. He had long found this guy displeasing, and now was the perfect time to land a punch for revenge. "Huh, I know you were at the early stage of dark energy, but sorry, I'm already at the mid-stage of dark energy." Linyu sneered. His fist, accompanied by a strong gust of wind, swung toward Jiang Che's face. "Jiang Che, you've barely been down the mountain for a month, and you've already broken through a small realm? This is the luck of the protagonist in a novel, whose cultivation doesn't rise for over a decade while on the mountain, yet skyrockets upon entering the city. But unfortunately, the higher the path, the greater the devil. I am at the late stage of dark energy." Without saying a word, Jiang Che directly activated Tai Chi and took Lin Yu's punch. Transformation. Lin Yu's face showed horror, but before he could react, Jiang Che landed a solid elbow strike right on his face. Bang! Lin Yu was sent flying, crashing to the ground and coughing up blood, his face distorted. Dark energy. Late stage? His shock turned into fear. The first time he saw Jiang Che, he was still an ordinary person. Then just a week later, he transformed into someone at the early stage of dark energy, and now, in less than a month, he had become a late-stage dark energy expert. It's not like he was on a rocket, right? But he had no time to think more. He was dragged away by the arriving security, and the police would probably be here soon. But before being taken away, Lin Yu glared at Jiang Che. It must be the cave secret realm. This guy Jiang Che must have obtained a tremendous opportunity within the cave secret realm, which allowed him to surpass me in such a short time. Damn it. All of this should have been mine. He believed he had outstanding cultivation talent. If he had obtained the cave opportunity, he would probably have reached the peak of dark energy by now, or even broken into transformation. Damn. It's all this damn Jiang Che's fault for targeting me repeatedly, snatching my opportunities, taking away my achievements, and even laying hands on the girl I like. I must get that cave secret technique back. Even Lin Yu, no matter how foolish, understood that he was being targeted by Jiang Che to death. If he wanted to turn the tables, he had to master the cave secret technique. This guy Jiang Che could rise from an ordinary person to the late stage of dark energy in a month by practicing the secret technique. As a cultivation genius, he would surely soar. Now is the time for fantasy. But just as he was daydreaming, the rushing officer once again pushed Lin Yu onto the police car. Jiang Che, thank you. Yuaner, following Jiang Che, thought for a long time, finally blushing as she spoke to him. Just a moment ago, after Jiang Che had sent Yu Weiwei to the hospital, he had even found the best doctors and equipment to help her treat her illness. For patients with uremia, the quality of dialysis machines is crucial. Previously, she had no money, and all the money she got from Yu Mengyao was used to treat Yu Weiwei, with each dialysis costing 400 to 500, needing at least 10 or more sessions a month. With no money, she could only use the worst machines. But Jiang Che had waved his hand, providing the best medical environment and facilities. This was Jiang Che's overt scheme, using material means to corrupt her. His small contribution was enough to change her and her mother's lives. But even if Yuana knew this, she couldn't help but be moved. Oh, what's wrong? You would have fallen in love with me, would you? Jiang Che revealed a mischievous smile, pinching the little lowly's cheek, making her furious, wishing she could jump up and punch him in the face. You perverted bastard. There's no way I could ever like you. Then you better think carefully. Your sister Yao Yao is still figuring out how to pursue me, and if you come too late, you'll just have to fall in line behind Yi Mengyao. Jiang Che's words completely enraged Yuaner. Can you just die? Jiang Che, why don't you go die? I knew this bastard still had thoughts about Yao Yao. Jiang Che looked down at the fuming little lowly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Although it said that lolas can be controlled but not pushed, that is illegal lolas. A three-dimensional copper alchemist must die. But Yuaner was a genuine legal lowly. Soft and fragrant in his arms, softer than any pillow. She would also glare at him with a look of disdain, which was simply irresistible temptation for those perverted lowly enthusiasts. The girl lowered her head, sulking alone. I'm so scared. If Yiming Yao finds out about my relationship with Jiang Che, she will definitely be angry. I don't want that. After Lin Yu entered the palace for the second time, he wasn't detained for very long. He was locked up in the afternoon and released in the evening, but the police arranged for a psychologist to examine him. The conclusion was, Lin Yu suffers from a certain degree of delusional disorder, often fantasizing that he is a divine doctor and is keen on treating others. Damn it, I don't have a delusional disorder. You're the one with a delusional disorder. Lin Yu stood at the police station door, cursing. How could a dignified divine doctor be diagnosed with a delusional disorder? It's simply absurd. I didn't even have any issues that you could find. While cursing, Lin Yu began to curse Jiang Che again. But the more he thought about it, the more something fell off. He suddenly slapped his thigh. Jiang Che has been messing with me from the start. Perhaps he had already started plotting while I was still on the mountain. But how could this be? It doesn't make sense at all. Lin Yu's brain was gradually overloaded. Unable to figure it out, he decided to stop thinking. Now, a serious problem was in front of him. Gulp. He was both hungry and sleepy. Now he had no place to stay and could only sleep under a bridge. Chapter 42, The New Child of Fortune. Little security guard, Chun Hao. Get away, don't bother me. As Jiang Che just returned home, the family's white ragdoll cat ran to his feet, constantly rubbing against him. This female cat seemed to be in heat lately, always rubbing against his pants leg. Jiang Che wasn't very interested in cats and gently kicked it aside. The ragdoll cat let out a couple of aggrieved meows and then hid under the table. Xiao Che, aren't you too rude? Are you this rude to girls too? Jiang Yunli jogged over to the table and picked up the cat from under it. You scared Xiao Guai. Jiang Yunli gently stroked the ragdoll cat, which rubbed against Jiang Yunli's chest in a grievance. Damn it, even a cat is such a green tea. Jiang Che secretly cursed. During dinner, Jiang Yuan and Jiang Yunli held a meeting with Jiang Che. As for the topic of discussion, it was naturally about Yuaner. Xiao, Ki. What are you planning to do about Yuaner and Yiming Yao? Jiang Yunli had obviously told Jiang Yuan about the situation between Jiang Che and Yuaner, which was no small matter, especially since the Jiang family was a wealthy clan worth billions. Jiang Che furrowed his brows. What do you mean? Do you want me to choose one? Choosing is something only kids do. I want them both. As a qualified villain, he would definitely encounter many children of fortune in the future, and naturally, he would meet quite a few destined heroines. Giving up any heroine, Jiang Che felt he would bear a huge sin. But obviously, he couldn't say these words to his parents, fearing it would scare them to death. Jiang Che remained silent and directly changed the subject. How's the company doing now? It should be fine, right? When it came to the company, Jiang Yuan's face lit up with pride, of course. I recently did a major overhaul in the company, replaced many of the old staff, and promoted some newcomers. The main thing is, the new product passed the national standard review, and its effects are very significant. Xiao, Ki. Our company has changed quite a few people. You see, do you want to try working in the company? This is the perfect time for you to establish your prestige. Zhang Gukidichizivili refused. Are you kidding? How could I possibly work in the company? Isn't it great to just be a rich second generation? On the other side, Yuaner couldn't sleep. The girl curled up in her small bed, hugging a stuffed bear that had become worn from washing, dressed in a thin white nightgown. Yuaner stared blankly at the night sky outside the window, seemingly lost in thought, only blinking when her eyes felt dry, looking just like a doll. She recalled what happened last night. She completely didn't know how to face Jiang Che now. If Jiang Che really liked her, that would be better. But the problem was, she clearly knew that Jiang Che was a pervert. He was simply lusting after her body and wouldn't take her seriously. But she was gradually falling for him. This feeling was terrifying, like a traveler falling into quicksand, struggling desperately, but only being swallowed little by little. This was something she had never even dared to imagine before. Moreover, Yiming Yao also liked Jiang Che. Although she had always played the role of a little bug around Yiming Yao, her feelings for her were also very deep. Yeah. I'm sorry. Lost in thought, the little girl quietly cried, tightly hugging the stuffed bear as if it would bring her a sense of security. As she cried, the girl fell asleep, curling up with the stuffed bear like a little hedgehog. This sleeping position best reflected a person's anxiety and helplessness. Jiang Che, you pervert, don't bully me anymore. Okay, It was clear that Jiang Che had left a deep impression on Yu Wanner. Even in her dreams, she was cursing him. Achoo! Jiang Che wiped his nose, wondering if someone was cursing him last night. He was somewhat surprised. He was an ancient martial artist at the late stage of dark energy. Did he caught a cold? What a strange occurrence. Just as Jiang Che was pondering, the system's voice interrupted his thoughts. Ding! System has detected a new child of fortune. Jiang Che frowned. A new child of fortune appeared so quickly? I haven't even dealt with Lin Yu yet. Ding! The host is a major villain, automatically acquiring the title of major villain. Your chance of encountering children of fortune or heroines will significantly increase. Alright, so I've really become a villain. But system, I shouldn't encounter those ridiculously absurd protagonists, right? If a demon emperor returns, a celestial lord is reborn, or a divine king reincarnates, am I supposed to fight them with my head? Come on, I'm doing martial arts, and you want to play cultivation with me. What a joke. Just destroy it. Not for now. The current world level won't have such high-tier protagonists. You mean it will in the future? Jiang Che mouth twitched. Is it too late to unbind the system now? Yeah, forget it. Maybe I can still meet some fairies in the future. But soon his perverted expression faded. Cough, cough. Where's this protagonist? Why can't I see him? Soon, he saw a young security guard in a security uniform. The young guard had a panel of data above his head. Chun Hao. Intelligence diminishing halo has become ineffective. 21 years old. Identity as a newly hired security guard at Heroine School. Heir of the Chun family of ancient martial arts, mastering Tai Chi, and at the mid-stage of dark energy. A security guard? Jiang Che thoughtfully glanced at Chun Hao. It was already quite obvious. A young master from a big family came out to experience life. Working as a security guard, starting to show off and chase girls and getting slapped in the face. In short, just one word, refreshing. At this moment, Chun Hao seemed to sense something, turned his head to look at Jiang Che's car, with a hint of confusion in his eyes, feeling as if someone was watching him. But just then, an unexpected change occurred. A girl's voice shouted ahead. Get away. I've already called the police. Stay away from me. Hearing the girl's cry, Chun Hao's expression changed, and he rushed over. Jiang Che's eyes narrowed slightly, and he stepped on the gas, accelerating. You still want to show off? Then you're definitely thinking too much. Chapter 43. Let go of that girl. Let me handle it. Qin Xiaoqiao was in despair. The few yellow-haired thugs in front of her were notorious ruffians from the surrounding districts. It was said that many girls had been ruined by them, but the news had been suppressed. Hee, little beauty, how about stepping into your brother's embrace? We've had our eyes on you for a long time. You're really a big beauty. Come with your brothers. Hee. Classic thug lines. Jiang Che understood the situation instantly upon seeing this scene. This was probably another glitch where a destined female lead was rescued by a hero. Jiang Che couldn't help but complain. Ding! The host encounters a hero saving a damsel in distress, triggering a god-level choice. Option 1. Beat up Chun Hao, then join the yellow-haired thugs. Qin Xiaoqiao's favorability -100, and receive the reward NTR medal. Option 2. Wait for Chun Hao to rescue Qin Xiaoqiao. Qin Xiaoqiao's favorability 10, and receive 5 years of inner strength. Option 3. Let go of that girl. Qin Xiaoqiao's favorability 20, and receive the reward, God-level disguise technique. Huh. Jiang Che looked at option 1, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Join the yellow-haired thugs. NTR medal. After wearing this medal, the host will unlock 3 forms. Yellow-haired youth. Greasy middle-aged uncle with a beer belly, muscle man with a pixelated face, and the host's NTR probability increases by 100. Wow, what the hell? Even a pervert like me feels it's twisted. Option 1 was definitely out of the question, and option 2 was even less likely. Whoosh! With a single motion, Jiang Che drifted, the massive body of the Maybach carving a curve on the road. The sudden change shocked both the yellow-haired thugs and Qin Xiaoqiao. When they saw Jiang Che get out from the driver's seat, the yellow-haired thugs furrowed their brows. Although they didn't know Jiang Che, they recognized the Maybach. People who could afford a Maybach were either rich or noble. What do you want? Kid, don't think we'll be scared just because you drive a Maybach. When Qin Xiaoqiao saw Jiang Che, hope reignited within her. Help me. Please save me. They want to violate me. Jiang Che grinned, stepping forward with a righteous expression. He pointed at the yellow-haired thugs and spoke with full confidence. Let go of that girl. As soon as he said this, the air fell into a strange silence, with the yellow-haired thugs staring at each other in disbelief. What is going on? Before they could react, Jiang Che walked up to Qin Xiao and embraced her. Qin Xiao's head buzzed, her mind going blank. What are you looking at? Get lost. Jiang Che's voice, laced with hidden power, struck fear into their hearts. The thugs instinctively categorized Jiang Che as someone they couldn't afford to offend. Let go of that girl. At this moment, Chun Hao arrived late and saw this scene. Instantly becoming furious, he subconsciously took Jiang Che as the leader of the thugs. Thus, he acted. What are you doing? It's not me. Why are you hitting me? We didn't touch that woman. Go after him. The yellow-haired thugs fell victim to Chun Hao's attack, getting taken down in just a few moves. Jiang Che glanced at Chun Hao with a slight smile. He looked down at the girl, and she truly lived up to her role as the destined female lead. Heart communication activated. After all, Jiang Che was at the late stage of hidden strength, so he wasn't afraid of Chun Hao, a mid-stage lucky son. Who is this guy? Which bastard is he? But he is really handsome. Wait, isn't he Jiang Che from school? How is it Jiang Che? Jiang Che is actually like this? I Jiang Che actually ujid me. Sobi. Adriaming. Jiang Che is so handsome, he smells so good, and his embrace is so warm. Jiang Che. What is going on? This destined female lead is actually my little fan? ISNT this. Interesting? Jiang Che leaned down and whispered in Qin Xiao's ear. Sure. It's very dangerous here. I'll take you away soon. Qin Xiao nodded cutely. I told you to let go of that girl. Chun Hao's furious voice came again, and he was even ready to punch Jiang Che. However, Jiang Che merely lifted Qin Xiao up in his arms. When Chun Hao saw Qin Xiao's face, he momentarily froze. What a beautiful girl. In an instant, boundless anger followed. This bastard dared to touch the girl he had his eyes on? He was dead meat. He stepped forward to Jiang Che, ready to throw a punch. What do you want? Is it wrong for me to hold my girlfriend? Jiang Che glanced at Chun Hao. You're talking nonsense. I heard this girl scream for help. If you're a boyfriend, then I'll eat SHT. You can leave now. He is my boyfriend. Qin Xiao said, blushing. Boom. Chun Hao was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Just a moment ago, this girl was screaming for help, and now. I get it. He must have threatened you, right? I'll help you. Who are you? Can you get lost? Qin Xiao scolded sweetly. Chun Hao's raised hand froze in midair. Babe, let us go. This guy only knows how to con people. Jiang Che turned and walked to the front of the car, opened the door, and stuffed the girl into the passenger seat. With a bang, the car door slammed shut. He stepped on the gas, leaving Chun Hao with a bewildered back view. Damn it. Who are you? That girl is definitely being held against her will. Chun Hao gritted his teeth. The image of that girl appeared in his mind again. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, he had already regarded her as his future wife. Such a beautiful girl. Only he was worthy of her. But after finally feeling moved, he lost so completely. Chapter 44. The rebellious girl, Qin Xiao. 2 levels of contrast. After Jiang Che stuffed the girl into the passenger seat, he passed through a few traffic lights and finally parked the car on a deserted roadside. He then glanced at the girl next to him. It must be said that this girl, as the destined female lead, was indeed quite pretty. Dressed in a Sherlock school uniform and wearing round glasses. With a high-nosed bridge and bangs, she sat in the passenger seat, tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, her cheeks slightly flushed, clearly the type of good girl. However, Jiang Che naturally did not think that this girl was as innocent as she appeared. Just now, he smiled and said it was because he had to save her that he had offended her. What's your name, girl? Qin Xiao lowered her head, her cheeks turning completely red, seemingly very shy. Qin Xiao. Jiang Che felt the name seemed somewhat familiar. After thinking for a moment, he remembered it. Qin Xiao, the president of the student council at Sherlock School, with both her parents being teachers of the school, especially her mother, who was also his English teacher. She was also the 3rd most beautiful girl at Sherlock School, with the top 2 naturally being Yi Mingyao and Yuaner. Jiang Che felt a wave of disbelief. Things like school beauties only existed in novels. How could there be so many in real life? High school students were busy studying, and college students were busy gaming and dating. Who had time to elect a school beauty? Qin Xiao Xiao? Nice name, indeed very obedient. Jiang Che. While Qin Xiao Xiao lowered her head, don't call me obedient. Obedient? Who wants to be obedient? I've been tired of being called a good girl since I was little. I hate it when others call me a good girl. Jiang Che was slightly taken aback. This Qin Xiao Xiao was a bit different. He then smirked. He understood. Girls like Qin Xiao Xiao, with parents who were teachers, generally had high expectations placed on them, which could lead to a rebellious mindset. Qin Xiao Xiao was likely one of those. Thinking of his English teacher, she was indeed a very irritable woman during her menopause, always nagging. Oh, I suddenly remembered. You're the president of our school's student council, right? If I remember correctly. Your mom is my English teacher, right? Is her name Wang Lily? Qin Xiao Xiao raised her eyes, nodded, and said in surprise, yes, my mom's name is Wang Lily. Indeed, your mom is quite the nag. She's been driving our whole class crazy. Jiang Che directly complained about her mother in front of Qin Xiao Xiao. If it were another girl, she would probably have flipped out, but Qin Xiao Xiao was different. Jiang Che Sr. is right. My mom is annoying and chatty, always forcing me to study and practice piano. It's too much. Senior Jiang Che, my mom is like this with all the students. She's very strict with me at home, too. A contrastive girl. Let's not talk about your mom. Just thinking about it is annoying. I'm afraid if I keep talking, I might start cursing. Complaining about her mom in front of Qin Xiao Xiao was probably something only Jiang Che dared to do. Senor Jiang Che, you can't talk about my mom. She's doing it for your own good. Who would believe that? My mom, that old witch, is just a nag. What do you mean for your own good? It's just for her own vanity. Jiang Che smiled. Her heart-reading skill was indeed a talent. What's wrong? Your mom often messes with our mindset as underachievers. Can I not complain a bit? Jiang Che gradually started becoming cheeky, even unbuckling his seatbelt. But you can't call my mom an old witch. Qin Xiao Xiao seemed a bit angry, pouting cutely. Old witch, old witch, old witch. Jiang Che could hardly contain himself. This rebellious Qin Xiao Xiao was really quite adorable, making him want to see her other side. All right. Your mom always messes with my mindset. I'll take revenge today. Jiang Che smiled and glanced at Qin Xiao Xiao. Qin Xiao Xiao bit her lips slightly. Senior Jiang Che, what are you saying? Using me to take revenge on my mom? Jiang Che, how can you do that? But, Mom, what you're doing is indeed a bit too much. You're not letting me date before I graduate from college. I want to date now. Drive you all crazy. Drive you all crazy. Jiang Che chuckled. Xiao Xiao's thoughts were so naive it almost made him laugh. Jiang Che understood girls like Qin Xiao Xiao very well. A high-pressure family environment would inevitably lead to a rebellious mindset. She panicked. Jiang Che Senior, I have to go now. I'm going to be late for morning self-study. Qin Xiao Xiao hurriedly got out of Jiang Che's car, clutching her small backpack and running away. So embarrassing. Gotta get out of here. Xiao Xiao, this is my number. If you miss me, you can call me. Qin Xiao Xiao took the piece of paper from Jiang Che's hand and hurriedly got out of the car. As she got out, her knees buckled, almost making her fall. Jiang Che watched Qin Xiao Xiao's retreating figure, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. Hey, Qin Xiao Xiao, see you another day. Jiang Che's words made Qin Xiao Xiao's cheeks flush, and she didn't dare to meet his gaze. Qin Xiao Xiao turned and walked away directly. Senior Jiang Che is so handsome. I really like him. Jiang Che? Black Man ? Chapter 45. Qin Xiao Xiao. I don't want to be a good girl anymore. A certain ancestor once said, when you meet a good girl, don't miss her. When you meet a bad girl, don't let her go. Although Qin Xiao Xiao isn't exactly a bad girl, she might as well be. So how could Jiang Che let her go? Girls like Baigu are truly delightful. Girls like Qin Xiao Xiao want to rebel, yet are as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Jiang Che exhaled a breath of frustration, just as he was about to knock on the door. She ran away in fear. Although Jiang Che was a bit perverted, he couldn't force her, right? In the school security room. Boss, I will definitely take on the responsibility of being a security guard. I guarantee, as long as I am on this post for one day, no outsiders will ever enter the school. Chun Hao patted his chest while wearing a security uniform. Good job, Xiao Chun. The chubby leader patted Chun Hao's shoulder and nodded. After leaving the security room, Chun Hao couldn't help but remember the scene from earlier. He had finally fallen in love with a girl at first sight, only to see her get into another man's car. So what if it was a Maybach? I'm the young master of the ancient martial arts Chun family. What luxury car haven't I seen? Even though he was just a small bodyguard now, he was actually a hidden master at the mid-stage of dark energy. Just as he was feeling extremely frustrated, his gaze happened to catch sight of the school gate, where a girl in a school uniform hurriedly got out of a Maybach, almost tripping over herself. Chun Hao's eyes lit up. Wasn't that the girl he had been thinking about? Wait a minute. Chun Hao glanced at Qin Xiaoqiao's appearance, and a terrifying thought was born in his mind. They couldn't have done something in the car, could they? Just thinking about this possibility made Chun Hao's heart ache to the point of suffocation. No, that is impossible. That girl looked like a pure and innocent girl. How could she be that kind of reckless girl? It must be her leg that hurts, right? Yes, definitely her leg hurts. Class is about to start. Hurry up, Chun Hao urged. Qin Xiaoqiao was holding her knee, gasping for breath as she jogged to the school gate. Classmate, what's your name? You're late. I need to record this, don't worry. I won't report to the school, Chun Hao said as he approached Qin Xiaoqiao. And when he saw her shy appearance, he felt like he had been struck hard. It's you? Qin Xiaoqiao was stunned. The guy who wanted to be a hero just now. How did he turn into the school's security guard? Ahem. My name is Chun Hao, and I'm now the school's security guard. What's your name, classmate? Although Chun Hao was heartbroken, he still asked patiently. I'm Qin Xiaoqiao. She replied slowly before stepping into the school gate. Qin Xiaoqiao. So beautiful. For a moment, Chun Hao even thought about the names of their future children. Hey, security guard. Open the door, I want to go in. A lazy voice interrupted Chun Hao's thoughts. He turned to see Jiang Che smiling at him. You're that bastard. Chun Hao glared at Jiang Che, his anger boiling over. It was this damn guy. Why are you cursing at me? Open the door and let me in, Jiang Che said with a grin. Chun Hao clenched his fists tightly. No outsiders are allowed to enter. Jiang Che had already anticipated that this guy would make things difficult for him, but he wasn't worried. He pulled out his student ID. This is my student ID. Can I go in now? Jiang Che's words made Chun Hao's mouth twitch. That damn guy was actually a student of Sherlan School? But you're late. Class has already started. Chun Hao insisted firmly, determined to keep this guy out of the school. The school has rules, but any student can freely enter and exit during class hours, Jiang Che said confidently, bluffing. He casually made up a school rule. Don't believe me? Go check it yourself. After all, most school rules are so lengthy that they could fill a novel, and Jiang Che didn't believe Chun Hao would check them one by one. Chun Hao could no longer hold back and glared at Jiang Che. Can I open the door now? Although he was very reluctant, he still opened the door. Jiang Che swaggered through the school gate. Ouch, my back. Jiang Che pressed down on his back, frowning, and muttered to himself, Oh, I'm so exhausted. Chun Hao's face darkened, and he glared at Jiang Che, gritting his teeth in anger, wishing he could kill him right away. If it were the old him, he would have already punched him in the face, but now he couldn't act out. Although he was the young master of the ancient martial arts Chun family, he had to abide by the law and couldn't just hit people. In Longhua, every year there are countless martial artists executed, regardless of their martial arts level. In the face of American-style Aikido, all beings are equal. Back in the classroom, Qin Xiaoqiao's face had slightly improved. However, her mind was already in chaos. She couldn't focus on the first two classes at all. Jiang Che, the senior, was a bit bad, but he was also so handsome. Old witch. You don't want me to date, right? I'll be with Jiang Che soon, just to make you mad. No one knew how strong her parents' control over her was, especially her mother. Every day, she had to watch her do homework until late at night. She remembered when she was in her teenage years. She liked to cross her legs and ended up getting scolded by her mother, who said she was shameless. Since then, Wang Lily moved a sofa into her bedroom. Every time she took an exam, she had to be in the top 10 of her grade. Otherwise, she would get her palm smacked. This twisted love made her feel fear and dread, and her rebellious heart had already taken root deep in the girl's heart. The girl looked down at the little note Jiang Che had passed to her, her gaze gradually becoming resolute. She didn't want to be a good girl anymore. Chapter 46. Yi Ming Yao. Warner, do you like Jiang Che? Jiang Che sat in the classroom, starting to study the skill he had just acquired. God-level disguise technique. God-level disguise technique can change the host's appearance, height, and bone structure. With this skill, you can even disguise yourself as a girl. Additionally, the system offers a complementary skill, master-level tongue technique. The God-level disguise technique is not an ordinary makeup skill. It is equivalent to a supernatural ability. It can completely change one's appearance from the inside out. It is not an exaggeration to say that with this skill, Jiang Che, if he wanted, could completely transform into a woman. Of course, Jiang Che would never do that. As a steel straight man, if he became a woman, he might as well die. This skill sounds a bit useless, but after all, having more skills is better than having fewer. For example, if you're already 18 centimeters, but you still want to break through 20. Jiang Che, what are you laughing at? At that moment, a sharp voice entered his ears. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged woman with black-framed glasses pointing at him with a piece of chalk. The woman had her hands on her hips, looking like a fierce tiger. Wang Lily, his English teacher, and also Qian Xiao's mother. In her early 40s, although she was only 2 or 3 years older than Jiang Che's mother. The difference was like heaven and earth. Jiang Yunli looked like a 20-year-old girl, while Wang Lily looked like a 50-year-old aunt. Jiang Che glanced at Wang Lily and thought of something happy. Wang Lily frowned and said, "If you have something happy to think about, do it at home. I'm teaching class right now. Pay attention." Jiang Che chuckled lightly. "Indeed a witch, but I still want to say one thing. Your daughter is really beautiful." Wang Lily did not continue to make things difficult for Jiang Che. In her eyes, Jiang Che was a hopeless academic failure, just a playboy living off his family's wealth. Her daughter could never marry such a playboy. Although Wang Lily was strict, she never dragged out the class. As soon as the bell rang, she stopped teaching in the middle of a topic, not staying in the classroom for even a second longer. "Jiang Che, have you eaten? This is breakfast I brought for you." Yi Mingyao, as usual, walked up to Jiang Che with a portion of breakfast. Her eyes secretly looking at the boy in front of her, her heart racing. Jiang Che, this is breakfast I made myself. I wrapped the buns last night. Can you try it?" A hint of pleading appeared in Yi Mingyao's eyes. When had the girl, who never touched a drop of water, ever cooked? But Jiang Che's attitude towards the engagement that night gave her a glimmer of hope. Perhaps she could really win back Jiang Che's heart. She truly regretted it, and every night since then, she had recalled the bits and pieces of their past. Jiang Che glanced at her calmly, feeling quite pleased. Facing Yi Mingyao's heartfelt breakfast, Jiang Che did not refuse. Instead, he picked up a small bun and put it in his mouth. He had just worked hard in the car and was a bit hungry now. Yi Mingyao's buns were beautifully wrapped, small and exquisite, soft and steaming. Jiang Che took a bite, his eyes narrowing slightly. It was surprisingly delicious. He had thought Yi Mingyao would make something horrible. Thanks." Jiang Che still maintained his usual aloof demeanor, but inside he was feeling quite happy. "See, this is the young lady. This is what women are like. When you desperately pursue her, she ignores you. When you stop pursuing her, she becomes more proactive than anyone else, even starting to cling to you." Yi Mingyao blushed and lowered her head, gently biting her thin lips. For the first time, Jiang Che did not reject her. Didn't that mean there was still room for maneuver? Or perhaps he still liked her? Jiang Che, can you accompany me to choose a dress this weekend? For the birthday party. I want you to help me choose. Yi Mingyao timidly spoke up. Jiang Che, you're getting a bit greedy, aren't you? I don't have time. I still need to ask you Warner to tutor me this weekend. The startled you Warner widened her eyes. Hey, why are you dragging me into this? You want me to tutor you on the weekend? I would never go. Next weekend, I won't have Aunt Flo to protect me. Vanea. Yi Mingyao beat her lip tightly. For some reason, the mention of Yuaner from Jiang Che's lips sounded so harsh. Oh, Yi Mingyao walked away a bit dejectedly. After returning to her seat, the girl was entangled in a question. How did the relationship between Yuaner and Jiang Che suddenly become so good? Was it just about tutoring? Although she was a bit naive, she wasn't completely clueless. A woman's sixth sense told her the relationship between Warner and Jiang Che might not be as simple as it seemed. But she trusted Warner too much. After all, she was her good friend. Their relationship was so close that they could share a straw. Vanea, Bibi? Yi Mingyao gently nudged the little girl who was doing her homework. Sister Yao, what's wrong? Yu Wanner had already guessed what Yi Mingyao wanted to say, but still pretended to be innocent. Well, what do you think of Jiang Che? What kind of person do you think he is? Yi Mingyao asked. No need to say. Big bad guy. Total pervert. A complete jerk. With maybe just a little bit of gentleness. But these words obviously couldn't come out of her mouth. If they did, it would definitely cause problems. Jiang Che. Actually, he has great academic talent. He just doesn't like studying. Sister Yao Yao, he's really smart. I can teach him once, and he gets it. But he just doesn't want to learn. How could Yi Mingyao compete with Yu Wanner? If Yi Mingyao's emotional intelligence was 0, then Yu Wanner's was 100. I directly answer the question without addressing the point, with no flaws at all. Yi Mingyao felt a bit frustrated. She wasn't asking that. But she had always been poor at speaking, and it was her inability to express herself that hurt Jiang Che's feelings. What I want to ask is, do you like Jiang Che? In desperation, Yi Mingyao directly went for the straight ball. Yu Wanner's expression instantly froze, her heart completely flustered. Chapter 47. Jiang Che's disguise and Chun Hao's misfortune. Yu Wanner was very anxious. Yi Mingyao's words struck at the deepest vulnerability in her heart. In an instant, the young girl felt as if her heart was being stripped bare. Sister Yao Yao, how could you think that? How could I possibly like Jiang Che? The smile on Yu Wanner's face appeared somewhat stiff. But deep down, a voice emerged involuntarily. Do you really not like him? It was obvious that she couldn't have no feelings for Jiang Che. Although she hated him and wished she could jump up and bite him to death. She had to admit, she did indeed like Jiang Che. Oh, Wanner, now that you say that, I can relax. If you like Jiang Che, then I will step back. But since you don't like him, I must definitely pursue him. Yi Mingyao raised her arm, giving herself a pep talk, her gaze becoming more determined. Yet she didn't see the lost expression on Yu Wanner's face. At noon, the head teacher, Zhu Yong, entered the classroom. I have an announcement for everyone. This afternoon, leaders from the provincial government will be secretly inspecting our school. So you all must pay attention. When you encounter those who wear administrative jackets, carry briefcases, and wear big leather shoes, you must be a little restrained. Zhu Yong's words made the other students in the class murmur. Once again, it was formalism. Even students in a prestigious school couldn't escape its grasp. After hearing this, Jiang Che pondered for a moment and then revealed a sinister smile. The divine disguise technique he had just acquired was finally going to be useful. Chen Hao, you little security guard, I'll give you a taste of what it's like today. In the security room, did you hear? This afternoon, keep your eyes peeled. There are big leaders from the province coming to inspect, and don't speak too bluntly, understand? The rotund principal personally came to the security room to communicate with Chun Hao. I understand. Chun Hao nodded and bowed. In his heart, he was quite disdainful. What kind of big leader would make a mid-level dark energy expert like him bow and scrape? That was clearly impossible. Dark energy experts cannot be insulted. Moreover, he had the powerful ancient martial arts Chun family behind him, but Chun Hao knew. He was just a little security guard now. He still needed to keep a low profile. Xiao Chun, work hard. I have high hopes for you. If you do well, I'll promote you to security team leader. The principal began to paint a bright future. Principal, take care. After sending the principal off, Chun Hao spat. What the hell are you? Asking me to bow and scrape? Do you know who I am? I'm the young master of the ancient martial arts Chun family. My dad is a first-generation Tai Chi master. Chun Hao was filled with rage, still brooding over the incident in the morning when Qin Xiaoqiao was sullied by that scumbag. Just then, a familiar voice echoed. Xiao Chun, what did you say? The haunting voice startled Chun Hao. He looked up and saw the principal had returned. Principal, why are you back again? Did you change your clothes? Chun Hao rubbed his eyes in confusion, thinking he must have misremembered. Wasn't he the principal wearing a different outfit earlier? What? Does my changing clothes bother you? Or do you dislike me? The principal snorted coldly. And no, it's nothing. Please go ahead, principal. Chun Hao instantly became somewhat humble. Well, just now I received a call from the Education Bureau, saying that the provincial leaders are not coming. The principal paused and continued. Recently, there have been some small vendors coming to our school, wearing administrative jackets, carrying briefcases, pretending to be respectable, but they are actually here to sell stationery. You need to keep a close eye on them, understand? You mustn't let me down. Chun Hao felt a bit confused. It seemed his CPU was overloaded. Just a moment ago, he was told to be humble, and now he was being told to chase people away. It was evident that these foolish leaders were completely brainless. Yes, yes. I guarantee no one can sneak in, especially those small vendors. I'll deal with anyone I see. Chun Hao patted his chest confidently. The principal nodded with satisfaction. Good. Good. Xiao Chun, your future looks bright. I'll notify the finance department to raise your salary soon. After saying that, the principal patted his rear and left. Watching the principal leave, Chun Hao felt a bit smug. This principal might be foolish, but at least he was going to raise my salary. Chun Hao was indeed the young master of the ancient martial arts Chun family, but he was out there struggling, unable to rely on his family. So he was quite concerned about his salary. Haha, I can't stop laughing. Jiang Che found a secluded place and dispelled the divine disguise technique, immediately taking off the suit and tossing it into the jade pendant space. Indeed, the principal just now was his disguise. When it came to manipulating people's mindsets, Jiang Che was a professional. Campus life didn't seem so dull and boring after all. Spending time with girls and occasionally toying with the lucky ones was quite enjoyable. Sigh, if Lin were still in school, it would be great. I shouldn't have been so harsh on him. I miss having a source of fun. Jiang Che missed Lin Yu a bit. He was just a simpleton, easy to deal with. Achoo! Damn it, I actually caught a cold. At this moment, Lin Yu looked disheveled, his clothes tattered and in shambles. Clearly, he was having a rough time. Who knows what he had been through in the past few days. He was preparing to set up a stall on the roadside to save people. But every time he was about to show off, there were always a few guys in the crowd shouting "Quack Doctor." Plus, they always brought up his lack of a medical license, scaring away all the patients he had managed to convince. There are bad people in the crowd. Just as he was feeling frustrated, suddenly there was a commotion in the crowd ahead. Where's the ambulance? Someone has fainted here. Oh no, I forgot to bring my dad's emergency heart-saving pills when I went out today. Hurry and call an ambulance. Lin Yu slowly raised his eyes, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. Finally, he had waited long enough. After descending the mountain for so long, he finally had a chance to show off. Who was he? He was the heir of the ghost doctor. A mere heart condition was nothing for him to handle. Chapter 48. Chun Hao spits at provincial leaders. Fainting the principal. Heroine School. Chun Hao was lounging in the security room at the school gate, his legs casually resting on the table. Smoking a cigarette and scrolling through videos of beautiful women, he was thoroughly enjoying himself. Damn, these female streamers are all high-tech, Chun Hao complained, thinking again of Qin Xiao Xiao. A girl like her was a truly natural beauty, lovely, pure, and cute, far surpassing those streamers. But the moment he recalled Qin Xiao Xiao getting out of a Maybach, his heart ached. Damn it, the student who bullied her is called Jiang Che, right? You have a path to death. Just then, several middle-aged men appeared at the entrance. Is the security guard here? Open the door. Let us in. Looking over, Chun Hao squinted slightly. Administrative jackets, big leather shoes, carrying briefcases, and each holding a few teacups filled with water. On a normal day, Chun Hao might have thought they were some kind of leaders. But the principal had just warned him that these people were not leaders at all, but petty vendors from outside the school. Damn it, Chun Hao clenched his fists and directly opened the window. Hey, what the hell are you people? Don't you know it's class time? If you're not teachers or students of this school, get lost. His mood was already not great, having just found out that the girl he had a crush on was being ambiguous with another man, making him feel betrayed. Naturally, these provincial leaders became Chun Hao's punching bag. The leaders looked at each other, bewildered. They never expected to be scolded by a security guard. Aha! Heroine School truly lives up to its name as an elite school. Even the security guard is so vigilant, ensuring student safety is indeed guaranteed. The leading official smiled awkwardly. Security brother, we just want to take a stroll around the school. We've already communicated with your principal. Can you let us in? The leaders squinted and smiled, appearing not to be angry. I told you to get lost. Did you hear? Where are you? Do you really think anyone could just walk in here? Chun Hao scolded sternly, showing no respect whatsoever. The leaders offered him a way out, but instead, he tore down their platform. And the provincial leaders could no longer maintain their composure, looking as if they had eaten something foul. Comrade, how do you speak? Don't you know the most basic respect? Chun Hao scoffed. You bunch of petty vendors. Why should I respect you? Chun Hao even spat. And with a bit of hidden strength, this spit was not ordinary. It flew out 7 or 8 meters. With a splat, It accurately landed on the leader's face. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. "Where's your principal? I want to see your principal." The leaders could no longer hold back, feeling like tigers fallen to the plains being bullied by dogs. Although they had no significant power in the Ministry of Education, which school wouldn't treat them with respect. Yet today, they hadn't even entered the school gate and were humiliated like this. Even Naruto couldn't stand it. "Secretary Lin, I'm calling right now." Another person quickly dialed. Chunhao still wore a mocking expression. Oh, pretending pretty well, huh? Even pretending to make a call? I bet no one will answer." "Huh, you. I'll say it again. If you apologize to us and open the school gate, we'll consider this matter settled. We want to hold it against you." Secretary Lin gritted his teeth, wiping the spit off his face with a tissue. A wave of nausea surged in his heart. Did this BYD eat garlic for lunch? Apologize to you? Will you to make me apologize? Chunhao remained arrogant and reckless. "Secretary Lin, this is truly unprecedented. A security guard could bully them." "Hello. Are you the principal of Heroine School? Wang Liwen? Our inspection team has been stopped at the school gate by your school's security guard. Hurry over." On the other end, Wang Liwen frowned deeply after answering the call. How could this be? Didn't he communicate with the gate security beforehand? What is going on? But he hurriedly rushed out. Seeing the call had indeed connected, Chunhao's expression tightened a bit. He was arrogant, but not a fool. These people didn't seem to be pretending. If they were ordinary vendors, they would have run away long ago after being targeted like this. But these people still stood here angrily. Are you really leaders from above?" Chunhao asked tentatively. But Secretary Lin and the others didn't respond to him. The scene at the school gate also attracted the attention of many students. "Wow, this little security guard is really impressive. Those people look like leaders from above, and he dares to confront them? He really isn't afraid of dying." Before long, Wang Liwen hurried over. Secretary Lin, what is going on? What happened?" Wang Liwen wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was just a principal, and his authority was even less than that of the school as board members. Seeing that the principal had actually been called over, Chunhao's expression showed a hint of panic and quickly stood up. "Principal Wang, why are you here?" Principal Wang didn't pay him any attention and quickly understood the situation. He almost choked in anger. Secretary Lin, hurry in. "Chunhao, what are you doing? Open the door." He wished he could strangle Chunhao, but as a principal, he couldn't lose his temper in public. That is how it is in schools. Generally, principals and vice principals rarely get angry, always smiling. The dirty work is left to the teaching director and class teachers. Chunhao quickly nodded, his mind still blank, completely unclear about the situation. "I'll find you later." Secretary Lin, this way. Wang Liwen shot Chunhao a glare, then began to bow and scrape to the leaders. "Haha, your school's security guard is quite imposing. Calling me a petty vendor? What's wrong? Do you look down on petty vendors? Where? Chunhao clenched his fists, cursing his heart. Stupid principal. I can't believe this. He had no idea what was happening. Was this principal having a fit? I did exactly as you said. But Chunhao clearly understood that if he didn't do something soon, he might lose this job. I can't lose this job. There are so many beautiful girls on campus waiting for me to pursue. Chapter 49. Confronting Wang Lily, Qin Xiao's boldness. In the end, Chunhao was not dismissed. He still relied on the influence of the ancient martial arts Chun family to continue working as a security guard at the school. However, even though he was the young master of the Chun family, how could the Chun family have only one young master? Some members of the Chun family had long been dissatisfied with him. Damn it, I want to go back to the Chun family. Chunhao clenched his fists tightly. He had left because he had a falling out with the family, and his father had given him 3 years to make a name for himself. If he didn't achieve any results, he would have to return to the family. The family promised to help him only 3 times. As a result, Chunhao never expected that the first help would be used in such a trivial matter. It was truly a cannon hitting a mosquito. "Jiang Che, aren't you coming with me to pick out a dress?" Yi Mingyao's big watery eyes were filled with hope as she tightly clutched a corner of Jiang Che's clothing. Jiang Che held the young girl's delicate hand and mercilessly pushed her away. "Sorry, Warner is going to tutor me this afternoon. You can go by yourself." Saying this, Jiang Che took hold of Yu Warner's small hand. "You Warner? What Warner?" "Jiang Che, don't say such things, okay? It's over." Sister Yao Yao will definitely hold a grudge against me. And who would tutor you? I don't want to go. In fact, it was true. Yi Mingyao's expression changed abruptly upon hearing Jiang Che's casual mention of Wana. Wana, are you that close? Yi Mingyao bit her thin lips and looked at Jiang Che. You Vanya. Quick on her feet, said Sister Yao Yao. He doesn't want to go with you. How about I go with you? Yu Wanner's strategy was simple, acting cute. Yi Mingyao quickly succumbed to the little girl's charm. Okay, Wanner, let's go together. Yi Mingyao took Yu Wanner and walked away, and before leaving, Yu Wanner turned back to stick her tongue out at Jiang Che, as if mocking him. You pervert. How can I not know what you're thinking? I curse you to be single forever. A glimmer of danger flashed in Jiang Che's eyes. As a hunter, the prey had already entered the plate, and was still unknowingly provoking him, which indeed made him a bit angry. In the office, Xiao, what did you score on this mock exam? You only got 142 in English? You even got 2 reading comprehension questions wrong? Are your eyes just for decoration? The answers are written all over your face. Wang Lili criticized the obedient girl in front of her while holding the test paper. Qin Xiao was so frightened that she felt like a sieve, lowering her head and not daring to speak. Mom, I was wrong. I will definitely improve in the next English exam. The girl stuttered, on the verge of tears, tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. Improve? I want full marks. Mom, I will definitely get full marks in the next exam. Qin Xiao nodded vigorously, but a trace of barely perceptible hatred flickered in her lowered eyes. At that moment, the office door was pushed open. A figure in white walked in. It was none other than Jiang Che. Teacher Wang, I forgot to turn in my English homework. Here it is. While Wang Lili was scolding someone, she glanced at Jiang Che, and her displeasure was written all over her face. Heh, you even forgot to turn in copied homework. Jiang Che did not rebut Wang Lili's words. Although his grades were invincible across all subjects now, this homework was indeed copied. No, not only copied. He hadn't written a single word. It was all written by Yu Wanner for him. Jiang Che glanced at the tearful Qin Xiao. No wonder this girl was so rebellious. Encountering such a strong, domineering, and controlling superior mother, not jumping off a building was already a good mindset. Little girl, blindly submitting to authority won't do. Let me show you how your brother Jiang does it. Teacher Wang, you were wrong. I didn't copy the homework. I didn't write it at all. It was all done by someone else. I didn't touch a single word. Zhang Guqi shrugged, unfazed. Wang Lili was stunned. She had never seen such an arrogant student. You, who helped you write it? Bring her to me. Jiang Che curled his lips. What's wrong? Teacher Wang, shouldn't you punish me, the student who made a mistake? Why look for someone else? Or are you afraid of my background? Afraid to offend me? Jiang Che's words made Qin Xiao's eyes widen in shock, her red and swollen eyes filled with excitement. Senior Jiang Che actually dared to confront her mother directly. Moreover, he didn't leave her any face, which was too cool. This was exactly what she wanted to do, but didn't dare to do. Wang Lili was furious. Jiang Che was indeed correct. Although she looked down on Jiang Che, a spoiled rich kid, she didn't dare to offend him. After all, his father was the richest man in Hangzhou and the biggest owner of Sherlan School. One word from him could ruin her in the entire Hangzhou education circle. Jiang Che, I don't want to argue with you. If you don't want to write, then you don't have to do the homework anymore. Let us see what you'll do during the national exam. Wang Lili's words didn't provoke Jiang Che at all. Teacher Wang, I don't need to study. My monthly allowance is more than you'll earn in your entire life. Study? What the hell for? Jiang Che was good at retorting, instantly leaving Wang Lili speechless. Silence was the theme of the night. Mom, can I go back now? Qin Xiao asked tentatively. Get back. Wang Lili's face was thoroughly humiliated. For someone like her, losing face in front of outsiders would definitely lead her to regain at home. Qin Xiao ran out with a sigh of relief, and before leaving, she glanced back at Jiang Che with a hint of infatuation in her eyes. Jiang Che continued to humiliate Wang Lili for a while before swaggering out of the office. He had never liked this old woman anyway. Who the hell did she think she was? If he was unhappy, one word could make her unable to survive in Hangzhou. As soon as Jiang Che left, Wang Lili angrily swept everything off her desk onto the floor. Just as Jiang Che reached the staircase, a soft, delicate figure leaped into his arms. The refreshing fragrance made Jiang Che's lips curve into a smile. The rebellious girl was indeed quite bold. Qin Xiaoqiao mustered her courage, looked up at Jiang Che, her eyes revealing hope, and a hint of rebellious wildness. Chapter 50. Triggering Choices. Chunhao's frustration. Qin Xiaoqiao is too bold. However, it is both unexpected and reasonable. Ding. Triggered villain choice. Choice 1. Push her away immediately and slap her to warn her. Earn the title. Turtle Slave. Choice 2. Sample lightly. A kiss seals the deal. Gain 3 years of inner strength. Choice 3. I'm very angry right now. Reward. Super healing factor. Still choosing 3. Jiang Che felt that he no longer needed to choose. From now on, whenever a villain choice was triggered, he would just pick 3 without looking at the question. Turtle Slave. In ancient times, the men who washed women's underwear in brothels were the lowest and most humble existence. Every turtle slave yearned to become a real man. After the host wears this title, they will never be able to rise again. Choice 1 isn't even worth considering. I choose 3. The super healing factor sounds like a great thing. Old witch, I'll let you train me. You won't let me date? I will date anyway. Although Qin Xiaoqiao couldn't speak, her heart had already been completely shattered. The obedient girl's contrasting side is not something everyone could see. Just then, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Startled, Qin Xiaoqiao exclaimed, Jiang Che. Someone is coming. Jiang Che smiled, and then leaned close to Qin Xiaoqiao's ear, using his clothes to cover the girl's body. Xiaoqiao, come with me. Qin Xiaoqiao, still a bit dazed, nodded. The two then walked out of the teaching building, one in front of the other. Just as Jiang Che stepped out, Wang Lily came over to get water. Did I just see Xiaoqiao? Was that a hallucination? Wang Lily rubbed her eyes, frowning. Jiang Che, where are you taking me? Qin Xiaoqiao asked curiously, her face slightly flushed. Jiang Che whispered something in the girl's ear. Instantly, Qin Xiaoqiao's face turned bright red. This is too exciting, right? Why do I feel an inexplicable anticipation? That damn old witch. I will date, and I will do everything you don't want me to do. Her heart communication truly is a divine skill. It's like holding 4 bombs and 2 kings, yet the opponent is playing openly against you. Qin Xiaoqiao was already at this point. TSK. Jiang Che pinched Qin Xiaoqiao's cheek. Xiaoqiao, I think you hate your mom too, right? Want to take revenge on her? Qin Xiaoqiao wasn't stupid. She understood what Jiang Che meant by revenge. But, no matter how you think about it, it seems like you're the one benefiting, right? Qin Xiaoqiao mumbled softly. Jiang Che felt a bit awkward, like trying to lure a little girl with a lollipop, only to be met with a big slap in return. Xiaoqiao, how many opportunities in life do you have to indulge, especially since your mom is so strict with you? Jiang Che's words left Qin Xiaoqiao stunned. She was moved. Although I might suffer a lot, as long as it makes that old witch uncomfortable, I'll be happy. Besides, Jiang Che is so handsome. Hee. It's settled. Jiang Che's lips curled into a slight arc as he held Qin Xiaoqiao and walked towards the school gate. He intentionally chose to go through the main gate. After all, our little security guard Chun Hao is still on duty, right? Although Chun Hao in the security room was looking at his phone, his mind was filled with images of Qin Xiaoqiao. As the young master of the Chun family, his standards were generally high, and there were few women who caught his eye, yet he had fallen for Qin Xiaoqiao at first sight. Just as he was lost in thought, the glass of the security room was knocked on. Security uncle, could you open the door for me? A mischievous voice reached Chun Hao's ears. Who the hell do you think you are? Chun Hao got angry before even looking up. He was only in his early 20s. How could he be called an old man? When he finally looked up, the scene before him almost caused a brain hemorrhage. Jiang Che was hugging Qin Xiaoqiao, and they seemed very intimate. Huh? Not an old man. Sorry, I called you the wrong name, uncle. Jiang Che's apology was full of sincerity. Chun Hao's face turned dark. More than being called an old man, he cared about Qin Xiaoqiao. Qin Xiaoqiao, isn't this guy bullying you? How can you hang out with someone like him? Qin Xiaoqiao slightly lifted her gaze. Who are you? Chun Hao's expression was as if he were constipated. All right, security uncle, please open the door. We have urgent business to attend to. Jiang Che appeared quite anxious. No way. It's class time now. Students can't leave the school at will. Chun Hao would never allow Jiang Che to leave the school while hugging Qin Xiao Xiao. Who knows where they would go after leaving the school? Uncle Security, have you forgotten the rules of Sherlan School? Students can freely enter and exit the school. Do you really think a prestigious school is the same as an ordinary school? Jiang Che's words silenced Chun Hao. He had heard that statement twice. He had indeed checked the rules of Sherlan School during lunch, but upon seeing the over 500-page rulebook comparable to a dictionary, he had given up decisively. No means no. You kids better learn properly. Hurry back to studying. Jiang Che found it amusing to see Chun Hao putting on airs. Leaning closer to Qin Xiao Xiao's ear, he whispered, "You better say something. If we delay any longer, people will start showing up around here." Qin Xiao Xiao trembled. She enjoyed the thrill of rebellion. But if her mother found out, she would definitely get a scolding and a beating. "Uncle Security, Jiang Che and I really have something to do. Please let us go." Chun Hao. Chapter 51. Qin Xiao Xiao's shyness. Obtaining the super self-healing factor. Chun Hao felt more suffocated than ever. The girl he liked was right in front of him, yet he could only watch helplessly as she leaned against another man. He opened the school gate for her and watched her walk further away with someone else. No. Chun Hao felt as if a piece of his heart was missing, so he quickly took off his security uniform and stealthily followed them. "Senior Jiang, where are you taking me?" Qin Xiao Xiao asked knowingly. Though she was actually looking forward to it, she still pretended to be a soft and cute little bunny. "Shoo." Jiang Che smiled, holding the steering wheel with one hand, looking so charming that Qin Xiao Xiao couldn't help but be enchanted. Damn it, how do they drive away? Chun Hao felt anxious, watching Jiang Che take Qin Xiao Xiao away, his heart aching. Although he was a mid-stage dark energy expert, how could he catch up to Maybach on foot? He looked around and then set his gaze on a shared bicycle by the roadside. So, Chun Hao pedaled the shared bicycle to chase after them. The physique of a dark energy expert was truly terrifying. The originally slow, shared bicycle was pedaled to an incredible speed by him. Have you ever seen a shared bicycle going 50 miles per hour? Hey, today you just did. Jiang Che naturally noticed Chun Hao chasing after them, almost unable to suppress his laughter. Can a shared bicycle catch up to a Maybach? Then he stepped on the gas and accelerated. Finally, the two arrived at the entrance of a five-star hotel, and Qin Xiao Xiao seemed a bit dazed. She quietly leaned against Jiang Che and followed him inside. Her big eyes kept looking around. She had never been to such a luxurious hotel. Wow, this is so luxurious. A five-star hotel. I'm so nervous. Senior Jiang is not only handsome, but also wealthy, it seems. I'm really not losing out anyway. I'm going to go against that old witch. Although Qin Xiao Xiao hadn't spoken a word from start to finish, her heart was chattering away like a talkative person. Before long, the hotel lobby manager approached them. "Hello, young Master Jiang. I'm Su Sheng, the manager of the Junhua Hotel. You could just call me Xiao Su." Manager Su was quite surprised. As the lobby manager of a five-star hotel, he certainly knew all the powerful figures in Hangzhou. Although this son of the richest man was low-key. After all, he was still the son of the richest man. "Hello, I need a suite." Jiang Che, holding King Kiao Kiao, glanced at the lobby manager named Su Sheng, and for some reason, he felt a chill pass by. "Okay, we will handle that for you right away. We just happen to have a top-tier suite available." Seeing Manager Su's attitude, Jiang Che couldn't help but feel a bit melancholy. Power and status are really damn appealing. Jiang Che came out of the bathroom wearing only a bathrobe. Water droplets from the tips of his hair slid down his handsome face, and the contours of his muscles had reached a perfect state. Between youth and maturity, he completely captivated Qin Xiao Xiao, making her drool. So handsome. Those abs are just too perfect. Whoa, I'm drooling. The girl covered her face and brushed past Jiang Che, hiding in the bathroom. At this moment, Chun Hao was just arriving on the share bicycle, slowly catching up. His last glance happened to see Jiang Che holding Qin Xiao Xiao walking into the hotel. Damn, Chun Hao felt like his heart was about to break. What can a man and a woman do entering a hotel? Don't need to think about it? Can I go in? That man just now was holding my girlfriend. Chun Hao panicked and spoke out, trying to fabricate a story to gain Manager Su's sympathy. However, Manager Su frowned. Could it be that young Master Jiang also has a taste for thieves? That girl next to young Master Jiang? is your girlfriend? Chun Hao quickly nodded. Yes, yes, I'm here to catch them in the act. Let me in. That damn rich second generation stole my girlfriend. Manager Su looked Chun Hao up and down, realizing he was just a powerless little trash. Then it's nothing. The person young Master Jiang has his eyes on, even if she was your girlfriend or even your mother. You should just hold it in. Manager Su glared at him. Moreover, do you think I'm an idiot? You're dressed so poorly and look so ugly. That girl would have to be blind to like you. Hurry and get lost. Saying this, the security team forcibly dragged Chun Hao away. Qin Xiao was indeed very beautiful. Once she took off her round glasses, her previously concealed beauty suddenly soared. Dressed in a white spaghetti-strap nightgown, she appeared flawless. Jiang, Senior Jiang, Qin Xiao lowered her head, her small hands clutching her skirt, looking delicate and charming. Her long hair cascaded down, dripping with water, faint mist still rising from her body, revealing a pair of delicate feet. And her flawless legs were like the most perfect sculpture. Jiang Che's lips curled up slightly. Omitted ding. Host has completed the villain choice. Rewards have been issued. Host gained super self-healing factor. Chapter 52. Jiang Che's power. Those things in the hotel. Jiang Che was feeling quite pleased. Jiang Che. Senior I. Qin Xiao hurriedly tidied herself up, her hair still a mess. It was already 5 in the afternoon, and school would be out soon. If I go home like this, my mom will definitely notice something's off, and she will kill me. At this moment, Qin Xiao began to feel scared, realizing that her moment of rebellion could lead to serious consequences. Although she wanted to see her mother's furious expression, Wang Lily would really hit her. She could already imagine the scene where Wang Lily scolded her for being a little whore while hitting her with a feather duster. Jiang Che chuckled lightly. What? Are you scared? Is it a bit too late to be scared now? Qin Xiao's face turned red, and she lowered her head. But if my mom finds out, she will really kill me, she whispered. Despite her rebellious nature, she was deeply afraid of her mother. Jiang Che chuckled again. What are you afraid of? Your parents probably won't be coming back tonight. Qin Xiao was stunned by Jiang Che's words. What does that mean? Then Jiang Che took out his phone in front of her and typed out a few messages to send. Not long after, Qin Xiao's phone rang. My mom's calling? Qin Xiao exclaimed, her face pale. Could our secret be exposed? The girl trembled as she answered the call. On the other end, Wang Lily's angry voice came through. Xiao, your dad and I have some last-minute business. We need to go to another school for a few days. We won't be back tonight. So buy something to eat yourself. Remember to video call me on time every night. After that, Wang Lily continued to talk for a long time. Okay, Mom. I'll hang up now. I'll call you anytime in the next few nights. After hanging up the phone, Qin Xiao let out a long sigh of relief. She gently patted her chest. Senior Jiang Che, that was close. What? I kindly helped you get rid of your parents, and now you're blaming me? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow. Huh? My parents suddenly have a business trip. Is it because of you? Who else could it be? It can only be me. Jiang Duque replied. His family was the biggest shareholder of Heroine School, so it was easy for him to arrange things. Oh, thank you. Qin Xiao lowered her head, feeling a warmth in her heart. Jiang Che was really gentle. Your parents are on a business trip, so you'll be home alone for a few days, right? Jiang Che asked with a smile. You're being suspicious. How could Qin Xiao not understand the implication in Jiang Che's words? No, that's not possible. My mom installed surveillance cameras at home. If you come over, you'll definitely be discovered. Qin Xiao's expression became dim and resentful. She had long had enough of such a mother. Installing cameras at home is usually for families with elderly people or babies, but she was already grown up. Wang Lily's controlling desire was too strong. This twisted love was suffocating. Jiang Che lowered his gaze and remained silent. Right now, Qin Xiao was just internally rebellious. She was too used to obeying her parents to dare confront them directly. It just so happened that these 2 days were the weekend. Qin Xiao, it was a bit shocking. Jiang Che did not pay much attention to it. He began to check the powerful ability he had just acquired. Super healing factor. After the host uses this skill, your body's self-healing ability will be greatly enhanced, including some highly differentiated cells that will gain the ability to redivide. With this ability, you will be like an invincible cockroach. Not bad. This skill is clearly a life-saving technique. I just don't know if it will reach the level of immortality like Deadpool. That should be unlikely. I'll find some time to test its effects. Chun Hao, who was still squatting at the hotel entrance, was already in a daze. Just thinking about Qin Xiao Xiao being bullied by Jiang Che made his heart ache. After living for over 20 years, he finally met a girl who made his heart race. And yet, no. It wasn't until after 7 in the evening that the two of them finally walked out of the hotel. Chun Hao, who had been hungry for most of the day, suddenly felt energized. But upon seeing Qin Xiao Xiao's appearance, his heart shattered. He wanted to rush over and separate them immediately, but he could only feel helpless rage. He watched as Jiang Che led Qin Xiao Xiao to the car, and the two of them left without knowing where to go. Just as he was about to ride a share bike to catch up, his phone rang. Hello, Chun Hao. Where the hell have you been? Aren't you supposed to be on duty in the security room? The voice on the other end sounded very angry, startling Chun Hao. What happened? You need to come back quickly. There has been a theft at the school. A whole building has been robbed. That group of thieves came in through the front door. Where were you? The words from the school security department made Chun Hao's expression darken. He had left in such a rush in the afternoon that he hadn't even said goodbye. But how could it be such a coincidence? He had just left, and the school was robbed right after? This is way too coincidental. Chun Hao glanced at his phone and then at Jiang Che and the others leaving, ultimately showing a helpless expression. He couldn't afford to lose this job right now. Chapter 53. Yi Mengyao's Loneliness. Linyu returns to school. If Qin Xiaoqiao's home didn't have surveillance cameras, Jiang Che might really have taken her to stay at a hotel for 3 days. Senor Jiang Che. The community is right ahead. I can get off by myself. Otherwise, if the other neighbors see, they'll definitely tell my parents. The community where Qin Xiaoqiao lived was just an ordinary residential building. Although the relationships between neighbors weren't great, getting out of a luxury car would definitely attract attention and gossip. All right, Qin Xiaoqiao's face turned pale, and she quickly grabbed her backpack and got out of the car. The girl dashed back home. Jiang Che licked his lips, his gaze slightly narrowing. Not only had he caused the destined one, Chun Hao, pain, but he could also make that old Witch Wong Lily uncomfortable. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone was indeed satisfying. As for what kind of girl Qin Xiaoqiao was, there was indeed a contrast. On the surface, she looked like a soft and cute good girl, but internally, Tzk, SK. Jiang Che had once hesitated to use her heart communication to eavesdrop on her thoughts. At night, in the Yi family villa, in front of a large floor-to-ceiling mirror, a girl in a black evening gown was twirling around, holding the hem of her dress. Volnat? Do I look good in this? At that moment, Yi Mengyao was wearing a black evening dress, her long hair styled up, her developing figure perfectly supporting the gown, straddling the line between youthful and mature, while the black lace gloves added a touch of inappropriate maturity for her age. Undoubtedly, Yi Mengyao was very beautiful. As the first female lead, she was almost as stunning as a fairy. She even stunned Yu Wanner, who was beside her. She knew Yi Mengyao was pretty, but she never expected she would be this beautiful. This made her feel a little sour inside. She didn't have a party for her birthday, let alone such a beautiful dress. But she didn't feel jealous because some things were destined not to belong to her. And besides, she was not unloved either. At least her mother had prepared a big cake for her. Sister Yao Yao, you are so beautiful. Yi Mengyao felt a little giddy from Yu Wanner's compliment. Like a proud swan, even doing a ballet dance in her gown. As a young lady, Yi Mengyao naturally excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Vanya, help me take a picture. I'll send it to Jiang Che later. I don't believe he won't be captivated. Yi Mengyao's lips curled slightly. Upon hearing Jiang Che's name, Yu Wanner's expression darkened, but she still picked up her phone and took several stunning photos of Yi Mengyao. After looking at the photos, Yi Mengyao excitedly cupped Yu Wanner's face and gave her a kiss on the lips. Yu Wanner, your photography skills are amazing. I just love you. Saying this, Yi Mengyao sent the photos to Jiang Che. Jiang Che, this is my birthday party dress. Do you think it looks good? A scholar would die for a confidant. A woman would adorn herself for the one she loves. Clearly, Yi Mengyao was gradually falling for Jiang Che. Jiang Che, don't bother me with such trivial matters. In an instant, Yi Mengyao's excited expression turned lonely again, biting her thin lips to hold back her tears. Sister Yao Yao, Jiang Che is such a jerk. What does a big man know? He just can't appreciate fine things. Yuwania started comforting Yimeng Yao. But only Yuwana knew that after seeing Jiang Che's message, a flicker of happiness had passed through her heart, even though she knew. Jiang Che was manipulating Yimeng Yao. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Che's status in Yuwana's heart had become significant. She would feel joy or sadness due to Jiang Che's words or decisions. Waner, you were right. Jiang Che is just a nasty wild boar. I've dressed up so beautifully, and he actually told me to get lost. Yimeng Yao hugged Yuwana. The little heart was hurt, and only the comfort from her dear Waner could ease some of the pain. Damn! Facing the stunning evening gown photos sent by Yimeng Yao, he couldn't possibly remain indifferent. There are many ways to judge whether a girl is beautiful or not, but Jiang Che chose the most direct one. This little dress. This little figure. No wonder she is the first female lead. It's absolutely stunning. Jiang Che's expression gradually twisted into a perverted smile. The corners of his mouth started to rise. He stared at the photo Yimeng Yao sent, licking his upper lip. Who wouldn't be mesmerized by this? However, Jiang Che didn't look too long, just a casual glance, since Yimeng Yao had already become his toy. At this moment, the destined one Lin Yu was not as miserable as imagined. After all, he was the destined one. He had found another powerful ally. In Hangzhou, Su family. Old Master Su, how was my acupuncture technique? Although Lin Yu was dressed in rags, he still exuded an imposing aura. He was back on his feet. In a grandmaster's chair, an old man with graying beard looked grateful. Young brother, you truly are the heir of Dr. Lin. Your medical skills are just like his from back in the day. Dr. Lin saved my life with this acupuncture technique for over a decade. Su Jintian's words made Lin Yu's face swell with pride. Of course. By the way, my personal abilities are also quite strong. I wonder if you have a granddaughter that needs protection, Mr. Su? No, I only have one son. Lin Yu's smile froze, ahem, then never mind. Excuse me. Mr. Lin, I need to go to school. Can you help me get enrolled at Sherlan School? Lin Yu still had hopes for girls like Yimeng Yao. Thinking of using the Su family's power to return to school, beat Jiang Che, reclaim his opportunities, and conveniently embrace beauties like Yimeng Yao and Yuwana. Sherlan School? That could be arranged. My son happens to be the director of the Hangzhou Education Bureau. Isn't that a coincidence? I'll talk to him tonight and have him pull some strings to get you in. Lin Yu felt grateful. Thank you, old Master Su. Chapter 54. The Director of the Education Bureau. As a backer. A little abuse of power. Let us take a look the next morning as Jiang Che stepped out. He encountered Yimeng Yao and Yuwana. Perhaps Yimeng Yao had been waiting at the door for a long time. Today's girl was dressed in a school uniform, sporting a ponytail and wearing a pair of white shoes with bubble socks, which made her look just like the female lead in a Japanese school anime. This surprised Jiang Che. Yimeng Yao had quite a high potential for transformation. The allure of this girl was no less than that of Yuwana, the sweet little lowly. Jiang Che, what a coincidence. Do you want to ride with me in my family's car to school? Yimeng Yao nervously suggested, pulling Yuwana over. Her cheeks flushed and extremely shy. Jiang Che. Coincidence? You two are practically blocking my door. How can that be a coincidence? Although the Yi family and Jiang Che lived in the same district, they were nearly a kilometer apart. So it was clear that Yimeng Yao's words were not credible at all. No, I'll drive myself. Jiang Che maintained his icy demeanor. However, Yimeng Yao did not back down. She was gradually getting used to Jiang Che's cold face, but she believed that her passionate heart would eventually win him over. Of course you can drive, but Waner and I will ride with you to school, Yimeng Yao insisted, being quite thick-skinned. A few days ago, she had cried to her mother for help, and her mother told her, if she wanted to win Jiang Che back, she had to be thick-skinned, or else there was no hope. Then Yimeng Yao turned to the driver, Butler Li, and waved, Butler, you can go home now. Waner and I will ride Jiang Che's car to school. Butler Li. Yimeng Yao's sudden boldness nearly took Jiang Che by surprise. Jiang Che, you want tea? Just watch Waner and me walk back to school, will you? Yimeng Yao linked arms with Yuwana. The sight of the two beautiful girls was stunning, especially since Yimeng Yao was using a spoiled tone. Get in. You two sit in the back. Jiang Che's eyes were filled with disdain. Yimeng Yao was slightly taken aback, but was soon overwhelmed with joy. She hadn't expected Jiang Che would actually let her in the car, especially since he had disliked her so much before. Now, Yi Mengyao was deeply affected by Jiang Che's subtle manipulation. Any hint of tenderness from him would be magnified in her mind, ultimately becoming 5 words. He still likes me. Once in the car, Yi Mengyao didn't dare to talk too much with Jiang Che, fearing that she might say something wrong and provoke his disdain. Jiang Che, the gown photo I sent you yesterday, was it really that bad? After hesitating for a long time, she finally spoke. Jiang Che twitched the corner of his mouth. How could it be bad? Heh, what you want to wear is your own business. Why ask me? Yi Mengyao, so annoying. You want her. Pervert, tricking my sister Yao Yao again. Yao Yao, this guy is manipulating you. He just wants to steal your heart. The 2 girls had different thoughts. They continued until they reached the school gate. Chun Hao was very annoyed. Last night, because he left his post without permission, the school was robbed. Although most of the lost items were recovered later, he was still fined 3 months' salary, which meant he would be working for free for the next 3 months. It was quite frustrating. After leaving the Chun family, he was already broke, and now it was even worse. Damn it. If it weren't for that Jiang Che, would I have left my post? That girl Qin Xiaoqiao was so beautiful, such a good cabbage being eaten by a pig. Chun Hao felt a pang in his heart, and at that moment, the haunting voice rang in his ears again. Security uncle, please open the door, thank you. Chun Hao had dreamed of this voice all night. Looking up, sure enough, it was Jiang Che. Wait, why was the girl next to him different? It wasn't Qin Xiaoqiao anymore. There were also 2 super beautiful girls, and one was a little lowly. Damn it, this bastard. Jiang Che had already topped Chun Hao's list of enemies. Hey, security uncle, why do you have dark circles under your eyes? Didn't you sleep well last night? Jiang Che's words struck at the deepest part of Chun Hao's heart. You little brat. It's all because of you. You took away the wife I had my eyes on. How could I sleep well? Although he was furious, Chun Hao gritted his teeth and opened the door. Jiang Che, I didn't expect you to care about the security guard. Ye Mengyao intergested. Also taking a jab at Chun Hao. Stinky Jiang Che, caring for the security guard but not for me. I've been having insomnia lately too, okay? Jiang Che. It's hard to hold back. When Jiang Che returned to school, he was surprised to find a familiar face in the hallway. Lin Yu. This guy actually came back. Lin Yu also noticed Jiang Che's gaze, his eyes filled with resentment. He wished he could kill Jiang Che. However, he didn't want to have any conflict at the moment. He had to endure. Oh, isn't this Lin Yu? Weren't you expelled from school? How did you come back? Jiang Che provoked him, genuinely curious about how he had managed to return to campus after being expelled. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a bit proud. He had used his exceptional medical skills to save the head of the Su family. And the head son was now the director of the Education Bureau. Now he had the bureau director as his backer. Who would dare expel him? Ever since Lin Yu came down from the mountain, he had been facing difficulties, but now that he had finally turned things around, how could he not show off? Jiang Che, I saved the life of the head of the Su family, and the head son is the current director of the Education Bureau. Lin Yu proudly declared, hands behind his back, feeling quite pleased. You used to suppress me with your identity? Now I have a background too, and it's the Education Bureau director. Just ask if you're scared. With someone backing him up, Lin Yu felt no pain in his head or soreness in his feet. He could walk straight again, turning back into that arrogant little doctor. Jiang Che looked at Lin Yu in surprise. So that's it. You've latched onto the Education Bureau director. Huh? No wonder you suddenly became so confident, daring to show off in front of me. However, Lin Yu was truly foolish to so openly reveal that he had the Education Bureau director backing him. TSK. Let's talk about abuse of power, especially someone of the Education Bureau director's level, who would usually be very cautious, given that there are many eyes on his position. People help you take shortcuts, and you flaunt it so openly, as if you're afraid others won't know the Education Bureau director is your backer. But this is just perfect. It saves me the trouble of investigating. I haven't even made my move yet, and you've already revealed your trump card. Chapter 55. The Fall of the Education Bureau Director. Lin Yu in tears. Sometimes Jiang Che really envies Lin Yu. Being the protagonist is different. Opportunities are everywhere. Just by walking, he could randomly save an old man who turns out to be the father of the Education Bureau Director. It's like being fed by the heavens. Oh, so you have the Education Bureau Director backing you. Huh? That really scares me. Jiang Che shrugged and pretended to be afraid. After seeing Jiang Che backing down, Lin Yu proudly spoke up. Jiang Che, you better return my jade pendant and scroll to me right now, or your fate is destined to be tragic. Naturally, Jiang Che wouldn't care about him. Oh wow, I'm really scared. Saying this, he took out a goose-yellow jade pendant and waved it in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu immediately prepared to reach out and snatch it. Hey, you can't get it. I'm just showing it to you. Just playing with you. Jiang Che's teasing voice was wildly provoking Lin Yu's nerves. However, Lin Yu didn't dare to make a move against Jiang Che now, because he knew very well that he couldn't beat him anymore. This guy was already a strong master in the late stage of the dark strength realm, while he had just stepped into the mid-stage. Jiang Che, do you know who my master is? He is at the peak of the transformation realm. The day my master comes out of seclusion will be your day of death. Lin Yu viciously made a harsh remark. As a result, a few classmates nearby couldn't help but laugh. Haha, you really know how to brag. The peak of the transformation realm? Why don't you say your master is a grandmaster? All right, everyone ignore him. This guy is a lunatic. Have you all forgotten what he did at the reflection meeting? How could we forget? It's the first time in my life I've seen someone dare to bark like a dog in public. Lin Yu couldn't hold back anymore. So angry he was gritting his teeth. Just then, a graceful figure walked towards Jiang Che. Jiang Che, I've finished your homework for you. Yimin Zhao SAKYLY approached Jiang Che. Lin Yu's gaze was instantly attracted to Yi Mengyao, his eyes gradually becoming a bit infatuated and dreamy, so beautiful. Yi Mengyao seemed to be even prettier than before. Yi Mengyao also noticed Lin Yu's gaze, frowning. Are you the bodyguard my dad hired before? Lin Yu was overjoyed. Yi Mengyao actually took the initiative to talk to him? Yes. I'm the bodyguard your father hired to secretly protect your safety. However, Yi Mengyao scoffed. Hee. Do I need a useless person like you to protect me? What did you do when I was kidnapped? Lin Yu panicked. Yao, I was the one protecting you. I fought desperately against the kidnappers and even got shot. This guy Jiang Che is just a despicable person who picked peaches. While explaining, Lin Yu glared fiercely at Jiang Che, wishing he could kill him immediately. Yi Mengyao was furious. Her feelings for Jiang Che could not be shaken by anyone. Shut up. You should take a look in the mirror. What kind of person are you? Yi Mengyao's quality still needed to improve. The young lady wouldn't curse. Such dirty and vulgar words were almost impossible to come out of her mouth. Lin Yu was completely stunned, compared to Jiang Che's loud curses. Yi Mengyao's humiliation was like a sharp knife. Yao, you dare to call me Yao? I didn't even remember your name. Also, don't look at me like that. Your gaze disgusts me. Although Yi Mengyao despised Lin Yu, she would go so far as to say such humiliating words. But anyone with eyes could see that this guy had a conflict with Jiang Che, so of course, she stood on Jiang Che's side. At this moment, Yu Wan'er also passed by Lin Yu, and the little lowly, quietly cursed idiot. You should take a look at yourself, ugly as a turnip. A person like you is worthy of pursuing my sister Yao. Lin Yu, he felt more pain than ever, as if the whole world was filled with malice towards him. As a result, a so-called child of destiny was actually driven to tears and ran away. After Lin Yu left in anger, a smile appeared at the corners of Jiang Che's mouth. The mentality of this child of destiny is not great. And Jiang Che's smile was just seen by Yi Mengyao, who, accustomed to self-sabotage, began again. What does it matter if you have a master at the peak of the transformation realm? Both of your masters can't come out right now, even if they do. I'm not afraid of them. After all, I have my own backing. That cheap old mom of mine. Her background is not ordinary. She is the young lady of the Jiang family in the capital. Although Jiang Yunli himself doesn't know martial arts, he has a huge backing. In the original plot, I provoked Lin Yu without thinking and ended up getting killed by him with one punch. Jiang Yunli was in despair. The Jiang family was furious, and as a result, Lin Yu was almost killed. It was his master who sent him abroad to avoid the storm. Otherwise, he would have been done for long ago. Later, Lin Yu returned after cultivating abroad, bound to the war god template, and used the jade pendant's designated marriage to become the son-in-law of a hidden family, returning to the dragon country to destroy the Jiang family. In any case, the main point is typical. At noon when school was over, Lu Tai and Wang Zheng came to report the battle situation to Jiang Che. Young Master Jiang, this morning, while Lin Yu was not paying attention. I did a little something in his water cup. Although he found out, he still took a sip. Kikik. Wang Zheng laughed, his face full of fat. Damn, fatty, stay away from me. I can never look at a water cup the same way again. Lu Tai looked at Wang Zheng with disdain. However, young Master Jiang, we did as you said a couple of days ago, and this guy has not succeeded in showing off at all. Jiang Che glanced at the two. Although these two seemed a bit brainless, they were indeed good at causing trouble. You all must have heard this morning, right? Lin Yu said it was the Education Bureau director who brought him in. Jiang Che spoke, and Lu Tai understood. Young Master Jiang, you mean? The Education Bureau director is abusing his power? Try and get him down? Jiang Che nodded. Lu Tai's reaction was quite quick. He is suitable for being a minor antagonist. Young Master Jiang, I happen to know a few friends working in news agencies. With the internet being so developed now, exposing him online, buying trending topics, would definitely take him down. Moreover, anyone who can become the Education Bureau director must have some dirt on them. They must have used their power to help someone. After all, human relations can't be avoided. Saying it's a small matter can be overlooked, but saying it's a big matter. Jiang Che thoughtfully looked at Lu Tai and coughed. Ahem. I didn't say anything. Lu Tai smiled knowingly. Young Master Jiang, I've long found Lin Yu displeasing. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng was still in a daze. He had gone a bit overboard this morning when messing with Lin Yu, and now he was feeling a bit drained, unable to understand what they were saying. His brain had stopped functioning. Chapter 56. The director of the Education Bureau is stunned. Damn, which idiot put something in my cup? Lin Yu, furious, directly threw his cup away, especially after he had just taken a big sip. He only realized something was wrong because of the taste. Oh my god. The key point is, he couldn't find out who the culprit was, which was really frustrating. Damn it, everything's been going wrong lately. Yin Mingyou, are you really that cheap? I thought you were a girl with principles. But who knew you would throw yourself at men too? Lin Yu was unconvinced. He simply couldn't understand where he fell short compared to Jiang Che. Was it just because Jiang Che had a bit of money and was a bit more handsome? What else did he have? The more Lin Yu thought about it, the angrier he became. Yi Mingyou and Yu Wan'er were clearly the girls he had his eyes on. So why did they throw themselves at other men? At this moment, Lu Tai and Wang Zheng also started to get busy. Monkey, how do you think Lin Yu managed to get close to the Su family? Su Shan is the director of the Education Bureau. Lin Yu is just an ordinary poor guy. I estimate that Lin Yu must really have some skills in traditional Chinese medicine. Didn't Zhang Xiao say before that Lin Yu goes around saving people and forming connections, which is why we need to interrupt his spell. This guy must have done something for the Su family, which is why Su Shan would help him through the back door. The fat guy nodded. Su Shan's background isn't clean either. I heard people in the circle say that his cousin's son bullied a girl from the same class, and in the end, it was Su Shan who intervened to suppress the matter. We can start from this angle. Hiss, are we playing this big? What are we afraid of? The internet is so developed now. We can find more private investigators to gather evidence. First, we can report him to the newspaper for abusing his power. Then pay for trending topics, and once the heat rises, we can expose him completely. I don't believe we can't take him down. Fatty, you're impressive. Smart and taking the high ground? Fatty chuckled, scratching the back of his head. I'm all dizzy. Lu Tai looked speechless. He was just fantasizing about Lin Yu's cup being urinated in, and then Wang Zheng got even more ridiculous. Impressive, impressive. Soon, people began to post online, reporting that the director of the Hangcheng Education Bureau was abusing his power by forcibly arranging enrollment for someone who originally had no student status. Moreover, a lot of money was spent hiring many internet trolls to create a buzz. The evidence was very clear. It was Lin Yu. This guy had already been expelled, but was sent back to campus. A little digging would reveal connections to the Education Bureau director, Su Shan. This blew up. Hiss, the director of the Education Bureau, abusing his power? Forcing someone without student status into an elite school? I can testify that this is true. I'm a student at Heroine School, and that Lin Yu from our class was forcibly stuffed in here. He is just a thug outside. Brothers, let's push this. We need more people to see this. Waiting to eat melons. It's that time again when netizens love to watch the drama. A big star gets arrested. An influencer's live stream fails. A high official falls. What's going on? Who is slandering me? Inside the Hangcheng Education Bureau, Su Shan was stunned. But after seeing the news clearly, he frowned. Lin Yu? Is it the young man who saved my father? A few days ago, My father suddenly had a heart attack, and it was this Lin Yu who timely stepped in to save him. And afterwards, he provided follow-up treatment that was nothing short of miraculous. This made Su Jintian appreciate talent, and Lin Yu's request was simple: to become a student at Sherlan School. For Su Shan, the director of the Education Bureau, this was a piece of cake. Although he didn't want to help someone with an unclear background, Lin Yu saved his father, and it was his father's heartfelt request, so he used his connections to get Lin Yu into Sherlan School. But now, has this matter been reported so quickly? Su Shan furrowed his brows, feeling that things were a bit complicated. No one who climbs to the position of Education Bureau Director is simple. Is someone trying to frame me? Could it be that Lin Yu? In an instant, Su Shan thought of Lin Yu. Could it be that Lin Yu's appearance was not an accident? Including saving his father was all planned by someone? Is it his political enemies who are doing this? Just to expose his flaws. He thought of a lot, but couldn't explain it clearly. Director Su, the online buzz about you is very high right now. It may be difficult to suppress it in a short time. Do you want to come out and clarify? Su Shan sighed. He of course knew the seriousness of the issue. With the internet so developed, it was impossible to escape, especially since the other party had ample evidence. He did indeed give Lin Yu a shortcut, but so what? Soon, Su Shan recorded a clarification video and paired it with a statement. This child Lin Yu was indeed sent to Sherlan School by me, I admit this. But he also saved my father's life. Without Lin Yu, my father might have already passed away. I also heard that Lin Yu is at the age for schooling, but has no school to attend, which made me feel compassion. After this speech, the online sentiment indeed began to reverse. Oh my God, so that is how it is. This can explain things clearly. If someone saved my father's life, I would definitely repay him. I think Director Su did nothing wrong. Hey, is this where the problem lies? The problem is that Director Su is abusing his power, okay? He could have used other methods to support Lin Yu. Why did he have to do it in a private capacity? Anyway, I don't believe it. I'm waiting for a reversal. In the office, Su Shan took a sip of tea, seemingly unconcerned, thinking that they could take him down with such clumsy means? Too ridiculous. Moreover, everything he said was true. Lin Yu did save his father. At least on this matter, he didn't lie a single word. Wow, Su Shan really is a tough nut to crack. Monkey up the intensity. All right, just in time I have this guy's dirt. Previously he covered for his nephew who bullied classmates. Does he really think that no one knows because he hides it well? Haha. Soon, another shocking news broke out online. The director of the Hangqing Education Bureau, Su, actually covered for his own nephew, and all the crimes committed by his nephew were unearthed, including bullying other students and even assaulting female classmates. This news was like a deep-sea bomb. Chapter 57. Qin Xiaoqiao's Self-Strategy. Su Shan's confidence was shattered overnight. With irrefutable evidence, the higher-ups quickly sent someone down to apprehend him. The public opinion online was also tumultuous. Father, you misled me. This was Su Shan's last sentence before being taken away for questioning. He initially didn't plan to get involved in this mess. After all, harboring a criminal nephew could lead to imprisonment. But he couldn't resist his father's heartfelt pleas, even kneeling to beg him. Family ties compel one to help. And now he had put his son in a bind, probably leaving him without anyone to support him in his old age. After the fall of the Su family, Lin Yu naturally got expelled from school once again. The once mighty son of fortune, the fierce dragon descending the mountain, and the bodyguard of the school beauties have been expelled twice. The total time spent in school didn't even exceed 3 days. Lin Yu spent 5 or 6 days in detention. Damn, the Su family was a bunch of useless fools. What were they doing, being the director of the Education Bureau? Simply the dregs of society. Lin Yu, having failed again, began packing his backpack, rolling up his bedding to prepare to leave. Oh, isn't that Lin Yu? What's wrong? Expelled again? As a villain. Mocking the protagonist was inevitable. Jiang Che's sneering voice appeared once more. You. Lin Yu's mentality exploded. Wait, it's you. You brought down the Su family, didn't you? Lin Yu wasn't too foolish. But Jiang Che didn't say much more, only smiling smugly. I'll kill you. The leg he had finally clung onto was cut off before it even warmed up, and he was thrown out with it. Furious, Lin Yu's eyes turned red with anger, and he couldn't care less. He charged straight at Jiang Che, swinging his fist to fight. However, how could he possibly be Jiang Che's opponent now? In terms of speed and strength, His mid-level dark energy was far inferior to Jiang Che's late-stage dark energy. Jiang Che simply kicked out, needing no technique whatsoever. Bang! Lin Yu was kicked away, crashing into several tables before lying on the ground. Jiang Che, you're finished. You hit me. Ha ha ha. Lin Yu, acting crazily, picked up his phone and, imitating others, dialed the police. 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 Someone's trying to kill me. He's almost beaten me to death. Come save me. Jiang Che. All right, this fierce dragon protagonist learned from me, huh? But hey kid, this trick doesn't work for just anyone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yu burst into loud laughter, pointing at Jiang Che with malice. What can you do? You beat me like this, but you'll still end up in jail, right? That kick you just gave me definitely injured me seriously. Just wait for your prison sentence. Jiang Che ignored him. Lin Yu was already going mad. The police arrived quickly. The team leader this time was the same Captain Li as before. Young Master Jiang, we meet again. Captain Li nodded at Jiang Che. Hey, I'm right here. Jiang Che beat me. He seriously injured me. I suspect I have broken ribs. Lin Yu lay on the ground, wailing in pain, tried to attract attention. Captain Li frowned, glancing at Lin Yu lying on the ground. Isn't this the guy I caught last time? Are you saying young Master Jiang beat you? Beat you like this? Captain Li asked. Yes, it was him. Where's the evidence? Evidence? Can't you see? I'm like this. Lin Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. But we still need evidence. There are cameras. Look at the footage. Where's the camera? Lin Yu raised his hand to point at the classroom camera, but the camera was gone. The scene became extremely awkward, and there are witnesses. These classmates saw Jiang Che beat me. Lin Yu shouted madly, looking hopefully at the surrounding students. Please testify for me. It was Jiang Che who hit me. The ones asked were mostly female classmates. The girls at Heroine school mostly came from middle-class families, and they had no interest in Lin Yu, a poor loser. Didn't see it. Did you see Jiang Che hit anyone? I didn't see it either. Several girls shook their heads at each other. Lin Yu completely broke down. All right, student, you need to come with us to the police station, Captain Li said. Why? Why is it always me? Shouldn't Jiang Che be the one going to the station? Lin Yu was furious. When he hit someone, it was him who went to jail. When he was hit, it was also him who went to jail. Is there any law? Is there any justice? Jiang Che chuckled lightly and then walked in front of Lin Yu, slowly crouching down, patting his shoulder, and whispering in his ear. To survive in this world, you need power and connections. You're just a little loser. Jiang Che's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing Lin Yu to roll his eyes and faint. Forget it. Let's take him to the hospital first. The mighty son of fortune, a powerful practitioner of dark energy, was directly angered to the point of spitting blood by Jiang Che. This probably counts as a unique case. Chapter 58, Distant Cousin Gu Lingfei, another female lead? In the morning, Jiang Che came out from Qin Xiaoqiao's house. He conveniently gave her a ride to school. Although Qin Xiaoqiao's house was full of surveillance cameras, how could they possibly restrain Jiang Che? Sitting in the passenger seat, Qin Xiaoqiao looked very obedient, staring blankly out the window. The events of the past few days were too absurd for her, yet incredibly thrilling. She had played the role of a good girl for over a decade, raised under Wang Lily's almost harsh education. She was not allowed to play games as a child, was enrolled in various tutoring classes, and even during puberty, she was scolded for the slightest actions, forbidding her to talk to other boys. Before meeting Jiang Che, she had been submissive, afraid to resist her domineering parents. But Jiang Che's appearance made her realize how incompetent her mother truly was, and she could not accept her own mediocrity. Thus she placed all her bets on herself. Qin Xiaoqiao's family was ultimately an ordinary family, barely reaching the middle class. Her parents worked their whole lives, yet probably could not afford even a single one of his Maybachs. At a school like Heroine, although Wang Lily had a bad temper, she truly did not dare to offend the students. She was merely blustering. Yiming Yao was in a good mood lately. Because her birthday was coming up soon, there would be many guests at her birthday party to celebrate with her. She would wear a beautiful dress and surely could impress Jiang Che. The corners of the young girl's lips involuntarily lifted. She pulled Yuan beside her, smiling as they prepared to enter the school. But soon, her smile froze on her face. Jiang Che, not far from her, She saw a graceful figure getting out of Jiang Che's car, chatting and laughing together. The girl beside him was also familiar to her, the president of the student council. Qin Xiao, the third school flower, a typical good girl. But how could Jiang Che possibly have a relationship with Qin Xiao? But without a doubt, she was jealous again, and her heart ached. So it turns out, Jiang Che was so popular with girls? The previous police, Flower Wang Yanran. And now, Qin Xiao. Yes, Jiang Che was not only handsome, but also very charming. How could he not be liked by girls? Yao. Let's hurry up and go. Ignore him. Yuan felt a mix of emotions, cursing Jiang Che in her heart for being a pervert, always flirting with young girls. Yiming also tried hard to turn her head away. She really wanted to rush over and question Jiang Che about his relationship with Qin Xiao. But what was she now? Could she just run up and be ridiculed by Jiang Che? She didn't want that. Unknowingly, Yiming eyes turned slightly red, covered with a thin layer of mist. In the afternoon, after Jiang Che returned home, his mother had been waiting for him for a long time. Jiang Yunli was holding a ragdoll cat, her phoenix eyes examining her son, while the ragdoll cat tilted its head curiously at Jiang Che. Jiang Yuan was also at home, feeding the fish in the aquarium, and turned around when he saw Jiang Che come back. Xiao Che, where have you been the past few nights? Jiang Che threw his backpack aside and said, I went to a female classmate's house. He went straight to the point. Honesty was his secret weapon. This left Jiang Yunli and Jiang Yuan momentarily speechless. So straightforward? Cough, cough. Xiao Che, even if you're not being restrained. You should consider the girl. Jiang Yunli's expression was a bit unnatural, but since Yuan was her chosen daughter-in-law, she certainly couldn't say too much. To be honest, Jiang Yunli felt a bit guilty towards Yuan. Jiang Yuan coughed a couple of times, and then spoke. Xiao Che, you shouldn't always go to the girl's house. Bring her to our home. I've inquired about that girl's background and family. It's not too good, right? How about this? Tomorrow your mother and I will move. After careful consideration, Jiang Yuan made a decision. With the Jiang family's wealth and status, they could afford as many top villas as they wanted. But Xiao Che, you still need to exercise restraint. Don't let anything happen. That girl is still a child herself. If she gets pregnant, Jiang Che mouth twitched. His parents were really worried about his happiness. He didn't bother to say anything more. However, as they chatted, the topic shifted to other matters. Xiao Che, do you still remember your cousin Fei Fei? Jiang Yunli slowly asked. Jiang Che. What the heck? I have a cousin? Seeing that Jiang Che didn't respond, Jiang Yunli continued. Guling Fei. Don't you remember her? Jiang Che desperately searched his memory and finally recalled that name. Guling Fei. She was a distant cousin. Although they were relatives, the blood relation was almost negligible. At least 6 generations apart in a high school biology genetics problem. Mendel would need several sheets of draft paper for this kind of calculation. In the original plot, she had very little screen time, just briefly mentioned. She lived in the Jiang family villa as a child, then went abroad for studies, opened a company overseas, and now became a CEO of a company worth billions. The previous female bedroom that Yuana lived in was reserved for Guling Fei. Jiang Che had never paid much attention to her before, but now, his expression turned strange. A billion-dollar company? A cold female CEO? This sounded just like the character setting of a female lead in a novel. Chapter 59. Lin Yu is deceived into an underground fight club Guling Fei. Are you coming? Zhang Ge asked. Yeah. Fei Fei is planning to move the company's headquarters back to the country and develop domestically from now on. All right. The next candidate for the novel's female lead. Mom, do you know about Guling Fei's recent situation? I haven't seen her in a long time. I want to inquire about her. Jiang Yunli rested her chin in her hand. You asked the right person. I'm Fei Fei's best friend. We talk about everything. Jiang Yunli seemed to be able to call any girl of any age her sister. Fei Fei is really capable. It would be great if she could become my daughter-in-law. Cough, cough. Ah, that girl Fei Fei is indeed a standard daughter-in-law candidate. With a butt that big, you can tell she can have kids. But Che already has Warner now. What a dilemma. Jiang Yunli unconsciously voiced her thoughts. What I mean is, Fei Fei is like my half-daughter. Do you know what Guling Fei's company is renamed to? Ling Ke Group. You have quite a status in Fei Fei's heart. Fei Fei hasn't been in a relationship yet, but she has been complaining to me a lot lately about a guy wanting to pursue her. All right, now Jiang Che is completely sure. Another protagonist is about to appear. What kind of protagonist could there be developing abroad? Besides the Dragon King War God, could there be anyone else? Mom, the outside world is so chaotic with wars everywhere. This man pursuing my Fei-Fei's sister couldn't be some mercenary, right? Jiang Che joked. Jiang Yunli's expression changed in surprise. And she quickly nodded, yes, yes. Don't say that, you might be right. Jiang Che chuckled to himself. The Dragon King War God is everywhere. And Guling Fei has returned to Long Country. It seems that this war god will be back soon. Xiao, Ki. I have someone cleaning your next room every day. When Fei-Fei comes, just let her stay at our house. Jiang Che. Jiang Yunli's little thoughts were almost written on her face, and even Jiang Yuan fell silent. When he was working, if a little secretary talked to him a bit more, he would have to dig deep into it, but when it comes to his own son, she just wants to introduce all the beautiful girls to him? Isn't this too double standard? Blue thin mushroom. The next morning, when Jiang Che woke up, he felt them all over. Jiang Yunli and Jiang Yuan really moved out. They moved out overnight and left him with a ragdoll cat. Meow, meow, meow. The cat seemed hungry, rubbing its head against Jiang Che's ankle, looking at him with big blue eyes, as if it was acting cute. Get away. I'm not a cat lover, Jiang Che said, although this ragdoll cat was indeed very beautiful. After breakfast, Jiang Che looked down again to see the cat staring at him eagerly. All right, I'll get you some cat food. Just don't start heat on me. Jiang Che scooped some cat food for her, then left without looking back. Damn it, I'm a patient. At the entrance of the hospital, Lin Yu, wearing a patient gown, cursed loudly. He had 3 ribs broken from a kick by Jiang Che, yet Jiang Che was completely fine. He ended up hospitalized for several days, and even the medical fees were covered by some kind-hearted police officer. Now he was out of money and was directly kicked out of the hospital. At this moment, 2 figures, one fat and one thin, appeared in front of him. Get lost. What are you doing in the hospital without money? Wang Zheng pointed at Lin Yu with a face full of flesh. They had now become professional errand runners. Wherever Lin Yu went, they would definitely follow. Their main aim was to make him uncomfortable. It was all Jiang Shao's task. Seeing these two made Lin Yu angry. These two were Jiang Che's lackeys. This is a hospital. It's not your family's. Why should I leave? Wang Zheng laughed. Oh, sorry. This Bomai hospital really is my family's. If you don't believe me, ask the doctors here. A nearby doctor smiled and said, Young Master Wang, you're joking. Lin Yu, why? Why is even the heavens against me? Fine, I'll leave. A dignified hospital actually can kick a patient out with no medical ethics at all. Lin Yu snorted coldly. He was different. He was a descendant of a ghost doctor with a heart to save the world. Lu Tai scoffed. What? You have medical ethics? How impressive. You only target the rich and powerful. If you want to save people, why don't you go to remote areas and be a barefoot doctor? Ask yourself, how many of those you've saved are ordinary people? Aren't you still after their status? Lu Tai's words hit Lin Yu hard. He wanted to explain something. He really wasn't opportunistic, but he couldn't explain it clearly because as long as he saved someone, their identity would definitely be unusual. As for going to remote areas to be a barefoot doctor, how could that be possible? He was still thinking about chasing girls in the city. Lin Yu turned away, preparing to leave. Just then, Wang Zheng's words broke him down. You bastard, man-eating demon. Murderer. You don't even know to apologize to me. Wang Zheng picked his nose, pulled out a big chunk, and flicked it onto Lin Yu's forehead. Still sticky, stuck on his forehead and wouldn't come off. Lin Yu was already dumbfounded, but soon he thought of something. Ugh, you son of a bitch. It was you in my water cup, ugh. Lin Yu instantly broke down. That morning was an unforgettable nightmare for him. Thinking back, it still made him feel nauseous. I'll kill you. Lin Yu wanted to make a move, but he didn't have the home advantage, and the hospital security had electric batons. So he was quickly taken away and thrown out. Damn it. So annoying. Lin Yu, penniless, lay by a small road, feeling as if the whole world had thrown him away. But after all, he was the child of fortune, one of those whom the heavens fed. Soon, his next wave of opportunities arrived. Don't rob me. I'll pay you, just don't hit me. Lin Yu quickly got up. He walked into an alley where a middle-aged man in a suit was being beaten up by several small thugs. Let him go. As soon as the protagonist made a move, it was clear whether he had the ability or not. Although he had broken a few ribs, he still easily beat up the group of thugs. The middle-aged man slowly got up from the ground and carefully looked at Lin Yu in front of him. Young man, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would probably have been beaten to death today. I see you have good skills, but your outfit is not great. Aren't you short on money? The suit man's words hit Lin Yu right in the heart. He really was short on money. That Jiang Che fellow was so confident because he relied on having more money. Can you help me get rich? Lin Yu asked tentatively. Haha, of course, with your skills. It's a pity not to fight in an underground fight club. The suit man's words left Lin Yu stunned. Underground fight club? Yes, yes. It's underground fighting. Lin Yu frowned. He could tell at a glance that it was illegal. I won't do illegal things. You can win 500,000 for a match. If he gains fame, his worth will be higher, and winning a boxing match could even earn him millions. Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. The speed at which money could come in was too fast. He was tempted. Chapter 60. Yi Mingyao's birthday gift, the sickly little fan, White Jia. 3 days later. Weekend. This weekend is particularly significant for Yi Mingyao. It is held at the largest 5-star hotel in Hangzhou, and many first-class and second-class families are in attendance. After all, the Yi family's wealth in Hangzhou is quite notable, and the birthday of a Yi family's heiress is indeed a grand affair. Yi Mingyao is dressed in a black gown, with light makeup, her skin fair and smooth, making her look like a princess straight out of a fairy tale. Almost flawless. Many guests are whispering among themselves. Wow, is this Yi family's daughter really that beautiful? If only she could become my son's daughter-in-law. Haha, what are you thinking? With your son's character? Would she even look at him? Besides, I heard, the young master of the Jiang family is pursuing her, but has been rejected many times. Even the richest young master doesn't fancy him. How could she fancy our small family? One must admit, Yi Changkong has indeed raised a true young lady. The kind of nobility she carries is something families like ours can never match. At this moment, Yi Mingyao is nervously clutching the hem of her dress, her eyes scanning the venue as if searching for someone. No way, Jiang Che promised me, right? Is he going to go back on his word? Yi Mingyao feels anxious. She is completely unsure of Jiang Che's feelings. His attitude towards her has been inconsistent lately. Of course, the good she refers to is merely him not being harsh on her. But soon, her gaze lands on a young man in white. Jiang Che. Today, Jiang Che looks clean and handsome, causing Yi Mengyao's heart to flutter in an instant. After spending so much time with him, she never thought he could look this handsome when he dressed up, or perhaps she had gotten used to his presence and didn't realize how good-looking he was. But now that he is ignoring her, she finds him even more attractive. With this thought, Yi Mingyao can't help but let out a bitter smile in her heart. Am I being cheap? Almost all the notable families in Hangzhou have arrived. Jiang Yuan is chatting with Yi Changkong, discussing nothing but company matters. Although Jiang Yunli doesn't think highly of Yi Mingyao, it is her birthday after all, so she can only put on a smile before going to find Yuaner. Darling Yuaner, here's a card from Sister Jiang for you. The password is 123,456. There's 10 million in it. Consider it your pocket money from me. Jiang Yunli pulls Yuaner to a corner of the banquet and immediately makes a big move. Today, Yuaner is also dressed beautifully, in a white gown that clearly looks like the smallest size. Yi Mingyao is pure-hearted and naturally wouldn't be stingy toward her best friend. She directly had a professional designer custom make a fitting outfit for Yuaner, not even considering whether Yuaner would steal her spotlight. No, I can't take this, Sister Jiang. Yuaner is shocked when she touches the golden bank card. It feels hot to the touch. 10 million? She wouldn't even be worth 10 million if sold. She only kissed Jiang Che for $200 before. If Jiang Che were to use this to threaten her, wouldn't she have to kiss him 50,000 times to repay it? Yuaner is very scared, but Jiang Yunli seems determined to give her the card. Yuaner, my little Che might not understand the weight of this. Just take the money to buy things. And doesn't your family need money too? Now Yuaner understands. Jiang Yunli thinks she has been. So she is giving her some consolation money? Let alone she hasn't been bullied by that perverted Jiang Che. Even if she had been bullied, she wouldn't accept this money. Sister Jiang, I really don't want it. If you keep forcing it on me, I won't call you Sister Jiang anymore. Jiang Yunli sighs. This girl is too stubborn. but her fondness for you Wanner increases a bit. Baby Wanner, if little Che bullies you in the future, just tell me. I'll help you beat him up. Jiang Yunli hugs you Wanner. Her warm and large embrace feels suffocating. You Vania. Just listening is enough. She certainly wouldn't take it seriously. Jiang Yunli is definitely doting on Jiang Che. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tried so hard to get them to live together. Sister Jiang, I'll be going now. Jiang Yunli sighs, wondering why such a beautiful and likable girl isn't her daughter. She dreams of wanting a daughter. Jiang Che sits in a corner of the banquet, drinking alone. His gaze occasionally glances over at Yi Mengyao, who indeed looks beautiful in her gown, with light makeup that cannot hide her natural beauty. At this age, a girl is at her most beautiful, and wearing a black dress accentuates her maturity. Like a ripe berry. Soon, several young ladies appear beside Jiang Che. Young Master Jiang, I'm Bai Jia. Do you still remember me? I'm also a student at Sherlan School. You helped me before? A girl around the same age as Jiang Che steps forward, extending her hand and smiling. Bai Jia? Jiang Che raises his eyes and looks at her, showing a hint of disappointment. Her looks are subpar. Bai. If Yi Mengyao and you Wanner start around 95 in terms of looks, then this Bai Jia is at most 85. And her heavy makeup could be scraped off for a meal. Who knows how she looks without makeup, but she should still be considered a beauty outside. The name Bai Jia is indeed familiar to him, although she is just a minor character in the original plot. The fact that she dares to have such a name makes it hard not to remember. At Yi Mingyao's birthday party, a girl from second-class family would secretly drug her drink out of jealousy, hoping to embarrass her, but the plan backfires, leading to repercussions for the entire Bai family. But shouldn't she be the one to drug Yi Mengyao? Could it be that this Bai Jia is his little fan? In the script, because he was so focused on pursuing Yi Mengyao, she developed a grudge against her. Yi Mengyao, what gives you the right to reject Jiang Che repeatedly? Who do you think you are? Jiang Che is mine. I met him first. What gives you the right to take his heart? Oh, got it right. She is a sickly little fan. Shoo. I'm watching Yao Yao. Jiang Che makes a shushing gesture, then looks at Yi Mengyao with deep affection. As expected, Bai Jia can no longer hold back her expression, biting her lip tightly as she follows Jiang Che's gaze to Yi Mengyao. That girl, perfect to the point of making her feel ashamed. The jealousy in Bai Jia's eyes is almost about to spill over. Aren't you the perfect young lady? I'll drug you and make you embarrass yourself in public. Damn woman. Jiang Che glances at her. The show is finally about to begin. Chapter 61. Yi Mengyao was drugged. Jiang Che. Save me. Outside the hotel entrance. Sorry, sir, you don't have an invitation. You can't enter. For security guards with electric batons, stopped a man. Let me in. I'm Lin Yu. I used to be Yi Mengyao's bodyguard. Why can't I come to her birthday party? That's right, this guy is our little mad dragon. Lin Yu. A few security guards exchanged glances. Although Lin Yu was dressed very simply, someone who could be a five-star hotel security guard wouldn't look down on others. After all, they had seen plenty of big bosses worth hundreds of millions dressed in big cotton jackets and flip-flops. One security guard went inside to report, but quickly came back out. Mr. Yi said he doesn't know anyone named Lin. He's just a poor loser, so hurry up and get lost. Lin Yu was stunned. How could this be? Even if Yi Chongkong was upset, he couldn't have forgotten their past friendship, right? After all, he was the one who saved Yi Mengyao. How could he not even let him into the birthday party? Don't you want to leave? The security team leader drew out his electric baton and prepared to act. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and turned to leave. 5 minutes later, a young man in a blue work uniform, wearing glasses and carrying a ladder, tried to enter the hotel. Hey, stop right there. Who are you? I'm the plumber here to fix the pipes. Take off your glasses. You little brat, it's you again. Get him. Lin Yu fled in a panic. 10 minutes later, a man in a suit, with a bulging belly and sunglasses, tried to pose as a hotel executive to enter, but was stopped again. I'm a hotel manager. Don't hit me yet. Don't hit you yet. The security team leader looked suspicious. It's you again. Get him. And so, about half an hour passed, with Lin Yu trying to enter and being stopped multiple times. Finally, he successfully blended into the hotel. In a restroom, Lin Yu, dressed in a women's cleaning uniform, put down the mop in his hand, straightened his back, and shook his wig. Damn doorman, looking down on others. But fortunately, he was a master of dark energy. and these security guards couldn't touch a single hair on him. Yi Mengyao, wait for me. Lin Yu's gaze gradually became determined. In fact, he didn't even know why he came to the hotel. It seemed to be an instinct. If he didn't come to the hotel, he would surely lose something important today. Lin Yu disguised himself as a cleaning staff again, trying to blend into the banquet. At this moment, Yi Mingyao's birthday party was nearing its end. Yi Mingyao occasionally glanced at Jiang Che, wanting to confess her feelings in front of so many guests. But she was even more afraid of being rejected by Jiang Che. So she felt frustrated. This was clearly her birthday party. Yet Jiang Che hadn't said a word to her, while so many other girls were flirting with him. These women from small families, none of them are as good-looking as me. Why do they get to flirt with Jiang Che? That's right, she was jealous. Just then, a girl approached her, holding a glass of wine. Miss Yi, happy birthday. Bai Jie smiled at Yi Mengyao. Yi Mengyao Josuali nodded. There were countless daughters of various families trying to get close to her, but she didn't actually know any of them. Huh? Miss Yi is drinking juice. No way. Not drinking a little wine on your birthday? Bai Jie said, pouring some of her white wine into Yi Mingyao's glass and offering it to her. Huh? Drink wine? I can't drink. Yi Mingyao waved her hands repeatedly. She had never had a drop of alcohol in her life. Bai Jie chuckled lightly, no way. Miss Yi, today is your birthday party. Aren't you going to drink a few sips? The wine isn't poisonous. Saying this, Bai Jie took a sip herself, licked her lips, and gave Yi Mingyao a slight smile. Yi Mingyao was somewhat swayed. She had never tasted alcohol before. Now that she was an adult, she indeed wanted to try it. Then thank you for the wine. Yi Mingyao smiled and took the glass from Bai Jie, gently sipping a few times, her beautiful eyes widening slightly. This is so good. This wine tastes much better than juice. Then she drank it all at once. Bai Jie's expression momentarily stiffened. Yi Mingyao was too naive, wasn't she? She even thanked her. This made her heart feel a twinge of regret, but she quickly shook it off. Monsieur, you mustn't drink too much. If you drink too much, you'll get drunk. Bai Jie subtly took the glass back from Yi Mingyao without leaving any evidence. And this scene was fully visible to Jiang Che. As expected, not long after drinking, Yi Mingyao felt her head spinning. Her face flushed an unusual red, and there seemed to be an uncontrollable heat flowing within her. Phew, Yi Mingyao Kodenchet had feast tightly, beating her lips. Is this the feeling of drinking? This alcohol is too strong. The innocent Yi Mingyao thought she was just drunk. Yeah, what's wrong? Yu Wanner noticed Yi Mingyao's abnormality and approached her, taking her hand with concern. Yi Mingyao's gaze gradually became hazy as she looked at Yu Wanner. Yao, your hands are so hot. Do you have a fever? Yi Mingyao shook her head. It's nothing. I just drank too much. I think I need to go wash my face in the restroom. Yu Wanner asked uneasily. Yao, do you need me to go with you? No need, I'm fine. With that, Yi Mingyao walked alone toward the restroom. Jiang Che at some point had also left the banquet. Phew, so hot. Yi Mingyao bit her thin lips tightly, feeling as if there was a blazing flame burning inside her, scorching every nerve. From now on, I will never drink again. At this moment, Yi Mingyao still hadn't realized what was happening, still thinking that she had simply overdone it with the alcohol. What's going on? Phew, so hot. Yi Mingyao felt like she was about to die. And just then, a familiar figure appeared by the sink in the restroom. Jiang Che, is that you? Chapter 62. Miss Yi, you're an adult now. Jiang Che, is that you? Yi Mingyao was on the verge of tears, biting her lip hard, her innocent eyes filled with confusion. Jiang Che glanced at Yi Mingyao and couldn't help but curse in his heart. This woman, Bai Jie, is really ruthless. How much drug did she give her? Is this the venomous heart of a woman? So bad. But fortunately, I am the villain, so there's no morality to speak of. Jiang Che, can I hug you? Jiang Che didn't respond. But given Yi Mingyao's current state, even if he said something, she probably wouldn't hear it. Jiang, I'm wrong. I shouldn't have called you a study loser before, and I shouldn't have looked down on you. Actually, I just realized how much I like you. Please don't go. Don't dislike me, okay? I'm begging you. Yi Mingyao murmured some confused words. Jiang Che looked around and then lifted Yi Mingyao up by the waist. He couldn't hold back any longer. He walked to the nearest elevator to the restroom, intending to go directly to the top floor. Before leaving, Jiang Che glanced toward a corner at the stairway. A woman in a cleaning uniform with long hair was glaring angrily at him. It was obvious that this was Lin Yu, and Jiang Che recognized him too, but he didn't feel the need to hide anything. After all, what does it matter if you see me taking Yi Mengyao away openly? Jiang Che, did you drug Yi Mengyao? What do you plan to take her? Lin Yu shouted angrily. Jiang Che couldn't be bothered to explain anything to him and simply stepped into the elevator. Before the doors closed, he mouthed the words, "Idiot." Lin Yu was furious but felt powerless. He knew he couldn't take on Jiang Che and could only watch as he took Yi Mengyao away. In extreme anger, Lin Yu was furious. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Damn it. What would happen between the drugged Yi Mengyao and Jiang Che? Did he even need to think? He was a master Chinese medicine practitioner, and he wasn't afraid when he saw Yi Mengyao and Yu Wan'er so close to Jiang Che before, because he could tell that both women were still pure. So he hadn't been worried. But now, if he didn't take action soon, the green hat would definitely be firmly placed on his head. Without thinking further, he barged into the banquet. Yi Changkong, Yi Mengyao has been taken away by Jiang Che after being drugged. Lin Yu's words attracted the attention of everyone present, and all eyes turned to him. This man in a cleaning uniform, holding a mop, and wearing a wig. Yi Changkong's expression suddenly turned serious. Which bastard dares to spread rumors? After looking at Lin Yu, he felt suspicious. This guy looked familiar. After a long time, he finally recognized him as the useless bodyguard he had hired for Yi Mengyao before. How dare he come back? What nonsense are you talking? Today is my daughter's birthday banquet, and you're here making wild accusations, trying to tarnish my daughter's reputation and innocence? Yi Changkong was very angry. Lin Yu quickly continued. Look around. Is there any sign of Yi Mengyao and Jiang Che here? I really saw Jiang Che carrying Yi Mengyao away, and he even drug her. This statement immediately caused an uproar in the room. Even Jiang Yuan and Jiang Yunli, the couple, couldn't sit still as it seemed Jiang Che had really left. You brat, don't try to slander my little Che. My little Che is definitely not that kind of person. Jiang Yunli shouted sternly, needing to defend her son. If anyone in the hall was the most shocked, it was by Jie, who had drugged Yi Mengyao. Her head was buzzing, and she almost fell to the ground. How could Yi Mengyao run into brother Jiang Che? Wouldn't that mean they? Bai Jie felt a sharp pain in her heart. Why? But now, the situation seemed unfavorable for brother Jiang Che, and she had to stand up. Then she really did stand up. It was me. I just toasted sister Mengyao. Perhaps she got drunk? That's why she left early. Needless to say, Bai Jie's words eased the tense atmosphere. They provided everyone with a way out. Yi Changkong and his wife naturally wouldn't say much. Even if Yi Mengyao really had some relationship with Jiang Che, so what? They would only welcome it. But Lin Yu continued to speak recklessly. You're talking nonsense. I saw it with my own eyes. You can check the surveillance. Jiang Che and Mengyao clearly. Enough! Yi Changkong shouted angrily. Where are the security guards? Where did this madman come from? Get him out of here. Lin Yu was stunned. Damn it. Yi Changkong, your daughter is about to be taken by another man, and you're still pretending nothing is happening? You all have no eyes. Do you know that Yi Mengyao will hate you all if she wakes up? Lin Yu kept shouting, but he was quickly escorted out by the security guards. Faced with more than a dozen security guards armed with electric batons and trained, even he, a dark energy expert, felt a bit intimidated. Yi Changkong's expression softened a bit. Then he raised his glass and addressed the guests. The man just now is Lin Yu, a madman. Miss Bai is right. My daughter Mengyao can't hold her liquor and just got drunk. Yi Changkong's words dispelled the doubts of the guests. Choptud Altmashuch, Yi Mengyao's shyness. Lin Yu's breakdown. During the banquet, Yi Changkong began to feel anxious when he couldn't find Yi Mengyao. Could she really be drunk? With this thought, he called Jiang Che. Xiao Che, is Yao Yao with you? Uncle Yi, Yi Mengyao is drunk and has latched onto me. Jiang Che replied in a slightly cold tone while lying at the head of his bed. After hearing that Jiang Che was the one who took Yi Mengyao away, Yi Changkong breathed a sigh of relief, but soon felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. He couldn't possibly believe Lin Yu's clumsy lie about Jiang Che drugging her, but a big man alone with a young, beautiful, and drunk girl. How could he not know what might happen? Although Jiang Che had always shown a disinterest in Yi Mengyao, with a beauty in his arms. Who could resist? Xiao Che, how is Yao Yao now? Yi Changkong asked with concern. Jiang Che replied irritably. She drank too much and kept asking me to tell her stories. She's already asleep. As an ultimate doting father, Yi Changkong was uneasy about leaving Yi Mengyao with Jiang Che, a grown man. "Where are you guys? I'm coming over." On the other end, Lin Shui snatched the phone from Yi Changkong. "Xiao Che, we're leaving Yao Yao in your care. She can't hold her liquor, so please take good care of her." Saying that, she hung up the phone at lightning speed. Yi Changkong was left dumbfounded. "Wife, what are you doing?" "Yao Yao is with Jiang Che. What if something happens?" Lin Shui shot him a glare. "Don't meddle in young people's affairs. This is a crucial opportunity for Yao Yao and Jiang Che to get closer. If you interfere, Yao Yao might not only not be grateful, but might even hate you." Yi Changkong grew more anxious. What if they accidentally get too close? "She's my daughter." Lin Shui appeared confident. "I know Jiang Che well. He's a rule-abiding kid and won't do anything out of line. Plus, have you ever considered, maybe Yao Yao got drunk on purpose?" "Huh? Is that even possible, dear?" The two clever individuals' thoughts gradually diverged. However, their calculations were clearly off. Who was Jiang Che? Although Yi Mingyao's birthday banquet had ended, many people were still troubled. For instance, Bai Jie, who had drugged Yi Mingyao, was filled with regret. Others might not know. They all thought Yi Mingyao was just drunk, but she knew very well that she had been drugged, a man and a woman alone together. And the girl was drugged. It was obvious what would happen. Yuaner was also quite nervous at this moment. She knew Jiang Che's character too well. Although he pretended to be aloof and seemed uninterested in Yi Mingyao, he was essentially a super pervert, with a drunk Yi Mingyao in his hands. Did she even need to think about it? This made her thoughts extremely tangled. Although Jiang Che left a very bad impression on her, she had to admit, she had started to like him a bit. Pervert, bastard, scoundrel. The little lowly was on the verge of tears, cursing Jiang Che silently in her heart, stomping her feet in anger. Yi Mingyao spent her 19th birthday in a deep sleep, sleeping from Saturday afternoon until the next morning. The girl groggily opened her eyes, feeling warm and cozy in her bed. Yi Mingyao slowly opened her eyes and instinctively furrowed her brows. But when she focused her gaze, she was instantly dumbfounded. No, wait, what happened last night? She only remembered drinking a glass of alcohol, feeling unwell, and going to the bathroom. And then everything after that was a blur. Endless fear and terror almost brought her to tears. However, when she saw the face of the person next to her, she froze for a moment. Jiang Che. How could it be Jiang Che? This realization greatly soothed Yi Mingyao's previously panicked emotions. Thank goodness. It wasn't anyone else. In fact, there was even a hint of undetectable joy in Yi Mingyao's heart. As long as it was Jiang Che, she felt very safe. Thus, she curled up next to Jiang Che, secretly admiring the side of his face. He was indeed very handsome. This reminded her of her aversion to men. It turned out that she didn't hate men, but rather ugly men. Just as she was lost in thought, Jiang Che opened his eyes. Yi Mingyao, Chapter 64. Completely darkened Yi Mingyao. Actually, Jiang Che had already woken up. With his current strength, he could feel a mosquito flapping its wings from more than 10 meters away, let alone the girl beside him. What a disgusting man. He bullies me when I'm drunk. When I go back, I'll tell my parents and force him into marriage. Jiang Che. It seems this Miss Yi isn't too bad. But, you think you can force me into marriage? What a joke. Jiang Che decided not to pretend to be asleep anymore and slowly opened his eyes. Yi Mingyao was staring at Jiang Che's profile, her mind racing with fantasies. When she realized Jiang Che was awake, she panicked. She couldn't remember anything from last night. Jiang Che furrowed his brows, feeling a headache, raised his hand to rub his head, and then accidentally glanced at the girl beside him. His expression changed from dazed to shocked, unable to believe it, and finally turned into a look of disdain. You have to admit, Jiang Che's acting was top-notch. Even the Oscars would want to give him a little golden statue. Want him to take the initiative to pursue Yi Mingyao? No way. You chase me. Maybe I could reluctantly accept you. Yi Mingyao naturally noticed Jiang Che's gaze, and her heart skipped a beat. But she decided to take the initiative. Yi Mingyao racked her brain, recalling those domineering CEO novels she had read before, the quotes from the soft and cute female leads after losing themselves to the overbearing CEO. She nervously spoke up. Jiang Che, you don't have to be responsible for me. Jiang Che almost laughed. He hadn't planned on being responsible for her anyway. You need to be responsible for me. Huh, responsible for you? What are you thinking? Jiang Che shot her a cold glance, then took out his phone. At the crucial moment last night, the system task was triggered, activating 3 villain choices. Choice 1. Take a picture of Yi Mingyao to prevent future blackmail. Reward: 10 years of inner strength. Choice 2. You have a pair of dexterous hands. Reward: divine right hand. Choice 3. Miss, I'm sorry. Reward: SSS level piano technique. He didn't capture her whole body, only her stunning face. Jiang Che didn't intend to take a full body shot. After all, phones aren't 100 secure. And the incident with Guishui was still fresh in memory. Besides, Yi Mingyao was considered his now. Jiang Che wasn't the type to leak his woman's photos to others. With a proud girl like Yi Mingyao, just a hint would suffice. He wouldn't really ruin her. Jiang Che opened the video on his phone and handed it to Yi Mingyao, still wearing a cold expression. You can see what happened yesterday. Yi Mingyao was stunned, blinking her big eyes at the image of herself on the phone. She couldn't believe it. Impossible. This can't be me. Yi Mingyao was somewhat on the verge of collapse. It took her 2 or 3 minutes to recover, biting her lip tightly, her mind blank. Jiang Che, I will be responsible for you. The girl's expression was serious, and her eyes looked at Jiang Che's upper body. Then she nervously lowered her head. Jiang Che put away his phone, his face calm, picking up his white shirt from the headboard. You don't need to be responsible for me. Yi Mingyao was stunned, desperately controlling herself not to let her tears fall. Jiang Che, can't you forgive me? Damn Jiang Che, woo woo woo. The innocent girl's emotions were on the verge of breaking down, but the more it was like this, the deeper her obsession with Jiang Che became. Could it be that I make you feel so disgusted? At this thought, Yi Mingyao's not-so-smart brain slowly started to work. No, if Jiang Che didn't like her, he could have completely rejected her yesterday. After all, it's easy for a big man to refuse a girl. He could just slam the door and leave. So Jiang Che must still like me. Yi Mingyao seemed to grasp a lifeline, becoming more certain of her thoughts, her lips even curling into a slight smile. She only had one advantage now. Omitted, Jiang Che looked at Yi Mingyao's bright and charming smile and understood. This Miss Yi was probably darkening. Brother you say the 4 empties, yet you tightly close your eyes. If you opened your eyes to look at me, I wouldn't believe you're truly empty-eyed. Chapter 65. Lin Yu's 9 consecutive wins in the underground boxing arena. Is he about to be sold? By the time Yi Mingyao woke up, it was already afternoon. She slowly leaned against the headboard, her eyes slightly narrowed. It was unclear what she was thinking, but a hint of a smile suddenly appeared in her eyes. Jiang Che, one day I will make you fall in love with me. Yi Mingyao picked up the pillow that Jiang Che had used, gently sniffed it, and then closed her eyes. The once noble daughter of the Yi family had completely darkened. At that moment, her phone rang. The young woman answered the call, and it was Yi Changkong on the other end. Dad, what's up? Yi Mingyao's voice was a bit hoarse from overuse. Yi Changkong didn't pay too much attention. Yao Yao. Did you not come home last night? Where are you? They were somewhat anxious now, as according to their knowledge. Jiang Che also hadn't come home last night. A man and a woman out there. It was bound to lead to trouble, although Yi Changkong had a good impression of Jiang Che. After all, she was his daughter. His little cabbage had just grown up, and now someone had taken her away. How could this old father stay calm? Oh, Dad, I'm fine. Jiang Che dropped me off at the hotel last night, and then left. I had a bit too much to drink, so I slept all day. On the other end of the line, Yi Changkong breathed a slight sigh of relief after hearing Yi Mingyao's explanation. Thank goodness. His little cabbage hadn't been taken advantage of. Yi Mingyao had never lied to them, so he naturally believed her words. Dad, I'm hanging up now. I want to be back tonight. I'm staying at Wanner's house. After her darkening, Yi Mingyao had naturally learned to deceive. Last night, at the banquet, Jiang Che triggered the villain's choice, completing it and gaining 10 years of internal power enhancement, as well as SSS-level piano skills. In an instant, Jiang Che's strength had greatly increased, directly advancing from the late stage of dark energy to the peak of dark energy. He had received a total of 15 years of internal power enhancement, which meant, with his talent, it would take at least 15 years of hard training to reach the peak of dark energy. By then, he would probably have kids running around. So, the system daddy was really great. For Jiang Che, this SSS-level piano skill was like a useless extra. he was just a rough guy. What did he need piano skills for? Jiang Che was satisfied, but one person was feeling very upset. Lin Yu had returned to the underground boxing arena. Ever since he met that suited man a few days ago, he had followed him to the underground boxing arena to fight illegal matches. With his strong mid-stage, dark energy cultivation and the protagonist halo, he had become invincible throughout the arena. Now he had a brand new name, Emperor Yu. In just a week, he had fought 9 matches, all victories. He had clearly become a rising star in the underground boxing scene. However, at that moment, this Emperor Yu was feeling very low. Deep down, he sensed that he had lost something very important. It had already been a day and a night, and Yi Mingyao had definitely lost herself to Jiang Che. Dam Jiang Che. How dare he bully the woman I love? I will definitely tear you apart. Lin Yu clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could kill Jiang Che on the spot. Yao Yao, I want to despise you. I know you don't really like Jiang Che. I'm working hard now, and soon I will build my own career. Lin Yu had begun to fantasize about accumulating his original wealth through the underground boxing arena, quickly building connections and ultimately crushing Jiang Che, standing before Yi Mingyao as the victor. In the many fights, he had vaguely touched the threshold of the late stage of dark energy. He firmly believed that as long as he stepped into the late stage of dark energy, Jiang Che would definitely not be his opponent. However, just as he was lost in his fantasies, a voice broke through. Next up is your turn. Get ready. Tonight you'll be facing the former boxing champion, who is said to be a late-stage dark energy ancient martial artist. Lin Yu's expression changed. Late-stage dark energy? With his current strength, facing a late-stage dark energy opponent would definitely put him at a disadvantage. But he wasn't afraid, because he had a feeling. He must face the most critical situation to break through in the moment. Burning bridges had always been his specialty. All right, I will take this match. The suited man couldn't help but smile widely. He had introduced Lin Yu, so he knew Lin Yu's strength was only mid-stage dark energy. But he was reporting it as late-stage dark energy. So Lin Yu would definitely not be able to win against the opponent. However, now he had made Lin Yu sound incredible, spreading rumors about him being able to defeat late-stage dark energy with one move. In a moment, he would bet 5 million on the opponent, definitely making a fortune. In the face of money, what would it matter if he sold Lin Yu? At that moment, backstage of the boxing match, a fat and a thin man were chatting idly. Wang Zheng had his arms around 2 scantily clad boxing beauties, munching on sunflower seeds. Though Wang Zheng didn't look great, he made up for it with his wealth and power. Hey, monkey, look at that guy. He looks familiar. Wang Zheng's expression gradually became serious. Lu Tai beside him also sat up straight, squinting. Lin Yu? We haven't been to the boxing arena for a few days. Lin Yu actually got in? I thought there would be a new boxer. I was ready to check it out, but it turned out to be that Lin Yu. Lu Tai nodded. Jiang Shao was indeed insightful. He had said Lin Yu would set up a stall, and now he was fighting in the boxing arena. It was unbelievably accurate. Lu Tai's admiration for Jiang Che rose another level. So, monkey, should we mess with him? A twisted smile appeared on Wang Zheng's face. Hee hee. Chapter 66. A world where only Lin Yu is hurt. Achieved again. What are you planning to do to him? Lu Tai asked curiously, stroking his chin. When it comes to pranking people, he bowed down. After all, this fat guy dared to. He thought he couldn't do it himself. If it were a big beauty, that would be different. Wang Zheng frowned. I haven't thought it through yet. Lu Tai then spoke up. How about we call the police? Report him for illegal fighting? As a result, Wang Zheng couldn't hold back anymore and kicked him. Shut the hell up. This boxing arena is owned by me. Am I crazy to report myself? If my dad finds out, he'll kill me. Lu Tai chuckled awkwardly, as if the two of them couldn't come up with a complete brain. But fortunately, dealing with a brain-dead protagonist like Lin Yu was enough. After all, they couldn't let Lin Yu show off successfully. They had to prank him. Wang Zheng thought for a moment, and then revealed a perverted smile. Isn't Lin Yu going to fight Su Pejuan next? From what I know, Su Pejuan is a powerful late-stage dark strength master, last year's champion, while Lin Yu is just a mid-stage dark strength. He definitely can't beat Su Pejuan. Let's have Su Pejuan take care of him. Beat him up badly, As soon as Wang Zheng said this, he was slapped by Lu Tai. Young Master Jiang told us to be cautious. I think Su Pejuan could flip the script, and we need to come up with something ruthless. Go call Su Pejuan over. Wang Zheng waved his hand. Soon, a burly man walked in, wearing a confident smile. Su Dojun, the king of the underground boxing arena in Hangzhou, with a record of 49 wins and 0 losses, was nicknamed Big Treasure due to his high win rate. Su Pejun glanced at Wang Zheng and Lu Tai, his eyes still filled with disdain. As a late-stage dark strength master, he didn't take these rich kids seriously. Although he was here to fight, he didn't rely on it for a living. Wang Zheng and Lu Tai naturally didn't say much. It was normal for a master to be arrogant. Brother Su, do you have confidence in your next match against Lin Yu? Su Pejun laughed loudly. With that skinny monkey? What one move can kill a dark strength master? He's just a mid-stage rookie. I could take him down with one slap. Lu Tai shook his head and patiently said, Brother Su, I know you're confident, but I think this Lin Yu might be a bit unusual. Keep this bag of lime powder in your pocket. If you can't beat him later, you can use some dirty tricks. Su Pejun's expression turned displeased. Are you questioning my strength? Lu Tai smiled apologetically and stuffed the lime powder into Su Pejun's pocket. It's not questioning you. It's just being cautious. After all, this is unrestricted fighting. Any dirty trick can be used. If you cripple him in the ring, I'll give you an extra $1 million afterward. Although Su Pejun was unhappy, he couldn't resist the temptation of the money. Moreover, it was just a bag of lime powder. It wasn't a big deal. Wang Zheng worried for a moment, then took out a bag of powder from his pocket, patting the thigh of his sexy boxing babe. This is imported aphrodisiac. You can use your beauty to trick Lin Yu into drinking it. The boxing babe pouted and then swayed her hips as she walked away. Wang Zheng and Lu Tai exchanged a smile, revealing perverted expressions. TSK, TSK, TSK. This drink sent by the beauty is delicious. Lin Yu downed the drink in his cup, smacking his lips. That boxing babe's figure was explosive. It almost made his eyeballs fall out. Naturally, he had no defenses against the drink she brought. Soon, the match between him and Su Pejun began. With blood boiling, Lin Yu didn't feel scared at all facing a late-stage dark strength master. The two quickly got entangled and, obviously, Lin Yu was being beaten up. But after all, he was the child of fortune, and soon, he broke through on the spot. Ha! I am now also a late-stage dark strength master. Lin Yu laughed loudly, but as he laughed, something fell off. The aphrodisiac kicked in. A surge of heat flooded into his body, eventually gathering in a certain area. He was in a state of heightened arousal. In an instant, everyone in the boxing arena was stunned. Even Su Pejun, who was fighting Lin Yu, was dumbfounded. Damn, this is the first time I've seen someone get aroused during a match against me. At the same time, his gaze towards Lin Yu revealed immense disdain. This guy couldn't be a masochist, right? Many women watching the boxing match were rich wives looking for excitement. EW so small? TSK, TSK, TSK. This guy is a real loser. I was thinking of spending money to hire him for a night, but now, he's really pathetic. Lin Yu was confused. He couldn't understand why he suddenly felt this way, but at the same time, a stronger wave of heat surged within him. Damn, I've been drugged. Lin Yu's expression changed. As a divine doctor, how could he not know his current situation? Hey, are you still going to fight? You seem to have broken through. What internal martial art are you practicing? Su Dojun Mokget. How could Lin Yu tolerate that? He exploded in anger. No more holding back. It was time to end this quickly. What is a protagonist? Invincible at the same level. Soon, Su Pejun was being beaten. Damn, how did he become so strong? Su Pejun was knocked down, and Lin Yu's fists rained down on him like raindrops. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. He hurriedly pulled out the bag of lime powder from his pocket and gritted his teeth. Damn guy, I'm going to throw some lime in your eyes. Swish. Instantly, the entire ring was filled with white mist. Ah, my eyes. Lin Yu screamed. Su Pejun seized the opportunity and hurriedly got up. Just as he stood up, he inadvertently saw something between Lin Yu's legs, which seemed to mock him, igniting his anger. He then unleashed a dirty trick. Oh ho ho! Lin Yu screamed as he fell off the ring. One hand covering his eyes, the other covering his groin, he looked utterly miserable. In an instant, the entire boxing arena fell silent. They never expected that last year's champion would use such despicable means to win, throwing lime and hitting below the belt. Who could withstand that? However, after a brief silence, many people in the audience cheered, because the vast majority had bet on Su Pejun. After all, Lin Yu was just a rookie, while Su Pejun was the seasoned champion. And this was unrestricted fighting. Dirty tricks were not off limits. A world where only Lin Yu is hurt has once again been achieved. Chapter 67. Qin Xiao Xiao and Jiang Che's affair exposed? Crushed Qin Xiao Xiao. Buffed. Jiang Che laughed out loud, looking at Lin Yu's miserable appearance on his phone, which was simply delightful. These two actually had some skills, although their background and influence were lacking, and their brains weren't particularly sharp. They were indeed good at messing with people. He was planning to develop these two as his little villains, specifically to prank the son of fortune. You guys are doing well, just keep it up. But I remind you, you still need to do some legitimate business. Lu Tai's family was okay, but Wang Zheng, his family was involved in some gray industries, with gambling and underground fighting. Fortunately, they hadn't touched drugs. There was a chance for a clean slate. Once drugs were involved, forget about cleaning up. Just prepare to meet your end. He was indeed the big villain, but he wasn't an idiot. It was said that a master-level expert who had reached the level of Gang Jin was killed a few years ago by a large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle due to drug issues. Jiang Xiao, our family is also cleaning up recently, so don't worry. Our family's business is transitioning to real estate. Wang Jing's expression became serious. He understood that Jiang Xiao was planning to take him in as a little brother, not as cannon fodder. This almost brought him to tears. Well, you guys handle it. After saying that, Jiang Che hung up the phone. Just after he hung up, his phone received several messages. Yi Mengyao? Jiang Che was a bit curious about what Yi Mengyao had sent him. After opening the chat history, Jiang Che's mouth twitched. It was actually a selfie from Yi Mengyao. The girl was wearing a thin, spaghetti-strap nightgown. You must not show these photos to anyone else. Jiang Che. Damn, the Dar transformation is 10 times stronger. Yi Mengyao has really transformed. It's not just 10 times stronger. Honestly, who would have thought? The girl in the photo was actually the young lady of the Yi family? Jiang Che, just okay. On the other end of the phone, Yi Mengyao was sitting cross-legged on her bed, holding her phone, tears welling up in her stubbornly beautiful eyes. God knows how much mental preparation she had done to send these photos to Jiang Che, but all she got was a lukewarm response. Unacceptable. She really couldn't accept it. Yi Mengyao, I'm hypocritical man. After sending that message, the girl angrily tossed her phone onto the bed, but fearing she might miss Jiang Che's reply, she switched her phone to vibration mode. What's wrong with you? What do you want from me? The girl angrily punched her pillow. The long journey of pursuing her husband was indeed a heavy burden. At least she could feel that Jiang Che's feelings for her were different from before. Although he still seemed indifferent, at least he started to look at her properly. Night fell. In a building in Zhuhua community. Qin Xiao Xiao. Wang Lily screamed as she barged into Qin Xiao Xiao's bedroom. Qin Xiao Xiao, who was doing her homework, trembled at her mother's voice, instinctively shivering. In her impression, her mother had never smiled at her, and her voice was always sharp. Mom, what's the matter? Wang Lily's expression was almost distorted with rage. She held up a pair of men's shorts. Whose are these? How could there be men's clothing in our house? Your dad is living in the school staff dormitory. There are no men's clothes at home. Wang Lily's words made Qin Xiao Xiao's face change, staring blankly at the shorts in her mother's hand. It's Jiang Che's. It's over. Completely over. Qin Xiao Xiao's mind went blank. She never expected. She had checked multiple times. Why was there still a pair of Jiang Che's shorts here? Mom, I don't know whose it is. I really don't. Qin Xiao Xiao insisted. Wang Lily was so angry she laughed, then pointed to the surveillance camera nearby. A few days ago when I was on a business trip, the power kept going out of home. Did you bring that wild man home? Wang Lily's intuition was surprisingly accurate. No, I really didn't. But how could the domineering Wang Lily listen to Qin Xiao Xiao's words? She directly walked in front of the girl and rolled up her sleeves. The girl's skin was too delicate. A light pinch would leave a red mark. Fortunately, most of the previous marks had disappeared after more than half a week. Wang Lily didn't quite believe it and wanted to tear open Qin Xiao Xiao's clothing to check. But she was met with fierce resistance from the girl. Wang Lily. Qin Xiao Xiao was so angry that she directly shouted her mother's name. Wang Lily froze, then became furious and slapped her across the face. 5 clear fingerprints appeared on her face. What did you call me? Qin Xiao Xiao covered her swollen face, tears streaming down her cheeks. She glared fiercely at her mother, wanting to say something, but still dared not speak. Mom, please stop forcing me. You're going to drive me crazy. I've been trying so hard to be the good child you want since I was little, but you've never considered me. Clearly, Qin Xiaoqiao's accusations had no effect. Wang Lily's rigid impression of motherhood was deeply ingrained. Parents like her were not uncommon in Longhua. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many students each year unable to bear the pressure and committing suicide by jumping off buildings. I'm doing this for your own good. Wang Lily shouted back. Qin Xiaoqiao sobbed and wiped her eyes, no longer explaining anything. I really don't know whose shorts these are. Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't know. Wang Lily was also very angry and turned to slam the door as she left. Haha, Qin Xiaoqiao smiled sadly. Jiang Che, I ultimately cannot rebel like you. This was her mother. Even though she wanted to complain and call her an old witch in her heart, if it really came to a confrontation between herself and Wang Lily, she still couldn't cross that line. Chapter 68, Jiang Che. By Jia. Did you cover for her? Watching Wang Lily walk away, Qin Xiaoqiao felt very sad. She hid under the covers and started contacting Jiang Che. Jiang Che was her only psychological support at the moment. Whenever something unhappy happened, he was the first person she thought of. Senior Jiang Che, are you asleep? On the other side, Jiang Che was feeding his cat. Because she hadn't returned home for several nights, he had forgotten to change the cat's food and almost starved her. Are you a reincarnated starving ghost? How can you eat so much? Jiang Che cursed silently, then flicked her lightly on the butt. The ragdoll cat let out a yowl and then dove into the closet. Comfortable. Oh, why is Qin Xiaoqiao sending me a message? Jiang Che narrowed his eyes slightly. Miss me? Upon seeing Jiang Che's reply, Qin Xiaoqiao's previously dim expression brightened a bit. Yes, Senior Jiang Che, I miss you so much. Do you know? I almost got scolded by my mom just now. She found your pants at home and slapped me. It hurts so much. The girl seemed to be acting coy, seeking the love she couldn't get from her parents from Jiang Che instead. Jiang Che was taken aback. Underwear? No wonder I was missing a pair. I must have forgotten it at Qin Xiaoqiao's house. This excuse sounds a bit far-fetched. After all, he was a powerful master at the pinnacle of hidden strength. How could he be so forgetful? All right, he did it on purpose. Xiaoqiao, she hit you? Did it hurt? I'll have the school board expel her tomorrow. Jiang Che's words warmed Qin Xiaoqiao's heart. She realized she was loved. But after all, Wang Lily had raised her. Senior Jiang Che, no need for that. After all, she is my mother. Qin Xiaoqiao forced a bitter smile. Xiaoqiao, you need to be more confident. If you get bullied, just tell me. Jiang Che comforted the little girl effortlessly. For competent heartthrob, sweet-talking girls like this was second nature. After all, saying it wouldn't cost him anything. The key was, girls like to hear this kind of warm-hearted talk. Although warm-hearted guys ranked below dogs. This statement had a premise, because your status in their hearts was originally not as good as a dog. Qin Xiaoqiao curled up in her blanket, almost moved to tears. Brother Jiang Che, I miss you. How about I have your parents go on a business trip for a while? The girl blushed. How could she not understand Jiang Che's meaning? No, you're so bad. Jiang Che chuckled lightly on the other end. Qin Xiaoqiao was too naive. Such obedient girls were usually the easiest to handle, and most of them were love-struck. Of course, Jiang Che could never fall in love with any girl. He was a person who loved many. The next day, Yuaner came to Jiang Che's desk, frowning and speaking in a low voice. You pervert. What did you do to my sister Yao Yao? It was Monday, and Yi Mingyao hadn't come to school, which raised Yuaner's suspicions. Ever since Jiang Che and Yi Mingyao disappeared together at Yi Mingyao's birthday party on Saturday, it had been 2 days, and it was as if Yi Mingyao had gone missing. Yuaner even thought, could it be that Jiang Che secretly locked Yi Mingyao in some basement? Given Jiang Che's perverted nature, such a thing wasn't beyond him. Jiang Che? He heard all of the little lowly's thoughts, and several black lines flashed across his forehead. Am I as perverted as you think? What's wrong? Missing your sister Yao Yao? Jiang Che asked with a smile. You better tell me. Stop being cheeky. Yuana knew Jiang Che wasn't one to speak the truth, but she still wanted to hear. Whether something had happened between Jiang Che and Yi Mingyao. Is this how you ask someone? Jiang Che shrugged. If you don't say it, you don't say it. If you dare bully Sister Yao Yao, I'll never talk to you again. Yuan puffed out her cheeks, trying to say something more threatening. But after thinking it over, she realized she had very few ways to threaten Jiang Che. However, her words did have some impact. Yuan was soft and sweet-smelling. No man could refuse such a legal lowly. Just then, a figure appeared outside the classroom. Jiang Xiao, someone is looking for you. Hiss. Is it by GF from class 3? Why is she looking for Jiang Xiao? Jiang Che frowned, then looked over. At the classroom door stood a girl in a school uniform with a ponytail, hands clasped behind her back, looking like a typical youthful beauty. This bastard Jiang Che. How could he have hooked up with another girl? Yuan repeatedly scolded Jiang Che in her mind. For some reason, ever since Jiang Che threatened her in the materials room last time, he seemed to have become much more flirtatious. In the small forest behind the school building. Who are you? Jiang Che observed the pure-looking girl in front of him. He immediately recognized her identity. Yeah, she was the one who drugged Yimeng Yao and was also one of his crazy fans. She even seemed mildly Yandera. But to be honest, Jiang Che really couldn't associate this youthful girl with the heavily made-up woman in a sexy dress at the party. I'm Bai Jia. Don't you remember? Jiang Che. You helped me before. Through her heart communication skill, Jiang Che understood what she meant by help. Several years ago, when Bai Jia was in middle school, she was followed by a thug on her way home from school, and he had helped her out. Oh, Jiang Gizmaid. One should use different personas for different types of women. In front of Yuan, he was a scoundrel. In front of Yimeng Yao, he was a cold and abstinent god. In front of Qin Xiaoqiao, he was a warm-hearted senior. And in front of this somewhat Yandera girl, Chapter 69. Yandera? Just a coward. Did you pad? Jiang Che asked. Bai Jia's brain was almost shut down. She couldn't imagine. Such teasing words actually came from Jiang Che? Did she pad? That night, to attract Jiang Che's attention, she indeed padded. 3 layers. But being directly exposed by Jiang Che still made her very shy. Senior Jiang Che, what are you talking about? Jiang Che chuckled softly, thinking how much effort this woman put in to win his heart. See? This is what it looks like when a girl takes the initiative. For this somewhat Yandera girl, Jiang Che could easily handle her. What do you want from me? Jiang Che asked knowingly. Bai Jia hesitated for a moment. Brother Jiang Che, I'm friends with Yao Yao. Why didn't she come to school today? Jiang Che almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Friends? Which friend drugged someone at a birthday party? This girl obviously wanted to test the waters. Huh, friends? Such good friends. To drug her at Yimeng Yao's birthday party to make her look foolish? Jiang Che's words made by Jia's small face turned pale. Jiang. Brother? You know? Then the girl no longer cared about the consequences and directly grabbed Jiang Che's hand, nervously asking, What about Yimeng Yao? I saw you take her away. What is going on between you two? Jiang Che smirked. He suddenly wanted to see the crazy side of this Yandera girl. That's right, just as you think. Thunderbolt. After hearing Jiang Che's words, Bai Jia's emotions were already somewhat uncontrollable. Why? Are you lying to me? Brother Jiang Che, I love you too. Is it because I'm not as good-looking as Yimeng Yao? Damn you, I want to kill you. The little Yandera was about to collapse. Jiang Che now had extremely strong power, so he wasn't afraid of Bai Jia going crazy and hurting him. Moreover, let's not forget he had a title. Master of the Harem. With this title, he was absolutely as steady as Mount Tai. What's wrong? You're not. Jealous, are you? Jiang Che said with a sly smile. Sure enough, Bai Jia was already dazed. She didn't expect Jiang Che to say such things to her. In fact, Bai Jia, without heavy makeup, was quite beautiful. Although she wasn't as perfect as Yimeng Yao and Yuan, her look started at 90 points, making her 1 in a million. And she was even barefaced, which Jiang Che didn't mind. But after all, she was a Yandera. If she was really left unchecked, who knows what problems might arise. Although he wasn't afraid of being hurt, Yimeng Yao and the others were just ordinary girls. And they were all the main heroines, having become his women. He couldn't let them encounter danger. Brother Jiang Che, what do you mean? Bai Jia blinked her eyes. Hee. Jiang Che's words completely confused Bai Jia. Brother Jiang Che. I have to go to class. The girl panicked and ran away. TSK, with that courage, you still want to play Yandera? Just a few flirty words, and you run away? Jiang Che complained. Is this what Yandera looks like? You want to lock me in a small dark room? Little spicy chicken. Outside Hang City General Hospital. Doctor, I'm begging you, please save me. I feel like I'm about to lose sensation down there. I've sealed the veins with silver needles. There's still hope. Please help me with surgery. I'm begging you. Lin Yu looked quite miserable at this moment. He was limping, having been beaten up in an underground boxing ring, like a dead dog thrown out. One of his eggs had even been crushed. A late-stage dark energy master could easily crush anything, let alone a flesh egg. Even an iron egg could be deformed. A fierce dragon came down the mountain, but turned into a lonely dragon. He was a divine doctor, indeed, but no matter how amazing a traditional Chinese doctor was, he couldn't treat such injuries. This was where the role of Western medical surgery came into play. Lin Yu's attitude was extremely humble. One of his eggs was already crushed, and if he didn't get timely treatment, the other one could easily get infected, and then wouldn't he become a eunuch? But he was now broke and could only beg the hospital. And this general hospital was the same one where he had previously set up a stall and slapped faces. The emergency department doctors recognized Lin Yu, all surprised at how the previously arrogant guy had become so miserable. But it served him right. Evil people have their day of reckoning. However, they were emergency doctors, although they felt disgust towards Lin Yu. They had taken an oath to Hippocrates and would not let someone die in front of them. At most, they would replace the disinfectant iodine with alcohol during the emergency treatment. Hurry over, lie down here. Lin Yu was almost crying. He was prepared to be rejected by the hospital, but he didn't expect the hospital would actually save him. This reminded him of what his master, the ghost doctor, had said before he came down the mountain. To quickly build connections, you must save distinguished people. This made him start to doubt his master's words for the first time. It hurts so much. Don't move, we're disinfecting you. Lin Yu screamed and directly fainted from the pain. Chapter 70. Lin Yu's debt of 150,000. Sir, the surgery was very successful, and you are now a girl. This was the first sentence Lin Yu heard as he opened his eyes, and it felt like a thunderbolt striking him. Haha, just kidding, a nurse said with a cheerful smile. Although she wasn't particularly attractive, she wasn't ugly either. Otherwise, Lin Yu would have really thought he was seeing a devil. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he had really lost his ability as a man. If that part was gone, that would be true terror. If he became a woman, he might as well die. Although he was now a one-testicle warrior, that was still better than being a no-testicle superhero. Mr. Lin, however, one of your testicles has completely died, and we have removed it. The function of the other one is also deteriorating, and the hope for recovery is very slim. We suggest you consider sperm preservation while you are still young. Think about future IVF options. The nurse's words made Lin Yu's head spin. What does this mean? Can I not have children in the future? However, he keenly caught the key phrase from the nurse. The function of the other one is deteriorating, which means there is still hope for salvation. Lin Yu immediately regained his confidence. Who is he? A descendant of a renowned doctor, skilled in traditional Chinese medicine. As long as one testicle isn't completely ruined, he has the ability to save it. Sir, no need to say more, I can cure myself. Lin Yu waved his hand, already beginning to think about which traditional Chinese herbs to use to nourish his body. The nurse was a bit helpless. Sir, when will you settle your surgery fee? Your total medical expenses, including the surgery and hospitalization, amount to 110,000 yuan. Lin Yu was shocked. 110,000? Yes. Do you have insurance? And no. When will you pay? The nurse asked. Lin Yu started to panic, rummaging through his belongings, and finally hastily found a bank card. This was the money he earned from fighting in underground boxing matches over the past few days. He had fought 9 matches and made over 6,000 yuan. He was just being used as a pawn by someone, and that suited man had painted a big picture for him, saying he would make more money once he became a boxing champion. He believed it. After working hard, he only earned over 6,000 yuan. Even capitalists would shed tears over this. I only have this much money, Lin Yu said awkwardly. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. My traditional Chinese medicine skills are strong. I come from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners with a lineage of 9 generations of imperial physicians. I can serve as a traditional Chinese medicine consultant in your hospital. Although I don't have a medical license, I really have the ability. Lin Yu didn't boast about being a descendant of a ghost doctor, as no one would believe it. It was better to say he came from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. But obviously, no one believed him. Mr. Lin, you must be joking. You still owe us nearly 100,000 in medical fees. Lin Yu felt extremely frustrated. What kind of hospital is this? Why are they only concerned about money? Just as Lin Yu was feeling down, a man in a suit next to him revealed a calm smile. He slowly walked in front of Lin Yu and said, "It's just medical fees, right? Brother, I'll pay your medical fees." Lin Yu looked up, a bit confused by the man in a suit, but he instinctively nodded. "Give me your phone." The man in the suit had a smile that seemed to say, "Please trust me." Lin Yu, still confused, handed over his phone. The man took the phone and started operating it. Then he smiled and returned the phone to Lin Yu, who was bewildered as he looked at his phone screen. 15,000 yuan deposited? Where did this money come from? Lin Yu's voice trembled. He had never seen so much money before. The man in the suit nodded. "Brother, this is your reserve fund on Fangxi Jiao, a type of online lending platform. You can withdraw it whenever you need money in the future." Then he patted Lin Yu on the shoulder and turned to leave, disappearing without a trace. Lin Yu was a bit dazed. He felt like he had been tricked, but he couldn't pinpoint why. As a small divine doctor who had just come down from the mountain, his traditional impression of the city was still from a decade-old black and white television. How could he have heard of something like online loans? But suddenly getting 150,000 yuan still made him very happy. "Nurse, let's pay. I have enough money now." Lin Yu grinned, showing off his big white teeth. The nurse fell silent, feeling sympathy for this guy, lying in a hospital bed, inexplicably in debt of 150,000 and still unaware of it. She had heard of this online lending institution, and it was particularly shady. Don't be fooled by just 150,000. It could double in a month. Just ask if you're scared. Bai Jie couldn't focus on her class all morning. Did Jiang Che, brother, actually start flirting with her? This realization filled her heart with boundless joy. After all, the old Jiang Che only had eyes for Yi Mengyao and wouldn't even give her a glance. Sometimes, just being able to sneak him a bottle of water while watching him play basketball would excite her for half a day. Does Jiang Che like me too? But that Yi Mengyao, could it be Jiang Che wants to have his cake and eat it too? This was completely beyond her understanding. In her perception, Jiang Che should be the kind of person who is very devoted. But she really wanted to have Jiang Che for herself. Baiye of Baiye. Why are you so useless? Why do you back down so easily? The girls secretly lamented. You had your chance, but it didn't help at all. When Jiang Che saw Yi Mengyao again, the girl had clearly changed a lot. It seemed she had shed her youthful innocence, and even her style leaned towards the dark side. He remembered that Yi Mengyao used to love wearing white clothes or light yellow ones, but now she had changed into all black. Her once single ponytail was let down, her long hair cascading down, making her look like a blend of youthful and mature charm. "Yao Yao, why are you dressed so beautifully?" Yu Waner sensed that Yi Mengyao seemed to have changed, but she couldn't quite pinpoint how. Yi Mengyao smiled lightly and then bent down to kiss Yu Waner's cheek. Although she had turned dark, she still held great affection for her adorable little lowly friend. After all, with Yu Waner's looks, she was the kind that could attract both boys and girls. Who could resist a cute little lowly? "Yao Yao, where have you been these past few days? You scare me. I didn't go anywhere. I drank a bit at the party that day, and then I had an allergic reaction to alcohol, so I took a few days off." Yu Waner nodded innocently. That bastard Jiang Che. What did you say to Yao Yao? Otherwise, Yao Yao wouldn't change so much. Bastard, you should just die. Yu Waner wasn't foolish. She was very smart. How could she not notice the subtle changes in Yi Mengyao? In her heart, she constantly scolded Jiang Che for being a pervert and a jerk. Chapter 71, a large number of reporters flooded into the hospital. Yi Mengyao pulled Jiang Che aside. In a restaurant, she said, "Jiang Che, can we talk about something?" Yi Mengyao looked very serious. "About what?" "You and T want me to take responsibility for you. Would you?" Jiang Che still maintained his superior demeanor, but there was a hint of tenderness beneath his arrogance. "Since you were so cold to me before, can't I get a little revenge?" Of course, Jiang Che couldn't remain aloof forever. After all, she was now his person. Yi Mingyao's eyes flickered, but she forced a playful expression, boldly sitting next to Jiang Che and wrapping her arm around his. "How about this? We'll have a fixed study session every week. Your grades aren't that good, so I'll help you with your studies. You wouldn't refuse, would you?" Yi Mengyao surprised him again. She was practically laying her little scheme out on Jiang Che's face. "So what do you want?" Jiang Che asked knowingly, adhering to his principle. "Don't take initiative, don't refuse. Don't take responsibility." Yi Mingyao licked her lips and leaned closer to Jiang Che's ear, suddenly realizing that Jiang Che seemed a bit cute. "I'll help you study." This was the only way she could think of to get closer to Jiang Che. Seeing that Jiang Che seemed to want to refuse her, she hurriedly spoke up. "Jiang Che, if you dare to refuse me, I'll tell my parents and uncles and aunts to judge this matter. After all, it's always the girl who suffers in these situations. Who knows, I might already have a baby in my belly." Yi Mingyao pouted and started throwing a tantrum. Jiang Che was speechless. This was the first time he had heard such a request. "You are being unreasonable." Jiang Che blushed and glared at Yi Mingyao. "This is hilarious. Even the Oscars should give him an award." He, husband. Can I call you that?" Yi Mingyao thought she had the upper hand and showed a victorious pose, boldly kissing Jiang Che on the cheek. Little did she know, Jiang Che had already risen above the atmosphere. Thus, the agreement with Miss Yi was happily reached. "Jiang Che, where are you taking me?" "I don't want to get in your car, you jerk." Yu Wanner struggled, feeling very scared. "Jiang Che, you bad guy. One Yi Mingyao isn't enough for you. Now you want to touch me? I will never let you even touch me. What should I do?" Jiang Che was speechless. What kind of person did she think he was? Was her head filled with nonsense? Yu Wanner tilted her head to look at Jiang Che. "Wasn't it so? Jiang Che?" "All right, you're coming with me. We're going to visit a patient." "Patient? You Wanner found it." Jiang Che snapped his fingers. "That's right. A patient. Lin Yu. Do you remember him?" Yu Wanner furrowed her brow even tighter, and after searching her mind for a moment, she shook her head. Her impression of Lin Yu was not deep. She had only seen him a few times. "Jiang Che." He was almost laughing mad. Lin Yu, this child of fortune, was always thinking about his little heroines, and once he learned Yu Wanner's name from others, he would remember her for a lifetime. But Yu Wanner didn't even remember his name. He asked that transfer student, Yi Mingyao's bodyguard. "Oh, I remember now, he asked that arrogant guy." Yu Wanner nodded. "I heard that Lin Yu has recently been. Well, he lost a part of himself. Come with me to visit him." "You vene skindilhes. You bad guy. Can you really be so kind?" Jiang Che wrapped his arm around her waist. The little girl squirmed a bit, but ultimately lowered her head. She actually didn't mind Jiang Che's touch. She just felt very unconvinced and hated that Jiang Che bullied her. "Baby, just behave a little, and we'll team up to make him mad." "You van er." In the hospital room, Lin Yu was not in a good mood, lying on the bed, reminiscing about his lost part. As a protagonist of a type of story focused on wish fulfillment, the loss of one of his important parts was a significant blow. He thought of Yi Mingyao and Yu Wanner. These girls were all super beauties, and whether he could even stand up was still a question. During this time, he had also tried to use traditional Chinese medicine to regulate his body, but the effects were minimal. His brother seemed to be in a permanent slumber, and he couldn't wake him up, not even by repeatedly watching his treasured films. Now a bloody reality lay before him. It seemed he was really going to be done for, and this feeling filled him with panic. At that moment, chattering sounds came from outside the ward. Is it the guy who set up a stall at the hospital entrance last time? He got ruined? Wow, this could be a headline news. Remember our former Education Bureau Director in Hangshan? It seems he's involved. Isn't that even better? Tomorrow's headline could be shocking. The one testicle man actually has such a background. I think the first eunuch after the founding of the nation sounds better. A large group of reporters gathered outside the door. For some unscrupulous reporters, they could fabricate any news for money. They could turn black into white, let alone a guy who had lost a part of himself. Indeed, these reporters were all called by Jiang Che. Lin Yu's senses were quite sharp, and he panicked for a moment. Could these people be coming for him? Chapter 72. I heard you're done for, so I specially brought you an egg. Lin Yu clearly guessed right. These reporters were all coming for him. Jiang Che spent some money to bribe various reporters, just to give him a good exposure. In today's news industry, as long as you pay. What can't make the trending list? The news of a billionaire finding his son can go viral and top the chart for days. Moreover, this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for Jiang Che. A large group of reporters rushed into the hospital room. Upon seeing Lin Yu, they all displayed smiles like blooming chrysanthemums. It made him feel a bit uneasy. Don't go in there, that's the patient's room. A few nurses tried to stop them, but they were overwhelmed by the sheer number of reporters. The leading bald man came forward and started to touch Lin Yu, shoving a microphone right in front of his mouth. May I interview you? I heard you lost a testicle. Is that true? A direct hit. Lin Yu initially thought these people were attracted by his superb medical skills. He was even prepared to show off. But it turned out, you're here to expose me. He already felt a hint of sadness, and now it was like rubbing salt in the wound. But the reporters who had been paid weren't about to let him off the hook. May I ask what caused your testicle to break? I heard it was from losing a fight. If you don't mind me asking, what did it feel like at the moment your testicle shattered? Lin Yu couldn't hold back anymore, and you're asking me if I mind? You are the most presumptuous one. By the way, I heard you had connections with the former Education Bureau director. What is the relationship there? After losing one testicle, is your function still normal? Where are your parents? Lin Yu wanted to interject. My parents died a long time ago, but he couldn't get a word in. With the domestic gender reassignment surgeries so advanced, may I ask if you've considered undergoing gender reassignment surgery? After hearing a certain reporter's outrageous remark, Lin Yu completely lost it. I'll be your mom. The scene fell silent for a moment, but it only lasted a few seconds. My mom is already 70 this year. But even though she is old, she still has her charm. It's not impossible. Unethical reporters are heartless. Their conscience has long been fed to the dogs. And you can hear all sorts of outrageous statements from their mouths. Lin Yu is completely broken down. You bunch of dogs, hurry up and get lost. I'll fuck your mama. Lin Yu waved his hand, and his powerful force erupted, directly sweeping a few people away. But he had just had surgery a few days ago, using his strength recklessly. As a result, the stitches burst. The intense pain from the area made him convulse. The reporters felt it was enough. They didn't want anyone to die on their watch. They'd all be in trouble. Click, 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 a flurry of photo-taking. Lin Yu was on the verge of tears. Get out of here. Stop taking pictures. Lin Yu. He was so angry he could die, until the hospital security finally appeared at the door and the reporters scattered. Only Lin Yu lay on the bed, feeling hopeless. Just then, there was a knock on the ward door. Get lost. Lin Yu cursed angrily. But as he exerted force, he pulled at the wound, which hurt like hell. Jiang Che walked in with Yuaner. When Lin Yu saw Yuaner, the pain in his testicle faded, and his mood improved. He felt like he had returned to being that little dragon again. As for Jiang Che beside him, he subconsciously ignored him. Yuaner, did you come to see me? Am I dreaming? But the next second, Jiang Che interrupted him. I came to see you. Classmate Lin Yu. Jiang Che carried a basket of groceries and walked to Lin Yu's bedside, placing it down. At this moment, Lin Yu finally noticed Jiang Che's figure, and his mood plummeted. That damn guy who told you to come. I want to kill you. Lin Yu's eyes were nearly bleeding with rage, and overwhelming hatred almost engulfed him. He truly wanted to kill this damn man. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Classmate Lin Yu, I heard you were injured, so I came to check on you. Isn't that okay? You're being ungrateful. Jiang Che said seriously. Get lost. Do you really have such kindness? All my suffering is thanks to you. Jiang Che sighed, and then sat at the head of Lin Yu's bed. He began to take out the items from the basket. I didn't know what you like to eat, so I bought you a bit of everything. Jiang Che pulled out bananas, cucumbers, sausages, and even chicken eggs, duck eggs, goose eggs, and even quail eggs. Just all sorts of eggs, aiming for some hidden meaning. Lin Yu was dumbfounded, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Jiang Che, you've gone too far. Jiang Che had Lin Yu completely under control. Classmate Lin Yu, I heard you're done for, so I specially brought you more eggs. After all, you are what you eat. Lin Yu, he cried, this is too much bullying. Really done for. Jiang Che, I'm going to kill you. For some reason, after losing one testicle, Lin Yu had become much weaker, and his mental resilience was far more fragile than before. Jiang Che was speechless. Lin Yu really couldn't take it. How did he end up crying? Bro, you have to think it through. It's just one testicle, right? You still have one left. Even if you really are done for, I wouldn't look down on you. As he spoke, Jiang Che couldn't help but cover his mouth to stifle his laughter. What are you laughing at? Lin Yu's emotions couldn't hold back anymore. Cough, cough, I'm not laughing. You're talking nonsense. I clearly saw you laughing. You must have seen wrong. Lin Yu was so angry his eyes rolled back. Then he looked at Yuaner beside Jiang Che. Yuaner, you can't be with this dog, Jiang Che. He has already had relations with Yi Mingyao. I saw him bring Yi Mingyao to a hotel with my own eyes. He is just a dog. Lin Yu is furiously helpless. After hearing Lin Yu's words, Yuaner's eyes dimmed slightly. She had guessed it. With Jiang Che's perverted nature, it was impossible that he didn't take advantage of the drunk Yi Mingyao. But for some reason, after hearing it, her heart ached as if it were being torn apart. Chapter 73. Dazed Lin Yu. Another heroic rescue? Yuana knew what Jiang Che wanted to do. He wanted to use her to make Lin Yu collapse. Although she was cursing Jiang Che in her heart, she still stood on tiptoe and kissed Jiang Che's face. Lin Yu, his heart, was on the verge of being completely torn apart. You guys. Vanya. Jiang Che is just a scumbag who is playing both sides. Yuaner glanced at him sideways, her eyes showing a hint of disdain. Then I love him too. Yuaner's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Burp. Lin Yu fainted from anger. Jiang Che. This Lin Yu really can't handle it. The wild dragon from the mountain fainted the moment he got angry. His resilience is far inferior to that of a son-in-law. I wonder when I'll meet a lucky son of a son-in-law. Then, let's go, Yuaner. The protagonist has fainted. What are we still doing here? He took the little lowly's small hand and casually took away the basket of vegetables in front of the hospital bed. He bought so many eggs. It cost him over 200. He couldn't let Lin Yu take advantage of it. After all, these eggs were meant for Lin Yu to see, not for him to eat. He would rather feed them to a dog than give them to Lin Yu. At least feeding a dog would get a couple of barks in return. Feeding Lin Yu, who knows how he would curse him behind his back. You're such a pervert, Yuaner muttered softly. That's right, I'm a big pervert. Come to my house, and I'll make you something delicious. Yuaner immediately exploded, shaking off Jiang Che's hand. Who wants to go to your house? The little lowly pouted angrily. Jiang Che shrugged lightly. Vanya fell silent. You want to bully me? I advise you to give up on that thought. Since you've already touched Sister Yao Yao, you naturally have to be responsible for her. I can't do something that betrays my best friend. She's scared. Watching Yuaner walk away, Jiang Che licked his lips. This little thing really thinks she can run away? The anti-cancer drug from Yuan Che Group was recently launched, and its market value within the group increased by over 10%. A drug of this level must be in collaboration with the state. This is equivalent to giving Yuan Che Group a green light all the way. Jiang Yuan has been busy to the point of his scalp feeling numb. For Jiang Che, this is actually good news, as he now has the blessing of national luck. Generally speaking, even if a typical protagonist has good luck, can it compare to national luck? Clearly, it's impossible. When Jiang Che first crossed over, he conducted an investigation, and he found that some companies from his previous life were not present here. His experience is not low, and he can completely copy that model over here. With his solid family background, not to mention becoming the richest man. At least he could be quite wealthy. But there's really no need, because he is already a top-notch rich second generation. Isn't it good to look up to his father? After all, this is a low martial arts world. And instead of spending time starting a business, it's better to bully the lucky son and enhance his own strength. He still remembers that Lin used two masters. The assassin master definitely had the cultivation of great perfection in the transformation stage. They have acted many times in the original text, and their strength is not a secret. The other master, the divine physician, is more mysterious. The original text did not mention how strong he is, but let's assume he is above the transformation stage. At the level of transformation stage, internal energy can be externalized, and picking flowers or breaking leaves can injure the enemy. A chopstick in his hand can be as lethal as a bullet. Above the transformation stage is the gang stage. And practitioners at the gang stage are generally referred to as master-level experts. Their internal energy can condense into gang chi, which can shield against the attacks of handgun bullets. But that doesn't matter in front of a large-caliber sniper rifle. Everyone is equal. Masters are all obedient. They say masters don't easily make a move. And once they do, if they cross the red line, they will turn back. Although there is still a long way to go before his good masters return to the secular world, Jiang Che must be prepared in advance. If it really doesn't work, he might as well borrow some bodyguards from his mom, preferably beautiful bodyguards. Jiang Yunli, being the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, in the capital, is one of the 4 ancient martial arts families of Long Country. On the surface, there is only one master-level expert, but secretly, who knows how many there are. Otherwise, in the original plot, after being killed by Lin Yu, he wouldn't have been chased by the Jiang family so miserably that he even fled abroad. One day, when he visits the capital, he hopes to recruit a skilled female bodyguard. Jiang Che licked his lips. As for identity, why not use it? In a bar in Hangshan, "Brother Chun, I toast you a drink." A guy with dyed yellow hair patted Chun Hao's shoulder, his face flushed from drunkenness, and he downed a bottle of beer in one go. There were many younger brothers around. "Brother Chun, they say you don't know someone until you fight. I really recognize you as a brother." Chun Hao's expression softened a bit. Sometimes men are this simple. The few in front of him were small thugs near Sherlon School, and the yellow-haired leader was named Brother Dao, the boss of thugs in this area. After a minor conflict after work, he fought with these people, and with his mid-stage dark energy cultivation, he easily defeated the small thugs. He successfully gained his own influence. Just like the traditional novels, where the protagonist follows the rules and gathers his own little brothers. Brother Chun, why do I feel like you seem to have something on your mind? Brother Dao patted Chun Hao's shoulder. After thinking for a moment, Chun Hao spoke. "I have a girl I like, but she has fallen for another man and has no feelings for me." Brother Dao immediately got angry. "Which scoundrel dares to touch the woman my brother has his eyes on?" Chun Hao didn't speak. "How about this, Brother Dao? Can you help me put on a show?" Chun Hao recalled the scene from the first time he met Qin Xiaoqiao, where he encountered small thugs and wanted to step up, but was intercepted by Jiang Che. If he could have another heroic rescue, could he win back Qin Xiaoqiao's heart? And at the same time, slap that dog Jiang Che in the face. Chapter 74. Yi Mingyao transforms into a protective wife, angrily confronts Wang Lily. Although life is quite tough right now, Sherlon School is still an elite school. Almost half of the students who can enter this school are wealthy individuals. For them, there's no need to study hard or compete fiercely. After graduation, they just need to take the TOEFL and attend prestigious universities abroad to add a layer of polish to their resumes before returning to inherit their family businesses. However, even in elite schools, results are still required. So there are some underprivileged students who are responsible for achieving good grades, like Qin Xiaoqiao and Yuaner. This has led to a severe polarization. Some are playing all day while others are competing fiercely. But students like Yi Mingyao, who come from wealthy families and also have excellent academic performance, are extremely rare. Of course, Jiang Che is an exception to this rule. After all, Jiang Che is a bug in the system, growing from a poor student to a top scholar in just a second. For instance, during this mock exam, Jiang Che unexpectedly scored 600 points, jumping from the bottom of the class to the top 10, astonishing everyone. "Brother Jiang, we agreed to struggle together, but you've secretly excelled." Wang Zheng looked at his English exam paper with a score of 21, then at Jiang Che's 140, feeling dizzy. As Jiang Che's sidekick, he knew too well Jiang Che's grades. Usually, their combined scores didn't even match what others scored in a single subject. Now, Jiang Che had secretly taken off. "Yeah, Brother Jiang, your score is way too high. It makes us look useless." Lu Tai was also frustrated. He used to feel smug about scoring a few points higher than Jiang Che. Is it really high? Not at all. I've had the same score for years. Maybe I should reflect on why that is. Am I studying properly? Am I paying attention in class? Jiang Che made them even more depressed. "Jiang Che, congratulations on your noticeable improvement." Yi Mingyao was also surprised that Jiang Che could score over 600 points, considering he usually only scored in the hundreds. It had only been a little over a month. It's not like he is on a rocket. As for whether Jiang Che had cheated, she didn't even consider the question, having already become completely devoted to him. She wouldn't doubt him even if he scored 750 points. My improvement has nothing to do with you." Jiang Che maintained his aloof attitude, preferring this type of interaction with Yi Mingyao. Yi Mingyao had also gotten used to Jiang Che's sour face and even smiled as she leaned closer. "Jiang Che, I knew you were smart. My tutoring must have worked. By the way, can knowledge be transmitted through some shortcut?" Jiang Che. He was nearly struck dumb by Yi Mingyao's thoughts. "My improvement has nothing to do with you, so stop trying to take credit. It's Yuaner who helps me review every week, which is why my grades have improved." Yuaner, who had been resting her head on the desk, felt a bit smug after seeing Jiang Che's rapid progress. After all, she was the one who had tutored him, and she deserved the credit. But now, she felt a chill down her spine. Yu Mingyao's expression darkened as she glanced at Yuan, her eyes flickering slightly. Sister Yao Yao, Jiang Che, is actually quite smart. He just didn't study before. That annoying guy must be secretly studying behind our backs. I only teach him for 2 hours a week. Even a top teacher wouldn't teach this fast. Right? Yuan was clever. She didn't directly deny her relationship with Jiang Che. If she had immediately said, Sister Yao Yao, I have nothing to do with Jiang Che, it would seem too obvious. So she diverted the topic to other matters. Seeing this, Yu Mingyao didn't press further. Jiang Che, how about this? My grades are also good, so I'll come to your house every week to tutor you. What do you think? Although Yu Mingyao's suggestion seemed fine, Jiang Che knew very well what she meant. Yuan felt quite conflicted. On one hand, she was afraid of tutoring Jiang Che, but on the other hand, she didn't want Yu Mingyao to take over the position of tutor. It was quite a dilemma. The three of them seemed to have formed a subtle love triangle. But soon, this tense atmosphere was broken. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang. A middle-aged woman walked in, wearing a pair of old glasses and holding a stack of exam papers. None other than Wang Lily. Wang Lily's expression was clearly displeased. I'm sure everyone knows the results of this mock exam by now. Many students in the class have made progress, and the student with the most improvement actually increased by 119 points. This is nothing short of a miracle. Wang Lily's tone was dripping with sarcasm. Obviously, she believed Jiang Che's progress was due to cheating. Come on, with a full score of 150, you increased by 119 points. The miracle worker is our classmate Jiang Che. If I remember correctly, Jiang, your last English score was 26 points, right? Can you share your experience? Wang Lily held a grudge. She had never forgotten how Jiang Che had stood up to her in the office, making her lose face. This trash student, who couldn't even get into a good university and would end up as a useless rich second generation, was always someone she looked down upon. With Wang Lily's words, the whole classroom fell silent. They could definitely tell Wang Lily was being sarcastic, and whispers began to circulate. John Luke remained calm. He knew Wang Lily was going through menopause, and he just needed to speak up to get this woman fired. What kind of expression would Wang Lily have if she found out about his relationship with Qin Xiaoqiao? He was somewhat looking forward to it. Jiang Che, did you hear what I said? Can you share your study experience? Wang Lily asked again. Before Jiang Che could respond, someone couldn't hold back anymore. Bang! A loud sound echoed as Yu Mingyao stood up, her gaze fixed intensely on Wang Lily. Teacher Wang, I don't understand why you're targeting Jiang Che so much. Are you implying that he achieved his score through cheating? Wang Lily looked a bit stunned, staring at Yu Mingyao. This was her English class representative. I didn't say that. I'm just curious. How could someone's score improve so quickly? In my 20-plus years of teaching, I've never seen anyone like this. Yu Mingyao sneered. Teacher, ultimately, you still want to say that Jiang Che is cheating, right? If I remember correctly, I sent this exam paper when you set. Where to get the answers? Moreover, the difficulty of this paper is quite high. Even I only scored 138. There shouldn't be many people in the school who scored higher than Jiang Che, right? Transformed into a protective wife, Yu Mingyao fiercely confronted Wang Lily, completely different from her previous obedient self. Wang Lily was left speechless. Chapter 75, in front of the whole office. A passionate kiss? Wang Lily was flustered. Yu Mingyao was her chosen English class representative. How could you be so pushy? But she really didn't dare to offend Jiang Che. And she didn't even dare to offend Yu Mingyao. Although she always claimed to be strict, she was actually quite soft-hearted. All right, I didn't say that. Yu Mingyao, please sit down. I certainly know Jiang Che didn't cheat. Other students in the classroom looked at Wang Lily with mocking smiles, making the middle-aged woman sweat profusely, occasionally wiping her forehead. Meanwhile, Yu Mingyao was sneakily glancing at Jiang Che, a smile on her lips. Hee, the man who acts tough but is soft inside. I've stood up for you this time. You must be thrilled inside, huh? I've already seen through your true nature. Jiang Che. Bang! In the office, Wang Lily slammed her water cup down on the table, nearly infuriated. That brat must have cheated. Who could improve more than 100 points in a month? Wang Lily started to curse, and just then a girl walked in, dressed in a school uniform, with round glasses and messy bangs covering her eyebrows, holding a test paper, trembling slightly. Mom, the English scores are out. How many points? Wang Lily frowned upon seeing Qin Xiao and took a sip of water. This only made the girl more scared. 139 points. She spoke with a hint of a sob. She had scored 142 last time and had been harshly criticized by Wang Lily. Sure enough, Wang Lily was stunned. How many? Qin Xiao jumped in fright. Her body trembling. 139, but Mom, I ranked second in the whole school for English, and there's only one person with over 140 points. Hearing her daughter's explanation, Wang Lily's face darkened even more. As for who scored over 140, did it need to be said? Slap. A loud slap landed directly on Qin Xiao's face, stunning the girl and knocking off her glasses. Useless thing. Have you been learning from a dog? Where did all those words you've been memorizing since you wake up at 5 in the morning go? Wang Lily's voice was sharp, and just thinking about how her daughter's score wasn't as high as that spoiled Jiang Che's made her furious. Qin Xiao just covered her face, sobbing continuously. Although she was used to this kind of thing, her heart still ached. She had really tried hard to study, but could never meet her mother's expectations. Suddenly, she thought of Jiang Che. Whenever she felt wronged, she always thought of him. Wang Lily scolded for more than 10 minutes, stopping only when her throat was dry. Don't move, I'm going out for a bit, she said, turning to leave. After Wang Lily left, the other teachers in the office began to chatter. Hey, Wang Lily is really something. Her daughter's grades are so good, yet she still hits her? If I had such a well-behaved and lovely daughter, I'd be smiling in my dreams. Just then, the office door was pushed open. A figure walked in. Jiang Che, from a distance, heard Qin Xiao's thoughts and couldn't help but feel a bit heartbroken. Qin Xiao was now his girl. He had only ever been the one to make her cry. What was Wang Lily to him? Even if she was her mother, it didn't matter. Senior Jiang Che, I miss you so much. I can't take it anymore. Mom, you're going to drive me crazy. Just as Qin Xiao was feeling down, Jiang Che directly hugged her from behind. The girl let out a soft cry, but upon seeing it was Jiang Che, the tears she had been holding back flowed freely. Senior Jiang Che, woo. Qin Xiao buried herself in Jiang Che's arms, crying. Jiang Che didn't say much. He just gently patted her shoulder. After a while, the girl seemed to remember. This was the office. Sure enough, after looking around, all the teachers in the office were dumbfounded, their expressions one of disbelief. Jiang Che scanned them. Anyone who dared to speak would lose their job. Ahem. You all continue. I'll let you have some fresh air. A young female teacher, sitting by the window, awkwardly coughed, pretending not to see. After all, who didn't know the name of young Master Jiang? He indeed had the ability to get them all fired. Jiang Che was becoming even more audacious. He directly leaned in and kissed Qin Xiao. Senior Jiang Che, don't do this here. There are teachers. They are watching. Wang Lily, you old witch. I hope you're furious. As for the other teachers in the office, they all lowered their heads, not daring to speak. They could only sigh. Youth is truly beautiful. Xiao. After a while, let us confront Wang Lily. How about you move in with me? He spoke loudly, completely disregarding the teachers in the office. Qin Xiao's small face turned red up to her neck, and she pinched Jiang Che's waist gently. What if people find out? The girl looked down, unable to see her toes, already a stunning beauty, just like how one would describe a girl like Qin Xiao. At that moment, the teacher who was letting them have some air shouted, "Oh no, the principal is coming." This made both Jiang Che and Qin Xiao laugh. Senior Jiang Che, I'll slip away first. Me too. The two slipped out, one through the front door and the other through the back. Watching Jiang Che and Qin Xiao leave, the young female teacher who had let them have some air revealed an Annie-like smile. Being young is great. This is what youth is all about. Several older teachers also smiled, seemingly reminiscing about their own youth. When Wang Lily angrily returned, she found that Qin Xiao had disappeared without a trace. Where did that brat go again? Wang Lily was furious, but the atmosphere in the office was very strange. Why aren't you all speaking? Wang Lily looked at her colleagues beside her, frowning and asking. The colleagues were speechless. Your daughter was almost taken away by young Master Jiang. The young couple was practically ready to elope, but everyone tacitly chose not to tell Wang Lily what had just happened. Even if Jiang Che didn't threaten them, they probably wouldn't spill the beans. After all, who hasn't had their youth? Chapter 76. Qin Xiao's shyness. Chunhao's awkward entrance after school. Senior Jiang Che, was what you said this morning true? Qin Xiao took the initiative to approach Jiang Che. Of course it's true, what's wrong? Do you want to elope with me? Jiang Che raised his hand and lightly poked the tip of the girl's nose. The girl resolutely nodded. She really couldn't bear the pressure from her mother anymore. She just wanted to stay by Jiang Che's side every day. Only with Jiang Che could she feel that kind of love, a love that doesn't require any price to be paid. Of course, no problem. There's no one in my house. You can stay at my place if you want. But I'm scared. My mom is a teacher at school. If I stay at your house every day, will she cause a scene? Will it trouble you? Qin Xiao felt very conflicted inside. Do you think she dares? I'll have her fired in no time. No, don't let my mom get fired. She's actually having a hard time too. Qin Xiao said softly. After all, Wang Lily was her mother, and her nurturing love was greater than the heavens, but her love was just too extreme. Sweetheart, you're so obedient it makes my heart ache. Jiang Che gently ruffled the girl's hair. I really like brother Jiang Che. I want to be with him forever. Shall I take you home? No. It's fine, right? It wouldn't be good if someone saw us. Get in, Jiang Che said, picking Qin Xiao up and putting her in the passenger seat. He didn't notice that a few hundred meters away, in a Bentley, a girl's face was already slightly twisted with anger. Brother Jiang Che, so this is the kind of person you are. Bai Jie thought Jiang Che was the type to be devoted to just one girl. But now he was not just playing both sides. Brother Jiang Che, since you're so sentimental, don't think about rejecting me. A bold idea slowly emerged in her mind. A tinkling laugh echoed in the car. Damn, is Chunhao's information reliable or not? Is that Qin Xiao really passing by here? In an alley, dozens of small-time thugs with dragon and tiger tattoos on their arms were smoking and complaining. The leader was Brother Dao. Brother Dao was giving Chunhao a lot of face this time, bringing all his little brothers with him. More than a dozen people, fully armed. He'll definitely come. Let's just wait. Brother Dao then looked towards the corner of the alley, where the small security guard Chunhao was squatting on the ground smoking, giving him a confident glance. They had rehearsed the script beforehand. When Qin Xiao passed by, the thugs would harass her, and then he would jump out to save the beauty and win her heart. It was perfect, but after waiting for half a day, they still had not seen any results. They were about to finish a pack of cigarettes, yet there was still no sight of her. Just then, Jiang Che's car brushed past them, and Jiang Che keenly noticed Chunhao's figure, along with some thugs. What is Chunhao doing mingling with thugs? Aren't they lying in wait? Jiang Che glanced at Qin Xiao beside him, instantly understanding. We're all men. How can I not know what Chunhao is thinking? He then slowly stopped the car, ready to accompany Chunhao in a play. Aren't you wanting to act? I'll let you act to your heart's content today. Senior Jiang Che, it's fine to get out here. My neighborhood is just ahead. Jiang Che smiled and opened the car door for her. After the two got out of the car, Chunhao was a bit dumbfounded. Damn, has Qin Xiao already become this close to him? But as soon as he saw Jiang Che's face, he became furious. The girl he had finally taken a liking to had been snatched away by this dogman. Brother Dao, that girl is Qin Xiao, the one I like, and that guy next to her. You guys help me deal with him. Brother Dao and the others followed Chunhao's voice and indeed saw a man and a woman. The girl was still wearing the Sherlan school uniform. To be honest, when they saw Qin Xiao, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. So pretty. One of the younger brothers spoke in a hushed voice. Wow, such a beautiful girl. How about we try her ourselves? I've never seen such a pure girl before. She's hundreds of times better than those salon girls. Brother Dao also swallowed hard. What the hell are you thinking? Would I, Brother Dao, do something like taking my brother's woman? Besides, you've all seen Chunhao's fighting ability. Even if we all teamed up, we wouldn't be able to beat him. We're just having thoughts without the guts. Later, we'll cooperate with him for the act. That man beside him. Let's not mess with him. Look at the car he's driving. It's a Maybach, license plate, a 99999, not someone we can afford to offend. This idiot Chunhao, asking us to deal with that guy? It's not you going to jail. The thugs were perceptive. Being a thug nowadays was tough, and they needed to learn to read the room. There was a big brother who once suffered from a lack of culture. He saw someone's car emblem was a B and thought it was a BYD and ended up beating the guy, only to find out it was a Bentley, and then the guy had him taken care of. Qin Xiaoqiao also sensed the unusual atmosphere around her. Her delicate body trembled slightly. These more than a dozen thugs looked like they were not easy to provoke. Senior Jiang Che, should we call the police? Shall we leave? Jiang Che protected her behind him, completely unconcerned. Meanwhile, Chun-Hao was already itching to make a move. This round of saving the beauty. Not only could it win Qin Xiaoqiao's heart, but he could also beat up Jiang Che, killing two birds with one stone. But when Brother Dao and the others approached, they were dumbfounded. Young Master Jiang? Brother Dao dropped the iron rod he was holding and ran over to Jiang Che with a flattering smile. Jiang Che couldn't help but twitch his lips. Brother Dao's little brothers were all stunned. Why was their boss not following the script? But whatever the boss did, they followed suit and dropped their weapons. Who are you? Young Master Jiang, it's normal that you don't recognize me. I'm just a small thug. You can call me Little Dao. I follow Brother Long, and Brother Long follows Brother Chong, and Brother Chong is the muscle for young Master Wang. Jiang Che. This young Master Wang. Who else could it be but Wang Zheng? Jiang Che couldn't help but laugh. Wang Zheng could be called young Master Wang, truly a food chain. Brother Dao, Brother Long, Brother Chong, Wang Zheng, Jiang Che. Jiang Che found it amusing. So what are you guys planning to do? Do you want to rob me? Jiang Che asked. Will we dare to rob you? It's like this. Brother Dao explained the whole situation to Jiang Che, and it turned out to be just as Jiang Che had guessed. But Qin Xiaoqiao was confused. Senior Jiang Che, who is Chun-Hao? I don't remember him. Meanwhile, not far away, Chun-Hao was a bit anxious. Why are these guys so unreliable? The script we agreed on, why aren't they following it? I told you to teach Jiang Che a lesson. Why are you chatting instead? Chun-Hao was slightly displeased. These thugs were still too low level. But now he was ready to take action himself. With a loud bang in the sky, Chun-Hao made a grand entrance. Hey, in broad daylight. What do you thugs think you're doing? Chapter 77. Chun-Hao enters the police station. Qin Xiaoqiao and her mother break apart. The atmosphere is slightly awkward. Chun-Hao seems to be living in his own world, completely unaware that things have developed in another direction. Beautiful lady, don't worry. I'll help you beat up these punks right now. Saying this, he rushed towards Brother Dao and the others, directly throwing a punch at a skinny green-haired guy, claiming the first kill. He hated guys with green hair the most. After Brother Dao and the others reacted, they glanced at Jiang Che and then at Chun-Hao. It was clear who was more important. Brothers, get to work. Beat him to death. This kid still wants to lay a hand on young Master Zhang's woman. Brother Dao led the charge, picking up an iron rod from the ground and rushing forward. Chun-Hao was a bit confused. Why did the lines change? But as long as the plot didn't change, he was fine. However, he knew very well that Brother Dao and his crew were not a match for a mid-stage dark energy master like him. To prevent hurting them, he had to hold back. He wanted to hold back, but Brother Dao and the others wounded T. A solid hit from the iron rod landed on him, almost sending him to meet his ancestors. Before he could finish his sentence, the iron rod fell on him like raindrops. After taking a few hits, Chun-Hao instantly exploded. The overwhelming force of a dark energy master burst forth, sweeping several punks away with a single punch. Blood oozed from his head, and his eyes turned red. You're dead. Do you really want to kill me? Chun-Hao was about to explode with anger. He was actually played. How could ordinary punks be a match for a dark energy master? Once he regained his senses, Chun-Hao quickly knocked them all down and stepped toward Jiang Che. Xiao, Jiang Che is not a good person. You should leave him. Qin Xiaoqiao was initially a bit scared, but after hearing Chun-Hao insult Jiang Che, she instantly became angry. A furious little fairy was truly terrifying. She ran in front of Chun-Hao, who was overjoyed. Hero saving the beauty really worked. The ancients were not deceiving me. But the next second, he felt a pain in his groin. Qin Xiaoqiao's kick was terrifying. How dare you insult Senior Jiang Che? You pervert. I don't even know you. And you want to concoct a stupid trick of Hero saving the beauty? Chun-Hao was somewhat broken. He clutched his groin, writhing on the ground in pain. At that moment, The police also arrived late. Who called the police? Two police cars pulled up, and a team of officers got out, led by Jiang Che's old acquaintance. He, Sister Yinran, long time no see. Wang Yinran looked at Jiang Che, or rather, at Qin Xiaoqiao beside him. A scumbag becoming a scumbag at such a young age. What will happen in the future? You should have bitten it off when you were a child. Wang Yinran's inner thoughts truly shocked Jiang Che. Officer, I called the police. Qin Xiaoqiao raised her small hand, and Wang Yinran walked over to her side, glancing at the girl. This scumbag Jiang Che has quite high standards. All pretty girls, huh? What is going on? Fighting? It's like this. Qin Xiaoqiao recounted the whole story to Wang Yinran. You all come back to the police station with me. Take them all away. Sister Yinran, do I have to go too? You have to go too. Wang Yinran felt her scalp tingle under Jiang Che's gaze. Her face flushed as she turned away. As for Chen Hao, he had already passed out from the pain of the kick. Even a dark energy master, after being kicked in the groin, would still fall. After Lin Yu, Chen Hao also went in, and he bore most of the responsibility since he was the one who attacked the punks first. And the punks had already put down their weapons, and he went up and knocked one out. As for Brother Dao and the others, they were suspected of gang-related activities and faced even harsher consequences, starting from at least 5 years. During the time Qin Xiaoqiao was in the police station, Wang Lili naturally learned the news. This caused quite a stir. The angry woman stormed into the police station. When she saw Qin Xiaoqiao, she nearly died of anger. Qin Xiaoqiao, what do you want to do? I spend so much money on your education, and you don't study. And you end up in the police station, right? In her eyes, getting into the police station equated to breaking the law, and she might even end up with a criminal record, which could severely affect her future graduate school and job applications. Her hope was that, once Qin Xiaoqiao grew up, she could become a teacher or a doctor, a stable job that was more appealing. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, walking up to Qin Xiaoqiao and raising her hand to slap her, but a large hand firmly stopped her. You? When Wang Lili saw Jiang Che's face, she became even angrier. Why was this spoiled brat here? Sure enough, a kid like Jiang Che must frequently get into trouble and enter the police station. Her daughter must keep her distance from him. Qin Xiaoqiao trembled and opened her eyes, fully prepared to be hit. But the slap was stopped by Jiang Che. Jiang Che. Senior? Jiang Che glanced at Wang Lili. Teacher Wang, is this how you show your upbringing as a teacher? Hitting someone without understanding the situation? Ridiculous. Qin Xiaoqiao was already his person, and he wouldn't even let himself bully Qin Xiaoqiao, let alone others. Jiang Che was actually a person with a strong sense of possession. Or rather, this is the nature of most men. Wang Lili was stunned, glancing at Jiang Che, then at Qin Xiaoqiao. All right, Qin Xiaoqiao. I was wondering why you become so rebellious lately. Turns out you're in love with this spoiled brat Jiang Che. Didn't I tell you? No dating until after you graduate from college. Wang Lili was about to explode with anger. But Qin Xiaoqiao was no longer a soft persimmon, especially after she had just delivered a kick to Chen Hao. She raised her eyes, and with Jiang Che by her side, it gave her immense courage. She was going to confront her mother. Mom, you're too controlling. You manage my studies, manage my life, and you even want to control my thoughts. Do you know you're driving me crazy? You and Dad always say you love me, but I've never felt an ounce of love from you. All you give me is pressure. I'm not your daughter. I'm just a tool for you to show off. And Senior Jiang Che is not a spoiled brat at all. He has the person I like. You don't understand him at all. The girl shouted with all her might, tears streaming down her face, but her gaze was incredibly firm. Chapter 78. Qin Xiaoqiao is suffering from depression? Wang Lili, let go. Wang Lili was stunned. She never expected that her usually obedient daughter would say such things to her. The disbelief in her eyes quickly turned into anger. Qin Xiaoqiao, how dare she? There are so many police officers here, and she makes it sound like she is some irredeemable woman. Qin Xiaoqiao, I'm your mother. Am I not allowed to take care of you? Besides, Jiang Che is really not suitable for you. A rich second generation like him. He.S. just playing with you. You want to take you seriously at all. I'm doing this for your own good. You two are from completely different worlds. Do you know that? Qin Xiaoqiao fell silent, her shoulders trembling, tears falling to the ground, her fists clenched tightly. She knew very well that she and Jiang Che were not from the same world. That girl named Yiming Yao was both beautiful and from a good family. But she really had already fallen for Jiang Che. She craved the love Jiang Che gave her and liked the aura he had, dreaming of falling asleep in his arms every night. She actually knew she was not worthy of Jiang Che. Jiang Che couldn't sit still anymore. If you want to scold your daughter, that's one thing. But why drag me into this? Am I just a yellow-haired kid who took your daughter away? Is this really necessary? He pulled Qin Xiao into his embrace and glared at Wang Lili. Teacher Wang, you've never given her what she wanted. All you brought her is pressure and pain. Don't you know? Xiao is already suffering from depression. Jiang Che's words were shocking, even making Qin Xiao herself pause slightly. Then, Jiang Che pulled out a medical diagnosis from his pocket, which stated, Qin Xiao, severe depression, and with suicidal tendencies. Wang Lili was dumbfounded, and her hands began to tremble slightly. Although she was old-fashioned, she was not illiterate. While other parents might dismiss depression as being overly dramatic, Wang Lili, being well-educated, knew very well that depression could be fatal if serious. When did Xiao become like this? Why didn't you tell your father and me? Wang Lili's voice trembled. But at that moment, Qin Xiao was also very confused. I have depression. How come I didn't know? Although she felt desperate under her parents' pressure, it shouldn't be depression. And she certainly didn't have any suicidal tendencies. She was still hoping to get into a higher education institution to completely escape her parents' control. How could she be so fragile as to commit suicide? But Qin Xiao was a top student and quickly realized what Jiang Che meant. This medical diagnosis must have been forged by Jiang Che. Xiao and Jiang Che were in sync, ready to put on a grand show for Wang Lili. The girl revealed a sorrowful expression, looking desperately at her mother. I don't tell you. If I tell you, will you listen? Mom, you've always pushed me to study, and I've really tried my best, but I still can't meet your demands. I'm so tired. Xiao. Wang Lili panicked. Severe depression is not a joke. She was genuinely afraid that Qin Xiao might do something foolish. Someone was getting anxious, but it's not clear who. Mom, you really are pushing me too hard. Sometimes when I pass by the big river in front of school, I think about jumping in. No, Mom won't push you anymore. Wang Lili shook her head. You won't once I get home. You'll continue to pressure me. I really feel like I've had enough of living. My life was already dark, but until I met Jiang Che, he was like a light shining into my life. After that, Qin Xiao put on a dramatic performance. Her acting skills so superb that even Jiang Che felt a bit numb in his scalp. In short, she praised Jiang Che, saying that without Jiang Che, she couldn't live. After about 10 minutes of passionate speech, she successfully intimidated Wang Lili. In fact, if it weren't for Jiang Che's depression diagnosis, no matter how much Qin Xiao said, it would have been useless, and all she would have gotten was a slap from Wang Lili. Mom, please don't pressure me anymore. I'm about to graduate, and with my grades, even if I don't study from now on, I can easily get into Qingbei. Mom won't pressure you anymore. Let us go home. Wang Lili wanted to take Qin Xiao's hand, but the girl flinched away as if electrocuted. I don't want to go home. Mom, you'll hit me. In an instant, the police officers in the station who had been watching the drama were now wide-eyed, their smiles fading. They all sat up straight. Domestic violence? Who knows? Maybe they could get another case before the end of the shift. A rare look of pain appeared in Wang Lili's eyes, but she had no regrets, because her strictness was all for her good. Xiao, I'll ease up on you in the future. I won't hit you anymore. At that moment, Jiang Che understood. It was time for him to step in. He directly pulled Qin Xiao's arm, shielding her behind him, looking at Wang Lili with a cold expression. Teacher Wang, Xiao only feels pain by being with you, but she's happy by my side, so for her sake, let Xiao stay at my house for a while. This was the moment they had been waiting for. After performing their act for so long, this was the goal. Bang Lili, esa ayas widanat. You want my daughter to live in a rich playboy's house? How is that possible? No. Xiao. This Jiang Che is just a spoiled rich kid. Mom, then I can only die in front of you. Bang Li. For the first time, she felt her daughter drifting further away from her. Auntie, Xiao Xiao is already an adult. If you're unwilling to let go, I'm afraid with Xiao Xiao's condition, she might really do something to harm herself. Jiang Che calling her Annie almost gave her a brain hemorrhage. Was this already a clear indication? Wang Lili completely collapsed. Who would want their well-behaved daughter to live with a useless rich kid like Jiang Che? What could possibly happen? No, you can't live together. Mom, don't pressure me. Qin Xiao Xiao's voice carried a sense of determination. They held their ground for about 10 minutes. Wang Lili slumped to the ground, looking as if she had aged 5 or 6 years in an instant. You can go, Xiao Xiao. Your dad and I will bring you some food every day, okay? Jiang Che immediately refused. Annie, no need for that. Are you kidding? Do you want to be a third wheel? No way. Qin Xiao Xiao naturally didn't dare to look at her mother anymore. But at the same time, she couldn't contain her excitement inside. Great. Does this mean I'm eloping with Jiang Che? But will something happen to Mom looking like this? Mom, your love for me is too extreme. It scares me. Jiang Che took Qin Xiao Xiao and prepared to go home. Wang Lili, Xiao Xiao. Mom won't pressure you anymore. Please come back, okay? Wang Yin ran. Good for you, Jiang Che. You scoundrel. Already planning to bring a woman home? Are you trying to keep a mistress? I'll go talk to Aunt Jiang and the others right away. Chapter 79. The cat witnessed everything. Baby, you did well. I'll give you extra food tonight. Jiang Che hugged Qin Xiao Xiao into the passenger seat. The girl blushed slightly. Isn't it you who thought of that bad idea first? I'm just cooperating with your act. Senior Jiang Che, can I ask you a question? Qin Xiao Xiao suddenly became serious, even holding one of Jiang Che's hands. We can talk about it when we get home. Jiang Che's car had already driven into the Jiang family's villa. Apart from Aunt Shun, there were no other people around. His parents had moved out to create a better environment for him. Welcome to your new home. Jiang Che lifted Qin Xiao Xiao up again, making her blush once more. I can walk. Jiang Che carried her directly into the house. While feeling shy, Qin Xiao Xiao's big eyes were secretly surveying the large villa. It's really big and luxurious. It's obvious it's worth a lot. At the same time, it made her realize a stark truth. She and Jiang Che were ultimately from two different worlds. Jiang Che could never marry her, although what her mother said was quite excessive. But it was indeed a fact. It was all just her one-sided infatuation. Every time Qin Xiao Xiao thought of Yi Mengyao, she felt a strong sense of inferiority. Someone as beautiful, academically accomplished, and a rich young lady like Yi Mengyao. They really were from different social standings. Xiao Xiao, what are you thinking about? And nothing. Qin Xiao Xiao's face turned slightly red. Just then, Aunt Shin walked in carrying a big bag of groceries. She came at regular times to cook meals for them. Seeing Jiang Che with a girl, Aunt Shin smiled and stepped back. Aunt Shun, make some porridge for dinner, Jiang Che said, then took Qin Xiao Xiao directly upstairs. This child. Aunt Shin couldn't help but smile wryly. She had watched Jiang Che grow up, so she couldn't say much, just feeling a bit emotional. The child had grown up. Don't worry, Aunt Shin will leave after cooking. Qin Xiao Xiao. Wang Lili returned home in a daze. Lily, where's Xiao Xiao? Where did she go? A man with glasses put down the newspaper and frowned. Wang Lili was silent for a long time before slowly revealing the truth. After speaking, she became agitated. Our daughter absolutely cannot be with that Jiang Che. I'll bring her back in a few days. That Jiang Che is just a good-for-nothing playboy. Watching his frustrated wife, Qin Shou sighed. Lily, I told you not to pressure our daughter too much. Now look what happened. Something went wrong. I was doing it for Xiao Xiao's sake. Wang Lili was almost in tears. My Xiao Xiao will be ruined by that Jiang Che. All right, let it be. If you bring Xiao Xiao back, she will definitely make a scene. Qin Shou put on his glasses, appearing somewhat stern as a language teacher. What about Xiao Xiao? Are you just going to watch Jiang Che ruin her? What do you want to do? Isn't this all you're doing? I was doing it for Xiao Xiao's good. Listen to me. Young people shouldn't do anything out of line. After all, Xiao Xiao is still a good girl. Qin Shou clearly didn't understand his daughter well enough. Let us hope. But they clearly wouldn't sleep well that night. Chen Hao was bailed out by the ancient martial arts Chen family. However, he had also used one of his chances to borrow family power. And now he had only one left. Damn Jiang Che, I will kill you. He had never wanted to kill someone so much before. How could a distinguished mid-level master in the dark energy realm be played around by an ordinary person? His beloved had also been sullied by him. It was simply unbearable. If he used up his 3 chances, the family would force him to return and undergo rigorous training. If he could become a strong practitioner of transforming energy, then the position of family head would definitely be secured. But Chun-Hao knew very well that he was originally a martial arts genius, stepping into dark energy at 9, reaching mid-level at 11, but his progress halted at 12 and had been stuck for 12 years. A fortune teller once said that his opportunity lay outside, and once he returned to the family, his martial art cultivation would likely be stuck for a lifetime. Fortunately, he had a younger sister. Just thinking of his sister, Chun-Hao's restless mood gradually calmed down. An 18-year-old sister who had already reached the transforming energy realm. A genius sister who had bought him a lot of developmental time. Chun-Hao's goal was simple: to seek opportunities in the secular world, break through to the transforming energy realm, and even step into the legendary master realm. Then return to the family and wash away the shame. Chapter 80. The Ancient Martial Arts Chun Family, Chun Ningshuang. A quaint plaque with a clearly engraved character, Chun. This character is evidently written by a master, containing an indescribable momentum. The Ancient Martial Arts Chun Family is a second-tier martial arts family in Long Country. Only those with master-level strength can enter the ranks of first-tier martial arts families. Chun-Hao, once a young prodigy, entered the dark energy stage at 9, reached the mid-stage at 11, and was endowed with limitless expectations by the Chun family. Chun-Hao, the Chun family, have the potential to become a master. However, fate played tricks on him. Chun-Hao's cultivation stagnated, causing him to fall from a high-flying genius to a waste. Conversely, his biological sister replaced him and became a dazzling talent. Is this Chun-Hao getting worse? After going out, he has been in constant trouble. An old man with a beard scolded angrily. I heard he got into a fight with some thugs. A disciple of an ancient martial family actually got into a scuffle with punks after entering the secular world. It's simply absurd. Not only that, but Chun-Hao also found a job as a security guard after entering the secular world. It's laughable. Dark energy cultivation and working as a security guard? Clearly, many in the Chun family are dissatisfied with Chun-Hao. If he weren't the son of the previous family head, with his previous style of doing things, he would have been beaten to death long ago. Now, the family head has closed himself off to break through to master level, and whether he can come out alive is a question. Just as these people were discussing, a girl in a white training outfit stepped forward. Tall and with a neat ponytail, her face was as cold as frost, resembling a cold beauty. Chun Ningshuang, Chun-Hao's biological sister, a genius girl who entered the transformation stage at 18, holds a significant position in the ancient martial arts Chun family. Second uncle, do you think our family head's lineage is failing? So you want to replace him? Chun Ningshuang, carrying a Tai Chi sword, seemed to merge with the surrounding environment. The Chun family has quite a few transformation stage experts, 5 or 6 at least, but the early transformation stage, Chun Ningshuang, made them take her seriously. Moreover, at only 18 years old, as long as she doesn't encounter mishaps like Chun-Hao, she will surely become a master within 10 years. If Chun Ningshuang were a boy, they wouldn't dare to have any ill thoughts. But she is ultimately a girl, and the position of family head cannot be held by a girl. Ningshuang, Chun-Hao is no longer that genius. Plus, the previous family head has a hidden ailment, with less than a 20 chance of breaking through to master. It's time to make a decision regarding the family head position. Chun Daoguan and other core members of the Chun family did not back down, directly locking eyes with Chun Ningshuang. A thin layer of sweat appeared on Chun Daoguan's forehead. As an early transformation stage expert, he felt somewhat intimidated facing this 18-year-old girl. Could it be that Chun Ningshuang's strength has also advanced? In the end, Chun Ningshuang retracted her momentum and turned to leave. Please be more tolerant regarding my brother's situation, second uncle. I believe he will definitely transform and return. The girl lowered her gaze, feeling the immense pressure on her. With her father's life hanging in the balance, all the pressure now rests on her shoulders. Unless she can break through to the hardened energy stage immediately and become a master, she can only keep dragging it out. Brother, I believe in you. She recalled her brother's youthful days when he was still a talented boy, full of vigor. But now her brother has fallen into the depths of despair. Yet she still believes her brother will not remain silent forever, and one day he will return. Brother, Once I break through to the mid-transformation stage, I will definitely go to the secular world to help you. A gentle breeze brushed through, blowing the ends of the girl's hair, and a fallen leaf danced in front of her. Two jade-like fingers pinched the leaf, then suddenly flicked it. Whoosh! The leaf shot toward a tree trunk several meters away, piercing through a trunk as thick as a bowl, the air carrying a hint of murderous intent. After Chun Hao was released from the police station, he was fired by Heroine School. A school cannot employ someone with a criminal record as a security guard. So, Chun Hao became unemployed again. Damn Jiang Che, one day I will kill you. Chun Hao blamed all his misfortunes on Jiang Che. But the truth is, it really was like that. Qin Xiao Qiao. Once I step into the transformation stage and regain control of the Chun family, I will definitely come back to find you. Chun Hao clenched his fists. Just then, he suddenly saw a recruitment advertisement. Overseas Company Lyncher Group is returning to the country and establishing a company in Hangzhou, now hiring temporary security guards. Security guard? Chun Hao zeroed in on the keywords. It seemed a voice was continuously guiding him. Security guard. I must be a security guard. Being fired from the school's security job. Working as a security guard in a multinational company is also acceptable. In the hospital, Lin Yu, as Chun Hao's kindred spirit, was also feeling very miserable. He had completely lost contact with his second brother. Why? I'm the heir of the ghost doctor. Why can't even my ghost gate 13 needles work? He had tried many methods during this time, but it seemed he had truly lost his potency. Mr. Lin, your epididymis is also shrinking, and it's very likely you won't produce sperm in the near future. I suggest you go to a sperm bank for preservation. It won't cost much, just a few thousand. The doctor's words were like a heavy blow to Lin Yu. Not only had he lost his potency, but he was also facing the risk of infertility. What a joke. He still wanted to have a harem, and he was still thinking of marrying a young lady. He, a master who had descended the mountain to play in the Flower City, in just over 2 months, had become a lonely man, and now he was facing infertility? Impossible. Why isn't my acupuncture working? My master has failed me. The promised ghost gate 13 needles could treat all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. The attending physician sighed when seeing Lin Yu's state. This kid had already become obsessed. Mr. Lin, your reproductive system function has completely failed. Whether traditional or Western medicine, there's no effect anymore. You need to come to terms with it. Why don't you come to terms with it? I'm only 20 this year. Lin Yu was somewhat on the verge of a breakdown. He was only 20 and just wanted to date girls. What was wrong with that? Mr. Lin, please don't be agitated. You can go to the sperm bank. If you wait until your other epididymis also shrinks, then there will be no chance at all. Lin Yu fell silent. Although he was very angry, he had to consider it seriously. All right. Chapter 81. Lin Yu's last thread of hope cut off. Jealousy Meng Yao. In the end, Lin Yu still bowed to reality. The legendary medical skills his master taught him could bring the dead back to life, and he could handle cancer and uremia with ease. He even had a lot of medical techniques related to women's physiology, such as massage. But when it came to men's health, there were only a few. The only male-related treatments were supplements for enhancing vitality. This left him utterly frustrated. Master, you have betrayed me. Lin Yu, in a daze, followed the doctors to the hospital to preserve his sperm. Since he was no longer able to perform, he could only undergo a puncture procedure. Store it for 10 years. Here's the cost. 10 years of storage would cost a total of 20,000 yuan, which emptied Lin Yu's wallet. He had just been scammed out of 150,000 yuan in loans, and now it was all gone. Doctors, you must take good care of it for me. Lin Yu trembled as he looked at the test tubes. This was his last hope. It reminded him of a saying he had heard unintentionally once. In his youth, he didn't know how precious sperm was. Now, as a waste, he could only shed tears for his descendants. Mr. Lin, rest assured, our hospital sperm bank is professional, and each sample will have its own number. Then, I'll leave it to you. Lin Yu cried. Since losing one of his testicles, his personality had shifted from being tough to increasingly weak. He now cried at the drop of a hat. But just as he was grieving, a group of tattooed thugs barged into the hospital. Hey, don't touch that. The nurse holding Lin Yu's test tube was bumped by the group of ruffians. Her hand trembled. Bang! With a crisp sound, it shattered into pieces. At the same time, Lin Yu's heart shattered too. No, Lin Yu completely lost it, diving to the floor, diving towards his millions of descendants. The doctor said his sperm quality was very poor. This batch barely met the standard. As his condition worsened, the quality and vitality would definitely decline further. But now he was confronted by, who is Lin Yu? The leader of the muscular man looked burly, with a scar on the corner of his eye. Is Lin Yu not here? Damn it, this kid borrowed 150,000 yuan from us. He wouldn't dare to run away with the money, would he? Clearly, these people were here to collect the debt. Once you borrow from loan sharks, they come to collect your repayment like death itself. You bastards. Lin Yu slowly stood up. Those few test tubes contained all his hopes, but now, his hopes were completely shattered. How could he not be angry? Hey, this kid seems to be that. Lin Yu? It really is him. You better pay up quickly. You borrowed 150,000 yuan a week ago. It's been a week now. Including interest, it's 170,000 yuan. You can hold off on the principal for now, but you need to pay back the 20,000 in interest. I'll pay you back, damn it. Lin Yu, already on the verge of exploding, snapped. He didn't care anymore and swung his fist. But after becoming more feminine, Lin Yu's fighting ability seemed to have diminished by 7 points. His punches felt soft. How could a mid-stage dark energy master not be a match for these thugs? Moreover, they were all wielding electric batons. Electric batons seemed specifically designed to target martial artists. The violent current could instantly dissipate a dark energy master's internal power, turning it into a pile of loose sand. Without the internal power boost, could dark energy still be called dark energy? A piercing scream. Lin Yu was beaten again and again. Oh, didn't see that coming? This kid is actually a master of ancient martial arts. Good thing we brought electric batons. Otherwise, we might really have trouble with him. The leader angrily kicked Lin Yu twice. At this point, Lin Yu was already on the verge of death. Brother Long, this kid seems a bit familiar. Isn't he the one called the one-testicle hero reported in the news a few days ago? Oh, I didn't notice that until you mentioned it. One-testicle hero? That's great. Doesn't Chong brother like this type? He. Although Lin Yu has a bit of fierce personality, he is still quite good-looking. Chong brother should like this. Let us take him away. After losing one testicle, Lin Yu's appearance gradually became more feminine, with softer features. Unconscious and beaten, Lin Yu had no idea what he would face next. Wake up, sleepyhead. Jiang Che called out to Qin Xiao. Senior Jiang Che, good morning. The girl sat up at the edge of the bed, rubbed her eyes, her hair a bit messy, looking dazed as if just waking up. Good morning. After washing up, Jiang Che took Qin Xiao downstairs. To be honest, having a sweet and charming girl like Qin Xiao by his side was quite pleasant. No man could refuse a beautiful girl whose heart and eyes were all on him. If you did refuse, be prepared to regret it. Aunt Chun had already made breakfast. Zhang Guqi. I'm really scared to go back to school now. In the car, Qin Xiao covered her face, blushing all the way to her neck. My dad is my Chinese teacher. My mom also works at the school, and I don't know how to face them. Butler Grandpa, follow that Maybach in front. Yes, Mississippi. Yi Mingyao sat in the back seat of a Bentley, biting her thin lips tightly. She had woken up early today, planning to give Jiang Che a surprise at the Jiang family villa, but she discovered a scene that nearly broke her heart. Jiang Che and Qin Xiao were walking out of the villa, arm in arm. Yi Mingyao knew very well that Jiang Che's parents had already moved away, and he had spent the night alone with Qin Xiao. Bad Jiang Che. Stinky Jiang Che. What do I count as? Yi Mingyao was about to cry. Jiang Che. I will never give up. I will prove to you that I am better and prettier than Qin Xiao. Chapter 82. Aunt, you're overthinking it. She's already my Xiao. Yi Mingyao's little thoughts were naturally all heard clearly by Jiang Che. But he wasn't worried at all. Even if Yi Mingyao turned dark, she would still be that silly girl. Even if he flirted with other girls in front of her, she would just cry and sulk, then start looking for reasons within herself. Sitting in the classroom, Yi Mingyao thought for a long time and edited a text message to send to Jiang Che. Jiang Che, what is your relationship with that Qin Xiao? Jiang Che chuckled lightly. This young lady's jealousy was too strong. What does it matter to you? He continued to put on a stinky face. After all, the roles of offense and defense had changed now. Yu Mingyao was very angry, but also very aggrieved. Why couldn't this bastard just coax her? Always putting on a sour face. This guy who talks harshly, but is straightforward in action. Yu Mingyao had already figured out. There was only one way to win Jiang Che's heart, and that was to use her remaining advantages. Sister Yao Yao, what's wrong? Yu Waner, sitting next to her, poked her. Yu Waner's mood hadn't been great lately either. Jiang Che hadn't come to find her for a long time. She felt very uncomfortable, but she couldn't explain it. In short, it was hard to bear. Waner, let me tell you a secret. Don't be shocked. Sister Yao Yao, tell me. Yu Mingyao leaned close to the little lowly's ear and whispered a few words. Yu Waner's expression dimmed slightly. She had already guessed it, but she still had to pretend to be extremely shocked. Covering her mouth with her little hand, she widened her beautiful eyes and lowered her voice. Sister Yao Yao. You and Jiang Che. No way. Yu Mingyao didn't notice Yu Waner's unusual reaction. In her eyes, Yu Waner was just that cute little best friend. Yu Waner's other side was hidden very deeply. Only Jiang Che and Yu Weiwei knew. Waner baby, what do you think I should do? He's still putting on a stinky face. What should I do? Yu Waner gritted her teeth as she listened. She understood Jiang Che too well. This guy was just Puing Yu Mingyao. He was probably laughing secretly behind her back. But on the other hand, her little heart couldn't help but start to ache. With Yu Mingyao and Qin Xiaoqiao around Jiang Che, what was she to him? She didn't even know how to face Jiang Che now, let alone give Yu Mingyao advice. So she simply chose not to say anything and lowered her head to pretend to be dead. During English class, Wang Lily occasionally glanced at Jiang Che. Her daughter had gone home with him last night. Would she be bullied? It felt really uncomfortable. Until the class was over, Jiang Che, come out with me for a moment. Wang Lily took Jiang Che to a corner of the teaching building. Her face was always ashen. Jiang Che, my Qiao Qiao. Aunt, you're mistaken. She's already my Qiao Qiao. Jiang Che replied playfully. He had no good feelings for this selfish and domineering middle-aged woman. Daring to hit Qin Xiao Qiao in front of him? He couldn't bear to hit Qin Xiao Qiao himself, and although you were Qiao Qiao's mother, it doesn't matter. Wang Lily was almost furious enough to have a stroke from Jiang Che's words. When did her daughter become Jiang Che's? But at the same time, Wang Lily also heard the implication in Jiang Che's words. His meaning was, Jiang Che, my daughter is only 18 this year. You, this playboy, will ruin her. If this continues, won't she be having a grandson after graduation? Aunt, Qiao Qiao and I are true love. You keep calling me a playboy. What exactly are you trying to express? Wang Lily was almost driven to madness, but didn't dare to lose her temper. I'm taking Qiao Qiao home today. Hee. You can certainly try and see if Qiao Qiao is willing to go with you. She has to go. Wang Lily snorted coldly. Are you sure you want to force her to death? Wang Lily didn't say anything more to Jiang Che and turned to leave, angrily heading to the class where Qin Xiaoqiao was. Qin Xiaoqiao, come out. Wang Lily used the same method to drag Qin Xiaoqiao out. She wasn't as calm with Qin Xiaoqiao and pulled her out by the ear. Qin Xiaoqiao bit her lip all the way, not daring to face her mother. Qin Xiaoqiao, tell me honestly. Wang Lily's face was ashen, her voice trembling slightly. Facing her mother's pressure, Qin Xiaoqiao originally planned to deny it. But she really didn't want to be that obedient girl who only knew how to bow her head anymore. She also had her own thoughts and her own loved one. The girl firmly raised her head and made eye contact with her mother. Yes, I'm living with Senior Jiang Che. He's very gentle with me. Are you happy now? You. She could hardly believe that such crude words would come out of her daughter's mouth. Where had her obedient and lovely daughter gone? Anger surged from the depths of the woman's heart. How did I give birth to such a shameless daughter? You have no shame. The woman raised her hand, ready to slap the girl, but Qin Xiaoqiao stood her ground, lifting her face, her eyes shining with tears, holding back the tears from falling. Wang Lily's hand hung in midair as she remembered her daughter's severe depression. She compromised. Xiaoqiao, why don't you go home? Your dad and I won't force you anymore. I won't go. The girl had clearly learned to climb up the ladder since being with Jiang Che. Since Wang Lily had backed down, she would definitely take advantage of it. Wang Lily, after raising her daughter for more than 10 years, she just ran off with someone. And it was that playboy she looked down upon the most, an unaccomplished, rich second generation. Xiaoqiao, listen to mom. I won't listen. The girl covered her ears and ran away, leaving Wang Lily standing there alone. A sense of regret spread from the depths of her heart. Chapter 83. Yi Mengyao's evening visit. Qin Xiao hides in the closet. Senior Jiang Che, do you know? My mom came to find me this morning. She wants to take me home. Qin Xiao wrapped her arms around Jiang Che's arm, and the two looked like a couple in love. Oh, what did you say? Of course, I firmly refused her. I'm brave enough. Xiao is amazing. Jiang Che chuckled and patted Qin Xiao's head. For dinner, Aunt Chen made sweet and sour ribs, 3 dishes, and a soup. Aunt Chen's cooking is better than some 5-star hotel chefs, directly conquering the little girl's taste buds. Shortly after dinner, Qin Xiao took a bath, curling up in the tub with just her little head sticking out, her cheeks flushed from the steam. Her long hair floated in the water like seaweed. Jiang Che's home is really wealthy. Just this bathroom is more than twice the size of her bedroom. There are 4 such bathrooms in the Jiang family's villa. Although Qin Xiao really didn't want to admit it, she was gradually falling in love with this lifestyle. After all, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. Senior Jiang Che said he likes me. Qin Xiao encouraged herself. But not long after, she felt discouraged again. She really had no confidence. She was just an ordinary girl with an ordinary family background. Although she was rated as the school beauty, she didn't really think she was that pretty. On the contrary, she actually felt very inferior. In a wealthy family like Jiang Che's, they certainly emphasized social status. Feeling blue, after taking a shower, Qin Xiao was in a good mood. Senior Jiang Che, do you need me to help you review your homework? Just then, the doorbell rang from downstairs. Jiang Che's lips curled slightly. He didn't even need to look to know who was coming. Her heart communication can hear the thoughts of all women within 50 meters. Xiao, someone is here. Huh? Someone's here? Qin Xiao panicked instantly. Who else could come to Jiang Che's house? It must be Jiang Che's parents or family. If they found out about an ordinary girl like her, they would definitely break them apart. Jiang's mother, here is 1 million. Take it and leave my son immediately. Qin Xiao, no. Snowflakes fluttering. Jiang Che felt a headache coming on. What is this girl thinking? Don't overthink it. Just know that I won't abandon you. You will always be special to me. Although this sounds very kitsch, it had a magical effect on a love-struck girl like Qin Xiao. Yi Mengyao felt anxious, gripping her hands tightly. The girl was wearing a long-sleeve coat, her long hair cascading down naturally. She came specifically to find Jiang Che. She knew very well that the Jiang family's villa not only had Jiang Che, but also Qin Xiao. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Mengyao knocked on the door again. Soon the door opened. Jiang Che was only wearing a pair of shorts, his perfectly fit physique fully displayed. It's you? Jiang Che intentionally showed a hint of disdain. He then prepared to close the door. However, Yi Mengyao nimbly slipped inside. Ignoring Jiang Che's expression, she giggled. Jiang Che, I'm here to tutor you. Yi Mengyao carried a small backpack, her eyes filled with hope. Do I need your tutoring? Jiang Che frowned. Yi Mengyao looked annoyed and sneakily glanced into the living room. There was a pair of shoes belonging to another girl on the shoe rack by the door. Qin Xiao was definitely here. This time, she came not only to express her feelings to Jiang Che, but also to declare war. Jiang Che, if you don't agree to me, I'll tell Uncle and Annie about us. Jiang Che was speechless. She's learned to threaten now. Chapter 84. Yu Weiwei weaving a beautiful future for Yuaner. In a city village. Nighttime. In a low-rise building. Yuaner sits beside her bedside table doing homework. A small figure that looks no different from an elementary or middle school student from the back. The little girl is barefoot, her delicate white feet swinging, biting the pen, gazing at the round moon outside the window, seemingly pondering the questions. Of course, she isn't actually pondering the questions. Her mind is in turmoil. Earlier in the day, Yi Mengyao told her she was going to muster up the courage to secretly seduce Jiang Che and then declare war on Qin Xiao. She even pulled her in to discuss what kind of clothes would attract Jiang Che's attention. Yuaner didn't say much, just silently accompanied Yi Mengyao as she picked out a beautiful sailor suit. She had to admit that when she saw Yi Mengyao change into the sailor suit, she felt a pang of jealousy. Although Yi Mengyao's figure couldn't be described as exaggerated, it was still much better than hers. Compared to Yi Mengyao, She was like a shriveled bean sprout. Ordinary. The most important thing was, now even Yi Mengyao was actively seeking out Jiang Che. So what did that make her? How should she face Yi Mengyao in the future? So annoying. It's all Jiang Che's fault. If he hadn't bullied her, how could this situation have arisen? Her poor sister Yao Yao was being brainwashed without even realizing it. Wana, what's wrong? Do you have something on your mind? Yu Weiwei, sitting in a rattan chair on the balcony, spoke gently, her voice completely devoid of the sound of a patient in the late stages of uremia. Although Yu Wanner's home was small, only about 70 or 80 square meters, it had everything. And the balcony not only had a rattan chair, but also a few potted plants. Mom, it's nothing. I'm just doing some questions, the little girl pouted. You don't look like you're doing questions at all. In Yu Weiwei's eyes, Yu Wanner's little thoughts were as transparent as glass. What about Jiang Che? Why haven't I seen him around lately? Don't worry about him. He's just a fickle guy. He flirts with girl after girl. I thought he was some kind of romantic when he was pursuing Sister Yao Yao. Ugh, turns out he's a scumbag. Yu Wanner puffed her cheeks and poked the textbook with her pen. Yu Weiwei chuckled. Aren't rich people all like that? But I think that Jiang Che is actually quite a good kid. He might be a bit fickle, but he must treat girls well. At least he can make sure they live a life without worries. Yu Wanner realized she couldn't chat with her mom. It was too infuriating. Who needs his support? I can live a life without worries on my own abilities. Yu Wanner looked like an angry puffer fish. Okay. Girls shouldn't be too angry. It's not good for your health. A good girl like our Wanner, who is both beautiful and does well in school, can definitely live well even without relying on a man. Yu Weiwei gently tucked a strand of her dry, yellow hair behind her ear, always wearing a soft smile. Although she had been a prostitute in her youth, she had protected Yu Wanner very well. After adopting Yu Wanner, she moved to a different city and had no contact with any shady men. She could be rotten to the core, but her treasure couldn't be. After seeing Jiang Che again, Yu Weiwei did think about letting Yu Wanner latch onto the wealthy heir, casually dating him for a couple of years, ensuring a life of comfort. But then she reconsidered. After all, relying on a man for a living was not easy. Wanner, do you remember when you were little? You loved raising kittens and puppies. You could become a veterinarian in the future, open a pet shop, and raise a bunch of cats and dogs that would make a mess everywhere. Huh? Not funny? Yu Weiwei felt a bit awkward looking at Yu Wanner's serious expression. Mom, when I earn money in the future, I'll hire the best doctors for you. Yu Weiwei fell silent, but soon revealed a light, carefree smile. The next day, Qin Xiaoqiao and Yi Mengyao stared at each other, neither willing to back down. Especially Qin Xiaoqiao, who couldn't believe the esteemed young lady of the Yi family shouldn't be a refined lady. How could it be like this? Yi Mengyao lowered her proud head. Hurting a man is momentary pleasure, but pursuing him is a burning pyre. She used to ignore Jiang Che, but now, the road to pursuing him had to be taken slowly. Soon, Jiang Che walked in with breakfast, surveying Yi Mengyao and Qin Xiaoqiao. Both were destined beauties, at least starting from a score of 95 without makeup, exceptional beauties like rare treasures. After placing the breakfast on the table, he looked toward Yi Mengyao. Yi Mengyao, don't come to me dressed like that again. Jiang Che's words made the color drain from Yi Mengyao's face. She was a dignified young lady. I've already lowered myself like this. Why are you still unwilling to accept me? Stupid Jiang Che, I will never like you again. Even if I jump from the 18th floor, I won't say another word to you. Seeing Yi Mengyao's emotions about to crumble, Jiang Che continued, dressing like that, if a bad person sees you, it will be very dangerous. His tone was serious. Yi Mengyao, on the verge of breaking down, blinked in confusion. Huh? What's going on? Jiang Che, were you just concerned about me? Yi Mengyao tried to suppress her overwhelming joy and spoke up. Jiang Che slightly pursed his lips. Just eat your breakfast. He certainly couldn't keep dangling Yi Mengyao along forever. After all, she was his now, and he couldn't keep tormenting her. A little bit of pampering would work wonders. Previously, Yi Mengyao had been teasing him. So wasn't it time for a little revenge? Jiang Che glanced at the time. You don't have to go to school today. I'll ask for leave for you. Oh, Qin Xiaoqiao also lowered her head. As for Yi Mengyao, she was immersed in her joyful mood, taking small bites of the bun in her hand, her heart filled with sweetness. It was the taste of love. Chapter 85. The Two Jealous Women and the Miserable Lin Yu. After Aunt Chun prepared breakfast, She was about to leave. Then she saw Jiang Che coming down the stairs with Qin Xiaoqiao and Yi Mengyao. She wasn't particularly familiar with Qin Xiaoqiao, but she definitely knew Yi Mengyao, the young lady from the Yi family. This news was shocking, but Aunt Chun, being sensible, lowered her head and stepped back. Although she had watched Jiang Che grow up, she was well aware that she was just a servant. Brother Jiang Che, this soy milk is hot. Let me blow on it for you. Although they were full, Jiang Che hadn't eaten yet. Yi Mengyao felt like she had a lot to say to Jiang Che now. He actually took the initiative to care about her. He was even worried that her revealing outfit would attract bad people. He must be jealous. Happy yo, Qin Xiaoqiao frowned, glaring at Yi Mengyao, who was blowing on the soy milk for Jiang Che, filled with resentment. She had seen Yi Mengyao's true colors yesterday. She was so thick-skinned. Senior Jiang Che, try this bun, it's delicious. After saying that, Qin Xiaoqiao provocatively glanced at Yi Mengyao. Qin Xiaoqiao. Humph. Yi Mengyao, are you really a young lady? You kept dangling in front of Senior Jiang Che. No wonder he doesn't like you. Yi Mengyao didn't hold much hostility towards Qin Xiaoqiao. After all, she had already darkened, and since she knew Jiang Che was a flirt, her heart wasn't so narrow anymore. Moreover, she was already aware of Jiang Che's feelings. Although he often treated her coldly, he still had her in his heart. That was enough. Jiang Che. This is a battlefield. They say 3 women make a play, and these 2 women have started to compete for his affection. Dog system, does my halo even work? Didn't you say the harem wouldn't be chaotic? The system rarely responded. Dear host, the female leads all have their own thoughts. They are not NPCs. They will also compete for affection. The harem master halo can only ensure that your female leads won't completely become yanderas and won't go to any lengths to possess you alone. Got it. Anyway, whether it's Yi Mengyao or Qin Xiaoqiao, he still needs to pamper them a bit. While thinking about this, he started to think of Yuaner, eating from a bowl while looking at the pot and thinking of the field. That's exactly the kind of person Jiang Che is. After dawdling for a whole morning, Jiang Che finally found some free time. He felt as if his whole body had been drained. Now I finally understand why ancient emperors died so early. However, Jiang Che wasn't worried because he had the super healing factor as a bug skill. Unparalleled regeneration capability. Doesn't just refer to the healing of wounds. After stretching his back, Jiang Che walked over to the cat litter box and began his duties as a poop scooper. The ragdoll cat named Xiao Guai ran over to him happily upon seeing him, licking his fingers and even rubbing its butt against his hand. Clearly, this cat was in heat. Go away. Don't be so flirtatious with me. If you could turn into a cat girl, maybe I could help you relieve your itch. Meow, meow, meow. The cat rubbed against Jiang Che's fingers and meowed a few times. What a nuisance. If you keep meowing, I'll send you to get spayed. Do you believe it? Jiang Che was quite troubled. This cat had been acting strangely over the past few days, seemingly stimulated by him. Then it went into heat, and for the past few nights, this ragdoll cat had been meowing outside, giving Jiang Che a headache. Meow, the ragdoll cat lay on the ground, wagging its tail. Jiang Che was at his wit's end and had to take out a cotton swab. He learned this from the internet. It was said that using a cotton swab could help female cats in heat. Hangzhou City, in a certain nightclub. No. Lin Yu was chained up by both hands and feet. In front of him stood a bald man. The bald head shone brightly under the lights. This bald man was actually a thug from Wang Zheng's household, the second in command of the underground forces in Hangzhou. Brother Chong, known as Bald Chong. Brother Chong wore a lewd smile on his face. Let me go. I am a master of dark strength. I have 2 masters. One is the leader of the Ghost Doctor sect, and the other is the 19th ranked assassin in the dark world, with a perfected transformation technique. If you dare to lay a hand on me, they will definitely not let you go. Lin Yu was terrified, feeling numb. In these past 2 days, he had experienced things that most men would never go through in their lifetime. This left Lin Yu in immense pain. He, the proud heir of the Ghost Doctor, a top master in the mid-stage of dark strength, should have been invincible after coming down the mountain. But why was his experience so tumultuous? Not only was his beloved woman taken away, but he couldn't even act cool without getting caught, and now he was being humiliated. It felt like a dream to him. Since Lin Yu was crippled, his appearance had become increasingly effeminate, and he even grew his hair long. He was almost becoming a lady boy. Even if you were a dark strength master, wanting to break free from the chains? That's just wishful thinking, truly worthy of being an ancient martial arts expert. Brother Chong swallowed hard. A wicked smile appeared on his face. Hee. Let me take a look. Chapter 86. Gu Lingfei returns to the country. Wolf King Su Han Chun Hao has a new job. He put on a new security uniform. And this time he also received 2 new pieces of equipment, a riot baton and a bulletproof shield. The word security guard seemed to be engraved in his DNA, becoming a part of his life. Security guard, ensuring safety in one area. It's not an exaggeration to say that not being a security guard makes Chun Hao feel out of sorts. Now he feels much more comfortable watching the newly established company with people coming and going, and he couldn't help but smile. If he disregarded Qin Xiaoqiao, he would feel quite happy. But the moment he thought of Qin Xiaoqiao lying in Jiang Che's arms every day, his mood instantly soured. Jiang Che, you wait for me. I've already found the reason for my stagnation and cultivation, and soon I will break through to the transformation stage. By then, even if you're the son of a billionaire, I can quietly take you down. A fierce look flashed in Chun Hao's eyes. At this moment, a group of company executives walked into the company one after another. President Gu is indeed capable. The company's headquarters just moved to Longhua, and the company's market value has already increased several percentage points. Isn't that right? The market trends are ever-changing, and our President Gu has a keen business mind. Enough. Let us not think about President Gu with our pig brains, okay? She single-handedly took the company public in 5 years, and she's a super beauty. A woman who doesn't fall behind men. I wonder who will be able to marry such a strong woman. TSK. Chun Hao watched as the group gradually left, swallowing hard. From what they just said, he extracted 2 key phrases. Super beauty, female president. In an instant, Chun Hao became excited. It turns out, he was born to be a security guard. Being a security guard at school allowed him to meet beautiful school flowers. And being a security guard at the company allowed him to meet a cold female president. Overcome with excitement, he took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and decided he must win over this cold female president. At that moment, far across the ocean. Ugh, it's so annoying. Why can't I get through to Ache? Forget it. I'll surprise him when I go back. I wonder if Ache is grown up. What should I bring him as a gift? A tall, stunning woman lightly bit her lip, her chestnut-colored waves cascading down. Wearing a white shirt underneath a black woman's suit, with half-framed silver glasses, a blend of sexiness and intelligence. Should I bring a transformer? Almost forgot. I haven't seen him in 7 or 8 years. Ache is no longer that little kid. Gu Lingfei chuckled, calculating that he should be 19 now, right? Should I buy him a sports car? But Uncle Jiang isn't short on money, right? Then I'll buy him a limited edition. That's it. The woman snapped her fingers. After tidying up at the company, Gu Lingfei prepared to leave. Just as she walked out the company door, a young man rushed in front of her. Fei, are you really going back to Longhua? When this young man appeared, a group of bodyguards immediately surrounded Gu Lingfei, drawing their guns. Suan, as a stunning beauty running a company in the United States, how could Gu Lingfei not have a dozen bodyguards around her? Fei, are you really going back to Longhua? Then I'll go back with you. Gu Lingfei frowned. Su-Han, can you stop bothering me? If it weren't for the fact that you once saved my life, I would have had you thrown out long ago. Suan, is 200 million not enough to repay your life-saving debt to me? Su-Han nervously replied. Fei, that 200 million was a loan. I will definitely pay it back. Fei, you know I really like you. You don't need to pay it back. You can leave. Several of Gu Lingfei's bodyguards stepped forward, their guns cocked. Su-Han fell silent. Although he was strong, what good was strength? A gun is fast at 7 steps away, and even faster and more accurate within 7 steps. He could only watch helplessly as Gu Lingfei's figure disappeared, a hint of obsession flashing in his eyes. From the first moment he saw this woman, he fell madly in love with her. Fei, wait for me. Even if you go to Longhua, I will still protect you in the shadows. I will definitely win you over with my actions. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but dial a number. Hello, Wolf King. It's Monkey. Is there a new mission? No, I just want to announce something. I'm planning to withdraw from the Wolf King Mercenary Corps. What? Monkey was shocked. Wolf King, are you joking? Our Wolf Fong Mercenary Corps is currently thriving. As the Wolf King, you are our spirit. Why would you withdraw? Suhan sighed deeply. I'm tired of this life of killing every day. I'm preparing to go back to Longhua. Moreover, back then, my Su family was exterminated. I must uncover the truth. Monkey. Suhan continued. All right, let us talk about it when I get back. After hanging up the phone, Suhan looked up at the other side of the ocean. Following Gu Lingfei back was just one reason. Hadn't he forgotten? The blood feud he carried. Jiang Che had no idea that Gu Lingfei had called him several times. When he saw the incoming call from Gu Lingfei, another international call, he took it for a scam call and hung up directly. It's quite simple for girls to increase their affinity with each other. Just chatting can turn them into best friends. Although Qin Xiaoqiao and Yi Mengyao still didn't see eye to eye, they were much better than before. The three of them were sitting in the living room having breakfast when they heard the sound of the door unlocking. Creak. Xiaoqie these past few days. Jiang Yunli entered with a smile, but when she saw the scene in the living room, her expression froze. Rubbing her eyes, she wondered if she was seeing things. Was her son really having breakfast with two girls? Surely she was mistaken. Let us try again. Jiang Yunli closed the door again, then reopened it. She couldn't hold it together anymore. Xiaoqie, what is going on here? Jiang Yunli looked at the two girls, initially thinking that after she and Jiang Yuan left home, they had given their son and Yuan a little love nest. But instead of Yuan, other girls showed up, and one of them was Yi Mengyao, the eldest young lady of the Yi family. Jiang Yunli felt like her brain was overloaded. Chapter 87. Yi Mengyao. I'm sorry, Waner. Jiang Che said he likes you. Qin Xiaoqiao was a bit confused. She actually didn't know Jiang Yunli. This suddenly intruding woman looked very young. She should be Jiang Che's sister, right? But Jiang Che never mentioned having a biological sister. Yi Mengyao reacted quickly. She had already been intimate with Jiang Che, so naturally, she needed to please this mother-in-law. Jiang Yunli had never been fond of her. Auntie, I was drunk at the last birthday party. Auntie, I really like Jiang Che now. As Yi Mengyao spoke, she lowered her head. And on the other side, Qin Xiaoqiao suddenly understood. This young and beautiful big sister turned out to be Jiang Che's mother? This was unbelievable. She and Jiang Che looked like siblings. Who would have thought she was Jiang Che's mother? Annie, my name is Qin Xiaoqiao. 15 minutes later, Jiang Yunli finally understood the whole situation and felt a headache coming on. Jiang Che had been pursuing Yi Mengyao for years. She thought her son was quite the romantic. But in the end, Yi Mengyao was the most frightened. Jiang Yunli had never liked her, and Jiang Che had only recently shown her a bit of kindness. Auntie, I really like Jiang Che. Yi Mengyao had truly humbled herself. The proud young lady had long been tempered by Jiang Che. Jiang Yunli sighed. She didn't expect that during Yi Mengyao's birthday party, her son actually took Yi Mengyao away, and she had stood firmly on Jiang Che's side at that time, insisting that her son would never do such a thing. If I could do it all over again, I would still do the same. Yao Yao. It's okay. Since you like Jiang Che, then Annie can't say much. Jiang Yunli indeed had been hostile towards Yi Mengyao, but now that the girl had already shown such sincerity and seeing her like this, it seemed she had suffered some grievances from Jiang Che. Yao Yao, come here for a hug. If Xiaoqie bullies you in the future, just tell me. After comforting Yi Mengyao, she turned to Qin Xiaoqiao. Xiaoqiao, come here for a hug too. Jiang Yunli felt a bit overwhelmed. What was her son planning to do? But she was completely biased towards Jiang Che. What there were more girls around him. It just showed that her son was charming. Others couldn't envy that. Xiao, Qi. What are you going to do about Waner? Jiang Yunli suddenly thought of Waner and asked directly. Jiang, Qi. It was obvious that his mother's emotional intelligence was almost zero. He had just managed to handle the situation with Yi Mengyao and Qin Xiaoqiao. And now she had brought Waner into the mix. In Jiang Yunli's view, Waner had already been consumed by her son. Yi Mengyao was stunned, seemingly in disbelief. Annie, the Wana you mentioned. Is she Wana? Do you know Wana? Jiang Yunli asked. Jiang Ke. He was originally hoping to use Yi Mengyao to threaten Waner. You don't want a relationship to be known by your sister Yao Yao, do you? Now that plan was ruined. Yi Mengyao showed a bitter smile. Of course, she was my best friend. At this moment, Jiang Yunli had a moment of realization. Ahem. Actually, There's nothing between Xiao Che and Yuan. But how could Yi Mingyao believe that? She recalled the scene from her previous visit to the Jiang family. Now it seemed, it wasn't just her imagination, it should be real. But how could her want to be like this? She had clearly said she wanted to pursue Jiang Che, and Wana knew about it. Why was she doing this? In Yi Mingyao's heart, Yuan was a naive and cheerful little girl, her best friend. How could she be someone who would steal her friend's love? I'll take my leave now. Xiao Che, you take it easy. Jiang Yunli coughed, deciding to leave this mess for her son to handle. In the large living room, only Jiang Che, Yi Mingyao, and Qin Xiaoqiao were left. Jiang Che. Yi Mingyao wanted to ask something but didn't dare to speak up. After all, she hadn't established her status yet. Jiang Che had finally shown her a bit of favor, and she didn't want their relationship to drop back to freezing point. Yuan, I haven't touched her, but I like her. Jiang Che's character had always been stable. He was hot and cold towards Yi Mingyao. When it came to pulling away, no one could outdo him. Of course, Jiang Che's words had another meaning. It just depended on whether Yi Mingyao could understand it. Yi Mingyao felt a pang in her heart. Jiang Che said, "You like Yuan?" That meant even Yuan held a higher position in Jiang Che's heart than she did, but her relationship with Jiang Che had clearly developed recently. If it weren't for her messing up Jiang Che's affection for her, she should be the one being spoiled right now. Jiang Che, if you really like Yuan, I can help you. Although Qin Xiaoqiao didn't quite understand, she was greatly shocked. She recalled what Yi Mingyao had said to Jiang Yunli earlier. Yuan is my best friend. Was there such a sister who would betray her best friend? Jiang Che hadn't said it, but Yi Mingyao had roughly guessed it. He liked Yuan, but Yuan, considering she was her best friend, had decisively rejected Jiang Che. She knew Yuan very well. She definitely wasn't the type to steal her friend's love. But now Jiang Che liked Yuan so much. I'm sorry, Yuan. Jiang Che said he likes you. Chapter 88. Sister Yao Yao. Stop testing me. Can't I just confess? Honey, why are you so calm? If Yi Changkong and his wife find out that Xiao Che has completely taken advantage of their daughter, wouldn't that make my previous word a joke? Jiang Yunli and Yi Mengyao's mother, Lin Shui, are close friends, and now she doesn't even dare to talk to Lin Shui, afraid she might accidentally slip up. Jiang Yuan's ability to accept things is relatively strong. Oh, this guy is quite impressive. He accomplished something I wanted to do when I was young, but didn't dare to. Jiang Yuan was just an ordinary loser in his youth, gradually becoming a billionaire, so he counts as a protagonist to some extent. He must have had some beautiful friendships when he was young, but in the end, he was still firmly held by Jiang Yunli. Clearly, he had the template for a harem, yet he ended up being a pure love warrior. After hearing Jiang Yuan's words, Jiang Yunli furrowed her beautiful brows, raised her hand to pinch his ear, and looked somewhat fierce. What's up? Do you want to be on 3 boats too? Jiang Yuan smiled awkwardly. How could that be? I was just joking. If he dared to be on 3 boats, his father-in-law, who had reached the grandmaster level in cultivation, would definitely come over with a 40-meter-long big knife to chop him. What should we do then? The Yi family previously proposed a marriage alliance. Do we still want to go through with it? Jiang Yuan helplessly frowned. Marriage alliance, my ass? If Xiao Che and Yi Mingyao get engaged, what will other girls think? Can you use your brain a little? How come I didn't use my brain? In my opinion, our Xiao Che was probably stimulated when pursuing Yi Mingyao before awakening some incredible attributes. This might just be the beginning, but it doesn't matter. After all, our Jiang family has plenty of money. Let Xiao Che have his fun. It would be best to have more children. Let the Jiang family be prosperous. Jiang Yunli. She really wanted to say something, but couldn't get the words out. The next morning, after taking 2 days off, Yi Mingyao and Qin Xiaoqiao returned to school. During these days, they had worried quite a few people. For Yuan, both Yi Mingyao and Jiang Che taking time off. It would be a miracle if they could do something good. For Qin Xiaoqiao's parents, it was even more tormenting. They called her more than a dozen times in the last 2 days. Luckily, Qin Xiaoqiao answered, or they would have definitely called the police. Although Qin Xiaoqiao told them on the phone that she was just visiting Jiang Che to help him with his studies, Wang Lili and Qin Shou both knew the truth. But they were helpless. After all, they were the ones who pushed their daughter into this situation. Wang Lili felt immense regret in her heart. During class breaks, she secretly called Qin Xiaoqiao over. Looking at her somewhat haggard mother, Qin Xiaoqiao felt an indescribable sadness. Mom, I've been doing well these past 2 days. Jiang Che has really been good to me. Wang Lily looked seriously at her daughter and finally sighed deeply. She raised her hand and gently touched the girl's cheek. Xiao Xiao's expression really didn't seem like an act. Xiao Xiao, I was wrong before. In the past few days, your dad and I have thoroughly reflected on our mistakes. We were indeed a bit too harsh on you. Qin Xiaoqiao's eyes also glistened slightly, being angry with her parents. Wasn't that also torturing herself? Mom, I met Jiang Che's mother these past 2 days, and she really likes me. Qin Xiaoqiao spoke softly. Sigh. Xiao Xiao, you should take care of your health. The very person she once looked down upon, the young scion, had actually taken away her precious daughter whom she raised for 18 years. Isn't this a huge irony? Sigh, Mom is getting old. I just hope to see you doing well. Wang Lily looked at Qin Xiaoqiao with a very complex gaze. Qin Xiaoqiao was already in the wrong. After all, she had eloped with Jiang Che for more than a week. She had even lied to them about having depression, feeling very guilty. Wang Lily continued, Your dad hasn't been well lately. We're planning to move to the teacher's dormitory at school. Dad is sick? Qin Xiaoqiao panicked. Sigh, just those old ailments. It's nothing serious. Qin Xiaoqiao hesitated for a moment. Mom, why don't I go back with you? Wang Lily couldn't help but smile. Her husband Qin Shou's idea was indeed good. Their daughter had truly fallen for the trick. Oh, that's not necessary. Your dad and I have already come to terms with it. Anyway, our daughter is grown up and will eventually need to let go. We just want to see you more while we're still alive. The naive Qin Xiaoqiao was once again swayed by her parents. At this time, in the classroom, when Yi Mingyao saw Yu Waner again after 2 days, she felt a bit flustered. She was here on a mission. Jiang Che's request was quite strange, to put mildly. Sister Yao Yao, have you been feeling unwell these past 2 days? Yu Waner asked knowingly, as she actually knew very well where Yi Mingyao had been these days. But as a good friend, she had to ask. Yi Mingyao's gaze drifted to the distance, feeling a bit guilty. Sister Yao Yao, you wouldn't have. There is nothing going on. I just got my period these past 2 days and wasn't feeling well, so I didn't come to school. Yi Mingyao felt a bit guilty. Waner was her best friend. They were like sisters. So she prepared to test the waters with Yu Waner's response. Waner, do you like Jiang Che? Upon hearing this, Yu Waner was stunned. It was as if she was a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Although she didn't want to admit it, she indeed had developed feelings for Jiang Che, that annoying man who always bullied her, that pervert. But Yi Mingyao was already with Jiang Che, so she naturally had to take the initiative to withdraw. In Yu Waner's worldview, there was no concept of a harem. Sister Yao Yao, why are you asking such things again? Of course, I don't like Jiang Che. If I liked Jiang Che too, wouldn't that be stealing your man? We are best friends. Sister Yao Yao, please stop testing me, I'm begging you. Chapter 89. Jiang Che's excessive demands. Yu Waner lowers her head. Sister Yao Yao, stop testing me. I absolutely won't have any more contact with Jiang Che. Yu Waner felt distressed. In her opinion, Yi Mingyao was clearly jealous, knowing that her relationship with Jiang Che had crossed some boundaries, which made her jealous. My sister Yao Yao, you once regarded me as your best friend, and I sacrificed so much to be your human pillow for 2 or 3 years. Now that your aversion to men has improved and you've fallen for Jiang Che, you started to dislike me for being the third party? The feelings have faded, they've faded. It's all Jiang Che's fault, you perverted jerk, disgusting scoundrel, foul fish. Yi Mingyao glanced at Yu Waner, feeling a wave of melancholy. She really liked Yu Waner, her little friend, so cute and sweet. If she were a man, she would definitely like Yu Waner too, so she didn't blame Jiang Che for having feelings for her. Helping Jiang Che pursue Yu Waner was the result of her careful consideration. But just thinking about the script Jiang Che gave her, he actually wanted her to fall out with Waner first? Waner, as long as you don't like Jiang Che, it's fine. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to face you. Yi Mingyao smiled gently, then secretly kissed Yu Waner's delicate face. Yu Waner felt a mix of emotions, but she had already made up her mind to keep a distance from Jiang Che in the future. Sister Yao Yao, don't worry, we're the best of friends. Yu Waner's gaze gradually became resolute. Jiang Che, you scoundrel. Getting Yao Yao is already a bargain for you. Don't even think about touching me again. Zhan Nuke, you jerk. By the car door, Yu Waner desperately pushed Jiang Che away. She shot him a fierce glare, looking as fierce as a puffed-up kitten. Jiang Che, you already have sister Yao Yao. Why are you still clinging to me? Yuana was about to cry. This jerk Jiang Che. This won't do. She must cut ties decisively and cannot continue to be so ambiguous with Jiang Che. Otherwise, if Yi Mingyao found out, their friendship might come to an end. Jiang Che, let's consider this over, okay? Please stop bothering me. The sight of the little girl with tear-filled eyes would tug at anyone's heartstrings. But could Jiang Che be an ordinary person? Fine, I won't bother you anymore. Jiang Che's words stunned Yuana, but then she frowned. He won't bother me anymore? How could it be this easy? Could it be that he has lost interest in me? Oomph. I knew that perverted jerk was a super scumbag. Someone who forgets the old for the new. All right, but I have one request. Jiang Che's lips curled into a perverted smile. Yuana's heart stopped. She knew Jiang Che couldn't let her go that easily. WH. What request? Jiang Che whispered a few words in Yuana's ear. Yuana widened her eyes. Impossible. You promise me that from now on, I won't come looking for you. How about that? Yuana fell silent. Although she liked Jiang Che a bit, it was just a vague feeling. Now, she was eager to cut off ties with him. Otherwise, she would only sink deeper. You mean it? The girl raised her watery eyes, tears welling in her beautiful gaze as she bit her pink lip. Of course it's true. After all, I put a lot of thought into you during this time. If I get nothing, wouldn't that be a huge loss for me? Jiang Che inadvertently smiled slightly. Yuana, this little girl, clearly already had feelings for him. After thinking for several minutes, Yuana finally nodded heavily. Okay, I agree. But you can't record videos to threaten me. And you can't tell Sister Yao Yao. From today on, you should never bother me again. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. No problem. Jiang Che pulled Yuana into his arms and opened the door of the Maybach. Yuana had been in Jiang Che's car many times, but this time, her feelings were especially complicated. Looking out the window, the girl's mood was extremely confused. If it were her usual self, she definitely wouldn't agree. She should have scolded him instead. Jiang Che glanced at the pensive little girl. Although Yuana was quite cunning, at the end of the day, she was still a silly girl. Jiang Che didn't take Yuana home. Instead, he brought her to a 5-star hotel. Yuana was extremely nervous, her whole body tense. Jiang Che, I'm at a disadvantage here. You have to give me money. Yuana clutched her collar tightly. If she just let Jiang Che take advantage of her like this, wouldn't she be at a huge loss? Since she was going to die anyway, she might as well ask Jiang Che for some money. After all, her mother's illness required a lot of medical expenses. Oh, how much do you want? Jiang Che had just finished showering, wearing a loose bathrobe, and was smiling as he looked at Yuana. Yuana seemed clever, but was actually a little fool. She had boarded his pirate ship. And want to get off? How could that be possible? After some hesitation, Yuana blurted out, 200,000. No, 500,000. She remembered the card that Jiang Yunli had given her when she first met Jiang Che's mother, which supposedly had 10 million in it. If she had known this would happen, she should have accepted that 10 million back then. 500,000? Jiang Che looked at Yuana with a playful smile. Well, with Yuana's looks, she's indeed worth that much, after all. She is the destined female lead, and a rare lowly-type female lead at that. Did she think he was joking? Moreover, 500,000 was actually no different from $5 for him. Chapter 90. Teaming up to toy with Yuana, the little girl breaks down in tears. Outside the hotel, Yi Mingyao glanced at her phone, gently closed her eyes, and took a few deep breaths. According to the script Jiang Che gave her, she was responsible for catching the cheating. Jiang Che, you are such a bastard. If you dare to treat Yuana badly, I will definitely bite you to death. Just thinking about her innocent and lovely little best friend being deceived and bullied by Jiang Che made her heart ache. Moreover, she had to play the role of the cheater-catcher. Wasn't that too cruel for Yuana? One was her best friend, and the other was her man. In the end, Missy still stood by Jiang Che's side. Yuana, I'm sorry. Jiang Che, I'm scared. Yuana was really scared. Jiang Che licked his lips and revealed a smile. I've already asked for 3 days off from school for you. So don't worry about that, omitted. Yuana had a fever. This girl had a weak constitution and often ran a fever. Her little face was flushed red, like a small furnace, and the quilt was steaming with heat, enveloping the girl's fragrance. Jiang Che sighed helplessly in his heart. He had to take care of Yuana after all, and he never expected her to run a fever. He spent most of the night taking care of her, wiping her with alcohol and feeding her medicine just to barely bring her high fever down. I really admire you. Jiang Che leaned against the headboard, looking at Yuaner, who had fallen into a deep sleep, and rubbed his forehead in helplessness. The next day, Yuaner woke up very early. Her fever had subsided, but she still felt very uncomfortable, curled up in bed and not wanting to move a single finger. The girl's complexion was slightly pale. Her rational mind told her she should get up now and immediately draw a clear line with Jiang Che, but on the other hand, she didn't want to get up. She just wanted to snuggle next to Jiang Che and never move again, because once she went out this time, she would have to completely draw a line with Jiang Che. Although she was a bit confused last night due to the fever, Jiang Che's care for her was indeed meticulous, just like a mother. Since she could remember, apart from her mother, only Jiang Che had treated her this well. Now, she actually felt a twinge of reluctance. But at that moment, the hotel door was opened. Jiang Che, you guys. Yi Mingyao steeled herself to open the door. She was about to start her performance. Hearing the familiar voice, Yuaner was first slightly stunned, but then her mood instantly sank to the bottom. Yao Yao, sister, how would she be here, right now, between her and Jiang Che? No way. Just yesterday, she had sworn to Yi Mingyao that she would never steal her best friend's man. Yuaner desperately curled up, locking herself in the quilt, hiding beside Jiang Che, as if this way she wouldn't be discovered by Yi Mingyao. Jiang Che. Wana, why are you two together? Yi Mingyao covered her mouth and gasped in surprise. Jiang Che also opened his eyes in confusion, wondering which idiot disturbed his sleep. But soon he understood. Cough, cough. It turned out to be the script I arranged, so it's fine. The good show was about to start. Yi Mingyao belonged to that kind of top-tier, love-struck person, already brainwashed by his Pua tactics, and now she had even turned dark. Otherwise, how could she listen to him and do such a thing to her best friend? As for Yuaner, she had been bouncing around earlier, always cursing him as a pervert in her heart, thinking he should be dealt with properly. Wouldn't Jiang Che, this villain, be just a name without substance? Yi Mingyao, who let you in? Jiang Che wanted you. Waner, didn't you say yesterday? Then there was a series of awkward performances. Yi Mingyao's acting skills were indeed not very good, but it didn't matter. Yuaner was already in a daze and couldn't notice any small flaws. The matter of stealing her best friend's man. She had practically confirmed it. If there were cracks in the wall, she really wanted to crawl in. Her mental state was too shattered. She wished she could hide immediately. Sister Yao Yao, I didn't mean to steal your man. The girl couldn't bear the pressure and poked her little head out from under the covers, her eyes filled with tears, looking pitiful. Everyone was showing off, but only Waner was being fooled. Jiang Che hugged Waner tightly. Mingyao, you go out first. Yi Mingyao. All right, her time as a tool was up. Could she please get some compensation for her performance? Yi Mingyao turned and left, seemingly a bit angry. At this point, Yuaner was already crying so hard she was choking up. Sister Yao Yao, it's not what you think. Although she was a little parasite clinging to Yi Mingyao, the sisterly bond between them was absolutely real. Watching Yi Mingyao's departing figure, Yuaner felt that her only good friend had completely left her. She burst into tears. Chapter 91. Going to great lengths to comfort Yuaner was very upset, although she admitted that she indeed wanted to be a little rice bug. Her feelings for Yi Mingyao were genuine. Yi Mingyao was her only best friend, but now, her dear friend had completely left her. She was still recalling the extreme disappointment in Yi Mingyao's eyes just now. Sister Yao Yao, it's not what you think. The young girl curled up at the head of the bed, murmuring to herself, tears streaming down her face, looking quite pitiful. Jiang Che leaned against the bedside. Even this unscrupulous villain felt a twinge of heartache. After all, Yuaner was suffering both physically and emotionally. It was no wonder she was crying. But, darling, even though you've lost your best friend, you still have me. In reality, Yi Mingyao would never truly fall out with Yuaner. All right, stop crying. It's just Yi Mingyao. When I get a chance, I'll help you teach her a good lesson. Get away. It's all your fault. Yuaner struggled desperately to break free from Jiang Che's embrace. She maintained a certain distance from him, her eyes swollen like a rabbit's. Perverted jerk, get lost. Sister Yao Yao doesn't want me anymore. How am I supposed to face her in the future? Boo-hoo. Sister Yao Yao must really hate me now. Dam Jiang Che. If it weren't for you brainwashing her, we'd still be good friends. It was evident that Yuaner was genuinely heartbroken. She kept crying, feeling even more pain inside. She had never felt so fragile before. Jiang Che, who had the ability to understand her heart, knew that Yuaner was not pretending. She was truly suffering. He couldn't stand to see a girl cry, so he had to comfort her. Jiang Che helplessly rubbed his forehead. Look, this is the medicine your sister Yao Yao bought for you. Let me apply it. Get away. I don't want you to apply it. Yuaner raised her foot, trying to kick Jiang Che away, but she was no match for him. He easily grabbed her slender ankle. Jiang Che, you perverted jerk, boo-hoo. Yuaner cried so hard she began to hiccup, all the grievances she had been holding and bursting forth like a flood. After all, fitting a size 45 foot into size 38 shoes was quite a struggle. What kind of medicine is this? Why is it so cold? The girl kicked her legs and glared at Jiang Che. Jiang Che, let us just pretend we don't know each other from now on. Don't come looking for me. I can't face Sister Yao Yao anymore. I'll transfer schools in a few days. After careful consideration, Yuaner spoke seriously. With her grades, even without any connections, there would be plenty of schools willing to accept her after leaving Heroine school. Although she hated Jiang Che, she had to admit, as her first male acquaintance, he left a deep impression on her, and she did have a tiny bit of affection for him. Oh, you want to transfer? Do you think other schools will accept you? Jiang Che teased. You got on my pirate ship and still want to get off? How could they not accept me? Jiang Che, Yuaner seemed to realize something, glaring fiercely at Jiang Che. This jerk. Does he mean to say other schools want to accept me? I don't want to. I already don't know how to face Sister Yao Yao. Perverted jerk, boo-hoo. Seeing this, Jiang Che gently smiled. He then reached out to pinch Yuaner's cheek. Who could resist such a cute little girl? Don't touch me, I want to go home. Yuaner forced herself to get off the bed, but ended up falling to the ground, her already red knees nearly scraping. Jiang Che sighed, and then got off the bed to pick her up. I told you yesterday, I've taken a 3-day leave for you. But my mom still needs me to take care of her. Be good. I'll hire the most professional medical team to take her to the hospital. Late-stage uremia, ISNT, untreatable. With a kidney transplant, she can live for another 10 years. Jiang Che's words left Yuaner stunned. Her beautiful big eyes blinking a couple of times, her face still marked with tears, looking adorably dazed. What? You don't believe me? Yuaner looked down. How could she not believe him? With Jiang Che's family background, getting a kidney transplant was as easy as pie. In those abuse novels, the rich CEO's white moonlight needed a kidney, and the silly male lead dug out the female lead's kidney to transplant to his white moonlight. That was impossible in reality because truly wealthy people had a huge network of connections and would never lack kidney sources. If you were still worried about not finding a suitable kidney, it meant you weren't rich or powerful enough. Moreover, what was Lin Yu, this little miracle doctor, for? Wasn't he meant to be a tool? Miracle doctor. It would be a pity not to use him as a tool. But Sister Yao Yao, I really don't know how to face her. She must hate me. Whenever Yuaner thought of the disappointed look in Yiming Yao's eyes when she left, her heart raced. I don't think Yiming Yao is that kind of calculating woman. You should just go back and explain it to her. Yuaner. It's easy for you to say. She's the mistress now, the one who stole her best friend's boyfriend. Darling, your sister Yao Yao is very generous. You know Qin Xiao Xiao, right? The little lowly nodded in confusion. Of course, she knew about Qin Xiao Xiao. Yiming Yao and Qin Xiao Xiao were getting along quite well now. Yuaner? Jiang Che wasn't planning to explain anything. He just covered Yuaner with a blanket, saying, rest more and eat well these days. Chapter 92. Living in the villa with Yuaner, Gu Lingfei makes a late-night call. The past few days have been incredibly torturous for Yiming Yao. Her mood isn't much better than Yuaner's. Yuaner is her best friend, and Jiang Che is the person she likes. Both are very important to her. She doesn't even know who to be jealous of. So annoying. Yiming Yao stomped her foot in frustration, feeling distracted in class these days. Yao Yao, what are you planning to do? Yuaner, sitting in the passenger seat, looked out the window and spoke softly. He, what do you think? Yuaner's eyes widened. Do you think you're an ancient emperor? Jiang Che chuckled lightly. With his family background, being the only son of Hongqing's richest man, and with his mother from the powerful Jiang family, and his grandfather a top-tier figure in the ancient martial arts world of Longhua, he had it all. Yuaner fell silent. her emotions becoming even more complex. Damn Jiang Che, perverted scumbag. I knew you were a jerk, a playboy. The deep feelings you pretended to have for Yao Yao were all fake. After returning to school, when Yu Wanner saw Yi Ming Yao again, she felt very awkward. Yao Yao, I'm sorry. Yu Wanner lowered her head, her eyes brimming with tears, her small hands tightly clutching her clothes, looking pitiful. Playing the victim was the only way she could think of. Yi Ming Yao felt a wave of complexity in her heart, unsure of how to speak. Wanner sigh, Yao Yao, I'm really sorry. I'm so sorry. Yi Ming Yao didn't say much. She needed to pull Wanner on her side now. Venna, stop crying. Tell me the truth. Do you also like Jiang Che? This question wasn't scripted by Jiang Che. She genuinely wanted to know the truth. If Wanner had feelings for Jiang Che, that would be fine. But if Wanner didn't like Jiang Che, how could a forced relationship ever be sweet? Yu Wanner lifted her head and glanced at Yi Ming Yao. She began to ponder, did she like Jiang Che? Maybe she did, but more than that, she felt wronged. This annoying guy often bullied her and had threatened her in various ways. Just thinking about it made her feel wronged. Yao Yao, I really kind of like him a little bit, Yu Wanner said, lowering her head again, not daring to meet Yi Ming Yao's gaze. Oh no! She was going to completely lose Yao Yao. After hearing Yu Wanner's words, Yi Ming Yao's expression became complex, and then she showed a hint of melancholy. The corners of her mouth curved into a smile. Baby Wanner, do you remember what we talked about before? Wow, what? Hearing the term baby from Wanner, Yu Wanner could hardly believe her ears. We made a pinky promise, remember? We were going to attend the same school and marry the same man. Yu Wanner's face turned bright red. That was just a joke back then. How did it become true now? Back then, it was Yi Ming Yao who had brought it up first. At the time, she had eagerly agreed just to get close to Yi Ming Yao. Sure enough, you shouldn't say things lightly. So, does this mean Yao Yao forgives me? Yao Yao, you're not angry with me anymore? Hee. We promised to be best friends for life. Yi Ming Yao hugged Yu Wanner and playfully kissed the little girl's cheek. A warmth surged in Yu Wanner's heart. Jiang Che was a man of his word. He directly took Yu Weiwei to the hospital, providing her with the best medical care, even hiring several nurses. The monthly medical expenses alone were at least several $100,000, but to Jiang Che, it was just a drop in the bucket. Xiao Che, you're so thoughtful. Yu Weiwei's face still wore a warm smile, one that was very infectious. Although her body had been ravaged by uremia, she was definitely one of the gentlest women Jiang Che had ever encountered in both of his lives. This gentleness had nothing to do with her appearance. She may have worn a mask of pretense in the past, but her love for Yu Wanner was genuine. Xiao Che, I leave Wanner in your care. Yu Weiwei knew very well that Jiang Che's help was all for Yu Wanner's sake. She had always had a good eye, and Jiang Che was indeed a responsible boy. Although he wasn't someone to entrust a lifetime to, Wanner would definitely not be bullied while being with him. The most important thing was, Wanner actually liked him too. Qin Xiaoqiao asked Jiang Che for leave. From now on, she could only come to see him on weekends. This left Jiang Che a bit helpless. It seemed Xiaoqiao had been persuaded back by her parents. However, this was not a big deal for Jiang Che, as he had managed to persuade Yu Wanner to stay. While Qin Xiaoqiao and Yi Ming Yao had to go home, Yu Wanner didn't have to return. She only had her foster mother, who was now in the hospital. Yu Wanner was tasked with helping Jiang Che with his homework. Aunt Chun, who came to cook at noon, was once again taken aback. Master, why did you bring another girl back? She vaguely remembered that he seemed quite devoted, but she just lowered her head, realizing that if she wanted to continue working in the Jiang family, she had to act like she didn't know anything. Jiang Che, can I sleep next door? Yu Wanner blinked her big eyes. Trying to be cute, it was clear she had developed a psychological shadow regarding Jiang Che. Hee hee. What do you think? Just then, a phone call came in. Jiang Che muttered some curses, wondering who the idiot was calling him at this time. But when he looked down, his brows furrowed slightly. It was her, Guling Fei. Chapter 93. Going to pick up Guling Fei? The Wolf King, Su Han, returns to the country. Guling Fei, a distant cousin of mine, although we are related by blood. The connection has long been too thin to count. She's probably also a destined female lead. After all, a beautiful CEO. Those who understand, understand. Shoo. Someone is calling. Jiang Che made a shushing gesture to Yu Wanner. He then answered the call. Xiao, Ki. Why have you been taking so long to answer the phone? The voice on the other end carried a hint of complaint. Fei Fei, is there something you need? Oh, Uncle and Aunt should have told you, right? I'm back in the country now. Can you come pick me up at the airport? Jiang Che smiled. You think I just pick you up because you asked? Am I supposed to get out of bed in the middle of the night to go to the airport for you? Who do you think you are? Sorry, Fei Fei, but I'm at home sleeping. How about this? I'll find someone to pick you up. Gu Lingfei was silent for a moment, then jokingly said, What's the matter? Xiao Che, you're not dating someone, are you? Have you forgotten your old sister with a girlfriend? I have to say, a woman's intuition can sometimes be really accurate. All right, I could take a taxi back myself, but I have nowhere to stay. Can you help me tidy up that room at your place? I'll stay at the Jiang family. Gu Lingfei's words left Jiang Che speechless as he glanced at Yuan beside him. Isn't this awkward? But Fei Fei, you shouldn't take a taxi. I'll send a driver to pick you up. Gu Lingfei is probably a destined female lead, just returning to the country and taking a taxi alone. She is bound to attract some luck, and who knows, a child of fortune might just pop out. Jiang Che must prevent such a situation from happening. Okay, I'll listen to you. After hanging up, Yuan looked at Jiang Che in a daze. At this moment, she was wearing a brown bear pajamas, her hair was messy, and her expression was somewhat anxious. Jiang Che, is someone coming? Jiang Che was on speakerphone, so she heard clearly. The voice on the other end seemed to belong to a mature woman. Well, you don't need to know that much. Jiang Che couldn't care less about that. Nor did he know who bought Yuan or this cute bear pajamas, which perfectly matched this little girl, making her look adorably cute. Hangzhou Airport. Just off the plane, Gu Lingfei was sitting in the VIP area of the airport, sipping coffee. Her stunning face was cold as frost, exuding an air of distance. Yet, the corner of her lips inadvertently revealed a barely noticeable smile. It's been 7 or 8 years, and Xiao Che has grown quite distant. Gu Lingfei grew up in the Jiang family and was 5 or 6 years older than Jiang Che. Naturally, she was very doting towards this little brother. But after studying abroad for a few years, she successfully built her own career during that time. As Gu Lingfei pondered, a bald man in a suit with a big belly walked towards her, his eyes carrying a hint of lewdness. However, before he could reach Gu Lingfei, a few people in black arrived in front of her first. Miss Gu, I am young Master Jiang Che's driver. Young Master Jiang has something to attend to. I'm here to take you home. Gu Lingfei nodded slowly and then stood up to leave. Before she left, the driver and a few bodyguards shot a cold glance at the bald man, whose expression turned sour as he clenched his fists tightly. Originally, he wanted to get close to her. Not long after Gu Lingfei left, a young figure rushed into the VIP lounge. Fei Fei, where are you, Fei Fei? Suhan looked around but didn't see Gu Lingfei, only spotting a greasy fat man. For some reason, he felt particularly annoyed by this guy, as if he had an impulse to punch him in the face. In fact, he did just that. Rushing in front of the fat man, he pressed him down hard. Have you seen a beautiful woman? As the super soldier of the Wolf King Mercenary Corps, Suhan had naturally taken many lives, and being a master of dark energy, he nearly scared the fat man out of his wits. I don't know. Waste. Suhan began to beat him up. The fat man cried, I have no grudge against you. Why are you hitting me? Suhan, yeah? Why am I hitting you? Suhan couldn't quite articulate it at the moment. You deserve it. It was clear that Jiang Che was right. If he hadn't sent someone to pick up Gu Lingfei in advance, the fat man would definitely have tried to flirt with her, creating an opportunity for Suhan to show off. But now, that was clearly impossible. After beating up the fat man, Suhan exited the VIP room and dialed a number. Monkey, have you found out where Fei Fei's company is? Since the Wolf King had returned to the country, he would undoubtedly bring along a few good brothers from the Mercenary Corps. There would definitely be a hacker. There would definitely be a subordinate managing money. And there would definitely be a beautiful girl secretly in love with the Wolf King. Whatever it takes to make the Wolf King comfortable. Wolf King. Suhan interrupted Monkey. Since I'm back in the country, don't call me by my title anymore. Just call me Boss. Boss, Gu Lingfei. Monkey had just started speaking when he was cut off again by Suhan. Suhan coldly said, You can't just call her Gu Lingfei. You must call her sister-in-law. Monkey, sister-in-law's headquarters recently moved to Hangzhou. As far as I know, she has connections with the Jiang family here. Suhan was silent for a moment. I need to think of a way to get close to Fei Fei. That is the only way to make her fall in love with me. Monkey, You think of a way for me. How can I get close to Fei Fei? Monkey fell silent again, wondering why the usually decisive Wolf King seemed to have lost his mind recently. But Su Han's words reminded him of a novel he had recently been reading, The Wolf King's Bodyguard of the Female CEO. Ahem. Boss, I think you could go work as a security guard at sister-in-law's company, starting from being a guard and gradually winning her heart. Su Han's eyes lit up, precisely triggering the keyword, security guard. Monkey, help me arrange it. Boss, you previously asked me to investigate the news about the Su family's destruction over a decade ago. I've got a bit of a clue. Monkey, I'm a bit tired lately. Let us put the Su family matter aside for now. Monkey, he had never been so speechless in his life. What about investigating the Su family's destruction? It was probably just an excuse to chase after girls. But this was something he dared only to complain about in his heart, and would never say it in front of Su Han. After all, the name of the iron-faced Wolf King was not just for show. Chapter 94. Gu Ling Fei's Breakdown, A Sleepless Night. Ding dong. Outside the Jiang family's door, Gu Ling Fei knocked. At that moment, Jiang Che came down from the third floor, while Yu Wanner buried her head in the blankets, playing ostrich. Gu Ling Fei had imagined many scenarios for meeting Jiang Che, but reality left her utterly shocked. When the door opened, Jiang Che was only wearing a pair of floral shorts and a shirt, his perfect figure exuding an overwhelming boyfriend power, and he carried a faint, pleasant fragrance. Although Gu Ling Fei had never seen a pig run, she had certainly seen pigs before. Jiang Che, you. Jiang Che, you little brat. I was wondering why you didn't come to pick me up. Turns out you're hiding a girl in here. Got a girlfriend and forgot about your sister? I even prepared a supercar worth $500 million as a gift. And this is how you welcome me? Hee hee. Let me see which little girl has caught Ah Che's eye. It should be that girl from the Yi family, right? I remember that girl from the Yi family is Ah Che's childhood friend. Clearly, Gu Ling Fei was 6 or 7 years older than Jiang Che and regarded him only as a younger brother. What? Ah Che, you don't welcome me in? Gu Ling Fei's frosty expression revealed a hint of a smile, like a melted iceberg. This is the high-cold female CEO. Outsiders can only see her aloofness and cannot glimpse her tender side. Jiang Che glanced at Gu Ling Fei. The female CEO was indeed stunning. Her figure was the most perfect he had ever seen. She was like a ripe, sweet fruit, with a captivating aroma wafting from afar, waiting to be picked. The voluptuous figure of the charming policewoman Wang Yanran was already impressive, but compared to Gu Ling Fei, she was still slightly lacking. You little punk, where are you looking? Jiang Che's gaze was something Gu Ling Fei had seen in many men's eyes before, but she didn't mind Jiang Che at all. Jiang Che chuckled lightly and then stepped aside, making a gesture to invite her in. Although Gu Ling Fei had been working hard outside for 7 or 8 years, she completely relaxed upon returning to the Jiang family. After taking off her high heels, she didn't even wear slippers and simply sprawled on the sofa. Her 2 perfect, jade-like feet rested on the wooden coffee table, accentuating her long legs. While the claim of having a 1-meter-long leg might be exaggerated, it was at least 90 centimeters. Absolutely leg goals. Gu Ling Fei had no defenses in front of Jiang Che. She casually took off her stockings, revealing a pair of delicate, fair feet, a classic Roman foot shape, like a pair of artworks. She casually tossed the stockings aside on the sofa. Okay, aren't you going to bring your little girlfriend out to meet me? Gu Ling Fei said with a smile on her lips. She was clearly still thinking of herself as a little brother. Little Che has grown up. He's even started dating. Gu Ling Fei sighed regretfully. This is ridiculous. Little Che has a girlfriend, and I'm 7 years older than him, yet I'm still single? Am I going to have to eat dog food from now on? Jiang Che showcased his eloquence, with all sorts of risque jokes flowing out. Where did Little Che learn these things? I remember he was quite an honest boy. Must have been led astray by his classmates. Gu Ling Fei couldn't take it anymore and directly returned to her bedroom. Originally, her bedroom was a mess, but now it was all tidied up. Seeing her bedroom exactly as she remembered, it warmed her heart. She immediately threw herself onto the bed, even rolling around on it like a teenage girl. Gu Ling Fei then changed into a pure white nightgown. It was worn by Yi Meng Yao, and while it was a bit small for Gu Ling Fei, it was still wearable. She didn't mind too much. Comfort was all that mattered. Hey, the piano is still here? Feeling inspired, she sat down at the piano, and soon, soothing melodies began to echo throughout the villa. But just as she was immersed in her musical world, She heard a series of music playing from the next bedroom. What was that sound? Gu Lingfei had a sleepless night. The next morning, Gu Lingfei, sporting dark circles under her eyes, walked to the dining table, her mental state visibly sluggish. Clearly, someone had stayed up all night. When Yuaner saw Gu Lingfei, she lowered her head, not daring to make eye contact. Perverted jerk, stinky Jiang Che, I've lost all my face now. Yuaner felt utterly exhausted, wishing for the world to end. Miss, what's your name? How old are you? Gu Lingfei was very shocked when she saw Yuaner. Yuaner quickly replied, Sister, my name is Yuaner. I'm 19 years old. Good heavens, she's even older than Che? This really doesn't seem right. Chapter 95, Security Assessment, a medley of fortunes. What a cute little girl. Gu Lingfei sighed after Jiang Che and Yuaner left. Yuaner's adorable appearance naturally wins everyone's favor, like a cute kitten that both men and women want to pet. It's universally appealing. Oh no, how could I forget this? Gu Lingfei suddenly slapped her forehead. Yuaner is now Jiang Che's girlfriend. During their first meeting, as an elder, I actually forgot to give the girl a red envelope. With Gu Lingfei's worth of several billion, the red envelope she mentioned was certainly not just simple money. Sigh. For some reason, thinking about what happened last night made her feel a bit uncomfortable. I can't live next door anymore. I'll move downstairs in the future, or else I won't be able to sleep well at night. Stupid little brother. The head of the Human Resources Department at Che Group has been feeling troubled lately. Che Group has just relocated to Longhua and is in a period of great need for talent. They are recruiting all kinds of skilled professionals, graduates from prestigious universities, masters and doctoral students, etc., but very few meet her standards. However, the number of applicants for the security department exceeded her expectations. The security department is only hiring one person, yet there are a ton of candidates coming for interviews. The key is, most of these people are young, and they all claim to have exceptional skills. Sigh. Why are today's young people so unambitious? Coming to be a security guard in their 20s? Avoiding 40 years of detours? Zhao Yu helplessly rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Then I can only screen them. What? Assessment? Chen Hao frowned when he received the notification. Do security guards need assessments now? Big companies really are different. Even security guards have to be assessed. However, he wasn't worried. Assessments for security guards are just about some fighting skills, and he is a master from the Chun family of Tai Chi, having recently broken through to the late stage of dark energy. Moreover, those who came to apply are probably just a bunch of old men. So he wasn't afraid at all. But when he arrived at the assessment location, he was a bit confused. There were at least 20 to 30 applicants, and only a few were old men. The rest were all young people, each looking rebellious, with their noses in the air as if they were the best. Suhan was among them, and looking at so many people, he felt a bit speechless. Why are there so many people? Is this monkey incapable of handling things? Why is there still an assessment? The professional assessment staff for the security department also frowned. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. I'll call out names first. Yi Chun. Here, here, here. In the crowd, 3 young men stood up, creating an awkward scene. I called for Yi Chun. Why are 3 people standing up? The assessment officer scratched his head. Right? I call for Yi Chun. Who do you think you are to be called Yi Chun? Haha, this is just ridiculous. Anyone can have the name Yi Chun, right? Yi Chun, and Yi Chun were all unwilling to back down, glaring at each other, almost ready to fight. The key point is that the assessment officer glanced at the list, and, indeed, there were 3 Yi Chun, which left him speechless. Ahem, you wait over there. I'll finish calling names, and then you can compete in batches. Whoever is stronger can stay in Che Group as a security guard. And I remind you that although Che Group is a multinational company, the monthly salary for security is only 5,000. However, it was clear that everyone was not ordinary. Who would care about money? Oil breeds mold, and the son of fortune is bound to emerge beside the beautiful president. Moreover, in Longhua, there are very few beauties at the level of Gu Lingfei, so the competition is naturally very fierce. These sons of fortune all have high aspirations, as if they look down on everyone. Soon, the formal assessment began, and the security assessment was quite simple. It was just to see who could fight. I, Yi Chun, am at the peak level of Mingjin. With my 8 extremes fist, I am invincible under heaven. Who dares to fight me? A little trash at the peak of Ming Jin dares to boast. I, Lin Feng, can defeat you with one palm. More than 20 rebellious young people all smirked, forming a beautiful scene. When the sons of fortune met, the competition naturally revolved around whose fists were harder. Damn, is that a dark energy expert? Ha, I've also broken through to dark energy. Prepare to die. What? You've also broken through? I'm not willing to accept this. I, Qin Feng, will remember this grudge. I will definitely come back. The elimination speed was fast, and soon less than half of the people remained. As for Chun Hao, who was at the late stage of dark energy, and Su Han, who had reached the peak of dark energy, they naturally advanced smoothly. Haha, what a thrilling battle. I feel like I'm about to touch the threshold of peak dark energy, and Chun Hao couldn't help but smile. Just a bunch of clumsy chickens. They didn't even give me a chance to use my second palm. Su Han's peak dark energy strength completely crushed the others. In the final match, there was no suspense. It was a battle between Chun Hao and Su Han. Even the assessment officer was dumbfounded. Is this a movie? How are there so many ancient martial arts experts? And they all seem to have decent strength. Speaking of which, are security guards really in such high demand now? So many ancient martial arts experts are applying to be security guards? The key is, the pay for security isn't high. It's only a few thousand a month. A dark energy expert could easily earn over 100,000 a month working for a bodyguard company. Could it be that they went crazy? Peak dark energy? Oomph. I can also fight. Chun Hao clenched his fists. At this moment, he remembered his younger self, recalling his sister who carried the burden of the Chun family alone. After a wave of nostalgia, he felt his strength had increased significantly, breaking through to a small realm. From the late stage of dark energy, he advanced to the limit of the late stage of dark energy. Bang! Unfortunately, what he faced was also the protagonist level Su Han, and nostalgia was of no use. Su Han punched him into the wall, the kind that he couldn't even get down from. Little trash, do you think you're worthy? He casually spat a mouthful of phlegm into Chun Hao's mouth, revealing a wicked smile. Congratulations, Mr. Su Han, you're now a security guard at Jiang Che Group. These few are your colleagues. The assessor pointed to several old men in security uniforms beside him, smiling at Su Han. Oh, the Wolf King is aloof. He even refuses to glance at the others. Chun Hao was stunned, looking at those old men. Why? Didn't you say the company was only hiring one person? Why are there 3 old men? Oh, they are relatives of the company's executives. Chun Hao felt a bit broken. Why? I am a master at the late stage of dark energy. Can I compare to a few old men? Su Han showed a disdainful smile. Hot. If you can't handle it, don't play. Little trash isn't qualified to speak. You. Chun Hao was so enraged that he fainted, and plus, after the rounds of fighting, he was completely exhausted, thrown out by the company like a dog. Having not worked for 2 days, Chun Hao faced the crisis of unemployment once again. Chapter 96, Breakthrough to Transformation, Encountering the Wolf King Su Han. Su Han's killing intent. 30 years of inner strength. Jiang Che looked at his system's inventory of 30 years of inner strength and took a few deep breaths. Previously, when he had devoured Yuaner, he had naturally triggered the villain's choice, but he had been too impatient at the time to even look at the options. Later, he gained 30 years of inner strength and had completely forgotten to check. System, use inner strength. Soon, a pure force surged into his body. It felt as if a layer of meridians was being violently torn apart by the strong force. Transformation. With the infusion of 30 years of inner strength, Jiang Che directly advanced from the peak of dark strength to the mid-stage of transformation. For ancient martial artists, there is an essential difference between dark strength and transformation. Dark strength can only circulate inner strength within the body, causing damage to enemies through punches and kicks. In contrast, transformation allows inner strength to be released externally, turning flowers and leaves into hidden weapons. Now, Jiang Che could be considered to have entered the ranks of masters. When he encounters lowly opponents like Lin Yu and Chun Hao, he can easily defeat them, although Lin Yu and the others have been getting beaten by him. Jiang Che, you perverted bastard, why are you smiling so happily? Stinky pervert. Yuaner became angry whenever she saw Jiang Che, without any particular reason, just feeling furious. Now, Yi Mingyao's way of talking to her was no longer as spoiling as before. Previously, Sister Yao Yao had only favored her, but now there was Jiang Che. Furthermore, the relationship among the three of them was quite awkward. Although Yi Mingyao wasn't awkward, could Yu Waner not feel awkward? Yu Waner's face was truly thin and couldn't be compared to the darkened Yi Mingyao at all. But fortunately, she had already gotten used to it. Stealing a glance at Yi Mingyao in the back seat, the eldest Miss Yi was looking out the window, seemingly indifferent to what was happening inside the car. So annoying. I can get jealous too, you know? How could that be? I won't be jealous of Waner. I'm jealous of Jiang Che. Woo-woo. Vanya darling. Don't forget your sister Yao Yao when you become rich and powerful. The eldest Miss Yi had quite a bit of inner drama. Jiang Che couldn't help but want to laugh. Jiang Che, I'm getting off ahead. I heard that Sister Gu returned these days, right? I won't stay at your house. Yi Mingyao clearly knew Gu Lingfei and was quite familiar with her. Since Jiang Che had already taken Yu Waner home, she naturally couldn't go back with him. Jiang Che glanced lightly at the departing Yi Mingyao. This eldest Miss Yi had indeed darkened quite thoroughly. Jiang Che, you perverted bastard. Yu Waner pushed Jiang Che away forcefully. After Yi Mingyao left, her true nature was immediately revealed. In front of Yi Mingyao, she was the soft and cute Waner darling, but in front of Jiang Che, she didn't pretend anymore. Jiang Che smiled and pinched her little face. Don't pinch my face, oh. Jiang Che merely pressed his lips together. Being a villain was really enjoyable. This freshly baked, faded female lead was very delicious. Impossible to resist. Hurry and send it to young Master Jiang. At that moment, Gu Lingfei sent a message. Che, come pick me up from the company. Jiang Che was speechless. Didn't this woman have legs? Or those nearly 1 meter long legs for? She could ride a bike back. But despite the complaints, Jiang Che still planned to take a look. Su-Han, I don't want you to send me. Go away. Gu Lingfei glared at Su-Han in disgust. How could this guy be so persistent? Chasing her all the way from the U.S. to the Dragon Kingdom? If she remembered correctly, Su-Han seemed to be the leader of a mercenary group, right? What? Did he abandon the mercenary group just to chase after her? Idiot. Su-Han, however, was shamelessly grinning. Fei, you miss seeing me display my prowess today. What a loss. I single-handedly defeated hundreds of applicants for the security position. It was quite glorious. Gu Lingfei was speechless, glancing at a few old men sitting at the security room door, munching on sunflower seeds. What? You defeated over 100 old men. Are you proud of that? Su-Han hurriedly denied it. How could that be? They're all great masters, all dark strength warriors. Gu Lingfei, however, was unwilling to be entangled with him too much. Fei, as the president of a big company, how come you don't even have a driver? How about I be your driver? Gu Lingfei remained silent. Of course, she had her own driver, but for some reason, today her driver seemed to have encountered trouble and couldn't come. That's why she asked Jiang Che to pick her up. Su-Han, encountering Gu Lingfei's cold face, wasn't angry at all. After all, he had been her loyal follower for several years. Just then, a pure black Maybach drove into the company entrance. Su-Han frowned. Who is this? Just when I'm trying to pick up girls. But he remembered he was a security guard, and letting the car pass was his duty. Fei, wait here a moment. I'll go let the car through. Su-Han's bowed head looked just like a loyal dog. Gu Lingfei's cold face showed disdain. After the Maybach entered, it stopped beside Gu Lingfei and the others. Jiang Che got out of the car with Yu Waner. Upon seeing Jiang Che, Gu Lingfei's frost-like beautiful face revealed a soft smile. One smile could captivate a city, leaving Su-Han dumbfounded. He had been Gu Lingfei's loyal follower for years, and she had always appeared as cold as ice. He had never seen her smile before. He didn't expect her to be so charming. But soon, Su-Han reacted. He squinted his eyes, staring fiercely at Jiang Che. It's a man? A flash of killing intent crossed his eyes. Dare to compete with him. Wolf King Su-Han. For a woman? You have chosen your death. No more painting big pies. Chapter 97. Su-Han was in a state of confusion in the wind, starting to lick Jiang Che. Su-Han coldly glanced at Jiang Che. Dare to compete with him. The Wolf King Su-Han for women? You have a death wish. He had already arranged nearly 100 ways for this ungrateful guy to die in his mind. With his cultivation at the peak of dark energy, He could easily kill someone without a trace. At the same time, his gaze was also attracted to Yuaner, who was behind Jiang Che. His pupils slightly contracted. What a cute girl. He had absolutely no resistance to this lowly-type beauty. Moreover, this little lowly was hugging that guy's arm. Damn it. Good cabbage has been pushed by a pig. Very well, he had just added another reason to kill him. Jiang Che naturally sensed Su Han's killing intent and began to assess this child of fortune. Su Han, the king of soldiers, returns child of fortune, leader of the Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Corps, nicknamed the Wolf King. This time back in Long Country is not just for flirting, but also to investigate the tragedy of the Su family being destroyed back then. Age, 27, peak dark energy cultivation, can possess the strength comparable to half-step transformation after extreme explosion. It seems this is the fervent pursuer of Gu Lingfei. After extreme explosion, he only has the strength of half-step transformation, which is indeed impressive. But if I were at the mid-stage of transformation, how would you respond? What Wolf King? I'll turn you into a dead wolf right away. Ache, you finally came, just in time to go home together. Gu Lingfei's cold demeanor melted away in an instant as she walked towards Jiang Che. This gentle face was something Su Han had never seen before. Fei, who is this? Su Han endured his desire to kill, forcing a smile as he asked, what does it have to do with you? Gu Lingfei didn't give Su Han a good look at all. Su Han felt like he had eaten a pile of dog poop stuck in his throat, wanted to say something but hesitating. Gu Lingfei seemed to think of something. Su Han was definitely not a good person. He did dirty work abroad, killing and setting fires. When she was abroad, a few guys pursued her, and she heard they had all been secretly eliminated by him. Su Han, Yvonne you. Ache is my brother. If you dare to lay a hand on him, I guarantee you will regret it. Gu Lingfei's tone carried a hint of coldness. She had no good feelings for Su Han, but she would absolutely not allow Jiang Che to be in danger. Su Han was stunned, looking at Jiang Che, then at Gu Lingfei. This is your brother? Gu Lingfei didn't say anything more to Su Han and turned to sit in the car. No blood relation. As long as he is younger than me, he counts as a brother, right? Su Han looked at Jiang Che, his mouth twitching. He didn't expect. This guy was actually Gu Lingfei's brother? That naturally means he is not his rival in love. In an instant, Su Han's hostility towards Jiang Che disappeared completely, replaced by a flattering expression. It was clear that Gu Lingfei really spoiled her brother, since Gu Lingfei was unwilling to talk to him, then going through her brother. Should work, right? Little brother, what's your name? I'm Su Han. From now on, just mention my name in Hang City, and it will definitely work. Su Han's smile was as bright as a flower. Unable to get to Gu Lingfei, he started to flatter Jiang Che instead. Jiang Che's lips curled into a smile. What kind of wolf king was this? This was clearly a sheepdog. You want to pursue my sister Fei? Hey. Suan vivida no wingas might. Upon confirming that Jiang Che was not his rival, Su Han's attitude towards him made a complete 180-degree turn. Well then, you want to pursue my sister Fei, right? I know her habits very well. Perhaps I can offer you some strategies to win her heart sooner. Jiang Che's words made Su Han's eyes widen. What a good person. He felt like slapping himself hard. Such a kind and handsome young man. And he had just had thoughts of killing him? I'm really damned. You, really willing to help me? Of course. Jiang Che was about to laugh out loud. He didn't expect Su Han to be so easy to fool. With this intelligence, he still dares to be the leader of a mercenary corps? It's a miracle the organization hasn't gone bankrupt yet. Then, thank you so much, Jiang Che. My brother, I'm counting on you. Su Han tightly grasped Jiang Che's hand, almost kneeling down to become his sworn brother. Shoo, I think pursuing Fei is quite difficult. Let me give you a tip. Su Han's eyes lit up. Jiang Che, my brother. What tip? The reason my sister Fei doesn't like you is that you lack flexibility. As for how to be flexible, it involves a core issue, and this core issue is still about yourself, you understand? This requires you to comprehend, but today I'm going to make it clear for you. Just follow what I say. First, the first point, which is also very important. The window of the Maybach rolled down. Ache, let us go, don't talk to this guy. Cough, cough. Sorry, I'll stop here for today. My sister Fei is calling me to go home for dinner. Jiang Che grinned and left mid-sentence, leaving Su Han in a state of confusion in the wind. He hated people who left sentences half-finished. And the key was that he had no place to vent his anger, which made him very uncomfortable. Fortunately, Jiang Che and Fei Fei were siblings. I can't possibly be jealous of her brother, right? Su-Han tried to calm his mind, and then his gaze gradually became firm. If he wanted to win Fei Fei's heart, Jiang Che was definitely an important breakthrough point. Gu Lingfei was very doting on Jiang Che, usually an ice-cold female CEO. She repeatedly showed smiles in front of Jiang Che. If Fei Fei could show him that kind of smile too, he probably could wake up laughing from his dreams. Gu Lingfei, who was driving, was in a very irritated mood. Good, Jiang Che, do you all think I don't exist? Little lecher, not even avoiding me? So annoying, after dealing with work for so long, it's already frustrating enough, and now I have to eat dog food. Sister Fei Fei, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll have Aunt Chen make it. Jiang Che asked with a smile. Full. I'm full of dog food. Gu Lingfei exclaimed angrily. Chapter 98. The $1 Million Necklace. You want her as heart flutters. Aunt Chen prepared 4 dishes and a soup. Gu Lingfei and Yu Wana each had their own little thoughts. Especially Yu Wana, she could clearly feel that during these days spent with Jiang Che, she had become much more mischievous. This frightened her greatly. She was genuinely worried about completely sinking into it. Obviously, Yu Wana did not yet have a clear understanding of her situation. She had long since boarded the pirate ship. Ahem, is your name Yu Wana? After finishing her meal, Gu Lingfei looked at Yu Wana. A gentle feeling arose in her heart. Yu Wana was simply too cute, and anyone who saw her would want to pat her head. To put it frankly, Yu Wana would definitely be considered a charming little heroine in a Lily story. But unfortunately, she met Jiang Che. Yu Wana lowered her head, looking like a well-behaved girl. Gu Lingfei magically produced an exquisite box and pulled out a necklace from inside. It gleamed with silver light, and the pendant was adorned with a blue crystal gemstone, crafted to perfection. This is, Yu Wana widened her eyes. Gu Lingfei smiled slightly. It's a welcome gift for you, just a small present. Yu Wana shook her head vigorously. Although she was a poor girl, having been around Yi Mengyao for several years, she still had some discernment. This necklace was clearly worth a lot, and she simply could not accept it. Oh, it's just a small thing, it's not worth much. Saying this, she firmly put the necklace on Yu Wana. It was indeed beautiful and matched Yu Wana perfectly. Sister, this is too precious, I can't accept it. Accept it. Otherwise, I'll give you a cold shoulder every day. Gu Lingfei pretended to be angry. Yu Wana. Jiang Che didn't say anything. A cute girl like Yu Wana was a carefully crafted work of art by heaven, and wearing exquisite jewelry would only highlight her perfection. Oh right, Xiao Che. I also prepared a gift for you. Gu Lingfei smiled mysteriously at Jiang Che. I specially asked a friend to order a limited edition Bugatti Veyron for you from Italy, and it was airlifted here. Jiang Che. To be honest, Jiang Che had no interest in sports cars at all, because with his current status, what kind of sports car couldn't he buy? In his previous life, he had already lost interest in sports cars. Who among the truly wealthy people has nothing to do but drive a sports car around to show off? What, there are more girls? A sports car only has 2 seats. If there are 2 girls, wouldn't that be awkward? Who would you kick out? Jiang Che couldn't bear to see a girl sad, so it was better to have a larger car, preferably a stretch version. Fei Fei's sister, thank you. Jiang Che smiled. Even though this car would definitely end up gathering dust in the garage, he still had to show the proper attitude. After all, it was a gift from a beautiful woman. After dinner, Gu Lingfei went upstairs to play the piano for a while. Yu Wana was secretly playing with a necklace around her neck, her youthful eyes sparkling. No girl can resist something shiny, although Yu Wana was quite scheming. She was essentially still a pure girl. Isn't it pretty? Pretty, Yu Wana instinctively nodded. Then she shot a fierce glare at Jiang Che and stuffed the necklace under her collar. Jiang Che directly reached in, fumbled around, and pulled the necklace out from inside Yu Wana's clothes. You give it back to me. This is a gift from Sister Gu. Yu Wana's face turned bright red, her little hands trying to snatch it back. This necklace is beautiful. Do you know how much it costs? Yu Wana didn't speak. She didn't dare to guess. Heart of the Sea God, the finale item auctioned at an overseas auction house last year, with a final price of $7 million. Yu Wana's face instantly turned pale. She had thought the necklace was expensive, but she had no idea it was as costly. This necklace is worth more than my life. I don't want it. You should return it to Sister Gu. Jiang Che just smiled, then put the necklace back around Wanner's neck and gently kissed her forehead. Wanner, you are more beautiful than this necklace. You deserve to have it. Wanner lowered her head, her face turning red to the roots of her neck. Perverted creep. You jerk. Why are you saying sweet nothings? Ugh, I don't want to hear cheesy lines. Oomph. Do you think I would forget how you used to bully me? You can't use sweet talk to corrupt me. Jiang Che understood the art of getting something for nothing. This necklace had nothing to do with him, nor was it bought by him. But with just a few words, he made Wanner very touched, as if he were the one who bought the necklace. Midnight. Huh. Jiang Che leaned against the headboard, his eyes carrying a hint of depth, as if he had transcended to a certain realm. For a moment, he felt like he had become an enlightened monk. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's time to get down to business. Jiang Che wasn't he a creature that only thought with his lower body. After all, he was still a villain at heart. Help me investigate the new little security guard Su Han from Ling Che Group. But be careful not to alarm the snake. The Jiang family's power in Hangzhou is quite formidable, and they naturally have their own intelligence agency. Soon, Jiang Che found some information about Su Han. After all, Su Han was previously the leader of a foreign mercenary group. Returning to the Dragon Country, he would definitely have to report to the military in advance, otherwise. How about a spy charge? Su Han's identity sounded pretty impressive and mysterious, but in the eyes of truly powerful people, it was hardly worth mentioning. Soon, Jiang Che obtained all the information about Su Han. Chapter 99, Additional Update. Su Han's Other Side, The History of a Simp. Su Han was once the young master of the Su family. However, the Su family later offended a powerful force in the capital and ended up being exterminated. As for who destroyed the Su family, it goes without saying, it's definitely related to this villain. That's right, it's the Jiang family from the capital. The family of Jiang Che's mother, a top-tier ancient martial arts family in Longhua. It's really frustrating. Villains are always specially targeted, right? Then let us see how they fare. Zhan Duke Kursid. In fact, with his current abilities, it wouldn't be difficult to take down Su Han, especially since Su Han hasn't fully developed yet. Su Han currently only possesses the strength of a perfected dark energy level. The Jiang family in the capital, on the other hand, is a top ancient martial arts family in Longhua. Not to mention, Jiang Che's grandfather, a grandmaster-level expert, is essentially a big boss. According to the traditional tropes of urban novels, a struggling protagonist shouldn't expect revenge without at least 1,000 chapters. However, Jiang Che doesn't plan to simply kill Su Han. Wouldn't it be better to toy with him first? What is it like for two children of destiny to glare at each other? That's right. He plans to divert the blame. Who is Su Han's source of information? Of course, it's his good brother, a top-ranked super hacker in the world. Monkey. As long as he can take down Monkey. It's equivalent to severing Su Han's right arm and blinding his source of intelligence. The grudge of the Su family's extermination. I could just make up whatever I want, right? I could say it was Chun Hao's family that destroyed the Su family, and no one would object, right? Monkey has been feeling troubled lately. Someone has come to poach him, offering a very tempting high price to make him betray Su Han. In a shabby rented room, a disheveled young man is lying on the bed with a greasy laptop on his lap. Beside the bed is a deflated doll, and the floor is littered with cigarette butts and rolls of yellowed toilet paper. Damn, am I the kind of traitor who would betray the Wolf King? A mere few million wants me to betray the Wolf King? You must be dreaming. Su Han is my brother, my closest friend. He and the Wolf King have fought life and death together. Although they have never met, they have a long-standing spiritual connection. How could I ever betray my brother? The Cyber Brothers Online. Aren't they brothers too? Monkey, your Wolf King is out chasing girls, and you don't even have a girl. Are you satisfied? Monkey fell silent, glancing at the deflated doll beside him, feeling a pang of bitterness. You should give up on that thought. I don't know how you contacted me, but Monkey, will never betray the Wolf King. I'll buy you a doll, top-quality silicone, self-heating and temperature-controlled, giving you an emperor-like experience. Monkey was taken aback. You should give up on that thought. I can never betray Su Han. I have an intelligent simulation robot. 100 imitation of the top robot from Sakura Country's teacher Sakamoto. Comes with a voice pack and can handle a lot of housework. Monkey's eyes widened. He had heard about foreign tech companies developing such AI beauty robots, and he had long yearned for one. Adoptive father, from now on, just call me Little Monkey. How do you want me to deal with Su-Han? I know many of Su-Han's little secrets. In the face of enormous temptation, Monkey instantly betrayed. It's simple. Just listen to me when the time comes. Jiang Che naturally didn't reveal his identity. After all, he's not a fool. No problem. I have plenty of dirty little secrets about Su-Han. I'll send you a few video clips first as a token of loyalty. These are videos I secretly hacked from the surveillance, originally meant to keep as insurance. It's obvious that this monkey is also a fence-sitter, swaying in the wind. Hilarious. He doesn't really consider Su-Han a true brother. Very good. Jiang Che maintained a cold demeanor, leaving no evidence against himself. The reason he could contact this monkey was, of course, thanks to the system. After all, the other party is a top hacker. Without the system, he wouldn't have been able to find him. Long live the system. Brother, there is something I want to tell you. Speak. I'm not very fond of Teacher Sakamoto. Could you replace the intelligent AI robot with Teacher Bodo? If you can fulfill this wish, I'll definitely follow you in the future. Jiang Che. This kid has taste. It has to be an old-school artist, right? No problem. Looking at the short videos sent by Monkey, Jiang Che opened them. Soon, he felt his eyes were polluted. This Su-Han actually has such a fetish? In the video, Su-Han is kneeling on the ground in front of a woman dressed in an OL uniform similar to Gu Lingfei's, with a flattering expression on his face, like a dog. And Su-Han is calling out Fei Fei. Fei Fei. It's clear that Su-Han has been conquered by Gu Lingfei's domineering CEO, Aura, but finding it hopeless to pursue her. Can only settle for few substitutes who look somewhat decent. Damn, no wonder Monkey was so easily swayed to betray Su-Han. If it were me, I'd also betray him in an instant. The Wolf King I've followed for years is actually a super simp, unable to get Gu Lingfei. He settles for a knockoff? Jiang Che laughed. It's evident that this monkey is genuinely betraying, sending such things to himself. The subsequent videos are even more explosive. Hey. As for what was promised to Monkey, of course, it wouldn't be anything less. This monkey is quite the talent. In the future, when he backstabs Su-Han, he would definitely take the lead. Achoo. While on night duty in the security room, Su-Han suddenly sneezed. He felt that something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Fei Fei, I will make you fall in love with me. As he thought about it, a smile crept on his Su-Han's face. He had already gained the trust of Gu Lingfei's brother. With Jiang Che's help, pursuing Fei Fei would surely be much smoother in the future. Although Gu Lingfei still treated him with a cold demeanor, he wasn't discouraged. He could even foresee that in the near future, he would successfully win Gu Lingfei's heart. Then, kneel before her and lick her toes. Just thinking about it made him excited. Having licked so many counterfeit stinky feet, he had never touched the real deal. This made him lost in thought. Chapter 100 Goodbye, Chun Hao. May you return as a security guard after half a lifetime. Weekend. In the Jiang family villa. After finishing breakfast, Yu Wanner sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, wearing only a white spaghetti strap nightgown. The super cute bear pajamas that Sister Yao Yao bought for her had already met their tragic end. With her bare little legs and a pair of small feet that were white and smooth, her toes round and delicate, she looked like a fine piece of art. The little girl was in a daze. If it weren't for her eyelashes fluttering occasionally, one might really think she was a doll. No, I can't keep living like this. I'm about to become useless. Yu Wanner could clearly feel that she was on the verge of becoming a waste. I can't take it anymore, Sister Yao Yao. Please come quickly. She felt she had to do something. Ever since she separated from Yi Mengyao that noon, she hadn't chatted with her online even once. She felt too embarrassed. After all, she was the one who had intruded on her best friend's territory. Although Sister Yao Yao seemed very generous, she still felt ashamed to face her. After much contemplation, she finally sent a message to Yi Mengyao. Sister Yao Yao, I miss you. Yi Mengyao replied immediately. Baby Wanner, what's wrong? Is Jiang Che bullying you these days? Sister Yao Yao, he hasn't bullied me. I just miss you. Wait a minute. I'll come right over. Just as Yu Wanner was secretly asking for outside help, Jiang Che walked up to her side. What are you thinking? He no longer used the heart communication skill to eavesdrop on you Wanner's little thoughts. After all, knowing everything takes away a lot of the fun. Especially with this little girl, you can never guess what she's really thinking. The unknown is the best. I called Sister Yao Yao over. Wanner said, and then lowered her head. Then I'll ask Aunt Chen to make more food at noon. Jiang Che touched Wanner's fluffy little head. And petting her was even more addictive than petting a cat. Don't touch my head. I won't grow tall. Wanner bared her teeth at Jiang Che. Her two little canine teeth looking quite fierce. Heh, you're already 19. What should have developed has developed. You probably won't break one. 5 meters in your lifetime. Isn't being a cute legal lowly good enough? Jiang Che hit the nail on the head. Wanner hated it the most when others commented on her height. What if I'm short now? Who says I can't grow taller? Haven't you heard of a growth spurt at 23? A boost at 25? Jiang Che cleared his throat, lowered his head to examine Wanner, and joked, I think it's unlikely. Janduke, you pervert. Get lost. Wanner felt like she had run into bad luck by meeting Jiang Che, and she had unwittingly boarded his pirate ship. Jiang Che looked at the little girl who was fuming, and his mood was incredibly pleasant. After teasing Wanner, Jiang Che left. He was going to pick someone up? As for who? Of course, it couldn't be Yimeng Yao, but rather Qin Xiaoqiao. Qin Xiaoqiao had made a pact with her parents. She would be a good girl during school days and live with her parents, but on weekends, she would seek out her senior Jiang Che. Wanner was at home. Yimeng Yao would probably come over at noon, and Qin Xiaoqiao would come too. They say money raises people, and this saying is indeed true. Jiang Che drove his Maybach, enjoying the breeze and smoking, feeling quite content. He arrived at the entrance of Qin Xiaoqiao's residential complex. The high-end Maybach parked at the entrance of Qin Xiaoqiao's complex, but as soon as he reached the security booth, he couldn't hold back anymore. Hey, security, open the door. No, no, no. The security guard at the entrance was actually Chun Hao. After being fired from his job as a school security guard, he went to work as a security guard at Gu Lingfei's company. But after his position was snatched away by Su Han, he actually came to work as a security guard at Qin Xiaoqiao's residential complex. This guy must be obsessed with the job of a security guard, right? It's you again? The moment Chun Hao saw Jiang Che, he was furious. How could he run into him again? Mr. Security, could you please open the door quickly? I'm waiting to pick up my girlfriend. Upon hearing girlfriend, Chun Hao became even angrier. Qin Xiaoqiao was clearly the one he had his eye on first. The reason he came to work as a security guard in this complex was naturally for her. His happiest moments each day were waiting for her at noon and in the evening, to sneak a glimpse of her. Not opening. You're not a resident of this complex, so you can't pass. Chun Hao was also feeling tough. He had been suppressed by this guy many times, and now he had to stand up. And Jiang Che hadn't said much yet when a joyful voice came from afar. Senior Jiang Che. Qin Xiaoqiao naturally recognized Jiang Che's Maybach, especially with that 99,999 license plate. Jiang Che also got out of the car and looked at Qin Xiaoqiao. Beside her were Wang Lily and Qin Shou, who, upon seeing their daughter so eagerly throw herself into Jiang Che's arms, had a dark expression on their faces. Although they had already made an agreement with their daughter, seeing this scene still made their hearts ache. Xiaoqiao, take it easy. Qin Xiaoqiao couldn't care less and directly threw herself into Jiang Che's embrace, like a sloth hanging on him. She kept sniffing at Jiang Che. As for a girl in love, the separation of more than a week felt like torture. Moreover, she was acutely aware that Jiang Che wasn't just with her. There was also Yimeng Yao, so she often couldn't sleep at night, secretly feeling jealous under the covers. Wang Lily felt annoyed at the sight of Jiang Che, but she was powerless. After all, her daughter had depression. Not letting her see Jiang Che might lead to dangerous actions. Qin Shou held Wang Lily's arm. All right, let's go home. Wang Lily was furious, but in the end, she could only feel helplessly angry. But Chun Hao couldn't sit still. That Jiang Che actually came to Qin Xiaoqiao's place to pick someone up. Uncle, Andy, aren't you going to do something? Jiang Che is stepping all over your faces. Wang Lily frowned and glanced at Chun Hao. She had been keeping a close watch on her daughter lately, personally picking her up and dropping her off from school, and she naturally knew that this little security guard harbored improper intentions toward her Xiaoqiao. It was one thing for Jiang Che to take Xiaoqiao away. What the hell was he? Just a little security guard. yet he dared to covet her daughter? What's it to you? Keep an eye on your gait. Chen Hao. Chapter 101. Guling Face Shock, 3 girls? A Che is a sea king, uncle and aunt. Then I'll take Xiao Xiao away. Wang Lily. Qin Shou. Beast. Zhen and I is a beast. Even I, Qin Shou, think it's too beastly. Chen Hao felt extremely complicated. Qin Xiao Xiao was clearly the girl he had his eyes on first. So why was she now completely estranged from him? He really felt very unwilling. Jiang Che glanced at the resentful Chen Hao. It seemed he needed to find a time to deal with this guy. Otherwise, he was following Qin Xiao Xiao around. And if one day his beastly nature broke out, that was not something he wanted to see. Now he had encountered 3 children of fortune. The first, Lin Yu, was practically useless now, a solitary warrior, a medical expert with no tools for committing crimes, and now he was being bullied daily by the Wang family's thugs. Even if he managed to escape, he would still be a weakling, not worth worrying about. Suhan was just a big sycophant, having desire without the courage. But he had dug a huge pit for Suhan, and he was just waiting for him to jump in. Although he had been immersed in tenderness, these children of fortune were always under his control. After Jiang Che and the others left, Wang Lily still harbored a lot of resentment. She had no goodwill towards the dandy who had taken her daughter away. At that moment, many neighbors who had been watching nearby gathered around. Sister Lily, who would have thought? Xiao Xiao actually hooked up with a wealthy man. That luxury car is clearly worth a lot. Among neighbors, gossiping about others was the favorite pastime. Was a wealthy man. Let me tell you, that person who came to pick up Xiao Xiao is definitely a rich young master. That car is worth at least 10 million, and a license plate has 5 nines, a number that money can't buy, wealthy and powerful. Hiss, Lily, you and Qingge can enjoy your lives in the future. Originally, Wang Lily was very angry when she heard these people say her daughter was with a wealthy man, wishing she could tear their mouths apart. However, listening to their flattery, she unexpectedly felt a strange sense of satisfaction rise in her heart. Usually, these neighbors often spoke in a sarcastic manner to her family, but now, just because of Jiang Che's appearance, their attitude had made a complete 180-degree turn. Don't talk nonsense. My Xiao Xiao and young Master Jiang are just simple classmates, and Xiao Xiao is only helping young Master Jiang with his studies. Wang Lily lifted her head, becoming a bit arrogant. Unknowingly, even her impression of Jiang Che improved a few points, even referring to him as young Master Jiang, as if that could add some gold to her face. And the neighbors were not foolish either. Tutoring? It's probably tutoring in bed. Damn, why don't I have such a beautiful daughter? In the Jiang family. Yao Yao, long time no see, I missed you. After Yu Wan'er saw Yi Ming Yao, it was as if she had seen a savior, and she was almost moved to tears. Wan'er, I missed you too. Yi Ming Yao hugged Yu Wan'er, and the two returned to being intimate good friends. Wan'er, how have you been lately? Yu Vanya. She just wanted to be a carefree little bug, but the price she paid really scared her. Mom has already been taken to the hospital by Jiang Che. She usually goes to visit her mom after school, but at night, she still has to live with Jiang Che. Although living with Jiang Che would be a hardship, she didn't want to go back to the slum. That shabby tile-roofed house only felt like home with her mom there. Without her mom, it was just a garbage dump. Leaking wind and rain all day long. A delicate and perfect little girl like Yu Wan'er was destined for a life of wealth. Yi Ming Yao and Yu Wan'er quickly started laughing together, seemingly talking about everything. Just then, the door opened. Jiang Che came in carrying Qin Xiao Xiao. In an instant, an awkward atmosphere filled the room. Fortunately, as long as Jiang Che didn't feel awkward, then the awkwardness would be with others. Moreover, Yi Ming Yao and Qin Xiao Xiao had already met before, but Yu Wan'er was very unfamiliar with Qin Xiao Xiao. Jiang Che is this little sister. Yu Wan'er? Qin Xiao Xiao pointed at Yu Wan'er and tentatively asked. Yu Wan'er was very angry. Bastard pervert, I'll bite you. Oh, although she cursed Jiang Che in her heart, she still pretended to be a good girl, hesitantly extending her little hand. Sister, hello. I'm Yu Wan'er. Nice to meet you. Qin Xiao Xiao looked Yu Wan'er up and down, her heart softening. This little sister she had seen before was very cute, and she had wanted to hug her and rub her head, but had never had the chance. But now it seemed the opportunity had come. My name is Qin Xiao Xiao. I've heard about you, the lovely school beauty. Qin Xiao Xiao smiled playfully and then hugged Yu Wan'er tightly. Don't think that only men can be lowly fans. Many girls also have no resistance to lowless. You want her. You must eat. Not eating is not allowed. Qin Xiao Xiao and Yi Mingyao transformed into caring big sisters, started to take care of this lowly sister. At least she looked like a little sister. Even without being in a Yuri story, Yuaner was still the kind of girl who attracted thousands of admirers. After all, who could resist a cute lowly? Jiang Che simply drank a few mouthfuls of porridge and didn't eat much. He was already full, after all. Beauty is a feast for the eyes. Just then, Gu Lingfei came back. Xiao Che, what are you eating? It smells so good. You didn't leave any for your sister Fei Fei. Just know how to sneak eat. After Gu Lingfei entered, she changed her shoes and looked up at the living room on the first floor, and she was stunned. Blinking a couple of times, uncertain. Looked again. What the heck? What's going on here? Is she blind? Chapter 102. After I take my revenge, I'll treat you to starch sausage. Gu Lingfei spent half an hour digesting the information in her mind. This is just too explosive, right? Huh. Gu Lingfei tried hard to calm her heart. The little brat who used to call her Sister Gu when he followed her around has grown up to become a sea king. Xiao Che, what you're doing is wrong. Gu Lingfei felt she had to say something. Scumbags should die a terrible death. But this is Che. Even a fair official finds it hard to judge family matters. Sister Fei Fei, Jiang Che is not at fault. It's me who clung to him. No need for Jiang Che to say anything. Someone is naturally there to speak for him. Yi Mingyao wrapped her arm around Jiang Che. Jiang Che glanced at her. My Yao Yao is so sensible. While others become 10 times stronger when they turn dark, Yi Mingyao becomes 10 times more obedient when she turns dark. Gu Lingfei. Then she turned her gaze to Yuaner. You're not also being given for free, are you? It seems so. Yuaner is so pure and kind. She must have been deceived by Che. Gu Lingfei didn't ask Yuaner, just gently patted her head. Yuaner felt a surge of mixed emotions. Sister Gu. Boo-hoo-hoo. Jiang Che, you perverted scumbag who would like you. Although Yuaner scolded Jiang Che in her heart, she still appeared very obedient, lowering her head with a blush. Xiao Che, you're still young. You should prioritize your studies. It was clear that Gu Lingfei was genuinely trying to advise them. Unfortunately, this was destined to be a case of preaching to the deaf. Sister Fei Fei, I know you mean well, but do you really understand feelings? Zhang is mild casually. Gu Lingfei, you little scoundrel Jiang Che. You don't consider me your sister at all, do you? How dare you mock me for not understanding feelings? I seem to have really never dated. Awkward. The silence was deafening. She simply couldn't argue with Jiang Che, so she chose to remain silent. Moreover, for some reason, seeing so many beautiful girls around Jiang Che made her feel a bit uncomfortable. I don't care. Whoever wants to manage can manage. Jiang Che, don't call me sister when you go out in the future. I don't have a scumbag brother like you. Gu Lingfei stormed off in anger. This time, she was clever. Last time she could hear noise from the 3rd floor while sleeping, so this time she slept directly in the guest room on the 1st floor. Separated by 3 floors, she didn't believe she couldn't get a good night's sleep. In the early morning, Suhan was in the security room, smoking, his legs casually draped over the table. The floor was scattered with crumpled tissues. A little movie was playing on his phone. Damn, where are these people? They're nowhere near as pretty as my Fei Fei. Suhan was so angry that he turned off his phone. Compared to Gu Lingfei, all these little movies were just cheap imitations. One is up in the sky, and the other is down on the ground. Fei Fei, I will make you completely fall in love with me. Just as Suhan was lost in his fantasies, the phone on the table lit up. Monkey? Suhan suspiciously opened the phone and answered the call. Suhan, boss, the matter you asked me to investigate has results. The monkey's tone seemed especially excited. What did I ask you to investigate? Suhan frowned. Could it be about Fei Fei? The monkey was speechless, boss. It's about the annihilation of your Su family back in the day. I found the murderer. Suhan's eyes narrowed slightly. If it were daytime, he would definitely be a bit impatient, returning to the country. Chasing girls was priority number 1. Showing off was second. And revenge would have to come in third. But now he had entered a sage mode. Monkey, go ahead. The monkey hesitated. Wolf King. Why does your voice sound a bit weak? Suhan got angry. You're the one who sounds weak. The monkey chuckled. After all, he wasn't angry, having already defected. Young Master Jiang had given him too much. Money meant nothing to him, a top hacker in this world, but that super intelligent AI girlfriend was really impressive. And young Master Jiang kept his word. The AI girlfriend he promised to buy him 2 days ago arrived at his home this morning. That is sincerity. Unlike Su-Han, who was stingy even with a starch sausage. After working with Su-Han for 4 or 5 years, he hadn't even had a sip of soup. Monkey, tell me, who was it that wiped out my Su family? I will make them pay with blood. Su-Han clenched his fists tightly. Just thinking about the tragic state of his Su family filled him with rage. He suddenly tore open his shirt. On his chest was a wolf head, and on his back were 20 big characters. If the wolf turns back, there must be a reason, either to repay kindness or to take revenge. As for why there are 20 characters, it's because he even got the punctuation tattooed. The monkey naturally didn't know that Su-Han had already entered a red-hot mode and was starting to go crazy. It was the ancient martial arts Chun family, who practiced internal family Tai Chi back then. The Su family provoked the Chun family, which led to their annihilation. But the older generation of the Chun family had sealed that part of history away. The Chun family? A glint of cold light flashed in Su-Han's eyes as he slammed the table, the immense force breaking it in half. It startled the monkey. Good. Chun family. Su-Han rolled up his sleeves. He was a free-spirited person and never delayed revenge. Whereas the ancient martial arts Chun family, I'm going to destroy it. Monkey, Wolf King, here are the detailed coordinates of the ancient martial arts Chun family. The monkey directly marked the detailed coordinates of the Chun family. 24, 27, 23N, 111, 26, 33E. Super hacker, terrifying indeed. Monkey, have you investigated the strength of the Chun family? Are there any transformation experts? If there are, this revenge can wait a while. After all, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Wolf King, do you think transformation experts are cabbages? How could a mere Chun family possibly have transformation experts? Upon hearing this, Su-Han's mouth curled up again, returning to the decisive, wild Wolf King. Ha! The blood feud will be avenged today. For brothers, he could stab the enemy twice. For women, he could stab his brother twice. Monkey, thank you for this. After I take my revenge, I'll treat you to starch sausage. Monkey. Chapter 103, Suan's Revenge, Beating Chenao. Guling Fei was once again unable to sleep. If it were just ordinary roughhousing, it would be one thing. She could put on headphones, and at most still manage to fall asleep. Even with earplugs, a muted headset, and burying her head in the blankets, she still couldn't sleep. After finally managing to doze off, she ended up dreaming. The key point was that the subject of her dream was too embarrassing. Guling Fei quickly adjusted her clothing. It was simply too shameful. At that moment, Jiang Che knocked on the door, which was not closed, and pushed it open. Sister Fei, it's time to eat. What's going on with you? Jiang Che frowned and asked. Guling Fei. Let the world end. She had never imagined that she would reveal such an embarrassing side of herself in front of Che. Ahem. Xiao Che, could you please go out? I'm Yufine. It was obvious that Guling Fei was not good at lying. Or rather, she wasn't good at lying in front of Jiang Che. After all, Guling Fei had built a business empire with her own strength, and she was the type of person who could talk to anyone. But in front of Jiang Che, she couldn't even tell a single lie smoothly. Just go. Guling Fei forcefully pushed Jiang Che out, then slumped down on the floor. Great. Her image as an older sister was completely shattered. At the dining table, there were only Jiang Che and Guling Fei. Qin Xiao was a little lazy and probably wouldn't wake up until noon. As for Guling Fei, she was just sipping her porridge, not daring to look up at Jiang Che at all. She felt guilty. Just then, Jiang Che spoke up. Sister Fei, did you have a beautiful dream last night? Guling Fei, already feeling guilty, was nearly scared to death at this moment. Could it be that she had sleepwalked last night? Or perhaps talked in her sleep? Had she exposed herself? No, I shouldn't have. There have been a lot of things going on at the company recently. I should have been sleeping pretty deeply, right? It's unlikely that I dreamed. Guling Fei wiped the sweat from her forehead. Really? Jiang Che smiled slightly. Then how come Sister Fei? You were calling my name in your sleep last night? Guling Fei was stunned, completely finished. She had no hope left. Not only had she dreamed that kind of dream last night, but she also talked in her sleep. It was comparable to an epic social death. Che, don't Don't say that. I must have been talking nonsense. Gu Lingfei's eyes darted around, but she didn't dare to land on Jiang Che. Her heart was in chaos. Oh, is that so? I didn't know that Sister Fei liked me so much. Jiang Che raised an eyebrow. Although this Sister Fei seemed like a cold and aloof woman, she was actually a love novice, easily flustered by just a few words. Gu Lingfei's heart was in chaos. Chunhao was fired again. Why? I was just stopping him. That Jiang Che is not a resident of the community. Why couldn't I stop him? Chunhao shouted hoarsely. A fat man in a suit glared at him. You little security guard. How can you be so clueless? Even if you don't recognize a Maybach, you should at least recognize the license plate, right? Can you stop a car with a license plate 99,999? You're not stopping a car. You're stopping your own future. Jiang Gongzi got out of the car, and you got out of your post. So you're fired. The veins on Chunhao's forehead bulged. He felt like the whole world was targeting him. From being a school security guard to a company security guard, and now a community security guard. Each time his tenure was less than a week before he got fired. Damn Jiang Che. I've now reached the peak of my dark energy. When I break through to the transformation stage, it will be the day I take your life. That's right. Chunhao had broken through again. He had realized that being a security guard was simply a blessing for him. After being fired from school, he broke through from mid-dark energy to late. After being fired from the company, he broke through from late dark energy to the peak. No pain, no gain had nearly become his motto. And that Su-Han, when I see you again, I will definitely pound you against the wall. That bastard actually dared to spit old phlegm into his mouth. He still remembered that mouthful of smoky, sticky phlegm stuck in his throat. It was simply deadly. Just then a proud voice came. Are you the one called Chunhao? Su-Han clenched his fists. According to the information provided by the monkey, this Chunhao was the young master of the Chun family and one of his enemies. Before dealing with the ancient martial arts Chun family, he would first beat this Chunhao. It's you? The moment Chunhao saw Su-Han, he was filled with rage. Enemies meet, and their eyes are particularly red. They directly started fighting. Peak dark energy versus peak dark energy. At first, the two used various moves, looking quite flashy. Later, it turned into the simplest hand-to-hand combat. In the end, what are you doing? Hands up. Hey, hey, hey. At the west gate of the Zhuhua community, two suspected ancient martial artists are fighting. Urgent support needed. Chunhao. Suan. Chapter 104. Chunhao and Su-Han got into a fight. Su-Han strong backing. Chunhao and Su-Han both ended up in the police station. No matter how impressive a protagonist you are still insignificant in the face of national fortune. Inside the police station, Chunhao and Su-Han were glaring at each other, as if they had some deep-seated grudge. Several police officers were extremely troubled. They hated dealing with disputes between ancient martial artists the most. Ancient martial artists often fought privately, causing chaos. The Confucians disturb the law with culture, and the chivalrous offend the law with martial arts. The Dragon Kingdom once implemented a ban on martial arts, but it was later abolished. However, relevant laws were enacted, and there are thousands of regulations aimed at restraining ancient martial artists. It is said that decades ago, when the management of ancient martial artists was not particularly strict, the Dragon Kingdom held a martial arts competition. During that competition, it was a display of extraordinary skills, and the process was quite brutal. It was the kind of thing that even movies would not dare to depict. Over 3,000 people signed up for the competition, and after it ended, over 2,500 were injured or killed, with more than 1,000 suffering broken limbs. Nearly a third of the ancient martial artists died. Hundreds of those who died were strong practitioners, and even many masters of the vigorous level perished. Since then, no martial arts competitions have been held, as the idea that there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts has become deeply ingrained. The title of martial arts leader is enough to move even grandmasters. However, since that competition, the crime rate among ancient martial artists in the Dragon Kingdom has noticeably decreased, and public security has improved significantly. I will kill you. Even in the police station, Su-Han was restless and wanted to punch Chunhao. Chunhao felt a bit perplexed. He wondered how he had provoked this guy. Why did he want to kill him? Shouldn't it be the other way around? This guy spat on him last time. Enough. Stop shouting. A cold, delicate voice rang out. A graceful figure stepped forward. Wang Yinran had no goodwill towards these high and mighty ancient martial artists. All they did was fight and disrupt social order. The crime rate among ancient martial artists is about 5 times higher than that of ordinary people. And the police in the Dragon Kingdom generally have a poor impression of ancient martial artists, especially those who act recklessly just because they have some strength, akin to seeing a wild animal on the street. Su-Han and Chun Hao both turned to look at Wang Yinran, their expressions filled with infatuation. Wang Yinran frowned, disgusted by their lecherous gazes. Why are you two fighting? When it came to fighting, Chun Hao felt a bit wronged. He was standing guard at the entrance of the community when he was suddenly ambushed, receiving a flying kick that nearly sent him to meet his ancestors. Officer, I have no grudges with this guy. He attacked me first. You can check the surveillance. I'm a victim here. Upon hearing Chun Hao's words, Su-Han was furious. You're talking nonsense. Your Chun family has a vendetta against my Su family. This grudge is unresolvable, and not only do I want to beat you, I want to kill you. After saying this, Su-Han felt a bit intimidated. Chun Hao, a young master of the Chun family, was already nearly as powerful as him. Does his family really not have any strong practitioners? The information provided by the monkey can't be wrong, can it? But after thinking for a moment, he shook his head firmly. Impossible. The monkey has fought alongside him for years, although they have never met. The monkey has indeed helped his Wolfang mercenary corps many times with his incredible hacking skills. Chun Hao was a bit confused, sizing up Su-Han in front of him. You are Yamsuan. Your Chun family exterminated my entire Su family back then. If I find the opportunity, I will definitely wipe out your Chun family. You're talking nonsense. My Chun family practices Tai Chi and does not interfere with worldly affairs. We focus on self-cultivation and have never exterminated anyone's family. Su-Han burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Do you think I believe that? But you all better wait. Once I break through to the next level, everyone in your Chun family will die. Chun Hao is also furious. With your intelligence, your whole family deserves to be exterminated. I'll tell you straight. Your Su family was indeed wiped out by my Chun family. What are you going to do about it? Damn it, this will make you mad. You dare to say that again? Go ahead and try. I'll make you mad. Make you mad, ha. Bang. Just as the two were arguing fiercely, Wang Yinran suddenly slammed her hand on the table, causing several police officers to stand up. This is ridiculous. Talking about exterminating entire families. Sounds like two ruthless people. As for their claims of exterminating families, they would naturally investigate, but the likelihood of any results is low because events from decades ago are difficult to investigate. Moreover, once it involves ancient martial arts families, they are not protected by ordinary laws and must be reported to specialized investigation bureaus, which is not their concern. The final result was that Chun Hao was detained for 7 days for fighting. Su-Han had a much worse fate, facing a 6-month sentence. This was completely unacceptable for Su-Han. If he went to jail, he would lose his job as a security guard, which he was relying on to get close to Gu Lingfei and win her heart. It seems I can only use that connection. Clearly, Su-Han also had his own network of connections. A mere police station could not hold him. At this moment, in a horse ranch on the outskirts of Hangzhou, Jiang Che was riding horses with Yuaner and others. Ahem, they were really riding horses. Qin Xiao and Yuaner were now his girls, so he wanted to take them out to see the world. In such privately contracted horse ranches, the value of a top horse starts at $1 million. They are specifically for wealthy young nobles to enjoy, as rich people, after playing with luxury cars and beautiful women, start to ride horses. Young Master Jiang directly waved his hand and booked the entire ranch. After playing for the whole afternoon, until it was dark, Jiang Che and the others finally had their fill. Jiang Che carried Yuaner into the car, only to find the monkey had sent him a message. Boss, Su-Han has been released on bail. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes slightly. These lucky children had always been under his watch. He had a grasp of their every move and naturally knew that Su-Han and Chun Hao ended up in the police station for fighting. However, he did not expect Su-Han to get out so quickly. It seems someone is backing him, but thinking about it, it makes sense. If Su-Han had no backing, how could he, a foreign mercenary group leader, easily enter the Dragon Kingdom? Chapter 105, Vice Captain of the Wolfang Mercenary Corps, Rose Boss, according to my investigation. The person behind Su-Han is an officer from the military district. Jiang Che stroked his chin. He didn't want to offend anyone, as commoners shouldn't fight with officials. But since you dare to support Su-Han, don't blame me for pulling you down. He didn't believe that there was really some high-ranking figure behind Su-Han. After all, no matter how impressive Su-Han was, he was just a mercenary leader. They weren't even on the same level, so how could they have any intersection? Monkey, you handle it. If you can take down the person behind Su-Han, I'll have my friend custom make a smart girlfriend for you, ranging from Lolas to mature women. Jiang Che had a firm grip on Monkey's lifeline. As a world-class hacker, Monkey should have no trouble getting women. However, he seemed to have a special fondness for dolls. If you offered him a real person, he would get angry instead. One couldn't help but marvel at how some people's quirks were just bizarre. Monkey was very excited. He had been infatuated with his new girlfriend for the past few days. This smart robot was simply perfect, even helping him with cleaning. Aside from the occasional electric shock, it had no flaws. Boss, rest assured, the person behind Su-Han doesn't have a particularly high status. I'll expose him, and he'll be done for. Monkey was endlessly flattering Jiang Che. From now on, don't call me boss. Why? Monkey was puzzled. I'm afraid I won't be able to open the door. Jiang Che joked. Of course, there was no such joke in this world. It was just Jiang Che's self-entertainment. From now on, call me Young Master Jiang. After all, there are many people with the surname Jiang in the world, and with the system's assistance, even if Monkey is the #1 hacker, he won't be able to find me. If Monkey could control him, he would be happy to take him under his wing. But what if he had ulterior motives? Did he really think Jiang Che would kindly send him such a smart girlfriend robot? Monkey's address had long been exposed. Young Master Jiang, there's something else I need to report to you. Monkey hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. What is it? That. Our Wolf Fong Mercenary Corps Vice Captain has returned to the Dragon Country. Vice Captain? Jiang Che keenly sensed something was off. That's right. The Vice Captain of the Wolf Fong Mercenary Corps, codename Rose. She's the younger sister of the former Wolf King. After the former Wolf King died, Su-Han inherited the captaincy, and Rose is Su-Han's admirer. But Su-Han is not interested in her, and instead treats her as a tool. Monkey's words caused Jiang Che's lips to curl up uncontrollably. Look at that. What a classic plot. Who would have thought that Wolf King Su-Han would have his own little fan? Monkey, send me Rose's information first. No problem. In the Maybach, Jiang Che sat in the back seat, with Yuaner sleeping soundly on his lap. She drooled on his pants. However, Jiang Che didn't mind Yuaner. He glanced at the driver, frowning slightly. It was uncomfortable to have a man driving. In a few days, he would have his mother arrange for a beautiful female bodyguard, and that would be much more comfortable. Jiang Che, you big bastard. I'll bite you to death. Even in her dreams, Yuaner was cursing Jiang Che in a baby voice, which showed just how much resentment she had against him. Jiang Che chuckled, pinching her cheek. Yuaner had been staying with Jiang Che for a while and had even developed a bit of baby fat, full of collagen, making her look so tempting that one would want to take a bite. Qin Xiao was also very sleepy, leaning against Jiang Che's shoulder, dozing off. As for Yi Mengyao, she was more thoughtful, sitting in the passenger seat, occasionally glancing at Jiang Che and the others through the rearview mirror. Her jealousy was boiling over again. People are inherently greedy, just like children. Once they get candy, they want a doll. Those who have Jiang Che would want to gain his love, his favoritism, and his pampering. But Jiang Che rarely spoiled her. Most of his affection seemed to be directed towards Vanya. No, Yi Mengyao. Waner is your best friend. How can you be jealous of her? Clearly, it was you who pushed Waner to Jiang Che. Jiang que directly ignored Yi Mengyao esse inerturmed. Soon, Monkey sent over Rose's information. Jiang Che briefly browsed through Rose. Very impressive. Young Master Jiang must have her. Although her codename was Rose, she was dressed entirely in black, her combat outfit accentuating her figure perfectly. Her small face was as cold as frost, and her long hair flowed down, nearly reaching her thighs. Her face screamed 2 words, assassin. In any case, she was cold, cool, and beautiful, striking directly at Jiang Che's heart. TSK. Suan, don't you dislike her? Then, let me help you bear this pain. Monkey, listen to me. You do this, then do that. Monkey's eyes widened, and then he mourned for the former Wolf King for a second. Su-Han's backing has collapsed. Unsurprisingly, it crumbled. A certain mid-level officer in the military district was dismissed and investigated for abuse of power, leading to the exposure of several others. The son of luck is indeed a cancerous existence. The former director of the Hangzhou Education Bureau went to jail for sheltering Lin Yu. Now Su Han was the same. Without the protagonist's halo, he would be a sure troublemaker. Chapter 106 Lin Yu. Please shine for me once more. After getting out of the car, Jiang Che carried Yuan back. So cold. Yuan nestled into Jiang Che's arms and then sleepily opened her eyes. Upon seeing Jiang Che, she instinctively wrapped her little arms around his neck, resembling a sloth. Qin Xiao Qiao and Yi Meng Yao followed them into the villa from either side. Yi Meng Yao felt a bit tired. She recalled the past, when she was with Wanner. Although Wanner was older than her, she often used her height as an excuse to proudly call herself Sister Yao Yao. Looking back now, she actually wished to be shorter. Why did Jiang Che pursue her so persistently for so many years? Could it be because of Wanner that he approached her? Impossible, impossible. Jiang Che had been pursuing me since middle school. Yi Meng Yao began to feel anxious again. Ever since she started following Jiang Che, she had become both carefree and reserved. She had completely lost the arrogance of the Yi family's young lady. In fact, Yuan had long been awake and was just pretending to be asleep. Jiang Che, I need to go to the hospital to see my mom in a couple of days. Although Yuan knew her mother was taken to a big hospital for treatment by Jiang Che, she still felt a bit uneasy. You can do as you please. There's no need to tell me, Jiang Che shrugged. However, when it came to Yuan's mother, he felt a bit helpless. Uremia is considered a semi-terminal illness. Even a kidney transplant would only extend life for a few more years, and it requires long-term medication. His impression of Yu Weiwei was quite good, and more importantly, she was Yuan's only relative, so Jiang Che certainly couldn't watch her suffer from uremia. Medical technology today is indeed powerful, but there is still no cure for uremia. It can only prolong life through dialysis or a kidney transplant. However, while modern medicine may not have a solution, some people do. In such situations, it is natural to call upon the lonely testicles mad dragon Dr. Lin Yu. After all, in the original story, it took Lin Yu 3 full hours of using his medical skills combined with internal force acupuncture to completely cure Yu Weiwei. Although it sounds absurd, that's how it was written in the script. So, Lin Yu, please shine for me once more. Yuan was extremely hungry. Despite being under 5 meters tall, she could eat quite quickly. This little one consumed energy quickly and recovered just as fast. After taking a nap and eating her fill, she naturally had the energy to cause mischief. Jiang Che, I just finished eating. If you dare come over, I'll kick you hard. Yuan glared and lifted a small short leg, her bare foot resembling a little kitten raising a paw to give you a slap. Ha! A boring threat. Sister Yao Yao, help me pull him away and kick him to death. Yuan tried to seek help from Yi Meng Yao, but Yi Meng Yao looked away awkwardly. Sister Qiao Qiao, Qin Xiao Qiao. All right, I'm not going to touch you. I'm here to talk business. Jiang Che's expression gradually became serious. Business? Yuan cast a doubtful glance at Jiang Che. This guy didn't seem like someone who could discuss serious matters. What kind of serious matters can come out of your mouth? Only a fool would believe you could talk about serious matters. Spit on your face. Seeing that Yuan was a bit unruly, Jiang Che scratched the soles of her feet. Giggle, Jiang Che, you pervert, don't scratch my feet. Oh, if you have something to say, just say it. Jiang Che's gaze slightly narrowed as he released her little foot. What I'm about to say is related to your mother's illness. Upon mentioning Yu Weiwei, the little girl instantly became serious and stopped cursing in her heart. How's my mom's illness? Is there any improvement? She was genuinely afraid to hear news of her mother's condition worsening. Although she already knew, uremia couldn't be cured, it could only be prolonged through dialysis. My dad has a friend. He is a top TCM expert in kidney diseases, a direct descendant of the 108th-generation imperial physician, and is about to become a lost art. It is said that he can cure uremia. Jiang Che spoke highly of Lin Yu without blushing. Although Lin Yu had a somewhat unruly personality, as the son of fortune descended from a divine doctor, his professional abilities were certainly top-notch. However, with Jiang Che around, he had no chance to showcase his skills. But now, Jiang Che was preparing to give Lin Yu a stage to perform. Yuan was stunned. She blinked her big eyes, hope shimmering in her gaze. The light that flashed in that instant was like a brilliant star. Really? Really? Although she knew Jiang Che's family was powerful and could definitely find some super skilled divine doctor, uremia was one of the current terminal illnesses for humanity. And chronic kidney failure at the end stage was akin to drinking paraquat and having your lungs gradually fibrose. To hold on to life was already difficult, let alone a complete cure. It was nearly impossible, yet she still wanted to believe and hope. Of course it's true. Jiang Che smiled and patted Yuaner's head. Don't pat my head. Well, if you can save my mom, I might let you touch it. Thank you. For now, it was better not to worry about whether Jiang Che would keep his promise. Just saying thank you was definitely not wrong. Oh, then how do you want to thank me? That divine doctor is very hard to invite. It is said he can bring people back from the dead, and such favors cannot be measured by money. Yuaner bit her thin lips. Being clever, she naturally knew what Jiang Che was implying. Jiang Che, I'm so tired today. I want to sleep. Yuaner directly turned over and fell asleep. You haven't done anything and just want me to give it to you for free? You scoundrel. You can still think of my mom? You're not completely hopeless after all. No. You definitely want to use my mom to make me submit to you. Let me tell you, I will never submit. Chapter 107. Lin Yu becomes a fool? Stepping in to save Yuaner's mother. Morning. Jiang Che dropped off Yuaner, Yiming Yao, and Qin Xiao at school. Senior Jiang Che. What school are you planning to apply to? The three girls were squeezed into the back seat, and no one dared to sit in the passenger seat. They all had a sense of the situation. The passenger seat wasn't for just anyone, especially given the awkward relationship among the three. Maintaining their friendship was enough. No one dared to cross boundaries. Moreover, sitting in the passenger seat meant facing Jiang Che's paw that had nowhere to rest. I don't mind. With my grades, I can apply anywhere. You all have pretty good grades too. We can go to the same school, Jiang Che said. As the son of the richest man, it was customary for someone of his status to study abroad, often at Ivy League schools, earning a master's or doctoral degree in finance to come back and inherit the family fortune. However, he didn't want to go abroad. After all, he was the antagonist. Qin Xiao felt a sweet sensation in her heart upon hearing Jiang Che's words. She only wanted to stay by his side. If Jiang Che's grades were poor and he ended up at a low-tier school, she would go with him. Her biggest worry was that he would go abroad later and leave her behind. Senior Jiang Che, you're the best. In a certain basement. Damn, Jiangzi. You really go all out. Wang Zheng and Lu Tai looked at Lin Yu, who was tied to a wooden horse, feeling their eyes were about to go blind. Lin Yu was in a miserable state, having endured who knows how much torment. Bald Chong smiled as he rubbed his shiny bald head and jogged over to the two. Young master, Lu Xiao, what brings you here? Chong said, wearing only a pair of shorts and still smiling. However, Wang Zheng and Lu Tai took a step back. Stay away from me. Chong scratched his head awkwardly. Wang Zheng whispered a few words to him. Chong's eyes widened. Young master, I can't do without Shaolin. You don't know. He is a martial artist. All right. You'll secretly let him go later and cooperate with us to put on a show. Wang Zheng said, though Chong was reluctant. He gritted his teeth. Lin Yu's spirit was somewhat broken. Heaven knows what he had been through recently. It was a nightmare, and he had long become numb. That Chong was completely inhumane. He felt like he might die from the way he was treated. When the opportunity arose, he would definitely escape. While Lin Yu was pondering, the conversation from outside suddenly caught his attention. Have you heard? Young Master Jiang has been looking for a miracle doctor who can treat uremia. Why does he need to find a miracle doctor for uremia? I heard it's because Yuaner's mother has uremia, and young Master Jiang wants to win the girl's heart. The reason Yuaner was with young Master Jiang was that he promised to cure her mother, but now her mother's condition has worsened. And if he can't find a miracle doctor, it'll probably be over. Does that mean whoever can save Yuaner's mother can win her heart? Hiss. Where does Yuaner's mother stay? Let us buy something and visit her. I heard she is in Building 13 of the Hangzhou General Hospital. Room 101 on the 7th floor. Lin Yu's eyes instantly lit up. Unexplainably, his DNA reacted, and these keywords combined stirred an instinctive impulse within him. His miracle doctor master had taught him about curing uremia, which only required using the 13 ghost needles along with internal energy for a few hours to completely cure it. Does that mean, if he saves Yuaner's mother, he can win her heart? The image of Yuaner's petite and cute form flashed in his mind, deeply imprinted in his heart since their first meeting. Waner, I will definitely help you. Although Lin Yu had lost a testicle and completely lost his ability to reproduce, he was still thinking about women. Lin Yu knew that even though he was now useless, as long as his master acted, he could surely bring him back to life. All his hopes were pinned on Lin Xiaotian. As long as he was cured, even with one testicle, he could regain his former glory. But Lin Yu did not know that just outside his door, Wang Zheng and Lu Tai were holding 2 sheets of white paper, looking at their script, with Wang Zheng giving Lu Tai a few sly looks. Monkey, how was my improvisation just now? All right, let us hurry up and leave. Don't get caught. The two then looked at Chang, who was feeling very reluctant. He still had feelings for Lin Yu. It had been so long, and suddenly letting him go, he really couldn't bear it. Jiang Che went to visit Yu Weiwei. Yu Weiwei looked to be in decent spirits, often dazing on the balcony outside her hospital room. Young Master Jiang, you're here? In front of Yuaner, she called him Xiao Che, but privately. She directly referred to him as Young Master Jiang. Waner, has tea come? No. Jiang Che brought a fruit basket and placed it at the head of the bed. He then briefly told her about Lin Yu's situation, not intending to lie to Yu Weiwei. Jiang Che understood this lucky son too well. Once he escaped, the first thing he would do would be to find Yuaner. And if he couldn't find her, he would come to Yu Weiwei. After all, that was how the original plot went. Lin Yu learned that Yuaner's mother had uremia, so he secretly went to cure Yu Weiwei's illness. However, Yuaner was unaware, keeping readers hanging for hundreds of chapters, during which Yuaner looked down on Lin Yu, only for his identity as the savior to be revealed, shocking everyone. Readers felt a thrill. Unfortunately, by the time the novel was abandoned, Yuaner still looked down on Lin Yu. Oh, young Master Jiang, I understand. Yu Weiwei nodded, not saying much. She was just surprised that someone could actually cure uremia, but since it was what young Master Jiang said, she would naturally cooperate with him to put on a good show. Chapter 108. The Strongest Toolman Lin Yu. Miracle Worker saves Yu Weiwei. After Jiang Che chatted with Yu Weiwei for a while, he left, as it was time to hand the stage over to the toolman Lin Yu. Once Jiang Che left, Yu Weiwei started gazing out the window in a daze again, whether at home or in the hospital. She always liked to stare blankly at a certain spot. Just like when she was a child, her favorite thing to do was to squat on the curb at the orphanage entrance, watching the vehicles come and go. Every day, she hoped that a kind-hearted person would come and take her away. Later, someone did take her away, but they led her down the wrong path. Fortunately, she eventually encountered her own treasure. Lost in her thoughts, the woman fell asleep, the corners of her lips slightly curled up, as if she were having a good dream. As soon as Jiang Che stepped out of the hospital, Lin Yu arrived at the hospital entrance. Finally made it here. Lin Yu felt like crying. To think that a dignified ancient martial artist at the dark energy level was humiliated like this for more than half a month. This would be a lifelong trauma for him, and he had already developed a psychological shadow. But fortunately, he had escaped the demon's lair. After escaping, he could have brutally killed that bald man, but for some reason, he ultimately didn't do it. Perhaps it was out of affection that developed over time. Enough of that. Saving people is the priority. First, save Yuaner's mother, then gain Yuaner's favor. Actually, Lin Yu didn't know why he felt compelled to save Yuaner's mother. It seemed as if it had been predestined, and in a moment of impulse. He came over. Lin Yu pulled out a bag of silver needles from his clothes, a smirk on his face. Suddenly, a 1 yuan coin was thrown in front of him. Lin Yu? Damn it, am I being treated like a beggar? At this moment, Lin Yu's outfit was quite striking. Wearing a pair of flower-patterned shorts with a large hole in the back, and a white shirt that was stained with various brownish-yellow marks. Having completely lost his reproductive function, Lin Yu had started to gradually feminize, letting his hair grow long, but it looked messy, resembling a beggar. Looking at the 1 yuan on the ground, Lin Yu was extremely angry, but still honestly bent down to pick it up. He wiped it and put it in his pocket. Then, limping, he walked into the hospital. Although Lin Yu had never seen Yu Weiwei, she was after all Yuaner's mother, so he carefully dressed up a bit. He looked somewhat presentable. He had somehow stolen a doctor's white coat to wear. He entered Yu Weiwei's hospital room without any hindrance. This made Lin Yu secretly pleased. He was quite lucky. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Yu Weiwei wasn't overly shocked. Instead, she looked at Lin Yu with a hint of pity. Are you the new doctor? Yu Weiwei smiled slightly at Lin Yu. You are. Yu Wanner's mother, right? Yes. I am Yu Wanner's friend Lin Yu. I have some insights into traditional Chinese medicine and kidney diseases. My ancestors were royal physicians, and I've been the sole heir for 108 generations. Yu Weiwei didn't speak, merely nodding slightly. Lin Yu's words were exactly the same as the script Jiang Che had given her. Not even a single word was changed. So much so that Yu Weiwei began to doubt whether this guy was an actor hired by Jiang Che. But she was sure Jiang Che wouldn't harm her, and she was too lazy to think too much about it. Then came Lin Yu's solo performance. He spent a full 4 hours employing various acupuncture techniques and exhausting all his internal energy, almost to the point of exhaustion. He managed to cure the woman's uremia to a large extent. That's right. The son of luck is just so unreasonable. You say he is not impressive. He can even cure a terminal illness like uremia. But you say he is impressive? He can't even cure his own. Yu Weiwei was extremely shocked. The inner shock was almost indescribable. She was the patient suffering from the torment of uremia, and naturally knew what changes were happening in her body. Although it was only a few short hours, it felt as if she had completely received a new kidney. She could clearly feel her 2 dead kidneys beginning to regain vitality. It truly reached the miraculous level of bringing the dead back to life. A miracle that was both outrageous and unreasonable. Lin Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Acupuncture can be completed in 1 session, but the follow-up requires taking traditional Chinese medicine. This is the prescription. Take it 3 times a day for 3 months, and it will be completely cured. Yu Weiwei's gaze dimmed, lost in thought. But in the end, she let out a helpless sigh. Young Master Jiang, you've really presented me with a difficult problem. Thank you, Lin. Annie. Where has Wanner been recently? Lin Yu's goal was always clear. Saving Yu Weiwei was just a means, while Yu Wanner was his true objective. Wanner has been at school lately. Lin Yu didn't chat much with Yu Weiwei. He was always someone who did good deeds anonymously. Auntie, my name is Lin Yu. Okay, Lin. After school, Jiang Che took Yu Wanner to the hospital again. Just now, Wang Zheng had sent him a video. After Lin Yu escaped from the basement, he went to the hospital and spent several hours in Yu Weiwei's ward. Lin Yu's subsequent movements had been closely monitored. Jiang Che naturally knew Lin Yu had already cured Yu Weiwei. Even if he hadn't completely cured her, she would likely recover after taking some traditional medicine. The tool man had served his purpose, and now it was time for him to reap the rewards. Yu Wanner originally planned to visit her mother at noon, but because of an exam, she could only go in the evening. Vanya, do you remember the divine doctor I told you about yesterday? Jiang Che held Yu Wanner's left hand, while Yi Mingyao held her right hand. If viewed from behind, it really gave off a family of 3 vibe. Did that divine doctor come? Yu Wanner's eyes widened, filled with anticipation. The one who could cure her mother's uremia. Of course, and just this morning, he has already given your mother comprehensive treatment. The uremia is nearly cured. She just needs to recuperate slowly. Yu Wanner's eyes widened, her cherry lips slightly parted. You must be joking, right? It's only been a day. No matter how skilled a divine doctor is, it's impossible to achieve that. She wasn't foolish. How impressive must a divine doctor be to accomplish such a feat? Jiang Che smiled. He believed in Lin Yu's abilities more than anyone else. Just like that saying, those who wrong you understand your grievances better than anyone. Chapter 109. Yu Wanner's heartfelt moment. The upcoming show. Even Yi Mingyao was slightly surprised. She had naturally heard about Yu Wanner's mother's situation and had openly and secretly supported Yu Wanner a lot. After all, Yu Weiwei was seriously ill and unable to work, and Yu Wanner was still in school. Where would the money for Yu Weiwei's treatment and dialysis come from? She was actually quite willing to support the adorable little parasite Yu Wanner. After all, no one could refuse a soft and cute little girl. Jiang Che, has Aunt Yu's illness been cured? Yi Mingyao exclaimed. Although Yu Wanner was very skeptical, her slightly trembling little hands betrayed just how nervous she was. Jiang Che lowered his head, pinched Yu Wanner's cheek, and said with a mischievous smile, "You seem to be quite doubtful. Don't you want to see Aunt Yu recover?" The little girl panicked, her eyes wide open. I want my mom to get better more than anyone else. What do you know? She was truly scared that Jiang Che was playing with her emotions, giving her hope only to let her see despair afterward. Seeing Yuaner's thoughts, several black lines appeared on Jiang Che's forehead. Was he really that kind of person? Although he could be a bit twisted, he still had his bottom line. He directly gave Yuaner's little head a hard knock. Ow! Yuaner cried out in pain, her forehead immediately turning red with a small bump appearing as she looked up and bit her lip, glaring at Jiang Che. Tears welled up in her eyes from the pain, swirling around in her eye sockets. Sister Yao Yao, Jiang Che is bullying me. Yin Ming Yo. Don't tell me about this kind of thing. Your Yao Yao sister has no say in front of him. How about this, Yuaner, since you don't believe me? How about we make a bet? If Aunt Yu recovers. Jiang Che leaned down and whispered a few words in Yuaner's ear. Then, Yuaner's face instantly flushed red, almost as if steam was about to come out of her head. Perverted? You perverted lowly lover. I want to report you to Sister Jiang. Yuaner cursed Jiang Che in her heart no less than 800 times for being a pervert. But deep down, she was still somewhat hopeful. Would a miracle really happen? A miracle happened when Yuaner saw her mother again. The hospital room of Yu Weiwei was surrounded by many doctors in white coats, holding various instruments, all amazed. The little girl was scared, thinking something had happened to Yu Weiwei. She burst into tears. Mom, Mom. Her small potato-like height squeezed through the wall of doctors and nurses. The doctors and nurses were also a bit stunned, and then they all made way. Yuaner was dumbfounded. With teary eyes, she looked at Yu Weiwei in front of her. Yu Weiwei's complexion had improved a lot. She used to have a waxy yellow face, but now there was a hint of redness. And most importantly, Yu Weiwei's dialysis device had been removed. Mom, what is going on? Before Yu Weiwei could speak, the attending doctor came over. Little friend, are you a family member of the patient? Yuaner nodded vigorously yes. Well, your mother's condition has improved. To be precise, it's a miracle. The attending doctor was also very excited. He wasn't an actor hired by Jiang Che, but a doctor with over 10 years of experience who had never been so shocked. Do you know? Ms. Yu Weiwei's uremia had reached the late stage, with severe toxin accumulation. If she didn't get a kidney transplant, she could only live for about a year. But when we just examined her, we found that her kidney function has surprisingly revived. This was simply unbelievable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would think she had received a new kidney. Yuaner was overwhelmed by this astonishing surprise, blinking her big eyes as she seemed to struggle to digest this incredible news. Are you sure? There's no misdiagnosis? The little girl's voice trembled slightly. Of course it's true, and you can tell just by looking at Ms. Yu's complexion. Moreover, given Ms. Yu's original condition, it would be impossible to casually remove the dialysis device. This is truly a miracle. Here's Ms. Yu Weiwei's recent medical report. Yuaner took the stack of medical reports, flipped through a couple of pages, and even though she couldn't understand anything, tears streamed down her face. Doctors wouldn't lie. Yuaner certainly couldn't believe in miracles. If there were truly any divine beings in this world, it would only be her mother, but her mother had uremia. The only one who could achieve this was one person. Yuaner lifted her head and looked at Jiang Che, her eyes red and her little nose twitching, looking like a bunny that had been bullied. Thank you, Jiang Che. The girl's voice was as small as a mosquito. What? I didn't hear you. Jiang Che leaned down playfully, putting his ear close to Yuaner. Yuaner was amused by Jiang Che's antics and no longer said thank you. Instead, she tiptoed and kissed Jiang Che's cheek. Huh! Jiang Che understood that he had completely won over the little girl Yuaner. However, don't think that just because Yuaner was touched now, that she wouldn't ride on his face again sometime later. All right, stop crying. You're making my face all snot and tears. Jiang Che said, somewhat disgusted as he wiped his face. You vena wiped us. Kake mipiaka, stinky Jiang Che. Even if you saved my mom, it doesn't change the fact that you are a perverted jerk. Stinky fish. Given that you saved my mom. Stinky bastard. Yu Weiwei had a calm expression, gently hugging her daughter. She had long since come to terms with life and death. Her only concern was Yuaner. She truly didn't want to leave Yuaner alone in this world. She understood the feelings of an orphan better than anyone else. But now everything was good. She could spend more time with Warner in the future. On the other side, Yi Mingyao also leaned closer to Jiang Che, secretly observing him. She once again refreshed her understanding of Jiang Che. At this moment, the attending doctor of Yu Weiwei walked up to Jiang Che. Mr. Jiang, right? I would like to ask, what method did you use to cure Ms. Yu Weiwei's uremia? As a doctor, I cannot believe in miracles. Jiang Che shrugged lightly. Fortunately, he was already prepared. Since it was a performance, then it should be done well. Moreover, Lin Yu was probably about to arrive, and the real show was just beginning. Chapter 110. A fake doctor encounters a real doctor? Mr. Jiang, what method did you use to cure Ms. Yu? The attending physician's question immediately drew the attention of others. Jiang Che was not in a hurry. After all, he had already hired an actor. Come in. As soon as Jiang Che finished speaking, an old man with white whiskers walked into the ward, dressed in a long white gown, exuding an aura of immortality. Standing with his hands clasped, it was clear he was an extraordinary figure. The old man approached Jiang Che and slightly bowed. Young Master Jiang. His appearance attracted considerable attention. The attending physician pointed at the old man and asked, "Who is this?" "I am Lin Xiaotian, an old man whose ancestors served as imperial physicians and the current head of the Ghost Doctor sect. Young Master Jiang invited me to treat this lady's illness." Upon hearing this, several doctors were stunned, looking at the old man with eyes full of reverence. Though they were reluctant to admit it, there were indeed some remarkable talents in Dragon Country, considering the many ancient martial artists and outstanding traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Moreover, being both an imperial physician and the head of the Ghost Doctor sect sounded impressive. They had no reason to doubt the old man's medical skills, especially since Ms. Yu's uremia had indeed been cured. Facts speak louder than words. The group of doctors began to fawn over the old man, who was quite eloquent and had an impressive ability to persuade, spinning tales like a seasoned storyteller. Jiang Che nodded, acknowledging that the old man's acting was good. Indeed, the old man was an extra hired by Wang Zheng and the others from Hengdian. Upon hearing they would pay 10,000 for a performance, he rushed over eagerly. It was said that he had acted in many advertisements for fake medicines, such as those for rheumatism and cardiovascular diseases. So pretending to be a divine doctor was a piece of cake for him. Yuan also ran up to the old man. "Thank you, Grandpa, for saving my mommy." The little girl was pure-hearted, her big watery eyes filled with gratitude, but she clearly didn't know that the old man was an actor hired by Jiang Che. The old man's forehead broke out in a few drops of cold sweat as he coughed. "I usually don't easily intervene to save others. Saving your mother is merely to repay young Master Zhang's past kindness." It was said that those who live long become wise, and the old man was clearly adept at handling situations, directly attributing all the credit to Jiang Che. Yu Wanner stole a glance at Jiang Che, her face turning red as she looked elsewhere. "Big pervert. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You definitely wouldn't be so kind as to save my mom. You must have some strange perverted requests." The little girl's mind was in turmoil. Lying in the hospital bed, Yu Weiwei had been silent, fully aware of everything but choosing not to speak. She had long figured out that the Lin Yu who had previously treated her was just a pawn. Jiang Che was far from the innocent persona he projected. He was quite scheming, but Yu Weiwei didn't care. As long as Jiang Che treated Wanner well, that was enough. He had gone to great lengths, even hiring an actor just to please Wanner. It was evident that young Master Jiang genuinely cared for Wanner, and that was sufficient. As for other moral dilemmas, she could only silently apologize to that classmate Lin Yu in her heart. Meanwhile, outside the hospital room, Lin Yu arrived late. After treating Yu Weiwei, he planned to confess to Yu Wanner. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. In the past, he would have taken his time to approach Wanner gradually before confessing. But now, with time pressing and the task at hand, he feared he might miss his chance. Why are there so many doctors? They must be amazed by my miraculous medical skills. But soon, Lin Yu's expression darkened as he looked down at his pants and fished around, overwhelmed by sadness. He couldn't help but shed a few tears. They say a doctor cannot treat themselves. Here he was, a proud disciple of the Ghost Doctor sect who could cure uremia, but couldn't fix his own issues. Just as Lin Yu was wallowing in self-pity, the voices from inside the ward caught his attention. Divine Dr. Lin Xiaotian, can you come to our Chinese medicine hospital for a period? We can offer you a high service fee. Today has truly opened my eyes. I thought ancient traditional medicine only existed in legends. But to witness it today is truly shocking. Lin Yu picked up on the key words. Lin Xiaotian? Isn't that my master? And he is a divine doctor? Could it be that my master came to the secular world to see me? In an instant, Lin Yu was filled with excitement. Heaven knows how much he has suffered recently, becoming a useless person. If his divine doctor master came, it would surely change his dire situation. But wasn't Tea Master Lin Xiaotian forbidden from entering the secular world? He must have risked coming down the mountain because he was worried about my safety. With this thought, Lin Yu began to feel emotionally moved. He then pushed open the door. Master, you finally came to see me. But upon entering, Lin Yu froze. Looking around, he could not see his master. Instead, that damn Jiang Che was holding Yuaner's hand, and beside him was Yi Mengyao. The doctor's gazes turned towards him, but only for a second before they resumed their conversations. Lin Yu's mouth twitched awkwardly. Was he being ignored? Wana Yaya, long time no see. Lin Yu began to actively engage, squeezing in front of them, wearing a flattering smile, casually ruffling his hair while casting a vague smile towards the window. You van found it. Who is this wild man? Yi Mengyao also looked angry, having almost forgotten who this guy was, but he immediately called her Yao Yao. Who are you? Undoubtedly. He was ignored again. Ahem. Waner, how's your mother's condition? The little girl rolled her eyes. What does my mom's condition have to do with you? Lin Yu was taken aback, then grew anxious. Did your mother not tell you? I saved her. Upon hearing this, Yuana laughed in anger. You saved my mom? Really? Who do you think you are? Look at yourself. You look like a beggar. Beside her, Yi Mengyao also felt indignant. Who is this beggar? It was Master Lin who saved Aunt Yu. Where did you come from? Yi Mengyao pointed at the fake Lin Xiaotian, surrounded by a group of doctors. At that moment, the impersonating old man, though somewhat guilty, exuded a strong aura, being a professional extra who had played various divine doctors. The old doctor stroked his graying beard and stepped forward. Indeed, it was I who treated this Ms. Yu. Who might you be? Lin Yu. Chapter 111. Lin Yu is dragged away, mind exploding. Lin Yu looked at the old man in front of him. After a few seconds of silence, he directly cursed. You're talking nonsense. Clearly, I was the one who saved her. Will you count as a songstress? The old man also went wild with his acting. You brat. Do you understand what it means to respect the elderly and love the young? I'm your elder, and I was the one who saved her, not you. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. You count as an elder? Stealing someone else's credit. What the hell are you? Yuaner couldn't stand it anymore and stood up. What are you? It was clearly Grandpa Lin Xiaotian who saved my mom. You better get lost, or I'll call someone to catch you. Lin Yu was once again dumbfounded. Looking up at the old man. You're called Lin Xiaotian? Yes, that's me. How dare you call yourself Lin Xiaotian? I'll kick you to death. Lin Yu rushed towards the old man, grabbing his collar with both hands, furious and ready to hit him. How dare this old thing share a name with his most respected master? The old man frantically signaled Jiang Che with his eyes. The script said to act, but it didn't say anything about getting beaten up. I'm 70 this year. If this kid beats me, I do have to meet Buddha. Getting beaten is not part of the job description. Needs extra pay. The doctors also gathered around. You madman, what do you want to do to Master Lin? Hello. Security room? A mental patient has entered room 101 on the 7th floor of building 13. Hurry up and come. You're the madman. Clearly, I saved her. The attending physician couldn't take it anymore. Look at you. How do you look like a doctor? All you do is curse. You say you're a traditional Chinese doctor. How can you prove it? Lin Yu hurriedly pulled out a small cloth bag from his pocket. Opened it to reveal more than 10 silver needles. These are my acupuncture needles. The silver needles can prove it. Ha ha. Silver needles? I also have those. The old man was well equipped, pulling out over a dozen small cloth bags, large and small, of gold, silver, copper, iron, and wood, densely packed. At least a few hundred needles. Lin Yu, I'm the true inheritor of ancient Chinese medicine, my ancestors. Just as Lin Yu was about to speak, the old man interrupted him. My ancestors were imperial physicians. The ghost doctor sect has been passed down for generations, and I'm the 108th generation. Lin Yu, how the hell are you also an imperial physician? Ghost doctor sect? And exactly the 108th generation? You. You're using my words. Lin Yu was furious, a surge of anger building up in his chest with nowhere to vent. Suddenly, he thought of a way. He quickly looked to Yu Weiwei, who was lying in the hospital bed. You can definitely help me testify, right? I saved you. I spent 4 hours to save you. And my internal energy was completely depleted. Lin Yu's eyes were filled with boundless hope. I saved you. You have to help me testify? Lin Yu was almost in tears. He had never felt so wronged, even when someone had crushed one of his eggs and rendered him infertile. But when Lin Yu looked at Yu Weiwei, ready for her to confirm for him, he was devastated to find Yu Weiwei had somehow fallen asleep on the hospital bed. Yu Weiwei. If she admitted that Lin Yu saved her, she would directly offend Jiang Che, indirectly harming Warner, which was something she absolutely couldn't do. But after all, Lin Yu had saved her life, so she chose to play dead. Why are you still sleeping? How can you sleep at a time like this? Wake up. Unfortunately, you can never wake someone who is pretending to be asleep. You bastard, let go of my mom. Yu Warner was so angry she wanted to kick Lin Yu, but was stopped by Jiang Che. Given Yu Warner's short legs, kicking Lin Yu wouldn't cause any harm and might even reward him. I'll do it. Jiang Che picked Yu Warner up and then kicked Lin Yu in the butt, using all his hidden strength, directly kicking Lin Yu away. A piercing scream. Lin Yu crashed into a coffee table and then slammed into the wall. Jiang Che, it's you. Lin Yu covered his butt, glaring fiercely at Jiang Che. Although his butt hurt like hell, it paled in comparison to the hatred he felt for Jiang Che at that moment. He realized that this guy had been playing him the entire time. I have no grudges against you. Why do you keep targeting me? But obviously, no one answered his question. Jiang Che glanced at the fallen Lin Yu. He understood. This guy had been completely defeated and under repeated blows. His spirit was about to collapse. He really can't take a hit. Aren't the children of destiny supposed to be very resilient? This one do. It hasn't been long, and he is already going to be finished. Soon, Lin Yu was forcibly dragged out of the ward. It was quiet. After Lin Yu was taken away, Yu Weiwei woke up at some point, Mom. How did you wake up? Did that damn guy wake you up? Yu Weiwei smiled faintly. Then Yu Warner and Yi Mingyao started chatting with Yu Weiwei. Outside the ward, young Master Jiang. I'm called AI Showing. Just call me old AI. Jiang Che. I Shuing. What a really abstract name. However, this old man indeed had acting skills. Facing the fully matured Lin Yu, he showed no signs of panic. He might even be useful in the future. He then transferred him 100,000 yuan, which startled the old man. Young Master Jiang, this is too much. This is what you deserve. Keep this matter to yourself. Don't let it out. Otherwise. Young Master Jiang, I understand. AI Showing had completely shed his previous immortal-like, divine physician demeanor and looked very lewd. Yu Weiwei's illness had healed nearly completely. She just needed to follow the prescription Lin Yu prepared and take care of herself, and she would recover in no more than 3 months. After leaving the hospital, Yuana was obviously in a much better mood, bouncing as she walked, her 2 ponytails swaying back and forth. Jiang Che, thank you. The little lowly smiled happily. Perverted jerk. In fact, Yuana knew very well that she might never be able to repay Jiang Che for saving her mother. And what could she offer Jiang Che? Nothing but one thing. Chapter 112. AI Showing turns out to be a grandmaster? Yi Mingyao's anxiety. Outside the hospital. With this 100,000 yuan, I can enjoy myself for another month. The old man with a white beard looked at the 100,000 yuan that had just arrived in his bank account, his lips curling up in a grin that was hard to suppress. That's right. This old man is none other than the fake divine Dr. AI Showing. Although he is nearing 70, he remains quite vigorous, and his greatest joy is to act as an extra in Hongdian, where he might even catch a glimpse of some popular female stars while enjoying free meals provided by the film crew. At that moment, a furious voice suddenly came from behind him. You old bastard, why are you impersonating me? That woman was clearly saved by me. Lin Yu limped towards AI Showing, clutching his backside, glaring angrily. The old man put down his phone and sized up Lin Yu. What? You have a problem? He picked his nose, looking as if he didn't care at all. Lin Yu's mindset was collapsing. After being kicked out of the hospital, he had originally planned to break back in and demand an explanation, but the hospital had blacklisted him and wouldn't let him in at all. He wanted to seek revenge on Jiang Che, but he knew very well he was no longer a match for that guy. From the kick Jiang Che had given him earlier, he sensed a hint of transformation energy, a presence belonging to someone in a higher position. Transformation energy crushes dark energy. Although Ling Yu was very confident in his own dark energy that had reached perfection, he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could compete with a master of transformation energy. Indeed, during the half-month he was stuck in the basement with Strong Brother, his strength had undergone a huge change, leaping directly from the mid-stage of dark energy to the perfection stage. He had become much clearer during that time. But even with this breakthrough, he still wasn't a match for Jiang Che, which was the most crushing blow to him. So he could only come to vent his anger on this old man. After all, he should pick on the weak first. Looking at AI Shouying's lecherous appearance, Lin Yu was furious enough to want to kill. You old bastard. You came to mess with me along with that Jiang guy, right? I swear, if I don't beat you into using a cane today, I won't be called Lin. As he spoke, he raised his fist. Since the area was deserted and there were no cameras, he figured he could beat up the old man without any issues. Since coming down the mountain, he had been feeling very stifled, bullied in various ways, never having had the chance to show off properly, and every time he tried, he ended up getting slapped in the face. It was making him feel like he was about to explode. AI Shouying squinted slightly. You little punk. Are you bullying this 69-year-old comrade? Of course I'm bullying you. Not only will I bully you, but I will also beat you up. Lin Yu thought. If he couldn't beat Jiang Che, could he not be an old man? With that, he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to give him a beating. Of course. Lin Yu didn't use dark energy. Otherwise, if he accidentally killed the old man, it would be a huge problem for him. AI Shouying's lecherous smile faded, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. He raised his hand and waved. A terrifying wave of energy erupted, directly sending Lin Yu flying against the wall. Bang! Lin Yu was slammed against the wall again. Only he, the child of fortune, could survive such a fall. Anyone else would have been killed by now. Lin Yu, dazed and confused, trembled as he got up, looking at the old man before him in fear. Chi energy? You are. In that instant, he sensed a pressure from the old man that was more terrifying than that of his master. His master, a master of transformation energy, was already formidable. But this old man was even stronger. There was only one possibility. Inner strength had transformed into a formidable energy erupting from within. He was at least a grandmaster level. You were a grandmaster? But AI Shouying ignored him, returning to his lecherous old man demeanor, picking his nose and pulling out a large booger, flicking it lightly. With the aid of his energy, it accurately landed in Lin Yu's mouth. Fool! Someone like you is even calling yourself a disciple of the ghost doctor? You should just wash up and sleep. Lin Xiaotian, that old useless man, even when teaching his disciples, could only produce little wastes. Lin Yu heard AI Shouying say his master was a waste and felt inexplicably angry, but he didn't dare to show it. This person was a grandmaster. He could crush him with a finger. Old man, senior, do you know my master? Without thinking, Lin Yu knelt down before him and began to cry. However, unfortunately for him, AI Shouying didn't listen to his pleas, dusted off his pants, and walked away. Master, senior, please help me. Lin Yu cried out. Once, he thought he would make a name for himself in the secular world. But reality had dealt him a heavy blow. AI Shouying merely sneered. Ambitious yet foolish. Fierce in appearance, but timid at heart. Waste. After saying that, he left, naturally not caring about Lin Yu's situation. What he should be doing now was considering which club to go to tonight for a foot massage. He had heard that the technicians at the one in the east of the city were quite skilled. No, Lin Yu felt as if he had lost something important again. Jiang Che was unaware that the old man he casually brought into the film crew was actually a grandmaster-level expert. Leaning against the headboard, he glanced at Yi Mingyao beside him. Noticing him looking, Yi Mingyao lowered her head, appearing quite nervous. The esteemed young lady, Yi had been emotionally troubled by Jiang Che's subtle manipulation. Jiang Che sighed inwardly. A girl who is always anxious and insecure is not what he wanted. Yao, I think we need to have a talk. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingyao's delicate body trembled slightly. Since the last birthday party, she had been in a daze, sometimes even unable to recognize herself. She was so afraid of being abandoned by Jiang Che. Moreover, more and more girls were surrounding Jiang Che, and she wanted to feel jealous. But she felt she had no right to be jealous because she had rejected Jiang Che multiple times in the past. Jiang Che, what do you want to say? Yi Mingyao's voice trembled slightly. Did Jiang Che want to kick her aside? Was he about to lay everything out? She could see that Jiang Che seemed to like Wana more, and compared to her, she felt incredibly insecure. Chapter 113. Rose arrives in the Dragon Country, about to set up a big game for Su-Han. Jiang Che looked at Yi Mingyao's expression and felt a bit pleased in his heart. But he couldn't go too far. He still had to show her the tenderness she deserved. After all, they were going to live together in the future, and she would be the one to have his children. Girls like Yuan, who have their own little tempers and proud personalities, tend to be more favored. Yao, why I pursued you before? You kept rejecting me. So why are you chasing after me now? Jiang Che prepared to punish Yi Mingyao. The first question was a fatal one. Yi Mingyao's face turned pale, and she lowered her head. As expected, he came to ask for an explanation. Jiang Che, it's my fault. When you were pursuing me before, I really saw you as an older brother. But after you stopped pursuing me, I realized I actually like you. As she spoke, tears welled up in Yi Mingyao's eyes. That's right, I'm cheap. I woke up too late and took your love and care for granted. I deserve this. But please, don't drive me away, okay? I really know I was wrong. As she spoke, Yi Mingyao began to take off her clothes. Jiang Che gently grasped the girl's wrist. He was about to show off his acting skills. You don't need to demean yourself like this. Yi Mingyao had walked the longest road of her life, which was Jiang Che's tricks. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Che said this, Yi Mingyao froze, her tearful eyes blinking a couple of times. Jiang Che helped her put her nightgown strap back on. I told you before, I like that innocent and carefree girl. The cute girl who followed me calling me Brother Che, not the proud young lady who looks down on everyone, and especially not you, who is degrading yourself like this. Jiang Che's words left Yi Mingyao stunned. So, he didn't like her like this. The girl raised her head and happened to see Jiang Che's affectionate expression, her heart fluttering. Why was he saying this to her? Did he still like her? Jiang Che, you? Yi Mingyao looked into Jiang Che's eyes, feeling a sudden pang in her heart, her sense of grievance mixed with self-blame flooding in. She then threw herself into Jiang Che's arms and cried out loud, Jiang Che, I won't be so willful anymore. Please don't leave me. As night fell, a plane slowly landed at Hangzhou Airport. Perverted. I'm also in the Dragon Country now. A girl dressed in a black tactical jacket sat in her airplane seat, hands resting on her legs, looking very upright. The girl's demeanor was cold, like a piece of ice that had never melted, and even while sitting, her tall figure could be felt. The black tight-fitting combat pants made her perfect legs appear even longer. Her long hair was tied up with a rose hairpin, with the ends cascading onto the seat, and her small face showed a hint of worry. That's right, she was Su-Han's little fan, the younger sister of the former Wolf King of the Wolf Fong Mercenary Corps, Rose. According to the information provided by the monkey, after returning to the Dragon Country, Su-Han had been having a hard time and was targeted by others. He almost ended up in jail. You see, a mercenary leader like Su-Han has to register in the Dragon Country, and if he commits a crime, the punishment is even more severe. If the crime isn't serious, he might only be deported, but if it's serious, he could end up in prison. Brother Su-Han, is that Gu Lingfei really that great? You even abandoned the entire Wolf Fong to come to the Dragon Country for her? The girl felt a bit jealous in this world. Aside from her biological brother, only Su-Han treated her the best, but her Su-Han seemed uninterested in her, always pursuing that Gu Lingfei. She came to the Dragon Country this time for Su-Han. However, the awkward part was, after Rose got off the plane and walked out of the airport, she got lost. Although she had Dragon Country blood, she had grown up abroad, but fortunately, her Chinese wasn't too bad, and she could still communicate. Monkey, I'm lost. As the little princess of the Wolf Fong Mercenary Corps, Rose was naturally well cared for. While playing with his AI girlfriend, the monkey suddenly received the message and felt quite annoyed, cursing under his breath. But when he saw it was Rose, he became serious. Get up and charge yourself. The monkey patted the AI robots, and then started chatting with Rose. He had completely thrown himself into Jiang Che's camp, knowing that Jiang Shao had ideas about Rose and wanted to use her against Su-Han. As for him, he had also devised a very malicious plan, directly earning Jiang Shao's praise on the spot, and he was even sent 2 AI girlfriends. His originally small rental apartment had now turned into a big villa, and with 4 AI girlfriends, he was living like a god. Sticking with Jiang, Xiao meant no need to worry about food and drink. Old Wolf King, I'm sorry. The monkey thought about what he was about to do and felt a bit guilty, but he couldn't resist. Jiang Xiao was giving too much. He quickly sent a message to Rose. Miss Rose, I have booked a car for you. It's at the door. It will take you to the largest luxury hotel in Hangzhou. Rose was a bit surprised. The Wolfang Mercenary Corps hadn't been doing well in the past 2 years and was almost unable to pay salaries, relying on the so-called wolf spirit to keep going. And the mercenaries in the Corps were complaining. How could she stay in a luxury hotel? Monkey, please thank Su Han for me. Miss Rose, you are mistaken. The Wolf King is almost not able to afford to eat himself. How could he have money to book a hotel for you? It's a friend of the old Wolf King. He heard you came to the Dragon Country and offered to help. The girl was stunned. A friend of her brother? Why had she never heard her brother mention this? But she didn't think much of it. After all, her brother was an omnipotent presence in her heart, so having a wealthy friend in the Dragon Country was not surprising. Only her brother had died in an accident, and then Su Han inherited the position of Wolf King. Then please thank him for me. Monkey, can you help me find out where Su Han is? I want to see him. Oh, my lady, the Wolf King is almost wanted now. I don't even know where he is hiding. Chapter 114. The curious Rose and the mysterious young Master Jiang. Rose's looks were outstanding, both beautiful and cool, attracting countless glances. However, she was waiting for someone. The monkey had said a special car would come and pick her up. Although she really didn't want to trouble anyone, she was indeed unfamiliar with Longhua, and if she got lost, how would she find Brother Su Han? While she was waiting, a young man approached her. Hello, beautiful. My name is Yi Chun. A young man in a white shirt stood in front of Rose, smiling as he spoke. However, Rose was unwilling to pay him any attention. She really disliked people who lacked boundaries. Yi Chun seemed unwilling to give up, and just then, another unruly young man arrived. What are you doing? Bullying a young lady, huh? I see you're asking for a beating. Beautiful lady, let me take care of him for you. Remember my name? Lin Feng. Rose. As everyone knows, a beautiful lady will randomly attract a son of fortune. Yi Chun and Lin Feng started fighting, evenly matched. Soon, a luxurious Bentley pulled up, and the driver rolled down the window. After confirming with Rose several times, he asked, Are you Miss Rose? The girl blinked a couple of times, somewhat confused. Although she had never been in a luxury car, she had the basic discernment. Yes, she nodded. I am sent by young Master Jiang to pick you up. The driver's words made Rose start to speculate. This young Master Jiang, is he a friend of my brother? Since he was a friend of her brother, her concerns faded significantly, and she got into the car. Meanwhile, Yi Chun and Lin Feng, who were fighting, were left dumbfounded, stopping to watch Rose leave in the car. For a moment, they felt as if they had returned to the circus. Rose arrived at the hotel in the driver's car. The whole way, she was incredibly shocked. The big cities of Longhua were so prosperous. Although she was a girl of pure Longhua descent, she had lived abroad all her life. This was her first time stepping into Longhua, and she couldn't help but feel emotional. Compared to the chaos outside, Longhua was indeed very safe. What kind of life had Rose lived before? How happy could the life of a mercenary be? Living on the edge, facing danger almost every day, was undoubtedly very cruel for a girl of her age. It was precisely that extremely dangerous life that shaped Rose's indifferent character. Excuse me, who is this young Master Jiang you mentioned? Rose couldn't help but ask. The driver smiled and replied, Young Master Jiang is humble, friendly, and the son of the richest man in Hangzhou. Son of the richest man? Rose became very interested in this mysterious young Master Jiang. Since he was a friend of her brother, he must be someone worthy of her respect. After entering the hotel, Rose realized just how luxurious it was. Miss Rose, please stay here for the time being. Don't worry about accommodation. Young Master Jiang has taken care of it. Rose remained silent. She wasn't foolish. It was obvious that this hotel was not cheap. This mysterious young Master Jiang must be a close friend of her brother. Otherwise, how could he treat her so well? Rose began to plan her strategy, but she quickly remembered Su Han. According to the monkey, Brother Su Han was not doing well. After her brother passed away, Su Han became her only family. No, I have to find Brother Su Han. Just as Rose was about to speak, The hotel manager pushed in a food cart filled with various delicious dishes, all prepared by top chefs. Miss Rose, this is specially prepared for you by young Master Jiang. 29 chefs from around the world are at your service, ensuring you experience the finest enjoyment. Of course, this is just a small gesture of friendship from our young master. This smooth little setup caught Rose off guard. Although the girl didn't say anything, she was actually very touched inside. This meticulous care felt like a swan suddenly receiving the treatment of a princess. It was impossible not to be moved. Thank you, please thank young Master Jiang for me. Moreover, Rose was really starving. What girl doesn't love delicious food? Especially desserts. Rose was experiencing this princess-like treatment for the first time, which made her unable to resist, feeling a bit greedy. Brother Su-Han, wait for me. After I rest for 2 days, I will definitely come back to find you. The girl popped a small piece of cake in her mouth, and the sweet cream melting on her tongue made Rose squint her eyes slightly. She had no resistance to sweets at all. Miss Rose, enjoy your meal. This entire floor has been reserved by young Master Jiang, and you can move around freely. Thank you, the girl said, her mouth full. A lovely expression appeared on her frost-like face, a charm belonging to a girl. She began to look forward to this mysterious young Master Jiang. Good morning, Jiang Che. Yi Mengyao was in a good mood. Ever since she had a heart-to-heart with Jiang Che yesterday, all her knots had been untied. Jiang Che hadn't rejected her. He still had feelings for her, and this realization made her very happy. Without the previous anxiety, as long as she didn't act out, Jiang Che wouldn't dislike her. Now, looking back at her past self, Yi Mengyao felt she had been too much, playing both roles. Jiang Che nodded, a slight smile at the corner of his lips. Get up, Wanner. Yi Mengyao forcibly pulled her little sister, who was still sleeping by the bed, up. Yu Wanner was still groggy, with drool at the corner of her mouth. Good morning, Sister Yao Yao, she said. Her hair a mess. For most people, it would be called a bird's nest, but for a little girl, messy beauty. You understand? After a simple breakfast, Jiang Che drove them to school. Jiang Che had grown too lazy to go to school. The son of fortune had been chased away, and the destined female lead had already been taken care of. Why bother going to school? Poor students skipping class was called truancy, but for the rich, it was called enriching extracurricular life. Jiang Che had received a call from the monkey, saying that Su-Han's little fan, Rose, had returned to the country. Should I mess with her a bit? Moreover, Jiang Che wasn't short on money. Anything that could be solved with money wasn't a problem. However, 99 of the things in this world could be solved with money. Chapter 115. The Misled White Rose, Seeds of Doubt Planted. According to the information provided by the monkey, Rose is the sister of the former Wolf King of the Wolf Fong Mercenary Corps. Her surname is Bai, and her full name is Bai Qiangwei. Her brother is named by Tian Huai, and during an S-class mission for the Mercenary Corps, information was leaked by someone, leading to an ambush. The elite forces of the Wolf Fong Mercenary Corps were almost entirely wiped out, including by Tian Huai himself. Only Su-Han managed to escape by chance, and after returning, he was quickly elected as the new Wolf King due to his exceptional personal abilities. What followed was a series of mindless actions after ascending to the throne. The Wolf King vowed to avenge the former Wolf King by Tian Huai, and he shouted his slogans loudly. But it has been 5 or 6 years, and most of the old group has been exhausted by him, and there's no sign of him achieving revenge. TSK, 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 Su-Han. Such a great opportunity delivered right to your doorstep. If I don't intervene, wouldn't that be too disrespectful to my villain title? And Brother Su-Han? Soon you will see this Brother Su-Han's true face. And right now, of course, he's going to meet Rose. Miss Rose, you can't go out yet. Young Master Jiang said you are a friend's sister and cannot be put in any danger. Bai Qiangwei wanted to leave the hotel to look for Su-Han, but was stopped by the hotel manager. Of course, young Master Jiang had clearly stated that she could not be let go and that all means should be used to keep her. But that's fine. This girl is easy to fool. When she gets hungry, she is fed various delicious foods. And when she is full, she wants to go out to find Su-Han. They even specially hired a few sisters to teach her how to play games. After 2 or 3 days, Bai Qiangwei actually showed some signs of being a gaming addict. Young Master Jiang, it's always young Master Jiang. Can I meet him just once? Although Bai Qiangwei was very curious about young Master Jiang in her heart, She couldn't say it out loud and maintained her aloof demeanor. At that moment, a humble voice came over. "Oh, this must be Brother Huai's sister, Jiang Wei." Bai Qiangwei turned her gaze and blinked her big eyes in a cute manner. This man looked so young, seeming to be no more than in his 20s, with a hint of youthful innocence on his face. He should be around her age, right? How could he be on such familiar terms with her brother? "Young Master Jiang?" Bai Qiangwei spoke sparingly. She rarely talked and disliked those who tried to get close right away. However, since this person was a good friend of her brother, she found him less annoying. "There is no need to call me Young Master Jiang. Just call me Jiang Che or Brother Jiang." Jiang Che sat down on a chair opposite Bai Qiangwei and observed the girl. To be honest, she was even more beautiful in person than in the photos, exuding a cold and sharp aura, which could easily provoke a man's desire to conquer. Jiang Che, are you friends with my brother?" He had just called out Brother Huai. Her brother's real name was Bai Tian Huai, which many in the Wolfang Mercenary Corps did not know. "Well, I do say we are friends. After all, he saved my life once. Brother Huai is 10 years older than me, so I suppose we are friends across generations. But I didn't expect that parting would turn out to be a final farewell." Jiang Che's acting was so terrifying that it was as if an old sow was wearing a bra, a set of lies that he almost believed himself. He had completely misled Bai Qiangwei, even when her brother was still alive. Mentioning Bai Tianhuai, Bai Qiangwei's mood became somewhat downcast. Her brother was her last family member in this world. "Don't worry. When you live in Long Country, I will be your support." Jiang Che's words stunned Bai Qiangwei for a moment. She wanted to refute, but Brother Suhan was her support. Yet, the words couldn't come out. "I heard that after Brother Huai had an accident, the Wolf King of the Wolfang Mercenary Corps was replaced? Is that right?" Jiang Che asked patiently, while fiddling with his fingers. Bai Qiangwei was a bit dazed. How did he know so much about the Wolfang Mercenary Corps? "Yes, Brother Suhan took over my brother's position." "How do you know so much about our Wolfang?" Bai Qiangwei was a bit on guard. Ever since I heard about Brother Huai's accidental death 2 years ago, I was very skeptical. How could someone as skilled as Brother Huai have an accident? He was definitely harmed by someone, so I've been secretly investigating for the past 2 years. The girl was shocked. You found anything?" "I also believe that my brother's death was definitely not an accident. It must have been man-made." Once she mentioned her brother, the cold girl could no longer maintain her aloofness and began to talk more. "No, but I already have some thoughts. I believe I will soon have results." Jiang Che wouldn't directly pin the blame on Suhan. Bai Qiangwei wouldn't believe it, so there had to be a gradual process. "Jiang, brother, please help me investigate the real culprit from that year. Okay?" Bai Qiangwei excitedly grabbed Jiang Che's arm. Jiang Che, being the old pervert he was, naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to take advantage. He tightly held her little hands, looking serious. "Don't worry, Brother Huai's matters are also my matters. As your brother's sister, you're also like my half-sister, so I must find out who harmed Brother Huai back then." Bai Qiangwei's expression was somewhat abnormal. Her little hands firmly held by Jiang Che. Other than her biological brother, it was the first time she had held hand with a man. Jiang Che was pleased. This girl's hands were quite rough, with many calluses, indicating she had been handling guns for a long time. "By the way, I had someone investigate your Wolfang Mercenary Corps Suhan. He recently returned to Long Country, right?" "You investigated Brother Suhan?" Bai Qiangwei's beautiful eyes frowned slightly. Jiang Che felt a bit of annoyance. This little fangirl couldn't possibly be love-struck, could she? Don't be like some brain-dead female lead in a romance novel, who has her kidney taken by the male lead and her family wiped out, yet forgives him in the end, living together shamefully. That would be truly messed up. Jiang Che glanced at the girl sideways, his voice somewhat cold. "I'm just suspicious of him. As far as I know, after Brother Huai's death, he was the only one who survived from the entire squad. So, I certainly have the right to suspect him. Even you, I would suspect as well. Moreover, the one who saved me was Brother Huai, not someone else." Bai Qiangwei fell silent under Jiang Che's reprimand, as she couldn't refute it. "Qiangwei, you need to understand one thing. The simplest way to judge a case is to see who is the biggest beneficiary among them. I will continue to investigate Suhan, and this guy is not as good as you think." Jiang Che began to dig into the corners. The girl instinctively wanted to refute, but found she couldn't speak. In her young heart, she had already begun to doubt Su-Han. According to Jiang Che, after her brother's death, Su-Han was indeed the biggest beneficiary, inheriting the title of Wolf King. Could it really be Brother Su-Han? Oh no, no, no. Absolutely impossible. Brother Su-Han has been so good to me, and he and my brother are like brothers. How could he possibly harm my brother? But once the seed of doubt is planted, it will take root and sprout, and the accusation will naturally be established. Chapter 116, Date with White Rose. The girl's heart awakens. Jiang Che not only dug up the wall corner, but also prepared to splash some dirty water on Su-Han. Since White Rose likes Su-Han so much, what if she finds out about his dark past? Let's not forget, Jiang Che still has those little videos that the monkey gave him. Jiang Che was somewhat shocked by Su-Han's taste, as he couldn't pursue Gu Lingfei. So he found some other ordinary women to dress like Gu Lingfei, and then knelt down to be a sycophant. When Jiang Che watched those videos, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Tsk. Su-Han, this son of fortune, has a rather heavy taste. What would White Rose think if she saw Su-Han like this? Jiang Che couldn't help but start laughing in his heart. Jiang Che. Su-Han definitely couldn't be the murderer of my brother. I'm very sure. The girl looked seriously at Jiang Che. The usually aloof and indifferent girl was gradually talking more. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Don't be too quick to define someone. Jiang Che smiled and walked up to White Rose, patting her shoulder. You've been cooped up in the hotel for the past few days, right? Let me take you out for a stroll. Jiang Che was a master of time management. There were things to do during the day and tasks at night. Stroll. White Rose glanced at Jiang Che, blinking a couple of times. She had never had the concept of a date in her past. Look at how you're dressed.